And welcome into Hoopsville, everybody. It is the Hoopsville Marathon. Believe it or not, we will be on the air for the next 12 hours to talk nothing but Division III basketball. I am your host, Dave McHugh. Thank you for joining me. We will try and get through this. This is our second time attempting this. We will see how it goes, as it were. It is all part of not only celebrating Division III basketball, which is certainly something near and dear to all of our hearts, but it's also a way of helping fundraise a little bit for our show. We hope you don't mind some of the plugs for that. We've already gotten plenty of attention so far there, and we certainly appreciate all those who have supported us. Let's get through some of the nitty-gritty. First and foremost, you can join us on Twitter at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. Join us on Facebook at facebook.com/Hoopsville. And, of course, you can join us or ask us questions via email, Hoopsville at d3hoops.com. Also, we have the Indiegogo Hoopsville fundraising campaign going on. You'll notice that on the main page, d3hoopsville.com. We'll try and get it onto our show page here a little bit later today, but you can donate through that. We certainly appreciate any support that you may have through there. So far, we started a couple weeks ago, kind of quietly, just to get things up and running. And it has kind of taken off in the last few days, and we certainly appreciate everybody who took part. By the way, this will be important. The coffee, you have to forgive me taking some sips occasionally. I've doubled down as well. I'm telling you, folks, product placement would be smart. If you ever want to be a sponsor here on Hoopsville, you see our setup, and you can see what I can be holding on to. As well. If you are new to the show or you haven't been to the show in a while, you'll notice the setup behind us. Our new studio, as it were. A little bit more to see over here than I'm used to. We're going to have to fix that during one of the breaks. That's too bad. But please, feel free to join us if you have questions, et cetera, et cetera. Forgive me, folks. Trying to double check some things with guests. It's a one-man show, and so obviously things are a little bit more challenging than usual. So it is 12 hours of basketball fun, as it were. Of course, there's a lot that has already happened in Division III. Another crazy Wednesday night. I'm telling you, you want to avoid Wednesday nights in Division III if at all possible. I think that's been proven pretty solidly, as last week was pretty tough. This week was not easy either. So again, I would argue stay away from Wednesday nights. Last night, for example, Augustana went to overtime against Elmhurst. Whitewater taken to the end by Platteville. I'm trying to remember. Hold on. Let's see. Marymount lost for the first time in forever as well. Marietta stayed perfect. Randolph-Macon continued to run along. But there was some craziness, to say the least, because Randolph-Macon taken to the wire by Bridgewater. Again, taken to the wire is a common theme here. Marietta about the only one who had an easy win of it, as it were. St. Thomas kept clicking along, avenging their only loss of the season against Gustavus Adolphus. And then Ohio Wesleyan beat Worcester. Of course they did. Ohio Wesleyan drops out of the top 25. Ohio Wesleyan has not won more than 2 games in a row, since suffering their first loss of the season. So they lose, then they win 2, then they lose, and they win 2, then they lose, and they win 2. That's literally the pattern so far. They lost to Denison last Wednesday. They've now won 2 in a row. Just saying. To break the trend, they got to win on Wednesday or a Saturday. But Worcester loses. I guess I'm not too surprised. So craziness, to say the least. By the way, we have a long list of guests. Let's see if I can show it to you. I don't want to show you that. It's got some information on there I don't want to show. But let's see. We'll run through it. You can follow along if you can want to try. Jackie Boswell, women's basketball coach from Stevenson, coming up at 10:20. At 10:40, it's Matt Nadelhofer from Milliken. Dave Martin, the women's basketball committee chair from Misericordia, will join us at 11 o'clock. At 11:40, Jason Leon from Oswego State men's basketball will join us. Alan Seretti from Dickinson will join us at 12 o'clock. 12:20, it's Bobby Hughes from Rosemont. Nathan Davis, not of Randolph-Macon, but of Eastern women's basketball, will join us at 12:40. At 1 o'clock, it's Naomi Graves from Springfield women's basketball. Matt Logie from Whitworth will join us on the men's basketball side. Mitch Oliver will join us from Albertus Magnus on the men's side as well. Caitlin Reed, sophomore guard at NYU, she will join us at 2 o'clock. 2:20, Christine Clancy will join us from Washington and Lee, the women's basketball coach there. The women's basketball coach from from Transylvania, Julie Folks, will join us at 2:40 Eastern Time. 3 o'clock, Bill Geithner from Eastern Connecticut will join us on the men's side. We'll stay with men with Chris Bunch from Webster joining us at 3:20 Eastern Time. Then we'll talk to Jeff Burns, men's basketball committee chair from Randolph-Macon. That is a pre-taped segment. Coming up at 4:20, Darren Bennett, women's basketball coach at Skidmore. 4:40, Brooks Miller, men's basketball coach at Trine. 5 o'clock, Kristen Dowling, women's basketball coach at Claremont Mudd Scripps, will join us. We have a bit of a gap, but we have some pre-taped interviews with St. John Fisher men's basketball and Trinity, Texas women's basketball, along with Carrie Harvey Cutter. We'll probably slot that in between 5:20 and 6:40. Also have a couple outstanding interviews that we want to get in as well. Outstanding being they're just not confirmed. Jeff Ross, women's basketball coach at Calvin, will join us at 6:40. Bradley Fisher at 7 o'clock from Wisconsin Oshkosh. 7:20, Coach John Tower from St. Thomas. 7:40 for Steve Moore of Worcester, who lost last night to Ohio Wesleyan. Philip Ponder will join us from Oglethorpe on the men's basketball side, and Jonathan Furbush from Bates will join us as well. We have other guests we're going to try and slot in as well. Hope to hear from Gordon Mann, maybe Pat Coleman, maybe hear from some other people as well. Basically, 8:40 until 10 o'clock is going to be maybe a little bit of a free-for-all and sliding in guests where we can fit them. Did you follow all that? Well, don't worry. It's on our D3 Hoopsville show page. We're going to update that, though, because we do know it's slightly mistaken, so we'll try and fix that coming up. If you have questions for our guests, you have questions for us. Again, Twitter at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. On Facebook at facebook.com/Hoopsville. Of course, email us hoopsville at d3hoops.com. That's how you can do it with us. We certainly hope you'll enjoy it. We will be talking via Skype and telephone today. We're doing about 6 things, folks, and it's brains fried. Can you believe it? We're already fried. Getting down to the nitty-gritty. So lots to cover. Clearly, with the men's basketball committee chair, we've already pre-taped his interview, but the women's basketball committee chair, Dave Martin, will be joining us in under an hour. That will be live, so if you have questions, feel free to ask them. No point in shying away. Absolutely no point in shying away. We will try and get your questions answered. By the way, the Indiegogo, or I should say the Hoopsville fundraising page through Indiegogo, last year we raised quite a bit of money, and we were certainly very honored that you would consider doing that. We decided to do that yet again this year. Really, the part and parcel, the whole reason behind it is we paid a lot of bills off last year. We paid for some equipment upgrades. It's allowing us to do Skype, that it's allowed us to do this background, as it were. We lost some money thanks to a flood of this room. This room was gutted, well, nearly gutted, over the summer thanks to a water pipe break. It was a cold winter last year. It broke inside the house. It's a long story. And anyway, so, in bits and pieces here and there, travel that we have done quite a bit more. You may remember we went up and traveled this past weekend to New York City. We were going to go on to Boston. Nobody knew that except those we were contacting. But the weather was not great for Boston. This was a storm before the blizzard. Not that I don't mind traveling into that kind of weather, but I decided it didn't make any sense to do so. And so we headed off to Allentown and got in 3 games, 2 at DeSales against Delaware Valley, and then went over to Muhlenberg and saw Johns Hopkins men's basketball there. So got an opportunity to see 5 games. That's part of the travel. Of course, Sunday's show was postponed due to technical difficulties, really canceled, and we apologize for that. We have posted those interviews, by the way, on the website if you'd like to check them out. Anyway, so the expenses climb, and so we've done a second fundraiser. It is a little less on the goal, but here's the key. The goal is just basically whether we get charged X amount of fees or Y amount of fees for running the fundraiser. And so hitting the goal will allow us to have less money taken out of our pockets in the sense of fees that are assessed. We can raise as much as we want, and any amount of money you guys help us raise will go towards certainly improving things, paying those bills, et cetera, et cetera. So please consider helping us out. We certainly appreciate it ourselves, and we look forward to and seeing how that progresses. It technically runs to the end of basketball season, but certainly we would like to get it done today, but it will still continue to run through the end of basketball season. There are only 6 of you watching right now live. There could be more of you watching down the road as well as certainly online. We are now podcasting this show. It will be available. It's either going to be available as one 12-hour show, which is seemingly probably a little too much. We may break it up into 6 parts, 2 hours long. That's going to come down to production later. I will be honest now. I will be exhausted after this, so that will not take place until Friday. Forget about it. Again, you can interact with us on Hoopsville or via Twitter at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. You can also join us on Facebook at facebook.com/Hoopsville. And you can join us on email, hoopsville at d3hoops.com. Opportunity to go to NYU on this past weekend was tremendous, and we certainly appreciated the opportunity, mainly because it gave us the chance to see the Kohl Sports Center, which many of you probably do not know is getting torn down at the end of the academic year. That's right. I would say a must-see location in Division III to see basketball is being torn down at the end of the year. I had forgotten or just didn't know that fact heading up to New York City this past weekend. It was the only weekend I could get to New York City to see some basketball this year, and I'm very glad I did it because I got to walk into Kohl Sports Center and see a UAA doubleheader. That place will take 5 years, they're saying, to replace. Think about that for a minute. Next couple of recruiting classes will not have a home their entire careers. And so for the men's and women's basketball teams at NYU, you want to make it special. NYU men, with Hakeem Harris now transferred in and certainly settled on the offense, have turned into a major threat, I think. I don't know how far they can go in the tournament. I don't know how far anybody can go in the tournament this year, but I think they're going to be pretty darn good. The women's side, awesome game against WashU on Friday. Watching Coach Lauren Gregory Hall go up against Nancy Fay was just fascinating to watch. Really, I thought I saw a lot of mirror images. I know that's being very general in my assessment, but they both played a very similar full-court press. They both played similar defenses. Their offenses were certainly different, but the defenses forced them into some similarities. They both big inside. They both shoot from outside. NYU won that game and then lost to Chicago. You know Coach Lauren Hall Gregory is not too thrilled with her team as a result of that. So certainly a blast to be up there. This is a place you walk in at street level and you look 3 stories down at the floor. It's a great place. I am so glad I got there. So glad I was able to do it. It took some coordination and it certainly worked out, and we're certainly happy about that. So I want to thank everybody who helped us, by the way, do that, including my wife and family who allowed me to leave for the weekend, as it were. Now my microphone's acting up here, folks. Forgive me. We have a little system set up to allow it to balance itself, and it's refusing to balance itself. So we'll have to work on that throughout the show. If you have any questions for us, don't forget, again, Twitter, Facebook, and email. Again, coming up, we'll have women's basketball committee chair in a couple minutes. In the meantime, we're going to take our first commercial break of the show. And when we come back, we'll talk Stevenson women's basketball. Talk about a team that may be definitely flying under the radar. It's probably the Stevens women's basketball team. We'll talk to their head coach. Coming up here shortly. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com and the National Association of Basketball Coaches. More Hoopsville right after this.
College basketball lives in Kansas City at the College Basketball Experience at Sprint Center. The College Basketball Experience is the place to get your game on. It's not a museum, it's an experience you won't forget. Discover the history of the game in the National Collegiate Basketball Hall of Fame, featuring the Gallery of Honor, Mentor Circle, and Honor Theater. Suit up in the latest CBE logoed Nike gear at the CBE Hoop Shop. Elevate your game today and visit the house that college basketball built.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at D3Hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
I know sports is important, but having the academic part along with it is a big plus.
I've discovered in myself, a newfound ability to overcome adversity at all different angles.
At a Division III school is really shaped around you developing yourself as a complete individual. The end result in my mind is you just become a very well-rounded person.
Before I came into college, I didn't really think I'd be able to balance so much. It helps a lot that you have a family with your team that can guide you.
With a D3 school, there's a lot of time for other opportunities. The coaches expect a lot of you during soccer, but after soccer, that's your own personal time to really find out who you are and other opportunities that you can pursue.
By balancing all of my interests, basketball, my leadership skills, and academics, I'm able to better prioritize my life and to manage it.
And welcome back to Hoopsville, everybody. Hope you're enjoying the marathon. We've just got ourselves going. We're pacing ourselves in the first hour of 12 today here on the Hoopsville Show. Of course, we're broadcasting out of our studios here, so enjoy the view. We're going to be here for a while. Got lots of coffee, got lots to eat. We'll make our way through the show. Got any questions for us? Tweet us at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. You can also email us, hoopsville at D3Hoops.com, or join us on Facebook at Facebook.com/Hoopsville. There is certainly one thing that at this time of year you keep an eye on, and that's the teams that may be still making long streaks or making runs that just either not defy logic for some teams, but maybe have you wondering, okay, what is going on at that gym? What is going on with that team? And one team that I certainly know well due to my outside work of D3 Hoops is the Stevenson women's basketball team in Baltimore. And listen, everyone had thought they were going to have a good season coming in after last year's pretty solid season. I don't know if anybody saw them at 15-2 at this point in the season. Maybe their coach did, so we figured we'd talk to her. So joining us on the Hoopsville Skype is Coach Jackie Boswell from the Stevenson women's basketball team. Coach, welcome to the show.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Thanks for joining us. Listen, 15-2 overall. You are 9-0 in the MAC Commonwealth. We'll talk about that significance in a minute. You guys haven't lost since November 25th against now-ranked Salisbury, and that was a bit of a rough weekend. Or not a rough weekend, but kind of a rough stretch there after losing to Randolph, make it in a game I know you wanted to win prior. What's this season been like for you guys?
Well, it's been a lot of fun and a lot of hard work, though. But we're enjoying it. We're just trying to live in the moment right now, and we're very proud of what we've accomplished so far. But I think our kids are just not satisfied yet.
You already had a core group coming back. Really, you had everybody coming back to this team, which is significant. You certainly got lots of experience, but you added a few pieces to this squad, especially in the offseason, including an America East Rookie of the Year from down the road at UMBC. Tell us a little bit about the team and the dynamics, because to me, watching, you guys have changed a little bit. The go-to last year is no longer the go-to this year, at least in the stat sheet. You have a lot of weapons on the floor. You seem to have a lot of options, really.
Yeah, I agree with you. At the end of last year, I thought we did have a very good year, but our team wasn't satisfied. We worked really hard on Sarah, the UMBC transfer that you spoke of, a couple years ago when she was a senior in high school. Had to choose Division I. We completely understood that. Didn't realize it wasn't really for her, and we were fortunate enough to get her back. She was definitely the missing piece off of that good season and that good team last year. And our team has really welcomed her and realized, our team just wants to win. We have really good kids, very unselfish players, and they want to do whatever it's going to take to win. And they knew very quickly early on that Sarah was that missing piece. But like you said, too, it really just adds to our weapons because Kayla Kelly can turn it on at any time. Carrie Harmon's been very solid on the offensive and defensive end. And then, of course, Ty Bender, taking care of the basketball for us and dishing it off to people. And the other person that's really stepped up and been an outside threat for us this year is senior Kaylee Juzek. So with all of those combined, I think it's just making us just better and better each day.
What's interesting is I wouldn't say you guys have changed the offense necessarily, but you kind of changed what your options are. You've always had an inside presence, but now you have an inside threat. You've got the outside shooting. You've got the slash and drive type of players. What's been the biggest change for you in the sense of coaching this team?
Well, I think that being able to score from the block, it changes our practices a little bit. Last year, like you said, we had an inside presence, but it was a lot of putbacks and not necessarily moves from the block. So we've changed some things in practice to allow us to be more flexible and being able to score from the block. And then, of course, that's really on the kids to open up, to make those outside open shots. If you knock down shots, you got to start coming out to guard, and it opens up the inside. So coaching-wise, it's just been a lot of fun to see the girls develop and see them really execute what we've been practicing.
You haven't been there too long. You're in your third season. You're not unfamiliar, though, with Division III basketball as a Virginia Wesleyan grad, and you certainly like to go play the ODAC. This season, you went down and played Bridgewater, Randolph-Macon. You went and took on your alma mater yet again at home. You and I have talked off the air. You certainly seem to have the mentality. You want to challenge this team and get them ready for whatever they may face, not only in conference, but postseason.
Yeah, that's the only way I know how to do it. I think since we got here, we tried to put the best teams on the schedule, and I think we've put together a pretty good schedule over the last couple of years. Obviously playing Salisbury every year is only going to help us. We want to put ourselves in positions to be prepared for, the postseason. That's just the only way I know how to do it. I don't want any easy games. I want us to be challenged. I want us to work hard, and I want us to earn everything that we get.
Talking to Jackie Boswell here, head coach for the Stevenson women's basketball team. Again, 15-2 overall on a 13-game winning streak. I got to ask, this winning streak, you've kind of taken some of the headlines away from the men's team, who certainly have had the headlines the last couple of years. I know you and Gary Stewart get along well, but have you had any fun with this just yet with Gary? Have you pointed out how well you guys are playing?
No, Coach Stewart really supports us a lot. He points it out to me every day and says how proud he is of us. But, we're really proud of them too. We support each other. We stay for each other's games, and, we just want to see each other do the best. He's got a tough road, so, by no means is any of his losses bad losses. So we're both in this together. We feel like it's kind of both programs, and we're just in this together, just trying to support each other.
You also got a chance to go down to Florida, take on Oneonta State and SUNY IT. You've really kind of had the gamut of games, as it were, and done a little bit of traveling. But how much has home court been a help for you guys this season? Because you've certainly played a number of home court games when you really you kind of needed to stabilize, or you had a tough game in conference.
No, I agree. We've really put some emphasis on that we have to win the games at home because our road trips are so tough. I think that the kids have done a good job, and they've really taken that to heart. I can't remember the last time we lost at home, but I know it's been a while. Even when I look back to last year's playoff game against Lycoming, we were down a considerable amount at halftime. But just knowing that home court presence for us, we knew we could come out and change the course of the game. And then the same thing last week against Lebanon Valley, down at halftime. just feeling really comfortable at home. And I think that's where you have to feel comfortable because the road games are so tough. So you have to take care of business at home.
Obviously, this is a senior-laden squad. 8 players on the roster listed as seniors, and you all knew this coming into the season when you bring back every single player. But of course, as we mentioned, it's not necessarily the sophomore or the seniors leading the way. Sophomore Sarah Tarbett leading the team with 17.6 points a game and 10.9 rebounds. Not too shabby, double-double. Kiara Harmon, 10.6 points a game. She's a senior. Of course, 2 more seniors in Kayla Guzek and Kayla Kelly, both 8-point pluses a game. How much do you guys have this feeling that with 8 seniors on the squad having such a great season and knowing you are going to have a good year, that you want to take advantage of this? This is an opportunity you got to grasp now.
Yeah, I agree. The coaching staff talks about it probably a lot more than the players do, but we know that this is the year to do something big. And, again, we're just trying to live in the moment and everything that's going on for us. We knew we were going to be good. They have exceeded a lot of our expectations, and we really think that there's more to come.
Let's talk about this conference for a minute. The MAC Commonwealth a little bit on its head, as it were. Last year, the 3-way tie on top between Elizabethtown, Lebanon Valley, Messiah. Of course, Elizabethtown is now in the Landmark Conference. Lebanon Valley has a coaching change. Messiah is down. You guys finished essentially in 4th place, second team not at 14-4. This year you're on top of the conference. Albright's a game behind you. Messiah is 2.5 behind you. Then it's Arcadia. Then it's Lebanon Valley. This is kind of a topsy-turvy conference this season.
Well, it's always been a tough conference, and anybody can beat anybody. And, Albright's done a fantastic job of adding some really good guards to surround Harris. And, and it's just one of those things. Lebanon Valley and Messiah are always going to be in the mix there because of their tradition and their experience. So, but Arcadia has always been a really good, they were a young team last year. They're still, in my opinion, a young team this year. And, those young teams, they just keep gaining momentum and gaining experience every time. So I think it's a fun conference to play in. You got to come to play every day.
Well, that's the case for sure. You had a non-conference game scheduled earlier this week that was canceled due to the weather. I'm assuming you're not going to try and make it harder on your team and squeeze that one back in.
Yeah, we had already talked about that. There's no way really to fit it in without, I think, just putting too much on us at the end of the season.
You do have Arcadia and Albright coming up in the next 2 games, both at home before hitting the road for 2, then back home for 2, then on the road for 1. So at least it's a nice, easy pattern. How important, we talked about the home court advantage just a minute ago. How important is it to lock up number 1 and have this MAC Commonwealth tournament come through the Owings Mills Gymnasium?
Well, I think it's really important, because like we already talked about, we feel much more comfortable at home. It's a great atmosphere. It's a great crowd. We get some really good fans now that everybody's back in school. We're hoping that we can, get everybody out there and show them a fun time.
When we talk about this region, obviously it's full of good teams. Salisbury has shown that this year. Scranton is showing that this year. You usually get a good team out of the Landmark outside of Scranton as well. MAC Commonwealth always has some good squads to watch out for. How do you see yourselves positioned? Is this something where you think you can maybe have earned an at-large bid if you continue on this way, if you need it? Or are you focused on, hey, we got to get the AQ and not worry about it?
Yeah, I think we're more focused on we have to just get the automatic bid. We can't leave our fate to anyone else's opinion or anything like that. I think we've done a great job, and I think that we have certainly earned it. But again, we want to just take what we think it should be ours and what we've worked for, and not leave any doubt.
Target is pretty big. Spotlight is pretty bright. You've gotten a vote in the top 25 on D3Hoops.com. I know you're getting votes on the WBCA. I'll be completely honest, I don't check it, so I don't remember it before the show today. But the spotlight's bigger, certainly, and the attention is bigger. How do you now focus this team? What's the message to the team maybe as you move forward, as more and more teams realize, beating Stevenson's bigger than just a win?
I think that we just talk about, there's no time to let down. Things are only going to get harder. We've tried to make them realize that this is not the time to coast through anything. With that senior leadership that you spoke about, I think they get that. They're seeing light at the end of the tunnel, not just for the season, but maybe for the end of their careers, and they want to make sure they end it on their terms, I think. Sometimes when I'm a little bit nervous about a game, my point guard comes into me and she's like, Coach, don't worry about it, we got it. So it makes me feel really good that our players are on the same page with us.
Your point guard is a spitfire on the floor, that is for sure. Defensively, this team is interesting. You guys can turn it on and turn it off when you need to, and I don't mean that in the sense that the team maybe turns off defense and isn't playing hard. I mean you guys will literally decide we're ratcheting it on, we're backing it off. How much of that is tactics? How much of that is pace?
Well, now we're starting to head into pace, I think, a little bit, because now we're starting to play a lot of minutes. We are fortunate and feel very comfortable with our defense, and we have multiple defenses, but all in which I think do put a lot of pressure on people. So our kids have just really bought in, so they're really comfortable with that defensive end. But I agree with you. I really like the defensive part of our game. I enjoy watching us play, and we're just going to keep trying to mix it up a little bit.
You go 10 deep in almost every game. Not every game, but 16 of the 17, you've gone 10 deep. Again, you got Sarah Tarbett. Yes, you got a lot of seniors, but you also bring back Martinez, Roy, Page for next year. You certainly have a good bedrock. Not going to ask you a recruiting question here, but how comfortable is it to be a coach on the sideline when you know you've got options on the bench and you've got options in the future?
Well, it feels very good. I mean, if we get someone into foul trouble, we know we can buy some time for them because some players are coming off the bench and playing really good minutes. Even if they're just 8 or 10 minutes a game, those are 8 really minutes that we need, that our team needs, and I feel comfortable with them. They don't make me nervous. They don't turn the ball over. They just do their jobs, and that's very comfortable to know as a coach that not everyone is trying to be the superstar, that everybody has just accepted their roles and just want us to do the best that we can.
If you don't mind, I'd love to circle back quickly on Sarah Tarbett again. The sophomore transferred in from UMBC, America East Rookie of the Year, made her impact known early. We talked about the fact she has a double-double, but we should also point out she's got 3.5 steals a game and a block and a half a game. She's a little quicker than maybe people give her credit for or appreciate, but she has changed this team. Now Kayla Kelly doesn't have to be the go-to. She doesn't have to put up points. There's no pressure on Harmon. There's no pressure on Guzek either. How much has Tarbert changed everything for this Mustang squad, and as a result may be the key to this season?
Well, obviously, like you said, all of our stats really speak for themselves, and it opens up everything else, and it takes the pressure off. And I think that's why we're able to have such a good season. It really is a little bit balanced, a little bit more balanced. You spoke about her defense and how quick she is, and she really does play into that defensive part when our guards are trying to trap at the top. That allows her and people in her position to get steals, and that's why she's been able to average so many steals, and she's come out of her comfort zone and really come off the block to make those steals happen. So I think that's the biggest part of her game as well. We knew she was going to come in and bring us some offensive, spark right away, but her defensive game has really stepped up as well and just all around made us just a better team.
Before we let you go, I don't think you were picked to finish first by the coaches in the conference. On the flip side of that, you were 11-7 last year in conference play, 14-14 overall. I'm dying to know what those conversations before and after games are with your brethren in the coaching ranks in the conference. What are their comments about this Mustang squad?
Everybody has been very gracious, and they're congratulating us, and I think that is very heartfelt. And we're competing, and everybody's competing with us. But I just the group of coaches that I've come in contact with, it's a good, healthy competition between all the coaches. And, I certainly think that where they did rank us was probably dead on based off of what we did last year. And it was up to us to really prove whether we were supposed to be higher than that. So I appreciate everything that, they've said and all the comments that they've said to us.
It's been impressive, the turnaround. It wasn't that long ago. 7-16 was frustrating. 14-14 last year, on paper, but it was a pretty good year. Now you've already eclipsed that mark. You're at 15-2, and again, 9-0 in conference play. Appreciate you coming on the show here. Made the first interview easy. It's going to probably be downhill from there. I know this team a little too well. Look forward to seeing you in the gym on Saturday. As always, though, we give our guests the final word. Any final things you'd like to say to those who may be tuning in?
Just want to thank everybody for all their support so far, and just keep coming out and supporting us. We appreciate it.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, Coach, very much. Appreciate it, and take care of yourself.
Thank you.
Jackie Boswell joining us from Stevenson. Again, the team at home against Arcadia on Saturday, and then next Wednesday at home against Albright before hitting the road for Messiah and Alvernia. When we come back, we'll jump into some men's basketball with Milliken. Head out in the central part of the United States. You're listening to Hoopsville Marathon, presented by D3Hoops.com, the National Association of Basketball Coaches. More Hoopsville right after this. Thanks, Coach. Appreciate it.
I used to never really talk.
Thank you. Take care of yourself.
Ever.
Bye.
I was scared and shy. It was hard to look at people's faces. I was afraid if I said something wrong, everyone would laugh at me. But then I started to play golf with Special Olympics. I made friends and won lots of gold medals. But I learned more than just playing golf. Special Olympics helped me to find my voice. And now everyone else is speechless.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at D3Hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
Division III allows you to be able to give yourself to other things. Not even just participate in them, but really get involved with them if you want to.
There's a lot of interaction. It's not just sitting back, taking notes. You're actually doing hands-on things and better preparing yourself for your major.
Choosing a Division III school, I've had the opportunity to develop my leadership skills and to be more involved on campus.
Division III in athletics, affords students the opportunity not only to participate in intercollegiate athletics at a competitive level, but also gives them the opportunity to, engage in the other interests in their campus and in their lives outside of that sport and outside of the academics on the campus.
And to have opportunity to have time to join clubs and being able to play basketball, it allows you to just be able to do everything you want to do. I wouldn't change it for the world.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at D3Hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
I know sports is important, but having the academic part along with it is a big plus.
I've discovered in myself, a newfound ability to overcome adversity at all different angles.
At a Division III school is really shaped around you developing yourself as a complete individual. The end result in my mind is you just become a very well-rounded person.
Before I came into college, I didn't really think I'd be able to balance so much. It helps a lot that you have a family with your team that can guide you.
With a D3 school, there's a lot of time for other opportunities. The coaches expect a lot of you during soccer, but after soccer, that's your own personal time
Coach
to really
Nagle.
find out who you are.
Hey, how are you,
Other
sir?
opportunities that you can pursue.
Pretty good.
By
I gotta
balancing
scramble a
all
little
of my
bit, just got about 40
interests,
seconds
basketball,
left
my
in break, so,
leadership
I'm just gonna put you on
skills,
hold. We'll
and
get to it, okay?
academics, I'm able to better
Thanks, sir.
prioritize my life and to manage it.
College basketball lives in Kansas City at the College Basketball Experience at Sprint Center. The College Basketball Experience is the place to get your game on. It's not a museum, it's an experience you won't forget. Discover the history of the game in the National Collegiate Basketball Hall of Fame, featuring the Gallery of Honor, Mentor's Circle, and Honor Theater. Suit up in the latest CBE logoed Nike gear at the CBE Hoop Shop. Elevate your game today and visit the house that college basketball built.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at d3hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
And welcome back to Hoopsville, everybody. Sorry for the delay there, getting going here on the show. Hope you're enjoying it. If you have any questions for us, you can reach us on Twitter at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. Email us, hoopsville at d3hoops.com. Forgive me as I disappear on you. I'm trying to get something set up here. It's not working properly. There's other ways you can get a hold of us, too, as well. That's fascinating. Gotta love when something doesn't... Oh, there we go. There. Now I can hear. Email us, hoopsville at d3hoops.com as well, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Let's jump into the West region, Central region, shall we? We'll jump into some men's basketball here for a moment. One of the stories out of CCIW may not be all the wins, but it's the close results, though they got another big win last night, and that is the Milliken men's basketball team. So we figured, you know what, we got to talk to Milliken. As much as I want to talk to a lot of other guys in that conference for what has been absolutely a crazy year so far, what Milliken has been doing has been slowly and building, as it were. And Coach Nadelhofer already has met his win totals from the last 2 years. So, well, we should talk to Matt Nadelhofer. So joining us on the Hoopsville hotline is the head coach of Milliken, Matt Nadelhofer. Coach, welcome to Hoopsville, sir.
Hey, how we doing? Thanks for having me.
Doing well. Thank you for joining us. Listen, 8-17 overall. Last night you get a big win over North Central, 69-66. You you almost knocked off Augustana on Saturday, 71-68. I would call it a tub thumping of Wheaton prior to that by 40, 86-46. Nearly lost to Carthage. Illinois Wesleyan got the best of you, and you had a good fight against Elmhurst. But that North Central game earlier back wasn't even close. What has been the switch with this squad, win or lose, in the last few weeks?
We're a young organization, young program, and the last 3 games that we've had in conference, or 4 games, have been the only 4 games that we've had everybody healthy. So I think that has a lot to do with it. Having T.J. Sims back, he didn't play against North Central, and he did not play against Elmhurst. He was out, and Bryn Agnew, who is our starting foreman, has been out a few times in conference and before conference because of injury. Tommy Palakis was out the first 5 games, a junior for us, and Elijah Kimmin was out the whole first semester until December 13th with a hip injury. So last 4 games we've had our rotation, our whole team playing. I think we're seeing the reasons why.
It's been pretty impressive. The wins you've gotten, again, it absolutely just demolished Wheaton, who is certainly struggling this year. You get the win over North Central. They are in a tailspin at this point in time. But it's the close losses that stood out to me. It's the narrowly losing to Augustana and narrowly losing to other teams. The confidence with the Big Blue is certainly there. What's it been like in practice? What's it like on the sidelines?
Well, we'll start with the Carthage game. We haven't won at Carthage in 21 years. So that means we've taken the charter bus up there, spent over $1,000 to get there, and each time, and come home not happy. And so that was at least encouraging. And then we go and we play Wheaton, and we haven't beaten Wheaton in 25 games.
Yeah.
They beat us 13 years in a row, and we played great basketball. And I know that they've struggled as of late when it comes to winning games, but they've been in every one of their games with the exception of ours. And I have nothing but respect for what they do. They take Wesleyan to overtime last night. But,
right.
Practice-wise, we've just been looking to each day get better, and we want to be playing our best basketball when we got to conference, and we really believe that we are playing great basketball. We're defending. We talk all the time about tough times don't last, tough people do, and that's what we've done. Like, anytime you can get a win in the road in the CCIW, you take it. And last night, North Central hit the first three of the game, and that was their only lead of the night. And our kids just fought back, took the lead, and just refused to give it up.
Talking to Matt Nadelhofer here, head coach at Milliken. Team is 8-11 overall conference, a 3-5. Coach, when you lose this many so far, I mean, since early December, you basically only won 3 games. That can rub on a team hard, and it can bear on their confidence. I'm getting the sense it's the opposite. This team probably is a little fired up.
Yeah, I mean, we're focused on the journey, not the day-by-day result of winning and losing sometimes. That we're trying to build a program here, and we're going through the tough times together as a staff and as team members. And losing obviously isn't fun, but we're trying to focus on the big picture. We haven't won a CCIW conference championship in 26 years. We haven't finished in the top 4 in the conference in 17 years. So it's not like the expectation coming in is to just come win the CCIW 3 years into this job.
Yeah.
The expectation is for us to try to get in the top 4. You get the top 4 in the CCIW, you're top 25 in the nation generally, and that is a huge hurdle for us to get to, and that's the next step for us, winning games on the road. And we'll come back tonight at practice, and we're going to prepare to get better and get focused for a very, very good Elmhurst team.
We'll talk about the conference here before we dive into your team a little bit. It's been an interesting year, to say the least, across Division III basketball, but especially in the CCIW. Augustana's on top right now, 7-1 in conference, 17-2 overall. Illinois Wesleyan a game back. Elmhurst 2 games back. North Central 3 games back. You're 4 games back. Everybody, Wheaton is certainly struggling this year, but everybody else certainly seems to have their moments. North Park beat North Central the other day, if memory serves. I'm doing that off the top of my head.
You're right.
And obviously Elmhurst has jumped into the national conversation. They nearly beat Augustana last night. They did beat Illinois Wesleyan, who beat Augustana at Rock Island, which is pretty darn difficult to do. What is the makeup of this conference this year? Because at least 2 teams, yourself and Elmhurst, maybe not everybody was anticipating this season's success.
Yeah, I knew Elmhurst was gonna make some noise. They have a great coach in John Baines, and they do things the right way. And I think that the switch in our league is just, as North Park is building and we're starting to build, the league is just like traveling down to Decatur, Illinois. I think a couple of years ago, coaches didn't even have to prepare for us. There was no scouting report. They were probably practicing all week, focusing on the next opponent. And same thing with North Park. And as our younger kids are getting better and their culture is starting to get established, we're starting to be able to win games that we weren't expected to do before. So I think that's the thing. And I don't count Wheaton out by any means. I think Wheaton's going to find a way to try to get in that 4th spot. There are too many games left. There's too much tradition and culture there. So, for us, we just want to be in that conversation, and we're just going to keep looking to get better. And I think we have the right kids that are going to do that. But I think that's the changes. And the conference, obviously Augustana and Wesleyan and even Elmhurst can be thrown in that mix. Mentioned there are national programs right now, and the rest of the league this year is trying. North Central, I think, moved all the way up to 9th in the country at one point. I know Wheaton was nationally ranked, and Carthage had received votes. And then there's been Milliken and North Park. But the strength of the league is just better.
Yeah, I'll tell you, as a top 25 voter, you guys are killing me. I cannot make heads or tails. And that's actually across the board. It's not just there. Listen, as you point out, you're in your 3rd season, and Milliken was not necessarily synonymous with good basketball before you came there. The team had back-to-back 1-win seasons. They did have a nice jump-out season in 2009 when they were 16-9, but that's about the only high water mark in recent history at Millikin. You decided to take this job on. You certainly know the area well. You were an All-American at Wheaton. You know the region well. You went off and jumped into, I should say, not Wheaton. Oh, CCIW land. You obviously are East Coast. My bad. You went and coached at Eastern for a while.
Mm-hmm.
What drove you to go to Millikin? What drove you to try and turn this program around?
Well, I mean, I love my time out at Eastern. I'm originally from Naperville, Illinois, and played at Wheaton. So, what drove me to go after it was getting my family. I'm married with 3 young children, and getting my family back to the Midwest was important to me for my kids to grow up around my family and me and my mother, my brothers, my in-laws, my brother-in-law. They're in Michigan. The challenge, definitely. I wanted to be in the CCIW because, in my opinion, it's the best league in the country, the best competition, and best basketball at this level. I love Division III. I believe in everything that it stands for. And, what better place to go to that hasn't done it before to take that challenge on. We have a president that I believe in and that wants basketball to be successful. I have a boss that and my director of athletics, Craig White, who I just love working for, who's has a great vision. He took over the same time I did, and he was formerly associate AD at Georgia, Division I, and played professional football. And he's a winner in every category, and he's given us the tools to try to be successful here. And just the history of the CCIW, we have a lot going against us. Illinois Wesleyan for 30 years has been great, and they're 50 minutes, up the road from us. Wheaton College, North Central, Augustana, Elmhurst now, North Park with 5 national championships. I mean, it's the Big Ten or ACC of Division III, and there are no nights off, and the coaching is tremendous. So you're challenged at every level, every move that you make. You're going against the best, and I enjoy that. But ultimately, my wife and I felt like this is where the Lord called us to be, and to take over a 1-24 situation, you kind of put your neck out there, and when the program has struggled for a long time, you say, all right, well, we're going to go do this. This is where we feel that God's called us to be, my family to be at this time, and we love Millikin. We love the people at Millikin. I love the school, and I have nothing but respect for every kid that's come in our program the last few years and said, you know what, I want to chase this with you and try to leave a legacy.
What's scary about your team, you have 1 senior on this squad. This team comes back. It builds this confidence and comes back next year. I know that's the buzz in the CCIW. I know coaches are probably looking at you guys with a little bit of a side eye like, oh, man, don't be gaining confidence now. That could mean trouble for us down the road. But what's that mean to you as a head coach? We just got done talking to Jackie Boswell at Stevenson, who brought back her entire squad to this year, and they're tearing through things right now. How much does that mean for you, not necessarily for this year, but down the road?
That's huge. I mean, you can't crawl before you walk. You have to crawl before you walk, and I'm actually sitting over at my brother's house in Chicago right now, and his little 5-month-old is, just getting ready to start moving here, and kind of just reminded me, for us, our goal amongst our staff this year was we needed to win games on the road and start to beat a top 4 opponent. Last year it was North Central that we did, but, beating Wheaton was a big one for us just to crack through, because our kids have a lot of respect for Wheaton because I always talk about them. And to build that confidence, I believe that we're a year away, going into next year, leading into the preseason, and saying, all right, we're gonna roll through and hopefully go 9-2. And there were games we possibly sacrificed this preseason just to try to get kids to do what we ask and to play within our system. And now it's starting to work. So it's great.
And you got the 1 senior, but it's 2 juniors and 2 freshmen who are leading the way. It's a junior and TJ Griffin at 15.7 points a game. It's a freshman in TJ Sims, the 14.1 points a game. Don't yell TJ, you'll get a couple reactions. Nathan Biggs, a freshman, 7.6 points a game. And then it's Jacob Huker, the junior, at 6 points a game. Now, obviously, there's more stats that jump out. No one dominates the boards. Everybody gets to the boards. Nobody dominates in steals. There's several guys who are double figures in steals, led by Griffin. Everybody seems to shoot the ball well. Everybody shoots the ball from outside pretty decently. You've got a heck of a you're starting 5 or top 5 guys all shoot the free throws well. You guys are doing everything right.
Yeah, it's a good problem to have. We've talked about our strength at the beginning of the year. We thought was going to be our depth, and but the problem was we weren't getting consistency, and that was scary because we had a rotation of 11 guys, and we didn't. And the reason being because we didn't know what we were going to get from number 6, 7, 8, 9. So we'd have to go to 10 and 11. And right now we have a set rotation. We're 10 deep, and it's a few juniors, a couple sophomores, and then freshmen. And the guys are understanding their roles. They're finding out now what keeps them on the floor and what puts them on the bench. And that's a big thing. And our chemistry is at an all-time high. Winning helps with that, but even when we've lost, we've stuck together and remembered to focus. It's about the journey and day by day. So I'm just very excited. Excited to get ready. I'm excited to be coaching. I'm excited to get ready for Saturday.
Well, we miss you from Easter, and I only say that because I'm on the East Coast. No other reason than that. But we certainly are thrilled with how well you're doing and what's going on at Millikan. I know that's been one of those programs for a lot of people they wanted to see succeed and wanted to see compete in the CCIW, and it's certainly nice to see that happening in this conference. You've got by the way, you're not out of the woods. You're on the road against Elmhurst. You're at home against Illinois Wesleyan in your next 2 games. The cat's out of the bag. After you dumped Wheaton, you nearly beat Augustana, and you beat North Central. I have a feeling Elmhurst and Illinois Wesleyan are going to have a different mentality. And even Augustana, when you got the rematch coming up with them, Wheaton's going to be out for blood. How do you now get this team refocused now that the surprise, or at least Millikan's here to play, is now quite visible?
We just keep doing what we're doing. Right? I mean, there's really our guys. When we left last night, we don't get back last night until 1 in the morning, and our guys knew we were going to do class checks, and we just go about our business. And guys know that we're going to, winning or losing doesn't change anything the next day. Today's a new day. We're going to attack the day and give our best and win the day. And, that's what we're going to do today. I talked to John Baines from Elmhurst this morning, and, he's looking forward to hosting us. I'd much rather be hosting them than having to be on the road. But it's going to be a great game. It's going to be a great battle. It's going to be about, for us, it's going to be about who's going to win the battle on the glass. And we have to be able to defend, and we're going to have to be able to hit some shots.
Listen,
and go ahead.
I was going to say, I know you coaches are friendly and you're nice to each other, but he's not looking forward to hosting you guys right now.
Well, I think he'd rather be hosting us than having to travel down to Decatur. I'm telling you that.
That's very true.
We all like to be at the friendly confines first. But, John's a good friend of mine. We actually played against each other. He played at Wesleyan when I was at Wheaton. And he's just done a great job there at Elmhurst now. And look forward to that. Illinois Wesleyan, a big thing for me is I want to turn that into a rivalry. Well, we have to compete with them to be able to do that. And, we went over to their place, and I think they went 10 for their first 11 from 3, 16 for 26 from 3-point land. And I think it actually started in the JV game before that. But I think they shot well there, and that's a game we're looking forward to back at our place. That we definitely have circled. That I think we're a different team than a couple weeks ago when we traveled up to Bloomington.
No, I would completely agree. You guys are certainly playing really good basketball. It's fun to watch, to be honest with you. I'm certainly enjoying it from afar, and I know it's definitely on the chat rooms, on the D3 boards and the CCIW pages as well. Coach, I appreciate you taking the time to join me. Thanks so much. Congratulations again. I know it sounds strange for maybe other people listening in, but congratulations on being 8-11. I mean that serious. That's a tremendous step forward for the Big Blue, and it's fun to watch, especially with big wins over North Central and the like, and obviously Elmhurst and Illinois Wesleyan coming up. As always, we give the coach the final word. Any final thoughts you'd like to share with those who may be watching?
No, I appreciate you having me on. Have a great day, and keep supporting D3 Hoops.
Well, thank you, Coach. Take care of yourself as well, and safe travels throughout the conference tournament as well.
All right, thank you.
Matt Nadelhofer joining us here on Hoopsville. Appreciate him taking the time. Milliken again, 8-11 overall. Again, meeting their win total from the last 2 seasons. That means Matt Nadelhofer has at least averaged 8 games, 8 winning games for his first 3 seasons. He's made a big impact there, obviously. Nice to see them. Of course, they're 3-5 in conference play, hoping to at least match the mark from 2012-13. Again, on the road against Elmhurst, then home against Illinois Wesleyan, home against North Park, on the road against Wheaton, on the road against Augustana, and they finish at home against Carthage. Appreciate him taking the time to do that. You are listening to the Hoopsville Marathon. We are on the air. We have just finished hour number 1. We have 11 more hours to go. That's all. Just 11. But we'll make it. If you have any questions for us, tweet us at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. Facebook us, facebook.com/Hoopsville. And, of course, join us or email us, hoopsville at d3hoops.com. When we come back, we'll jump back into some women's basketball and talk to the women's basketball committee chair. That's all coming up here on Hoopsville. If you have any questions for him, Dave Martin from Misericordia, or myself, you got the information and you can fire it at him now or during the interview. You are listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com and the National Association of Basketball Coaches. More Hoopsville right after this.
I used to never really talk. Ever. I was scared and shy. It was hard to look at people's faces. I was afraid if I said something wrong, everyone would laugh at me. But then I started to play golf with Special Olympics. I made friends and won lots of gold medals. But I learned more than just playing golf. Special Olympics helped me to find my voice. And now everyone else is speechless.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at D3Hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
Division III allows you to be able to give yourself to other things. Not even just participate in them, but really get involved with them if you want to.
There's a lot of interaction. It's not just sitting back, taking notes. You're actually doing hands-on things and better preparing yourself for your major.
Choosing a Division III school, I've had the opportunity to develop my leadership skills and to be more involved on campus.
Division III in athletics, affords students the opportunity not only to participate in intercollegiate athletics at a competitive level, but also gives them the opportunity to, engage in the other interests in their campus and in their lives outside of that sport and outside of the academics on the campus.
And to have opportunity to have time to join clubs and being able to play basketball, it allows you to just be able to do everything you want to do. I wouldn't change it for the world.
And welcome back to the Hoopsville Marathon. It is, this is Thursday, January 29th, our second annual Hoopsville Marathon, and we appreciate you tuning in. Don't forget, it's also part of the fundraising campaign. Once again this year, we have a goal. We'd like to meet it. We're well on our way. I think we're about 40% of the way there. The campaign goes all the way through the end of February. We only bring that up because we have a goal doesn't mean we don't need to exceed it. That goal basically just determines how much of the fees are taken out of the money. More money is taken out when we don't meet our goal versus hitting our goal. We'll talk much more about that as we go along. We are in hour number 2 here at the Hoopsville Marathon. We will be on the air until at least 10 p.m. Eastern time. I say that because last year I think we went 38 minutes long. Because why? You gone 12 hours, you might as well go 38 more minutes. Got lots of guests on our show page. You got a list of the guests. We are still filling in some holes of guests. We also have a couple pre-taped segments that we have not actually slotted into place, as it were. So stay with that listing, and we'll keep you up to date. We'll also keep you up to date on Twitter at D3Hoopsville or using the hashtag Hoopsville. Also on email, hoopsville@d3hoops.com if you have questions, or on Facebook at facebook.com/Hoopsville. One of the things we love doing on the marathon now in our second year is talking to the committee chairs just a couple weeks before those first regional rankings are to debut, as it were. And we figured we might as well just keep up the tradition. We'll hear from men's basketball committee Jeff Burns coming up later in the show in a pre-taped segment. We ran into him at the NCAA convention. A man who decided to duck me at the NCAA convention because he just knew better is the women's basketball committee chair. I start to smirk because I can see him laughing in my monitor. He didn't really duck me. The man was busy. We'll give him credit. Joining us now via Skype is Dave Martin, the Women's Basketball Committee Chair, Athletics Director at Misericordia. Dave, thanks so much for joining us, sir.
My pleasure, David. Always my pleasure. You know that.
Yes, absolutely, I do. And by the way, thank you for jumping into the technology age and doing a little Skype with us here.
Buddy, I'm a busy guy, but the last 24 hours have been dedicated to trying to Skype on time. I tried to do it myself, and that didn't go well. So I'm happy I have my computer back, and I'm able to join you this morning.
Well, I certainly appreciate you taking the time. First and foremost, we joked last year that when I saw your name pop up on a rack to be on the women's committee, you being a former men's committee chair, and they didn't have anybody who wanted to take over the women's committee. You had 2 senior members who didn't want it. I joked with you. I said, I think I know what's coming. And lo and behold, you went from first year rack to first year committee chair in one fell swoop. I think people knew what you were capable of being able to bring to the table on the women's side. What's the first year been like for you?
Honestly, David, it was great. You know, the committee that we had last year and the group that we have together this year have been terrific. Not unlike my time with the men's committee. People of great integrity. And the thing that impresses me about the folks that do this committee work, you know, at the end of the day, the bottom line is what's best for student athletes. And I think most of the decisions that are made, all of the conversations that we have are centered around, you know, trying to keep what's best for our student athletes at the core of everything we do. And it's been a lot of fun. It's been different, but it's been a lot of fun. And, you know, the game of basketball has been such a big part of my life for all of my life that it's great to be involved.
You know, you were part of the men's committee when the men's committee took a turn, let's say in the right direction, for lack of a better description, and moved in a certain particular way to start doing things, and it was kind of towards what the women did, and ironically, the women went the opposite direction, at least to the outsider's point of view. It almost seemed like you coming in with the experience that you had on the men's side and the transparency that you guys brought to the table, on top of the fact that you guys certainly had made some changes. I think that was very much appreciated by many on the women's side, and of course we're on the men's side. Have you noticed anything there? Have you noticed that maybe is the mantra on the women's side, that they wanted maybe a little fresher eyes, different point of view, maybe even shake things up a little?
Honestly, Dave, not really. You know, a lot of folks have said things to me, and I only know what I know. I go back on the experience that I had with the men's committee because we had such great guys. I mean, we had that group, the 4 years I was on that committee, the guys that served with me, we got a lot done. You're right. But we had guys that were aggressive and passionate. You know, the Pat Cunningham and Charlie Brock and Jim Daffler and Mike Zapolsky, and
yeah, you had a crew.
I mean, it was really a lot of great guys who were really passionate about Division III basketball, and it was great because we got a lot done, and that's what I know. So I bring that. You know, one of my favorite sayings: "We see things as we are, not always as they are." Mm-hmm. So when I came to the women, I knew I knew what I knew. I knew what we did with the men, and it was successful, and people liked it. So it's not that I tried to change anything. It's just that when they asked me to serve as the chair, I was happy to do it, but I was going to do it the way that I knew how to do it. And so I think that, people were happy with the bracketing. People were happy with the direction that we took with some other things. And so that's great. If it makes our game better, or if it improves our game, that's terrific.
When I've talked to a few coaches on the women's side who've already talked about having you as committee chair and being happy with that. You guys had some changes this year. One of them kind of fell in place. The Mid-Atlantic regional region changed up. You moved from the Mid-Atlantic to the Atlantic, where ironically the chair of the Atlantic had was coming off the committee anyway, so it kind of worked out. What had been the challenge?
It worked out for some. If it would have worked out, I could have been one and done. That wouldn't have been a bad thing either.
Oh, listen to you. But what have been the challenges that you have faced between the end of last year and this year before we dive into what you expect this year? Have there been any challenges this year? What changes have taken place?
I wouldn't say that challenges. Obviously you have the committee turnover, that type of thing. I wouldn't say it's a challenge, but we've done some good work. We're moving toward that combined championship in 2016 in Indy with Division I, II, and III, all the championships being played in Indy. So we spent some time on that, developing the protocol for that and submitting our proposal for that, and hopefully that will be approved here in the very near future. So that was good work. So I wouldn't say that it was a change, but it was something that took some time, and we thought it out. We learned from what the men did. I was involved in the early stages of planning for the men's championship in Atlanta, but then I went off the committee, so I wasn't able to see that through. So it's kind of exciting for me to be able to be a part of this one and be able to see it through Indy. So we spent some time between last year's championship and now kind of developing that and moving that forward.
The interesting thing you talk about Indy, we'll talk about it a little bit, is the championships coming up in a couple of years. You're in your second year on this. I'm trying to remember, on the men's side, did you serve 2 years, or did you just get one?
One as the chair.
Okay.
Yeah.
One as chair, right. Conceivably, barring a change in mind by you or others, you could conceivably be on this committee for 4 years. I know you're not thinking that far in advance, but what's it like to basically be starting a second year? Granted, last year seemed to, from what you told me, to be a little bit of a learning experience, a little bit of a learning curve to adjust from what you were used to on the men's side to doing things on the women's side.
A little bit, some things that changed in just those couple of years that I was off. Now each RAC member is able to submit their own vote, if you will, for the regional rankings. That was different, so I had to learn that. That was really the biggest difference. I was used to facilitating a phone call and trying to come to a consensus within the region and then taking that forward. So having the RAC members be able to cast their own ballot, we still approach it the same way, or at least I do, in terms of our phone call, trying to come to a consensus. So I have some idea of how we got to that point when I get on the national call. But so that was a little bit different. But overall, it's all good.
Talking to Dave Martin here, committee chair for the women's, going old school there. Committee chair for the women's basketball side of things. Talking to him. He's also athletics director at Misericordia up there in Dallastown, Pennsylvania. Not the easiest place to get to, just for the record. You've also been head coach for both teams. We'll talk about that a little later, but let's look at this year. We'll have a chat with Jeff Burns coming up later in the show on the men's basketball side, though I've already actually interviewed him, so this is, this is a little different. I kind of know what he said already, but when we talk about the criteria, you guys have the advantage or maybe disadvantage that you don't weight your SOS, so the numbers are pretty easy to find, pretty easy to figure out in relative speaking. But, and I ask this because it's tricky. There's no set way that the criteria is to be read. It doesn't say win-loss is over SOS. It doesn't say SOS is over win-loss. It doesn't say a head-to-head should be trump those two. It doesn't say that results versus regional ranked opponents trumps any of those. But when it comes down, and I'll hint at this a little bit, Jeff Burns talked about it, that the SOS and win-loss kind of do meet up in some ways. When it does come down to those numbers, is there at least a way you guys lean? Is there at least a way you're looking at them that can give people a better sense to understand what's important and what, I don't want to say takes a back seat because that's not a fair representation, but at least maybe isn't read into as importantly as other data?
It's a great question. It's the question, obviously, that is most asked, I would say. I think the selection process, I think it's not only a science, but there's an art to it as well. And, it sounds cliche, but I'm going to tell you that, you've got to look at the total body of work. The thing that I always say, and again, you mentioned it, David, there's no one column takes priority over another column. But I think in explaining it to folks, the obvious place to start is with that win-loss percentage. You could play the toughest schedule in the region, but at the end of the day, you still have to win games. And I think that's where the art part of it. If it was just counting up the columns, we wouldn't need a committee, and it's simple to do. And I don't think that there's a set explanation. I think that you have to look at each example. If you gave me, two teams and we could compare them, I could tell you what I thought. That's the art part of it. I think it's having done it enough to be comfortable with it. So it's, and I'm not trying to skirt your question.
No, I understand what you're saying.
Honestly, that's what I tell our new committee members. It's one of those situations. Everybody's looking for a hard and fast rule as to what would put Team A ahead of Team B. And I don't think there is a hard and fast rule. I think you've got to look at the full body of work. And that's where you get into digging down into the numbers, if you will, and looking at strength of schedule and looking at those wins against quality teams and losses against teams under 500. And, it takes some drilling down. And at the end of the day, you go with what you think makes the most sense. That's the fun part of it. And like I said, if it was as easy as being able to figure it out, well, this carries this much weight, this carries this much weight, they win 3 columns to 2, that's it, they go in. If it were that easy, then we wouldn't have committees, And I think the criteria, the way we do it today, it's a lot better. I've been involved in committee work, honestly, for 25 years. When I became the men's basketball coach here, I remember serving on the regional committees when Glenn Robinson was the regional chair and a member of the national committee. And I think we've come a long way since then. And I think that there is more of a science to it, but you still need committee members. You still need that insight. There's still a bit of that human element to it.
When you look at the SOS win-loss, I'm trying not to give too much away of Jeff Burns' conversation that I had, but it's leading me a little bit in this. He talked a little bit about it, and we hinted at it last year of having a .03 SOS difference indicate a certain amount of games, win or loss. Do you guys have the same thing? I ask that because theirs is weighted, so maybe that number isn't necessarily a fair representation on the women's side. But do you have a magic kind of measuring stick, as it were, between what an SOS number and a win-loss percentage, looking at two different teams really can equate to?
Well, I think you mentioned the .03. I think what you're alluding to there, some of the numbers are tough to qualify. In strength of schedule, this was actually done when I was on the men's committee. We had some of the NCAA techies and guys that work with numbers. And Cunningham was involved with that. He's a genius, a mathematical genius.
Oh, stop it, please.
You plug there, Patrick. But that .03, what we were trying to do when strength of schedule came into play back at that point was what is statistically significant. What is there a statistically significant number that would give us a difference. And that's where that .03 comes from. So that, while that's not a criteria, that helps when you're drilling down into those numbers, when you're looking at that strength of schedule number, that .03, that is statistically significant. So that does help separate teams when you're comparing strength of schedule to strength of schedule. In terms of the win-loss percentage and strength of schedule, I don't think there's any correlation with that .03. I think that deals with strength of schedule.
I know when you talk to coaches, there's always a different opinion. There's an opinion that the win-loss percentage is certainly important because you went out there, you won your games, or you lost your games. No matter what the schedule is, though certainly there's an understanding that not every schedule is the same. On the flip side, there's others who turn around and say, hey, come on, you gotta go with the SOS, because the SOS at least lets me know how good your schedule is or weak your schedule is. So what's the guidance to your racks? What do you guys as a national committee say to your racks when it comes to looking at, I know we're just looking at those two criteria. Those do happen to be the biggest criteria.
Sure.
And the ones that seem to be the biggest decision makers.
Yeah.
What's the message to the racks when it comes to reading and going with one or the other when you have to make a decision?
Well, first of all, I'm going to back up to what you said earlier. The people arguing that the SOS should carry more weight are the people that are 17-8 with the 580 SOS, and the people that are arguing that it's win-loss, those are the guys that are 22-3 and
with a 480.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I hear you.
You know, David, I'm going to come back to what I said earlier. This is the art part of it. You know, you've got to look at the whole picture, and you've got to. And again, it's not a cop out. It's you really have to look at the entire body of work when comparing those schools. The thing that we will try to do is be consistent, or as consistent as we can be across the board. But again, every situation is a little bit different. Every two teams that you compare are a little bit different. You know, there may be a win against a ranked team involved. There may be some head-to-head involved. There may be record against common opponents that play into it. So, honestly, it's not an exact science. The thing that we talk to our committee members about, we just had our RAC training call on Tuesday, as a matter of fact, and just talked about trying to be consistent, but really you've got to look at the entire body of work. And when you're comparing those two teams or those two schools, look at the entire body of work and you do the best you can at figuring out. But there's no hard and fast rule. You know, this year, hey, we're going to put the emphasis on the SOS. You know, if that were the case, some of the strongest strength of schedules in the regions are schools that are hovering around 500. You know, yeah. So each situation will be evaluated on its own merit. There's really not.
Well, we lost Dave there for a second. See if it comes back here momentarily. Dave, are you there, sir? We'll keep it up here and see if he returns. No, we'll get him back here in a second. Little technical glitch there. Hopefully get him back momentarily, so bear with us. I'm talking to Dave Martin, men's basketball committee or women's basketball committee chair. I hear you, sir. Just need your video as we'll get you back onto the.
They told me that we had a bad connection. I'd be able to use my audio if I turned off the video. So we'll try the video again here.
There we go, sir. How about that? You're catching on very nicely. Pick up where you left off. I don't know if you remember where it was, but you were talking a little bit about the message to the committees.
Yeah, no, I think we talked about trying to be consistent across the board. And again, it's not a perfect science. You know, we will evaluate each situation on its own merit.
I was going to say, how do you get them to be consistent, though? There's got to be some guideline. I'm not trying to get you to tell me that win-loss is important over SOS or SOS is important over win-loss or that head-to-head is going to trump both of those. I'm not trying to get you to that. I don't want anybody to think that.
Sure.
What I am curious about is what kind of guidance can you tell your racks so that they can be consistent?
I think, you know, in terms of what we tell them up front, I've mentioned that. What really helps, and it sounds funny. There's a reason our first ranking is not published. We have no, honestly.
No, I know.
we have a mock ranking, and that mock ranking will be, other than the selection Sunday, the mock ranking will be probably the longest call that we have, with our racks, and then the longest call that we have with the national committee, because that's where we will go through and we'll use examples and we'll talk about how things play out and the idea of trying to be consistent, not only within our region, but across the country. And, here's an example of a high win-loss percentage with a 500 strength of schedule. And here's an example of a school with they may be sitting at 14-5, but they've got a 620 strength of schedule. How are we going to compare these two? And we'll walk the committee through that. And we'll process that as a group, and so people will get a feel for what we're talking about and what we're looking at.
Talking to Dave Martin, women's basketball committee chair. I had your graphic saying men's for some reason. Old habits don't die easily. Apologize for that. If you have questions for him or myself, you can email us, hoopsville@d3hoops.com. You can tweet us at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville, or even on Facebook, facebook.com/Hoopsville. Dave, I'm kind of curious, when you have these racks come back and you don't necessarily agree on paper, and I mean that, I should say, in the initial stage.
Sure.
How much do you want them to fight for their position? And I ask that because I've heard some racks, not necessarily men or women, I'm not going to allude to that necessarily, who've said, or people have been on those racks saying, hey, listen, the rack's sitting there talking about wanting to make sure they get it right so the national committee doesn't change it.
Right.
Versus my opinion is you want to at least put your foot down and go, this is why we believe this, and then let the national committee change it if necessary. But if you put up a good enough fight, good enough argument, stick with it. Is this one of those cases where you really want them to be advisors, or do you want them to kind of get it the way you guys would like to see it so you don't have to make changes?
I think it's a combination of both, David. There's a reason we have the rack, and the rack is comprised of a representative from each conference within your region, as you know. And we want them to, be advisors, but at the end of the day, the bottom line is we want to get it right. We want to get the regional rankings right because it does matter. It's important to our student athletes. It's important to our schools. It's important to coaches. If they have strong feelings and can justify those with the criteria that we have to use, by all means, if they see something differently than someone else, that's the way it works. They're going to argue their point. They're going to try to get the.
His connection, once again, has jumped the ship on us. We'll get him back. We'll try and get him for a little longer. Just got a couple more questions for Dave Martin. Oh, there he is. Broke up on us a little bit, Dave.
To try to be as neutral as possible and understand that you're not just representing the Freedom Conference or the Centennial Conference or the NJAC. You're representing one of the regions of the country. So we want people to try to be as objective as possible. But if they feel strongly about something and they can support it using the criteria that we have, it's not enough to say I saw them play. And the Hughes University is better than Martin College, so that's why I'm voting that way. If the numbers don't support that, that's a problem. But by all means, if someone feels strongly and they can make a case using the criteria that we have, absolutely we want people to discuss and argue. That's how you get the best teams involved.
Quick question regarding how the RAC votes. A couple of years ago, they put in the place that you could have this whole conference call. You don't come out with a result there. You actually go to a computer and vote there afterward. I kind of heard a few people talk about how in the first year that happened, that was also when the National Committee was not allowed to make changes until the last one, at least. It came up with a lot of inconsistency. What the phone call could say would not add up to what the results would be. And sometimes there were National Committee members who were in charge of their racks coming back going, I have no idea why Team A is sitting in the third slot and Team B is sitting in the 10th spot. That's not how I thought that was going to go. I understand the system's in place because they want all voters to feel like they have a vote and don't get drowned out, as it were, in a call. But how have you guys worked at ways to maybe solve that, as it were, to now I don't want to say make sure everybody's voting the way you expect them to vote, but at least can explain their vote after they voted?
Yeah, exactly, David. You know, as the chair of the RAC and being on the national committee, we've got to be able to go. We don't have a vote in the regional rankings. I'm sure you know that.
Right.
But what we do have to do is justify those rankings to the national committee. So it's really important, and I was just on with one of our new committee members this morning, talking her through this process in terms of, she'd asked me, what do I have to do to get ready for the national call? I said, take good notes. But what we do, for example, what we'll do in the Atlantic region this year, we will come to, the way I run my RAC call, real quick, not to bore you, I have all of the coaches on my RAC. They do a pre-ranking. They'll go in on Monday night or early Tuesday morning, and they'll do their ranking. They'll submit that to me. So I'll get pre-ranking from 8 different representatives on the RAC. Then I will compose a ranking based on what I got the feedback.
Lost Dave a little bit there. We'll get him back because he's figured out how to get his Skype back, and I've even learned a few little tricks with him. We'll see if we can get him back here momentarily. Apologize for the breakup. He is. We're working on it. It'll be back momentarily. Got a few more minutes with Dave. Got a couple questions still to ask him. I hear him now, so we'll hopefully get him back momentarily. Dave, you were talking about Dave Martin, again, chair for the women's basketball committee chair. You were talking about composing what you get in the pre-vote, as it were, from your own personal RAC.
Yep.
And by the way, we should mention that's the Atlantic this year. It was the Mid-Atlantic last year.
Correct. And what I'll do is I'll then look at that. I'll tally up that pre-ranking, and we'll have a ranking and that's where we would start from, and we would work through that. Last year, for example, in the Mid-Atlantic, I'm going to say that probably the first 3 weeks, our top 3 teams were unanimous in terms of the pre-ranking. If I have 8 folks on the RAC, all 8 might have had FDU Florham 1, whomever 2, whomever 3, boom, boom, boom. So you don't have to spend as much time there. You talk about it to make sure that the national committee person can justify that ranking. But if the entire RAC is unanimous, 1, 2, 3, school ABC, then you get down to 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or whatever, and you have more time to spend where you get into the nitty gritty. So what we'll try to do is come to a consensus on our call, and that way, when I get on the national call the next day, I'm able to justify why the RAC put teams in a certain spot. And it happened once last year where we had one school that was not where I thought they were going to be slotted after our regional call. That happens, and I'm just honest with the committee. You know, I'm surprised to see this. The consensus was, but here I'm going to guess this is why it happened, and we talk through it and come to a final ranking. So it is a process, and it's not taken lightly, and there's a lot of time and effort put into it by everyone. Once in a while, you'll get a surprise, but not too often.
Before we run out of time with you, I want to get on some other things. Don't want to get stuck on this topic too much. But when it comes to bracketing, and that's really the next one, women have priority in the first weekend. That's certainly going to be a significant factor for a lot of teams. I've even heard from the liaisons, at least one of them, who've stated that the men with buys aren't necessarily going to be hosted at the same school as a women's tournament. Amherst was an example of that last year, not getting that opportunity. You've been on the flip side of a couple of these scenarios. I don't want to dive into that, but when it does come to bracketing, I know on the men's side they're going to be, and we'll hear about this later, they're going to try and do a little bit of a seeding, not necessarily public, but just at least prepare themselves to make sure the right hosts are hosting. What is your plan for bracketing this year?
Yeah, it's the same, Dave, and we've always done that, quite honestly. You know, we don't seed the tournament, as you know, but we've always had a...
I'm telling you, our luck with Dave Martin's internet is pretty funny. I'm pretty impressed the signal we're getting from him. Trust me, we'll get him back here. We'll wrap this thing up so we don't have too many more breakups. I apologize. He's coming back here shortly. Hey, you got it, at least we're able to Skype with the man, and I know he's back on the audio here, and there he is back on the video as well, sir. It's at least we get to see you. I'm not going to complain too much about that. You were saying about the unofficial seating.
Yeah, I think that is done because we are trying to give those schools that deserve the opportunity to host that opportunity. So it does happen. The thing that's challenging in Division III, and we've talked about this forever, and it will always be a debate, geography comes into play. And it is one of the major tenets of championship bracketing in Division III. And I'm not going to sit here and pretend I like it. You know my feeling on it. I think most people feel the same way. But that geography trumps everything. We've been pretty successful, though, we've been able to get the schools that deserve to host those hosting opportunities. So there's no question that, there will be some seeding, if you will, in terms of trying to make sure that the people that have earned the right to host have that opportunity.
How much do you seed? Do you seed the entire thing if possible, or just the top?
You look at it in terms of bracketing and try to match up. We don't have the same opportunity that those at Division I have.
Right.
I couldn't tell you how good Wisconsin Whitewater or Wisconsin Platteville or Agnes Scott or we just don't have the opportunity to see all those folks. We'll do some seeding based on regional rankings. Our regional rankings help us. When you're looking at host opportunities, you have 16 pods, and in a perfect world, if you can get the top 2 seeds in each of the 8 regions to host, that's great. Doesn't always work out. People don't always submit to host. Geographically, it doesn't always work out. But you try to give those people the opportunities. You don't seed, but you try to look at it, and again with regional rankings, and we try to make it more of a national tournament. So we're trying to move some people around within geographic constraints. So you may have an eighth ranked team from one region playing a second ranked team from another. You try to stay away from having a number 2 from the Atlantic play a number 2 from the Mid-Atlantic in the first round, those types of things. So it does come into play to a certain extent, but in terms of sitting down, just don't have the time to be able to sit down and try to seed it 1 through 64.
Really quickly, you talk about not being able to host. I think it was Ithaca last year, or at least the year before, couldn't host because they decided to tear their gym down just a wee bit early. NYU this year apparently will not be able to host on the women's side the opening weekend because of wrestling. Will you and by the way, NYU is in perfect position to be hosting on the women's side, barring a catastrophe. Will you guys set up your bracket not caring who can or cannot host, and then make adjustments? So thus you would say, okay, if NYU is going to host, these are the teams that go there. Okay, now NYU can't host. Let's make changes now. Or will you go in knowing that NYU can't host at all, and you've got to make adjustments to start with?
No, we won't. We'll bracket it first.
Okay.
And then if we had a situation where a school couldn't host and they were an obvious host and it didn't make sense, then we would go back and tweak the bracket from there.
And your advantage this year is that the women have the first priority for the weekend, so you don't have to make an adjustment to that necessarily. So if it were, though, a year like last year where the men have the priority, would you still bracket and make adjustments, or would you start with that knowledge too? And I asked the perfect time question for Dave Skype to act up on it. I'm telling you. We're going to get one more word out of him, one more, and we'll be done with Dave Martin. Here he'll be back momentarily. I trust me. Momentarily, we will get the man back just to answer that question and wrap things up here as he returns to the airwaves. I hear him, so we'll ask. Yep, I hear you. And as you get your video back real quick. So in the case when you know you can't host because men have priority, will you also bracket and then adjust, or is that in a pre-bracket?
No, that's right. We'll bracket first because you don't know what's going to happen.
Right.
On the men's side. Like, we don't know, who like St. Thomas, I think both of their men's and women's teams are ranked very high, and even knowing that, we don't know for sure. You know, you kind of assume, but what we would do, we would put the bracket together first, and then we would find out who's hosting on the men's side, and then if we had to make some adjustments, we would do that from there.
And obviously, you got to be careful of flights. So last year, must have loved Christopher Newport winning to force your hand to get 3 flights, no matter where you were headed.
Well, I wouldn't say I loved it, but
I was being sarcastic.
That's you know my feeling on that. Geography is a major tenet of Division III bracketing, and we want to limit flights. We're driven by dollars. We have a budget, and our charge is that we have to limit flights, and that's frustrating, I think, for committee members at times. It's certainly frustrating for coaches, that type of thing, but it is what it is. It's a charge that comes down from Division III, and we can't do a whole lot about it.
I could talk to you for another hour because there's just so many intricacies about this that are fascinating, but you don't have the time. I don't have the time. Believe it or not, with a 12-hour show, I got to get to other guests. I at least hope we'll be able to chat with you prior to Selection Sunday. If not, we'll at least talk to you on Matchup Monday when the brackets come out. Hopefully, we'll even do it via Skype if you're back in town by that point. This is a nice little added bonus. However, before I let you go, is there any detail or anything you want people to understand heading into the first regional rankings, which will come out in a little under 2 weeks?
No, I think it's pretty straightforward. I think, it's interesting to me, and I'll say this, that we were just talking about the geography driving the bracketing. Again, I would just reiterate, when it comes time to bracket, it's really not up to us whether we can fly somebody across the country or fly this team here, fly that team there. That's not an option. We're charged with limiting the number of flights, and that is a major tenet of Division III. And I still get calls. I'm still talking to people who can't grasp that, and it's not a Division III Women's Basketball Championships Committee issue. It's not a Division III Men's Basketball Championships issue committee. It's a Division III Championships issue. And as we move forward, I know that there will be people who are unhappy, but keep that in mind, that it's not a committee decision necessarily. It's Division III and where we're at.
Well put, sir. I appreciate you taking the time, as I said. Thank you very much. Enjoy the next few weeks as you get into those first regional rankings. Again, 100 questions I could ask you, but just don't have the time. We'll look forward to chatting with you down the road. As always, you get the final word. Any final thoughts?
No, I just want to say thank you, Dave, to you and Pat and all the guys at D3 Hoops. It's well documented, but what you guys do and what D3 Hoops does for the game of basketball is fantastic. We have moved our game so far forward because of you guys and your coverage and your concern and your care, and we all certainly appreciate it.
Well, thank you. Appreciate the kind words. Love chatting with you. Love seeing you a few weeks ago. I know we'll chat and see each other soon, and take care.
Thanks, buddy. You too.
Right.
Good luck with the day.
Thank you, sir. Dave Martin joining us here on the Hoopsville Marathon. We're going to get going. I know he's got work to get to, so we appreciate him taking the time. Don't worry, Dave. We'll let you get back to work. Take care. And if you have any questions for us, email us hoopsville@d3hoops.com. Follow us on Twitter @D3Hoops or #Hoopsville. Facebook us at facebook.com/Hoopsville. When we come back, we'll jump out into the East Region and talk men's basketball at Oswego State. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com and the National Association of Basketball Coaches. More Hoopsville right after this.
I used to never really talk. Ever. I was scared and shy. It was hard to look at people's faces. I was afraid if I said something wrong, everyone would laugh at me. But then I started to play golf with Special Olympics. I made friends and won lots of gold medals. But I learned more than just playing golf. Special Olympics helped me to find my voice. And now everyone else is speechless.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at D3Hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
Division III allows you to be able to give yourself to other things. Not even just participate in them, but really get involved with them if you want to.
There's a lot of interaction. It's not just sitting back, taking notes. You're actually doing hands-on things and better preparing yourself for your major.
Choosing a Division III school, I've had the opportunity to develop my leadership skills and to be more involved on campus.
Division III in athletics, affords students the opportunity not only to participate in intercollegiate athletics at a competitive level, but also gives them the opportunity to, engage in the other interests in their campus and in their lives outside of that sport and outside of the academics on the campus.
And to have opportunity to have time to join clubs and being able to play basketball, it allows you to just be able to do everything you want to do. I wouldn't change it for the world.
And welcome back to Hoopsville, everybody. Hope you're enjoying the show. Thanks to Dave Martin, Women's Basketball Committee Chair, Athletics Director at Misericordia, for taking the time to join us. Forgive us as we keep readjusting our microphone. We lost our weight on the end of it. At some point, I'm going to get a long enough break to be able to take care of that. I literally just see it sagging. If you have any questions for us, tweet us at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. You can also Facebook us, facebook.com/Hoopsville, or email us, hoopsville@d3hoops.com. It's not a good thing when you haven't even wrapped up your second hour and you're already behind schedule. We are behind schedule, so we're going to keep things moving here. Going to jump back into some men's basketball chat. Talk to the team that maybe I'm a little surprised by is leading the SUNYAC right now, only because it seems like nobody wants to lead the SUNYAC. But, of course, at the same time, I feel like I have to talk to the man. About 2 years ago, I was up in Oswego, got a chance to see him in person, one of our first early on-camera interviews, and now joining us via telephone is Jason Leon from Oswego State. Listen, I get you on camera for an interview, and now you phone me? You can't do a Skype for me? Come on.
That's called trying to get you to come back up here. That's the whole deal. I play little games with you like that, Dave. You know,
you're nice.
Like I told you in my email yesterday, there's only room for one good-looking guy on the camera of this thing, and that's you.
Let's be honest. I'm going to break the cameras. Most people listen to the show; they don't watch it. Hey, Jason Leon joining us again from Oswego, and Coach. You're having a pretty darn good season. Every year you go through a rough spot, and everybody does in the SUNYAC, to be completely honest. I'm not labeling you guys more than anybody else. Everybody else has hit theirs. Cortland has hit theirs. Plattsville's hit one a couple times so far this season. You guys are sitting at 11-4 in the season, 7-1 in conference action. You lost to Plattsburgh back on the 16th. You kind of spread your losses out, if it were. You're on a 2-game winning streak here with New Paltz and Oneonta coming up this weekend, but you sit on top of the conference by a game and a half on Plattsburgh and 2 games on Cortland and New Paltz, with Buffalo, Geneseo, Brockport, Oneonta all within 3 games. It's a bit of a cluster in the SUNYAC. Tell me something that's new.
Yeah, well, there's, as opposed to my first 3 years here, thus far there has not been a dominant team stepping forward. So your assessment is accurate so far, but I do think that we've had quite a bit of parity going on in the conference thus far. So there's just a lot of the story left to be told, and we're happy where we're at right now, but we also understand we've got a long way to go here until the final results are told here. So that's kind of the way it goes in our league. We play a double round robin, and Our league is unique in that, cost of school is all the same, and admission standards, aside from a couple of schools, are pretty similar. So I think that contributes to why year in and year out we have the parity that we do in our league.
Yeah, you talk about the similarities. You talk about the double round robin. That's a lot of games for you guys, a lot of travel as well. So you really have to be careful in conference and extremely careful in out of conference to position yourself at the end of the season correctly, not only for conference tournament action, but potentially for, NCAA tournament help, as it were. You guys out of conference pretty much stayed in the state. You did fly to Florida at the end of December to take on Haverford and Loras, and you split that, though we got to talk about the Haverford result. But how do you see yourself as a team? Are you guys the team that's going to be able to get that home court advantage in the SUNYAC because you're in first place now and in control with a lot of games still to play? Or are you a team that's still got a lot of working out to do to try and position yourself accordingly?
I think there's a lot of work left to be done, but I'm pleased with where we're at. We, like a lot of teams, we had some early season strife from the standpoint of a couple of our better players sustained some injuries, and our leading scorer, Brian Sortino, had an unfortunate injury at the end of last year with a broken elbow where he was unable to even pick up a basketball from about this week a year ago to May, and then got back on the court for us at the start of practice this year. And, a week into practice, he had an injury to his back, and he practiced 5 times before our first game. So we're a team where, Brian certainly is a proven all-conference player, and then after that, it's kind of been a different guy every night. So when you take, an important player, much less a point guard, out of the mix, that makes a big difference. But, over the last month, we've really come together. We've consistently been a high-level defensive team, which is going to give you opportunities to win a lot of games in any league, particularly on the road where we've played well. And I still think that our team is getting better. So we'll see how things turn out. I'm really pleased. I think we have a great group of guys. They've done the things we've asked. And, it's like I told them in practice yesterday. We've won 3 overtime games, I think it is, or at least 3 games that have come down to the wire. We're 7-1, but we're a couple plays away from being, 4-3 or they're 4-4. So, to our guys' credit, we've played well. We have good guard play. We've played well at the end of games. We've defended well at the end of games. So, we'll just see where the season takes us. We're trying not to focus on results and trying to focus more on just trying to get better and give ourselves a chance at the end of the year. And I think typically that's what you got to do in our league. So that's where we're at.
You still have 10 games left in your season. That's a lot of games compared to everybody else who may have anywhere, maybe 8 at the most.
Sure.
You still have a ton of basketball, 2/3 of your season left to play. You've got the weekend set against New Paltz and Oneonta on the road. Then you're home in the middle of the week against Geneseo. You're on the road for the weekend at Fredonia and Buffalo. You then got a middle game against New Paltz. Then you got a weekend trip or a home against Potsdam and Plattsburgh. You got a middle game against Geneseo, and then you've got the weekend against Cortland. Is it because of where you're located? You've got a ton of middle of the season games there, or was there a change in the schedule somewhere I missed?
No, we're in the midst of a 10-day layoff in between games. I don't know the backstory behind why our conference schedule is like that. So we actually have it next year too. So it's just kind of one of those things. It's one of those things like coaches always say. It's like control the things you can control. We can't control our conference schedule. That just is what it is. I'm trying not to overanalyze it. We just, we got to a point where I think we're 7-1 in the league, and we've had a nice 10-day break here where we've kind of used it to kind of add some things, tweak some things on both ends of the court. And, once we get back into play starting tomorrow, now we basically only have, 2 days of practice a week for the last 3-4 weeks. So that's it, and those are day before game practices. So, you're not really grinding too much on those days. So, and answer your question, wasn't planned. It's just the conference. That's the way when they drew it up, it came out. So,
well,
it's
really surprising. New Paltz is going to travel to you guys on a Wednesday after you've got them on a weekend set. That's not a short trip.
Yeah, well, we have 10 teams in the league, so when we do the league weekends, if you have 2 of those going at the same time on the week, that encompasses 8 teams. So then you have 2 teams left out. So, you're going to have some Tuesday games, which, us in Cortland typically will have a lot of those because we're more centrally located in the state. So, like I said, at the end of the day, we all play each other twice, and, we really get a true champion. And, any of the coaches would probably tell you we may behind the scenes complain about our conference schedule, but at the end of the day, you got to go play, and you got to play well to win. So there's nothing that we can really do about it at this point.
You only have one senior on this squad. He's second on the team in scoring. Rashawn Powell, 10.7 points a game, hauling in 9.1 rebounds a game. Brian Sortino leads the way at 15 points a game. You're getting nearly double digits out of Walter Sampson and Kyle Covley. I don't remember where the conference thought you would finish in the preseason, but you guys sitting on top with just one senior, if anything, that's a sign of things to come.
Yeah, we're pleased. We're pleased with the way our group has come together. Although we may still look a little young on paper, we did last year have a team that I thought really accomplished a lot. We had, I think it was 13 guys in the team, and 11 of them were freshmen and sophomores, and we still were able to finish in 4th place in our league and won 17 games overall. So, last year was probably a bit of a surprise, but although we're young, we had guys that were young last year playing a lot of minutes and gaining valuable experience. And those guys did a great job during the offseason, given their experience, given a year under their belts, getting ready for this year. And, I'm just really pleased with where we're at. And, yes, it is a good sign of things to come, provided that, people stay healthy and we have some good luck thrown in there. I like our team, and I like our talent level, and I think there are some good things to come for our program.
What's the secret with these 10 games left? You talk about only really having 2 practices a week the rest of the way here. That's not a lot of time to tweak things if things aren't going well. Do you run the risk that if things go sideways, it can go sideways badly?
No, I don't think so. I think part of that is the character of your team, and we've been pretty resilient in my time here in terms of, when we have not played well, bouncing back, the next day or the next game. I think that's a good part, a part of any good program. So we don't really, again, we just try not to really focus on results all the time. We try to focus on how we're playing and getting better. And, for us, the formula has been pretty simple this year. When we've defended well and we've taken care of the ball, and we've played with poise, because typically in most conference games this time of year, most results are in doubt going down the last 5 minutes of most games in any league. So, we want to make sure we're the most poised team, and then try to be a multiple effort team in terms of making those little plays, those 50-50 plays that can determine a result. So we've been very good in those situations thus far this year. Going down the stretch of the last 10 games where we're playing many 3-game weeks, we just try to draw upon those core values, if anything else, to try to help us play well.
Listen, I like to take any question I can via Twitter, and if people have questions, at D3Hoopsville, #Hoopsville, or on Facebook, facebook.com/Hoopsville, or email us hoopsville@d3hoops.com. And I got a fascinating question. It asks specifically what his game plan versus New Paltz is tomorrow. This is coming from a Mike Rainiak, I believe is his name. I'm not sure if he's related. I kid. It's the head coach at New Paltz. Very funny, Mike. Got him on the show earlier this year. I'm not going to ask you specifically what your game plan is against New Paltz, because that's going to make him take the rest of the day off. But
we don't want that.
No. Mike's got to do some work. Have you seen his ties, by the way? Speaking of rain, this wasn't even part of the question, but you have like crazy shoes, like sneakers sometimes. I went to one of your games with sneakers. You had like loud sneakers, if I remember. You got the suit going, but the jacket has come off. Mike's got the crazy ties with his daughter on it that are just wacky in all general senses of the term. You guys have some character in the SUNYAC in the coaching world. Heck, the game I went to 2 years ago, you're sitting there talking to the Cortland's head coach for about 10 minutes in pregame leading up to the announcements. You guys could have cared less about the game.
Yeah, I was asking him for tips on my golf game. So he always, that's what I use Coach Spanbauer for. So him and I spent a lot of time playing golf during the off season. So he's always giving me tips on my putting.
Anything you can tell Mike that you're going to do against him?
No, I mean there's no secrets in our league. So he's got it all figured out. He's made the best adjustment of anybody so far with his 2-3 zone so far this year in the league. He's got a lot of people stumped so far.
Well, I was going to say you don't see a lot of zone. How are you going to prepare for that kind of thing?
Got to cross our fingers and hope we make some shots, right?
Yeah.
That's going to be a big part of the game, So we got to make sure we do that. It'll be a tough game on the road. They're playing as well as anybody in the conference right now. I think they've played 6 of their 8 games on the road, so they've got a pretty favorable schedule coming down the stretch. I know they're probably looking forward to this weekend as we are with some of these games that start to be very meaningful down the stretch.
You guys have a jewel of an ice hockey rink there at Oswego. The basketball arena is one of those just classic former glory type places that is just big and cavernous and great if it's got a huge crowd. Anybody talk to Steve Levy or anybody else about helping you guys get some upgrades or upgrades coming? If Ithaca had decided to take that route, I'm just kind of curious what you guys are going to do with your place.
We haven't talked to Steve about that, so he's actually an incredible alum. Actually, he's very involved here, and
Linda Cohn too, by the way, I should point out.
Unbelievable, yeah, and Al Roker. So. Yep. But they're all very, very involved with the college and have done a lot of nice things. Actually, Steve is up here usually 3-4 times a year, and wow. He's very, very involved and he takes a vested interest in our programs. So, our gym, I love where we play, and you can always at Division III we all have projects and things that we want more of, but it holds 3,500 people. We don't draw 3,500 people, but it does hold 3,500 people, and it's a great practice facility. And when we're winning games, people come and watch. So like any Division III program, so it's a pretty good deal.
Well, hey, sir, I appreciate you coming on the show. Quick question before I let you go. The East region has struggled of late. Now, granted, the SUNYAC got 3 teams in last year, and certainly Plattsburgh held its own. But this year, things are down. I'm hinting at a question I also asked the St. John Fisher coach later in the show. What's been, for lack of a better description, what's plaguing the East region on the men's side of things? I don't want to say everybody's down, but certainly it isn't the same former glory it used to be.
A couple things. First of all, I think really what matters, we're going to get probably the same number of teams into the tournament or close to it that we usually get. To be honest with you, in terms of saying that it's down, I think it depends on what the teams do when they get in the NCAA tournament. I mean, it really matters what the good teams do that make the tournament when they get there. I mean, Morrisville State's been in the Sweet 16 Elite 8, I think, the last 2 years. Plattsburgh State made the Sweet 16 last year. I think we have the smallest region out of any of them in terms of the number of teams. So when you have lesser teams, you're probably going to have less good teams, maybe. I don't know. So, but I think the region's pretty good. I mean, NYU had a great weekend last weekend. They've added, from what I hear, a pretty good transfer at mid-year. They went and beat 2 nationally ranked teams at home. St. John Fisher, although I have not seen them play, I know some of their personnel. They're 15-2 this year. They look like they can play with a lot of people. And, I think the thing I could speak intelligently about our league. When you play a double round robin, you play 18 games, and then you play 3 games in your conference tournament. I think part of the reason at times that maybe our league has not fared as well, given maybe some national ranking of our teams going into the NCAAs, is the fact that we do play potential 21 games in our league. And I think when teams know each other that well and you have to go through that double round robin and 3-game weeks and whatnot, I think that can play a role in possible underachieving in the NCAA tournament. I'm not sure the answer to the question. So And in terms of the region being down this year, I think we won't be able to tell that full story until we see how the teams do once the NCAA tournament comes around.
No, that's absolutely correct.
It's tough to tell. I mean, there are leagues that play, without mentioning, that play, either each other one time or they don't play a full double round robin, and that gives you 9, some teams 14 games in their non-league schedule to go out and schedule who you want. And if you want to schedule down in those games, so that because your league is going to be very, very physical and tough getting through the league, there's a numbers game that you can play with your schedule a little bit. We don't have as much leeway with that in our league. I think the Empire 8 plays 16 league games. The Liberty League plays 16 league games. So those are some thoughts.
Hey, sir, I appreciate you coming on the show. You're looking good in the picture. I'm hoping you're looking good on the other side of the phone.
Thanks, my man.
Only
I appreciate it.
Because you gotta keep pace with all the other coaches in that league.
It's unbelievable. We just went through a 10-15 minute interview. You haven't really busted my chops once. This is like I'm not on par for you.
I was resisting the urge that you've got to look good because you got to stay on par with your wife. You clearly outkicked your coverage.
There we go. That's what we needed.
There you go, bud.
Get one going right out the door. I couldn't do the Skype either because the last time I was on camera with you, Sean McDonald from Case was busting my chops about how much gel I had in my hair.
Weak. You still could have done it. Weak. Hey, as always, we give the coach a final word. Any final thoughts you want to share with those tuning in?
No, just thanks for having me on. Really have fun with the show, and you guys do a great job. And looking forward to chatting with you as we get close to NCAA tournament time. I know we get on the phone and text a little bit with stuff that's going on up here, and I appreciate you doing that. So you can try to fill you in as much as we can about this East region, which I think is going to be it's going to be a lot of fun coming down the stretch here.
Well, I appreciate it, my man. I certainly love watching the East region. It's fascinating basketball up there, and a dichotomy of a lot of different things. So I'll keep in touch.
Okay, thanks, Dave.
Take care. Jason Leon joining us here from Oswego. We're a little bit behind schedule, so we'll get going. But a quick reminder: they are 11-4 overall, 7-1 in the SUNYAC. They've won 2 in a row. They've got New Paltz and Oneonta State on the road. Mike, you're going to have to figure out things on your own. He's not going to give you the game plan for tomorrow night's game. We'll see how the SUNYAC shakes out the rest of the way. We're going to take another break. When we come back, we'll jump into the Mid-Atlantic region, talk to the number 5 team in the country, the Dickinson Red Devils. They're certainly playing some good basketball in a very interesting conference as well. We're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com and the National Association of Basketball Coaches. We'll have plenty more Hoopsville coming up right here in a minute.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at D3Hoops.com at www.D3Hoops.com.
I know sports is important, but having the academic part along with it is a big plus.
I've discovered in myself, a newfound ability to overcome adversity at all different angles.
At a Division III school is really shaped around you developing yourself as a complete individual. The end result in my mind is you just become a very well-rounded person.
Before I came into college, I didn't really think I'd be able to balance so much. It helps a lot that you have a family with your team that can guide you.
With a D3 school, there's a lot of time for other opportunities. The coaches expect a lot of you during soccer, but after soccer, that's your own personal time to really find out who you are and other opportunities that you can pursue.
By balancing all of my interests, basketball, my leadership skills, and academics, I'm able to better prioritize my life and to manage it.
College basketball lives in Kansas City at the College Basketball Experience at Sprint Center. The College Basketball Experience is the place to get your game on. It's not a museum, it's an experience you won't forget. Discover the history of the game in the National Collegiate Basketball Hall of Fame, featuring the Gallery of Honor, Mentor's Circle, and Honor Theater. Suit up in the latest CBE logoed Nike gear at the CBE Hoop Shop. Elevate your game today and visit the house that college basketball built.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness.
I got an extra commercial running in there for some reason. Welcome back to Hoopsville, everybody. Hope you're enjoying the show. I'm your host, Dave McHugh. Hoopsville Marathon. We are in hour 3. And really, on most Hoopsville shows, we're just into overtime. But we've still got 9.5 more plus hours to go here on the Hoopsville Marathon, all part of Division III coverage here at d3hoops.com. Of course, thanks to the National Association of Basketball Coaches as well. Also part of the Hoopsville fundraising efforts, as it were, for lack of a better description. For more information, we'll try and tweet some of that out when we get opportunities. Go to our website as well, d3hoopsville.com. If you have any questions for us, tweet us at d3hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. You can also join us on Facebook at facebook.com/Hoopsville and join us or ask questions via email. Hoopsville at d3hoops.com. Let your friends know to tune into the show. We certainly appreciate all the extra attention. We are behind schedule, so we're going to keep things moving just a little bit. Going to jump from the East region and SUNYAC basketball to the Centennial Conference and a little bit of, the number 4 team in the country. Nothing big deal. Red Devils of Dickinson joins us, and Alan Seretti joins us here on the show. Coach, thanks for joining me. I appreciate it.
Dave, thanks for having us.
Should point out you're also on Skype, which is also a nice little added bonus as well. Hey,
not Coach Leon.
Yeah, well, he apparently was worried about the hair gel. He apparently caves to peer pressure. I can't speak to him. I hope he's listening so we can hear him give me a little more of time. Hey, listen, you guys had a tremendous season last year. Had a terrific player. You make a heck of a run to the Elite Eight. Certainly made waves, to say the least. Lost that talent. Had some good guys coming back. Are you surprised where you're ranked right now?
A little bit. I mean, I think we have heard the discussion nationally, and you guys have shared it on the website about how difficult it is to rank the teams because there seem to be no elite teams and a lot of teams that are very good. I think that may be a little bit of a cause for the notice that we've gotten. A lot of it comes from last year and the success that group had. And because there are some unknowns, obviously a lot of the teams that have had success are staying up top in the rankings. And we're thankful for it, and we appreciate the acknowledgement. We're also aware, we have F&M and Johns Hopkins that are in our league with the exact same records. So, they both beat nationally ranked teams as well. So, what separates that group from 4 to 20, it's a very, very small margin. So it's a great acknowledgement of what the guys have accomplished here, but we also recognize that it's more about just trying to get a little bit better.
Number 5, you should say. I pointed out number 4 earlier. I can't keep track of who's where anymore. My ballot, for all I know, I've got everybody everywhere. I think I've got you 10. Listen, what I find interesting is I think the Centennial Conference, for me, being out of the Mid-Atlantic region, I certainly know it well, has been weird this year. And I mean weird in the sense that I thought it was going to be you, maybe Hopkins, and everybody else. F&M's had a tremendous season with a lot of youth. McDaniel has at least backed up what they had this year, or last year, I should say, and been a factor. The Blue Jays haven't lost in about 12 games now and are certainly playing good basketball. Granted, I didn't check last night. I shouldn't have done that.
They won on Tuesday.
Thank you. Tuesday. That's right. They played back on Tuesday. Even Gettysburg has been a thorn in people's sides. Haverford and Swarthmore have been competitive. Is this conference? Let me ask this in 2 ways. Are you guys maybe back a little bit from the conference, and thus the ranking does seem a little high, or has the conference just taken a huge leap forward that maybe no one saw coming?
I think the conference is very good. We're biased, as we all are, to our conferences, and I'm going to tell you that I think it's been good in the 6 years we've been here. And I know the perception nationally, but you guys have done a tremendous job with the website about updating the success of the leagues in the national tournament. And I think we were 8th in winning percentage. I think we've had 5 different teams go to the Elite Eight in the last 7 or 8 years. We've won a first-round tournament game every year for the last 8 or 9 years. So I think the league's been consistently good. To your point, though, I think the top 5 that you mentioned in our league right now, I think non-league, we went combined like 30-5 and beat 3 or 4 nationally ranked teams. So I think that's a bit of a surprise to everybody nationally. But again, I think with us being more competitive the last few years, with what Johns Hopkins has done, getting back to where they're used to, we've kind of come in line with F&M. Gettysburg has a very good young team. I think all that's attributed to the league, kind of where we're at nationally with the rankings.
I think that's fascinating is just Listen, it has been certainly good in the last few years. Maybe last year might have been the exception with you guys on top than everybody else. But F&M's been in the conversation. Gettysburg's been in the conversation, et cetera. Hopkins kind of made itself known again last year, certainly having a good season this year. Last year, you guys, you and I talked about it, struggled with your results versus regionally ranked opponents because the conference didn't have anybody regionally ranked outside of you guys, I think. Other teams that you played, Catholic and Juniata, just weren't having the great seasons that they have had in the past. It almost seems like the exact opposite. Granted, we haven't seen regional rankings this year, but the fact that the Freedom will move out and free up some space, the CSAC moves out to the Atlantic and frees up at least one spot. You might have the potential of having a huge number of results versus regionally ranked opponents this year based on your schedule. It's interesting how year by year things can completely flip on their heads.
I agree. No, I agree completely with that statement. And I think, and you and I talked about the selections last year, and I know it was almost splitting hairs with a lot of teams. And that's where, and I think we had this discussion when you talk about regionally ranked opponents, it is a primary category, but it is such a unknown because, when you get teams within a league like we weren't privy to having last year, but may have this year that get ranked, well, you automatically now have 4, 6, 8 games against regionally ranked opponents, particularly when it used to be once ranked, always ranked, and that somehow slants your candidacy for a bid or to host in the national level. So that's such an unknown because it changes year to year. Last year, like you mentioned, unfortunately we didn't have anybody in the league but ourselves regionally ranked. And then this year there's a possibility of having 2, 3, 4 teams. So it is one of the reasons why this year could be a special year for our league when you look at the national level.
And we should point out also that you on the Regional Advisory Committee for the Mid-Atlantic region. What I'm fascinated by is the fact that right now, technically, Hopkins is in first place at 10-1. You guys are 9-2 with F&M. Gettysburg, as I said, lurking behind along with McDaniel. Up ahead on your schedule, you've got an always tough Washington College squad. It does not matter the record. You're then on the road for a tough set of 3. Gettysburg, Ursinus, who's improving, McDaniel before returning home, Hopkins, Muhlenberg, and then on the road at F&M, and I've circled that game at F&M in case it means anything. I might make a trip over.
It always means something, Dave.
Yeah, true. How do you prepare for this last run of 7 games of the regular season where you're going to see pretty much the entire conference, except for Haverford and Swarthmore, but pretty much every single style? You're going to see every single tough place to play, except for Washington College. And you've got a huge target on your back.
We do. Yeah, I'm going to give you the basic boring answer first. We're going to concentrate on getting better. We've gotten some results through the course of the year that have you could attribute more to our experience, or maybe on a certain night we shot the ball well and didn't particularly play well. So sometimes the result doesn't always bear out the effort and the execution. And we, the one thing with the results that we've gained this year, and we've continually told the guys, we don't feel like we've played our best, and that's not to diminish what we've accomplished or to speak towards any other of the teams that we played. We've made plays. The guys have a habit of knowing how to win now that we've done it for a couple of years, but we haven't executed to the level we're capable. We haven't defended to the level we're capable. We're just starting to round out our rotation because we had been playing 11, 12 guys, and obviously it's tough to do that in conference play. But to go into this final stretch, I think the one thing that's going to benefit us a little bit is if you've looked at our schedule, our 7 games non-league were all on the road or neutral. So we've played on the road 11 or 12 games. I think we're 11-1 on the road. So to go into a different gym, we went up to York, New York. We went over to Cabrini. We played North Central on a neutral floor. We went to Salisbury, who's playing really well right now. Like, we've kind of been through the whole deal. So I think our guys look forward to playing on the road and enjoy those challenges, particularly with, as you mentioned, the target. For the reason of longevity, F&M is kind of always going to carry the target. They just have been so good for so long.
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter. Like, you play F&M, I think most teams view that as a special game. One of our alums put it best. He wrote an email that he wanted me to share with the guys, and he said, the one thing that you guys need to accomplish is you need to have the other teams in the league dislike you. You need to have the to be able to stir a passion in the followings and the opponents. Not that they don't respect you, but they really just want to beat you. And when you've done that, you finally arrived. So I don't know if we've done it yet. I mean, we're still, I know we've done well here the last couple years, but, we go on the road. I think teams will be excited to see us, and that's a call that we want to answer.
Talking to Alan Seretti, head coach at Dickinson, the men's basketball team, 16-2 overall. Those 2 losses in conference, as they are 9-2. They were to Johns Hopkins. That win by Johns Hopkins kind of got them ranked, and of course lost earlier in the season to Gettysburg. I'm sure you'd love to get the Gettysburg game at least back. How much does listen? You got a great win over North Central against Juniata. How much does it sting right now that North Central's in a bit of a tailspin?
Yeah, you look at the scores, and we all peak, and you want your successes and even your times when you come up short. You want those teams to continue to do well. One, it reinforces in you the result, whether it was a loss or a win. And 2, obviously nationally at the end, that stuff matters. So I thought they were really good. That's more to the point. They had a combination of 3 players that were as good of any threesome that we've played in the last couple of years. They were really good. The 2 front court kids, and then the Moten in the backcourt. And they had some youth, so I'm not shocked in a league like they play in that they've encountered some struggles, but they were a very good team.
Let's talk about your team. And again, we alluded at the beginning, you had Adam Honig on your team last year, and he was Mr. Everything for you guys, and certainly was a catalyst. Not that there wasn't other good players on the team. He was just the guy that got it done and certainly hit the big shots and was the target of every defense. Even when the target, he succeeded. You lose Honig, and I'll admit, when I voted in the top 25, I'm like, preseason, I went, come on. He was the catalyst for this team. I can't imagine they're going to succeed and have as good a year this year. Jerry Wixit has stepped up, nearly 17 points a game, 8 rebounds a game. Brandon Hendradi, I apologize, I can't say his name correctly, 14.4 points a game. 10 Hinnenkamp, geez, this is early in the show. This is a bad sign. 12.2 points a game. And Steve Collins, I like Steve Collins, his name, nearly 10 points a game. If anything, Honig's departure has made you guys more multidimensional.
I agreed. Adam was tremendous for us, and we also lost Tucker Landy, was probably our best wing defender. Brian Gurney was our backup point guard, and Tom McInerney. He just set the all-time single-season record for field goal percentage in his senior year. So not a bad foursome to lose. But I think any teams that succeed are going to be a product of more than just one player. And Adam was tremendous for us, and he really carried us down that stretch of making big plays. But other guys kind of allowed him to carry us. They took on roles that we needed them to take on, even though their ability may have allowed them to do more. And now that's coming out. Brandon Angradi has, we laugh, kind of the fluorescent green light now. He's always had the green light, but he takes some, from what other coaches tell me, shots that they can't believe that he's allowed to take, but he can take them because he makes them. So he's been way more aggressive. Ted Hinnenkamp might be our overall, I don't want to say most talented, but I have the highest ceiling of anybody we have. He's a 6'7" left-handed guard. He starts at point guard for us.
Wait, did you say 6'7"?
He's 6'7".
And you got him at guard.
He starts at point guard for us.
I don't mean to be critical, Coach, but you could put him in the center. I'm just saying.
Well, I mean, when people early on, when we were getting some results early, and I didn't think we were playing very well, and we would be complimented about how we had played, and our response was continuously like, "Wow, we're old and we're tall." Like we started a group. Chris Cox is one of the more athletic kids you're going to see at this level. He's at about 6'2", and Brandon's at 6'4", Teddy's at 6'7", and then Steve and Jerry are 6'8" and 6'10". So we have the benefit of that length and that size and that experience. And again, now that they have different roles, they're flourishing by having some more freedom and being able to be more aggressive. Steve Collins has always been a huge key to what we do. Well, Steve now is, I think, second to Pete Yinks in three-point percentage for us at about 43% a game, and he's 6'10". Yeah. So that we've been good here because we have good players, and now they're taking on different roles, and they're capable of kind of changing their game to take on the demands of what we need.
Wrapping things up here with Alan Seretti, men's basketball coach for Dickinson, number 5 team in the country, carrying the mantle. By the way, Centennial Conference with 3 teams in the rankings 2 weeks in a row now. That's never happened. What's been the reaction throughout the conference?
We've been excited about it. I mean, I think the conference coaches, many of whom have been here for several years, know the league is consistently competitive and the players are good, and we like to think there is good coaching and a good style of play. But again, nationally, this is first time and that we've all been able to rise to that level and have 3 teams recognized at the same time. So excited about it. I think excited about the finish in the league. It's going to be very, very competitive. And then obviously excited about hopefully getting more than one team in there like we did last year. Last year Hopkins beats us here, and we're fortunate to make the run we made, and then they go down and give Virginia Wesleyan a pretty good game.
Yeah. I was going to say the only reason you guys got 2 teams was because Hopkins beat you guys, but then they did play pretty well. Virginia Wesleyan, I think some people wrote that game off earlier, and I was down there. It was pretty good. What's the message to the team the rest of the way?
Boring. Get better. We got to defend. We got to be able to make great decisions. The one thing with playing a non-traditional lineup, particularly the one that we start, is sometimes that we can get caught in the tempo of the other team. We've played several games in the 90s and the 80s. We've played several games in the 60s and the 50s. Yeah. And a lot of times we haven't been capable to dictate that tempo. Now, the positive of that is we're versatile enough to play both ways. So we got to find a style that fits us here down the stretch and really take the game to our opponents and not vice versa.
Well, I appreciate you coming on the show, sir, especially via Skype. It's a nice touch, something we've added this year and we've certainly enjoyed. It's nice to see you. I know Jason didn't want to show his beautiful face, but at least you're willing to put on the gear and come on camera. I appreciate it.
No, I appreciate you having us again and appreciate the time and squeezing us between Coach Leone and Coach Barney. That's a tough slot. I don't know if we could uphold either end there with this picture or the communication level Coach Leone has, so we're happy to fit in.
Yeah, I hate to tell you that I put a former Washington College assistant on the backside of that, but at least he's in a different region now on you.
Nothing better than Coach Barney. He's going to have some gems for you. The Hawk will never die.
Yeah, very nice. Well, sir, thanks so much. As always, we give the final word to you. Any final thoughts?
Just appreciate your time. And again, I want to acknowledge not only some of the folks that get to speak with you on days like today and throughout the course of the year on your show, but there's a ton of good coaches out there doing great things and working hard and doing things the right way. And, a lot of times they might not get the opportunity to speak with a guy like yourself or be mentioned on D3 Hoops, and just, attribute the work that they're doing. Everybody's working hard. Everybody's out there recruiting. Everyone's doing a similar job. And again, I think some of those guys get an opportunity to get acknowledged as well.
Well, hey, well said. Very well said. I agree with you. I can't fit every 420 men's coaches and 420 women's coaches on the show, but I appreciate you coming on. Looking forward to seeing you playing down the road. I might catch you at McDaniel or somewhere else. Otherwise, we'll talk to you soon, and good luck.
You're invited to Carlisle as well. Thanks, David.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Take care of yourself.
You too.
Alan Seretti joining us from Dickinson. Again, the team is having a tremendous season, 15-1, or I should say 16-2 overall, 9-2 in conference play. We're going to take another break. When we come back, he mentioned Coach Barney. Coach Bobby Hughes joins us here from Rosemont. Guess what? Rosemont in first place in the CSAC. We'll talk to him about that. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com and the National Association of Basketball Coaches. Plenty more Hoopsville coming up right here on our Hoopsville Marathon.
College basketball lives in Kansas City at the College Basketball Experience at Sprint Center. The College Basketball Experience is the place to get your game on. It's not a museum, it's an experience you won't forget. Discover the history of the game in the National Collegiate Basketball Hall of Fame, featuring the Gallery of Honor, Mentor Circle, and Honor Theater. Suit up in the latest CBE logoed Nike gear at the CBE Hoop Shop. Elevate your game today and visit the house that college basketball built.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at D3Hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
I know sports is important, but having the academic part along with it is a big plus.
I've discovered in myself, a newfound ability to overcome adversity at all different angles.
At a Division III school is really shaped around you developing yourself as a complete individual. The end result in my mind is you just become a very well-rounded person.
Before I came into college, I didn't really think I'd be able to balance so much. It helps a lot that you have a family with your team that can guide you.
With a D3 school, there's a lot of time for other opportunities. The coaches expect a lot of you during soccer, but after soccer, that's your own personal time to really find out who you are and other opportunities that you can pursue.
By balancing all of my interests, basketball, my leadership skills, and academics, I'm able to better prioritize my life and to manage it.
Time. And welcome back to the Hoopsville Marathon. It's nice to plug that little microphone and make sure it works. If you got any questions for us, tweet us at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. Facebook us at facebook.com/Hoopsville. We're running a little bit behind schedule, and I haven't been able to catch up because we're having some great conversations with coaches. Hopefully we'll solve that here. Not with this interview. He can hear me. I hope he doesn't realize that. I'm not talking about this interview, but we'll hopefully solve it here. We don't have much of a stretch here before we get a bit of a break, so we gotta tighten things up a little bit. But again, if you have questions for us, please don't hesitate to let us know, or for our guests. And speaking of, listen, a great example of the Hoopsville Marathon the last 2 years is talking to teams we don't normally get to chat with. In the Atlantic region, I was hoping to talk to an NJAC team, William Patterson, because they are having a great season. But Coach Rubimbas was unable to chat and join with us. It's about the fourth time we haven't been able to get him on the show. So we decided, you know what, we should look in a different direction. So I jumped into the Colonial States Athletic Conference and went, wait a minute. Rosemont's playing some pretty good basketball. I know the guy there. Maybe I should have a conversation with him. So guess what? Joining us on the Skype is apparently, I'm going to have to fix the graphic, but Bobby Hughes joining us here on the show. Coach, welcome to Hoopsville, sir. I appreciate it.
Thanks for having me, Dave. I appreciate it, and this is quite an honor. I'll say that much.
Well, apparently I can't spell Bobby. We'll just leave that alone as much as we can. Anybody who gets a quick screen grab is going to have some fun with that.
Oh, I'm sure they will.
Hey, listen, quick. First and foremost, you went from Washington College to Rosemont. I know you had been looking for that kind of perfect opportunity for yourself. You got a clunker. You got one that needed some fixing up. You got a school that needed some tough love. Let's call it. More than just wax and maybe a new set of tires. Well, you've got the new set of tires. You've got the wax. The clunker looks pretty good because you're in first place in the CSAC right now, and you're turning some heads.
Yeah, I mean, Dave, I think I really wanted the opportunity to be a head coach and run my own program. Coming out of Washington College and out of the Centennial, obviously, it's one of the best conferences in the country, in my opinion, for coaches. And it was a great education working under Rob Nugent, who is one of the most underrated coaches in the country.
He's not listening.
I'm sorry?
He's not listening. Don't worry.
When I came here, obviously we have one of the smallest enrollments in the NCAA. I think we certainly have the smallest gym, or at least if it's not the smallest, I'd like to see one that's smaller.
Wesley?
No, believe it or not, we're even smaller than that. So we have 3 rows of stands on one side of the gym.
Oh, Coach.
Yeah, check it out sometime. It's quite the scene. It looks like something out of Hoosiers, to be honest with you. Although I think that even had more of a seating capacity. But when I came here, I really, coming from the Philadelphia area, I really wanted the opportunity to coach in Philadelphia. There's such a great brotherhood with coaches here, and that chance to do your own thing, to prove your own way. And obviously it wasn't easy coming in. There was a lot of a culture shock just in terms of, the way the school, looked at athletics, and the way I looked at athletics didn't always see eye to eye. But, I've had great support from my administration here in doing what I've done. And, we're very fortunate right now to be in the position we're in. But there's and I hate coach speak more than anyone. You'll see on my Twitter account how much I criticize it and how much I go against it. But at this point, we really are, like Coach Seretti and Coach Leone said before me, taking it one day at a time. And I know it's horrible. It's horrible.
Fired. You're done. Didn't you learn anything from your former job? No, and I can understand that. I mean, especially at this point in the season, you're into the grind part of things. But listen, expectations were with Aaron Walton Moss, Cabrini would be on top of this conference. I don't know where they necessarily slide you in. I'm going to guess middle of the conference.
Yeah, I think we're 5th or 6th.
I saw Gwen and Mercy at the beginning of the season. I figured they'd be the one vying for Cabrini, would knock them off for number 1. They're struggling. Newman's up there now. Immaculata, who I saw impress me but didn't blow me away, is in the conversation. I'm not trying to knock the CSAC, but you guys have taken advantage of the opportunities presented to you certainly very well this year, and look at where you are now, and the fact that this CSAC is just completely up in the air this year.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that, there's only 2 games that separate first place to missing the playoffs at this point, I think everyone knows that, and everyone knows that they have to bring their A game every day. And to be honest with you, Dave, I think that Cabrini and Gwynn and Mercy are still the top 2 teams in this conference, between the players that they have, the coaches that are there. I mean, we have to go up to Gwynn and Mercy on Saturday, and that's certainly, quite a daunting task. We were fortunate to pull one out here against them in overtime back in December, and I know that they're going to have their best, game for us ready on Saturday. So, I still think those are still the 2 teams to beat. Obviously Cabrini is taking a little bit of a step back. I think that, losing some of the pieces, especially Fran Rafferty from last year and John Miller, who was a huge part of their success, I think that hurt them more than people realize. And obviously Aaron is in my opinion, one of the best players in the country, if not the best, and one of the best Division III players I've seen. And, I've been fortunate to see some good ones.
Yes, you have. Certainly well. When you look at where you guys are, 10-8 overall, 8-3 in conference action. You've won 3 in a row. You've won 7 of the last 8. That's what I think is key. Is you look at the beginning of the season, and now, you went through a stretch there where you lost 5 in a row. You lost 7 of 8. Now you've won 7 of 8. You flipped the lid, as it were. By the way, Cabrini exacted some revenge with a 103-70 victory over you.
Yeah, let's not go there, Dave. Please, I try to block that one out of my memory.
I'm sorry. You guys beat them 85-78. They said, "Listen, we're going to pay you back." I'm sure Walton Moss had a few words.
Yeah.
But you do have Gwen and Mercy coming up. You guys are playing above yourselves. No matter how this season ends, this is a successful season. In any way you look at it, right?
Oh, absolutely. We earlier in the year, we lost a couple tough games. We lost a close one at home to Eastern, by 1 point. We lose on the road to Immaculata at the buzzer. We lose, at or sinus by 1 or 2 in overtime. Some games we don't, as a young team, we don't show up and play real well at Wilkes or at Rowan in early afternoon road games. And, those are things that we learn from. And honestly, I don't think we would have the success now if we didn't have some of that failure. And even the Cabrini loss that you referenced has really helped us in terms of, I think after we won 3 or 4 in a row and had won a couple and, we were kind of smelling ourselves a little bit. And then all of a sudden we go there and Walton Moss is unstoppable and has a triple-double. And it woke our guys up to realize that, hey, just because you've won 2 or 3 games in a row, it doesn't mean anything. And, you need to have the same focus, the same toughness every single day in practice, in preparation, film, shoot around, whatever it may be. And thankfully, I think we've learned that lesson. But, we'll see. Again, we got to go to Gwynn and Mercy on Saturday, and that's going to be, a heck of a matchup.
Yeah, I was going to say, I have a feeling they're going to be ready for you guys. You've got 2 seniors on this squad. You've got a whole host of freshmen and sophomores. You only have 2 juniors as well. I know you've been trying to build for the future, as it were, and certainly the sign of that is here. You got 2 seniors, 2 juniors, and then everybody else. Are you guys, I don't want to say peaking early at 10-8. That's not necessarily true, but maybe are you guys showing the signs of what this team is capable of just slightly a little early?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I really give all the credit to the 2 seniors, Dom Scafidi and Nadir Stukes. I mean, Dom has, been a catalyst for us. He's the top of any scouting report for any team that has to face us. He's one of the hardest working, big men in the region, I would say, or in the area for that matter. He's only 6'5". With his hair, he's like 6'7", but he's only 6'5", but He does a great job of positioning himself. And then Nadir Stooks is the personification of a tough Philly guard. And I think that their leadership and their desire to be there every single day and to really say, hey, this matters right now. That's something we haven't had, that focus, that realization that at this level, you can't take days off. You just can't take them off. There's too many teams that are too similar at this level, especially in the Atlantic, the mid-Atlantic regions. And, we're all intertwined here together. It's funny they call us regions. But the fact that those two have come out and done what they've done, I think it's sent a message to the young guys that we haven't had. And now going forward, hopefully we can get some continuity, because if you look at the rosters that have been at Rosemont, and a lot of the schools in the CSAC in general, there's not enough continuity. It's one of the reasons why we struggle to win non-conference games, I think, as a conference, is because we don't have the freshmen that turn into sophomores and the sophomores that turn into juniors and the juniors that turn into seniors the same way a lot of these other schools do.
Talking to Bobby Hughes here, head coach at Rosemont. Appreciate him joining me. You talk about your team. Let's talk about him just a little bit more. Marcus Thomas leading the team at 15.2 points a game. Dom Scafidi.
Yep.
Dom Scafidi, 14.8 points a game. Also hauling in 7 rebounds a game. Those are your two main guys. There's other guys who are getting points. But those are two clearly the main two. Thomas, a junior, Scafidi, the senior. Is it a two-man threat, or do you have other weapons that, granted on the stat sheet there's points being put up, but the teams seem to forget about?
Well, I think again, Dom obviously is the focal point. Marcus has added an element of scoring that we've lacked here the last 2 years that I've been here. He's a guy that can put up big numbers. He can put up 25 points a game if he wants to, and teams have started to account for that. So he'll have to adjust. I don't think he's an unknown anymore. I think the first round, he definitely caught some people by surprise. He was a transfer from Manor College. So the fact that those two are there and they're able to put up the same numbers every night certainly helps. But I go back again to Nadir Stooks. I mean, he really is our catalyst. He is the guy. He's the older brother. His younger brother is a guard for LaSalle at the Division I level. And again, Nadir is he's just tough, Dave. You talk. I grew up watching Philadelphia basketball and hearing stories of great Philadelphia guards, and then I was fortunate enough to spend time at St. Joe's and be the head manager in the Jameer Nelson era and watch him every day. And, Nadir might not be the best shooter, the best scorer in the world, but he has all those elements of toughness that just don't show up on a stat sheet. And, in the game last night, he just made play after play after play versus Immaculata that, really there's nothing you can do as a coach. You can't coach it. And I wish I could take credit for it, but I'm not going to.
Well, fine then. Be that way. I see how it is. Listen, you've got, as we mentioned, Gwynedd Mercy on the road. You got Centenary, New Jersey on the road. Then Newman at home. Then back on the road, Baptist Bible, Cairn, Keystone before finishing the season against Centenary in New Jersey. To be blunt, two of those teams jump out at me as teams you got to worry about. Granted, Keystone maybe being the third. The only problem is you're on the road. What I'm trying to get at is you're in some decent position here to hold form. So how do you get the team focused on that fact when, let's be honest, no one's probably had that conversation with a Ravens squad in quite a while?
I mean, ever. There's never been this conversation. We've never been in this position before. So I think the message has to be the same as what we've said. And again, not too dissimilar from what Coach Seretti just said before me, and it's get better every day. What do we have to work on? What do we have to do better? Because again, we may have jumped up and caught some teams by surprise before, but now we're sitting above people, and it's a crowded pack to begin with. So everyone's going to be gunning for us, and we're going to get teams' best shots. And I think that that's something that they have to realize, and they have to be that much more focused on what's the task at hand right now and how do I go about doing it. I try to keep it as simple as possible for them. I really don't like to complicate the message too much. I'm known to be verbose, Dave, sometimes. And I tend to talk too much. You might hear that from time to time from some of my coaching brethren. And I really try to fight against that with the team. And I feel like the more that they think that I trust them and that I trust that they're going to do the right thing, the more they end up doing the right thing. Sure. And I really can't get past the fact that this is not about me. This isn't about Bob Hughes. This is about these kids, their experience, and how can we build it? Because there's no tradition of winning here, and that's something that we have to fight against every single day. Yeah. And you go down to Washington College, and whether the basketball teams had the best success or whatever, you have lacrosse, you have tennis that's won national championships, you go other places, and there's successful programs all over the place. And Rosemont's program is just small, coming off of being an all-women's school. So we have to keep it simple and not worry about all that stuff, because honestly, we don't control any of it.
They did get that one question I mentioned via email, and it's a good one. Mike Blaine, head coach at Medaille, would like to know, can you settle once and for all, and you're not going to be able to do this, the best place to get a cheesesteak in all of Philadelphia?
Well, my vote is D'Alessandro's in Roxborough. Okay. So that gets my vote, with Steve's up in the Northeast being a close second. So
all right. Well, hey, listen, you say you're verbose and like to chat. I'm on the air for another 9 hours. You're welcome to come on down. Bring the cheesesteaks, though. You're going to have to bring me some cheesesteaks.
Be glad to.
And you can host while I eat, and then we'll swap in and out.
Sounds good, Dave.
Apparently, you're Alan Seretti there for a moment. Let me see if I can switch the graphics there. Now you're Bobby Hughes.
I'd take being Alan Seretti right now.
Yeah, I know. Hey, you're number 5 Dickinson. Congratulations. You moved right back into the Centennial and up in the world. Hey, listen.
You know what? If I could just take Jerry Wickstead, I would do that. So.
Oh, wouldn't everybody? Hey, listen, I appreciate you coming on the show and taking time to talk about your Ravens squad. Really great. Listen, I've been a fan of you for a while, and I'm really glad to see you succeeding, and certainly glad to see the program succeeding as a result. CSAC a little bit more competitive, maybe not as top-driven as it has been, but certainly more competitive than it's been in a long time. As always, though, I give the coach the final word. Any final thoughts you'd like to share with those who may be watching?
No, I appreciate you having me on, Dave. I really do. Like I said, it is an honor. I feel like, as a Division III coach, this is something that, you should aspire to. And I'll echo what Coach Seretti said, is that, there's a lot of great coaches out in this division, and it doesn't get enough credit. I was one of those guys, sitting here for a long time that, toiled away in obscurity in a lot of ways. And the fact that, some people are taking notice is nice. But it doesn't take away from what everyone else does, and the passion that these coaches and everyone else have for not just the game of basketball, but the Division III philosophy and these student athletes. And I think that that's the thing that we need to keep focused on the most. And I'm just appreciative of the things that you do and that D3 Hoops does to highlight those things, because, again, I think it's a message that doesn't get told loudly enough or often enough in the national conversation.
Well, thank you for coming on the show. It certainly makes doing the job a lot easier. And good luck the rest of the season. Certainly impressed with the Ravens this season, and look forward to seeing how you can continue to grow the program in the years to come.
I appreciate it. Thanks, Dave.
Absolutely. Bobby Hughes joining us from Rosemont. Appreciate him taking the time to join us. And you heard where you go to get a good Philly cheesesteak, according to him. Of course, you ask about 6 other guys, you're going to get 6 other opinions. It's like asking a New Yorker where to get good pizza, or asking a Chicagoan where to get a good hot dog. You're just not going to get the same answer twice. You are listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com and the National Association of Basketball Coaches. We're moving right along. I can't even remember who our next guest is. Let me look at it real quick. Let's see. I got Bobby Hughes, and then we're going to jump, stay in the Atlantic region and jump into the Eastern women's basketball, talk to Nathan Davis. That's all coming up here on Hoopsville, on the Hoopsville Marathon, 12 hours of fun right here. You're presented by D3Hoops.com and the National Association of Basketball Coaches. More Hoopsville. We'll do it right after this, if you don't mind.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. and we've been covering it all for over a decade. From eastern to occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at d3hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
I know sports is important, but having the academic part along with it is a big plus.
I've discovered in myself, a newfound ability to overcome adversity at all different angles.
At a Division III school is really shaped around you developing yourself as a complete individual. The end result in my mind is you just become a very well-rounded person.
Before I came into college, I didn't really think I'd be able to balance so much. It helps a lot that you have a family with your team that can guide you.
With a D3 school, there's a lot of time for other opportunities. The coaches expect a lot of you during soccer, but after soccer, that's your own personal time to really find out who you are and other opportunities that you can pursue.
By balancing all of my interests, basketball, my leadership skills, and academics, I'm able to better prioritize my life and to manage it.
College basketball lives in Kansas City at the College Basketball Experience at Sprint Center. The College Basketball Experience is the place to get your game on. It's not a museum, it's an experience you won't forget. Discover the history of the game in the National Collegiate Basketball Hall of Fame, featuring the Gallery of Honor, Mentor Circle, and Honor Theater. Suit up in the latest CBE logoed Nike gear at the CBE Hoop Shop. Elevate your game today and visit the house that college basketball built.
We've got more school.
And welcome back to Hoopsville, everybody. I am your host in charge, Dave McHugh. We're already getting punchy as we're rounding out hour number 3 here of 12. Plenty of coffee. Gonna have to heat it up. Not much food. We'll figure that out in the short term here. But if you got any questions for us, for our guests, period, join us on Twitter at D3Hoops or hashtag Hoopsville. You can also follow us on Facebook, facebook.com/Hoopsville. And of course, you can join us via email or ask questions via email, hoopsville@d3hoops.com. On our show page, we have a schedule of the guests. We may notice some slots that are empty. They're being filled in. We just haven't gotten over there to fill them in. I actually have one to add here. We have a couple tape segments we haven't gotten onto the schedule. We will all add those things here. Coming up, plenty to talk about in Division III. Crazy night again on a Wednesday night. I swear, you just do not want to play basketball on a Wednesday night if you're a favorite right now in Division III. But some teams survived. I want to thank all our guests so far. By the way, Coach Barney determining that D'Alessandro's is the best cheesesteak in Philly, in case anybody's curious. That's been the Twitter focus so far in the last 15 minutes. We are a little bit behind, so we're going to try and get things going here. And we're going to switch now back into some women's basketball action. One of the teams that is certainly maybe playing very good basketball, but isn't being talked about because, well, the defending national champs happen to be in their conference. And the defending national champs have won more than 50 games. And so as a result, when that happens, you kind of get forgotten about. Well, I didn't want to forget about them because I've already talked to the national champs. So joining us on the Hoopsville Skype is Eastern head coach Nate Davis, not to be confused with Randolph-Macon's Nate Davis. You guys look completely different. Nate, thanks so much for joining me on the show. I appreciate it.
It's my pleasure. My pleasure, Dave. Thanks for the opportunity to be on here.
Oh, absolutely. First and foremost, listen, the reason I say you're forgotten about, 14-4 on the season, 6-1 in conference action. I think some people can raise their hands if they want to guess what the one loss in conference might be. Right. To the aforementioned FDU Florham Devils by 30. You guys, though, what jumped out of me about your schedule is you played a ton of games in the 2014 part of your schedule. 6, 8, 10, 12. You played half your season before the new year. That's, I wouldn't say unheard of, but certainly not commonplace.
Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of the way the schedule worked out this year. Obviously, when we went into looking at our schedule for this year, we wanted to ramp up the competition in our schedule to really play some good teams that would challenge us and prepare us for conference play. And that's just kind of how it worked out date-wise. I feel really good about, obviously, the teams we played non-conference to get us prepared for this time. And certainly I wanted to try to get the games earlier in the year so that we could be, really focused on conference play when it came time to.
Is it hard? I mean, you guys probably are torn here. You're in a conference with the defending national champs, so you're probably proud about that.
Sure.
At the same time, you're not getting maybe some of the attention, so that's probably frustrating. But at the same time, it's like, we can slide under the radar a little bit here. What's the reaction with having to deal with that dichotomy?
Well, I mean, certainly, FDU and what Coach Mitchell has done up there certainly creates a great vacuum for our conference, but also obviously it puts a great microscope on our conference as well. And at least the Freedom Conference is being talked about nationally, which is, I think, good for us and good for every program within the conference because of the way they've represented us last year and then obviously this year so far. Honestly, we really haven't thought about outside influences or what people think about us, really. We really just try to take care of our business and stay really internally focused and control the things that we can. I think when you start worrying about things you can't control, you get distracted and you start not playing to your potential. So we've really tried to keep an internal focus.
This is a team that last year certainly had a good record, 17-9. Year before that was 16-9. But that was the flip. Before that, winning 7 games was maybe noteworthy, as it were. You began working there in 2010, and you're pretty much the one that helped turn that around. We talked to a couple teams like that. What's been the secret to getting the Eagles kind of flying again, as it were, forgive the pun?
Yeah, I mean, I think, honestly, it really just comes down to sticking to, fundamentals and just really changing the culture. I think there was definitely talent here when I got here. There were some really good players. So the pieces were in place, but, for whatever reason, we just needed to work on the culture and really work on, trying to get that winning mentality. And that's a huge thing in basketball. This is college basketball, so teams are separated by very little. And a lot of times just having that winning mentality and that attitude that you're going into games expecting or feeling really good about your chances to win are going to really account for a lot. And so that progress has just had to take place here at Eastern.
Did you expect to have this quick a turnaround? Did you expect to be in your 3rd season to be sitting right behind, granted not necessarily the defending national champs, but to be up there at the top of this conference competing? Or are you guys maybe ahead of schedule?
Well, I want to correct you, Dave, real quick. I mean, this is my 5th year.
Oh, I'm sorry. Correct. Yeah, no, I can't do math.
It's all right. I appreciate you. And it's definitely, it's a process. This recruiting class that are seniors, my 4 seniors this year, are really kind of my first recruiting class here at Eastern. They're certainly have put a lot of work in, and it's really on the players. They've put the work in, they've believed. Now we're at the place where they're starting to see a lot of that work pay off. Honestly, I feel like we're on schedule, but it's year by year. At the end of the day, last year is different than this year, and this year would be different than next year. And every year you got to take the team you have and you try to do the best you can through recruiting to make sure you're filling some holes or improving your team. But every year is a unique year, and the conference is different year to year, and so you just got to come ready to go and face the challenges that are ahead of you that year. Talking to Nate Davis, head coach at Eastern, the women's basketball team certainly playing well. Let's talk a little bit about your squad before we dive into the conference. This is a squad that only has 3 seniors on it, only 1 junior. So literally, they're underclassmen getting a wealth of experience this season, and usually that translates into being a pretty significant helping factor, as it were. I'll freely admit I can't really get the point totals for your team on the site, so forgive me. But tell us a little bit about who's leading this squad and how that's impacting the rest of the team. Yeah, I mean, the 4 seniors that are on my team are doing a great job, and they've been with me since the beginning. And totals-wise, points-wise, Megan Nowak, who has been a 3-time all-conference player, and her rookie year, she was Rookie of the Year and Player of the Year in the Freedom Conference. And so as her being a senior, obviously she's a mainstay for us and has provided that consistency as far as performance. I mean, she's averaging 19 a game and 9 rebounds a game. So for her, just being that consistent presence every game in and game out has really been important for us. But, Gina DiDomenico has really stepped up, the last couple of years, coming in as a freshman, and she's really transformed her game. She's one of the, top 3-point shooters in our conference and a real threat from the outside. Emily Lavin, who's a sophomore for us this year forward, was Rookie of the Year in the conference last year and has now turned around to have a pretty good sophomore season, almost averaging a double-double. Caitlin Doherty, who was a returning all-conference player, has embraced her role, actually coming off the bench and supplying us some really good minutes and is just really a versatile player. And then we have some incoming freshmen, Taylor Price, that's coming in and made a big impact right away, starting for us and really giving us that defensive focus that we've really tried to put into our team this year. There's just a lot of players. I could go down the list of players that have really impacted and just really helped with our culture as we're trying to create it here at Eastern.
I was going to say, certainly, as we mentioned at the beginning, you get a little bit kind of forgotten about when you do have the national champs ahead of you. But in some ways, it allows your team to maybe grow this season without the spotlight, without the pressure. Because let's be honest, if FDU Florham's not having the years last year and this year that they're having, you guys are maybe on top of this conference and you're getting, more attention. Is that almost kind of a nice kind of quid pro quo?
It's nice, but it doesn't really change our goals. I mean, at the end of the day, nobody's external pressure is going to be any greater than the pressure we put on ourselves to achieve what we're capable of achieving. And so, if anything, we look at FDU as a great challenge to be able to play them twice. We played them twice last year, obviously through their run, and we had a great game with them here at our place, and had a really close game, and one of the closest games, that they had all year. And so, I think we always felt like we were close, and we always felt like we had an opportunity to maybe do something unique here. And so that's just kind of how we look at it. I don't know about flying under the radar or anything like that. I mean, certainly, it's a small, as far as schools, there's a lot of schools in our area. I think we all know who the good teams are and who teams that can challenge. And so I'm not sure if we've snuck up on anybody, but, at the same token, we'll take it if that's what people feel.
Sure. Let's talk about FDU Florham. 50-game winning streak, sitting on top of the conference, spanked you guys by 30, going to be blunt. Of course, you will have to face them again. Sorry, bad news first.
Yeah.
And that game will be coming up in just a couple of games. First, you got Delaware Valley, then at Wilkes, and then at home against FDU Florham. I've seen them in Vegas. I've seen some other top 10 teams. They're a good squad.
Right.
But they seem flawed. Did you get anything out of that 30-point loss? Have you seen anything on tape that says, yeah, you know what, we can take advantage of something here?
Well, sure, it's basketball, and every team's beatable. And, you put two teams on the floor, and the situations in the game dictate in such a way that, we certainly have an opportunity to beat them. There's no doubt about it. But they're a very good team, and they play with great confidence, and they're so different than everybody else that it's really hard to prepare for. You can't. There's nothing we can do in practice that's going to simulate what they are going to do in the game. So that's the hardest thing about them. But at the same token, they've proven it, and time in and time again, they have players that step up in big situations for them. And people can say they have holes all they want, but right now their armor's unchinked. So until somebody knocks them off, they don't seem to have too many holes as far as I'm concerned.
It's fascinating when you look at this conference. And you see what's going on with not only a defending national champ, but it's starting to get a little bit, more competitive. And every year you've had somebody step up. But, Misericordia, who was tremendous a couple of years ago, hasn't won a game. Delaware Valley is 9-9, and I think some people expected them to be better this season. DeSales is 10-8. I saw DeSales take on Delaware Valley just the other night, and it wasn't a game I expected. It was a little bit uglier, and I don't mean in a bad way. I just mean it was just one of those games where it was a real battle. What do we make of the Freedom Conference right now, and how do you think this finally shakes out in the end? Is FDU going to win this conference, and everybody's fighting to get into the tournament after that?
Well, I hope not.
Sure.
We'd like to believe that we have a shot, and we do. We do believe that. Obviously, again, everything's answers on the floor. We can talk all we want, but at the end of the day, it's answered on, between the two baskets. But, The conference is tough, top to bottom. I mean, even you talked about Misericordia, and I told their coach that they've been in every game. They haven't they've had opportunities to win games. So they're not just an easy team that you can just take for granted. And I think that's what you're seeing some way through the middle of the conference. With DeSale or Delaware Valley, they're kind of beating each other up, and because there's some really good coaches that come up with great game plans in our conference, and game in and game out, you've got to be ready for that, and you've got to be able to adjust to what the other teams are doing to you. So, and honestly, home court matters too. So, there's been some games that I think maybe the other way around, if they're played on the other, which they will, the second half of the season come around here, second half conference season. So, I think it's just a matter of some real balance within our conference right now, and as far as FDU goes, we'll see. Hopefully they're not the ones standing with the conference championship banner at the end of the year, but at the end of the day, we'll have to wait and see how that turns out.
Talking to Nate Davis, head coach of the Eastern women's basketball team, I got to ask you, you came from the men's side of things. You got this job after being down in, is it North Carolina or South Carolina, Eagan, as a men's basketball coach. So what attracted you not only to the women's side of things, but what attracted you to Division III?
You know what? Honestly, I kind of came into this not knowing, and not knowing much about Eastern, not knowing much about Division III in that matter, and not really knowing much about the women's game as far as other than I've watched it. I was a men's coach for 10 years and at the Division II level, and we travel with our women's teams, and so I got to watch a lot of women's basketball, but not having that personal experience. So I kind of came into it a little bit blind, but I've really enjoyed the transition. I've enjoyed coaching the players that I've had the opportunity to work with. I've enjoyed their passion for the game. I've enjoyed their enthusiasm, their hard work, their effort that they put in. So really, honestly, it's been a great transition for me, and I wouldn't second guess my decision one second.
Well, I appreciate you coming on the show and chatting about your Eagles team again versus Delaware Valley, which will be a fascinating game coming up here on Saturday before hitting the road to Wilkes. Back home against the #1 team in the country. Back on the road for 2, back home, back on the road. You got a little bit of a mix and match there the rest of the way. As always, though, we give the coach the final word. Any final thoughts you'd like to share with those who may be tuning in?
Well, Dave, I first, like many of your guests, I want to thank you and the work that D3Hoops.com does, and just in gaining recognition for this great sport and women's basketball in Division III, and of course men's basketball in Division III. And I think like again, some of your previous guests have said that a lot of great coaches, a lot of great players at this level that just aren't getting the recognition, say, that Division I, Division II are. And I just want to thank you guys for doing that work, and keep following us. If you keep following the season, and hopefully we'll put some good games up there for you guys to talk about.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for coming on and indulging us with the Skype as well. Good luck the rest of the season, and enjoy it. It's certainly been fun to watch your team.
Thanks, Dave. Appreciate it.
Take care of yourself. Nate Davis joining us here from Eastern. We appreciate him taking the time to do so. A little bit behind schedule trying to get it up. We'll get going here. We're going to keep talking women's basketball, jump up to the Northeast, and talk with Springfield, another team jumping out in their conference as well. That's all coming up here on Hoopsville. You're watching Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com and the National Association of Basketball Coaches. When we come back again, Springfield, we'll also see if they've dug out, by the way. That's a fascinating conversation to have, too. That's all coming up here on the show. You listen to Hoopsville. Tweet us at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. Facebook us, facebook.com/Hoopsville, or email us Hoopsville@D3Hoops.com. More Hoopsville when we come back.
College basketball lives in Kansas City at the College Basketball Experience at Sprint Center. The College Basketball Experience is the place to get your game on. It's not a museum, it's an experience you won't forget. Discover the history of the game in the National Collegiate Basketball Hall of Fame, featuring the Gallery of Honor, Mentor Circle, and Honor Theater. Suit up in the latest CBE logoed Nike gear at the CBE Hoop Shop. Elevate your game today and visit the house that college basketball built.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at d3hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
I know sports is important, but having the academic part along with it is a big plus.
I've discovered in myself, a newfound ability to overcome adversity at all different angles.
At a Division III school is really shaped around you developing yourself as a complete individual. The end result in my mind is you just become a very well-rounded person.
Before I came into college, I didn't really think I'd be able to balance so much. It helps a lot that you have a family with your team that can guide you.
With a D3 school, there's a lot of time for other opportunities. The coaches expect a lot of you during soccer, but after soccer, that's your own personal time to really find out who you are and other opportunities that you can pursue.
By balancing all of my interests, basketball, my leadership skills, and academics, I'm able to better prioritize my life and to manage it.
That's twice now we come back from break and I've forgotten the microphone. Welcome back to the show, the Hoopsville Marathon, as we have now entered hour number 4 of 12 today. Yes, we're crazy, but we're having fun. If you have any questions for us, join us via Twitter at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. Email us hoopsville at d3hoops.com or join us on Facebook at facebook.com/Hoopsville. You'll notice we dressed up our set behind us over the year. And one question we got on Twitter was from the Wheaton women's basketball team as to whether we got their basketball rim. And yes, if you notice right over my right-hand shoulder, I'm pointing to it with my pen right now, right in front of the monitor, there's a little fun little rim that's got a Wheaton logo on it. I want to thank them. They sent that in over the summer when they knew we were redesigning our studio thanks to a water main break. Not water main, I should say a pipe that broke and we had to strip our office down. They sent that in, and I'll try and get back to them on Twitter, but in case Wheaton's watching, it's sitting over the shoulder. If you'd like to decorate our set and send something to us, feel free. Just tweet us or email us, and we'll get you information on how you can go about doing that. I'm going to keep going here. We're a little bit behind schedule, and we're falling further behind schedule, so we're going to keep things going a little bit. One of the great things about this show is getting to talk to teams that we don't normally get to talk to, and also spotlight teams that maybe have jumped out. And at about this point in the season, it's more than a passing fad. They're playing good basketball, and one team that we're glad at least shoveled their way into work today was a Springfield women's basketball team. And joining us on the show is Naomi Graves. Coach, thanks so much for joining us. I'm glad to see that you've made it through the blizzard of 2015. We won't talk about more snow coming just yet, but thanks for joining me on the show. I appreciate it.
Well, Dave, thanks for asking me, and thanks for highlighting women's basketball at the Division III level.
Oh, absolutely. I'm glad you could join us. By the way, I've seen a lot of good backgrounds today. At least you guys had the foresight of throwing your logo behind you. I got to give you guys some credit there, to be sure. I just noticed, by the way, that I didn't change the logo on the graphic, and as we talk, I will fix that. But listen, you guys are having a terrific season. It jumped out at me because, I know the NEWMAC can be a challenging conference, and it's certainly been fun to watch it over the years. The Babsons of the world, even Wheaton, has played terrific basketball, and they've acknowledged that they have seen the rim behind us. But you guys are jumped out. You're 14-5 on the season, 9-1 in conference play. I mean, it wasn't that long ago you were 4-20. Last year you were 17-12 and 10-10 in conference play. You've kind of jumped out into the conference here and lead the conference mentioned Wheaton and Babson by half a game. Terrific season. You got to be thrilled.
Yeah, I am thrilled. Our conference is really competitive, and certainly the Babsons and the Wheatons of the world, and along with some of the other teams like Smith, have always made our conference strong along the way. So I'm pretty pleased. There's still a lot of games left, so I don't want to jinx us, but we're starting to play some really good basketball.
Listen, you started the season rough. 3 games in a row you lose to Western New England, New York University, and Williams. By the way, you should point out, pretty much all of those are pretty top-notch squads. You then take another hit against Worcester State. But since then, been clicking along. Wheaton's have been about your only Achilles heel or kryptonite so far. What's been the secret to the season?
I think starting our season off on a strong note with strong competition. Although we lost, we learned early on what we needed to work on. And we also were able to go through adversity and hold on to our strength and our culture. So I think the early losing actually assisted us in being stronger at this point in the season.
This conference has been fascinating over the years. Has it been able to get out on a good conference start as well been helpful to how you guys have played?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I have a lot of respect for my colleagues in our conference. There's great coaching. Everyone works really hard every night. You got to show up and play hard every night or you'll get upset. And I have a lot of respect, as I said, for our conference coaches and their programs.
Getting a little bit of breakup on Skype, people. If you just bear with us, we are hearing everything she's saying. So technology is a lovely thing, but it can always challenge you as well. Naomi Graves from Springfield joining us here. Listen, this conference, again, I mentioned the Weeps and the Babsons. WPI has been good. Coast Guard has emerged. Emerson, MIT, you can have a huge conference for starters. Of course, you have Wellesley and Smith and Mount Holyoke in there as all women's colleges. How hard is it to balance the conference schedule with your non-conference when you play so many conference games?
Well, this is our first season where we've gone to, a round and a half playing. So we've tried to open up some independent spots in our schedule to allow our teams to either strengthen or get some local games in. So I think this is the first year that we're getting a chance to get the Williamses back on our schedule, the NYUs, and some of the other schools like Western New England. So I think it's been an asset to us early on. I do like to play double round at times because then you get to go home and home with teams that you only get to see once. So I do think this conference, because of the number of schools, does present some challenges for a competition level.
When you look at how your team's doing now and what you've got on the schedule ahead of you, and we're talking the likes of coming up at WPI, then versus Smith, at Emerson, then versus Babson and MIT, and then at Mount Holyoke. You don't have a lot of games left. That's probably the smallest amount of games I've seen in the last few weeks of the season. How do you keep the team fresh, which will, obviously less games will help that, but also focused? Sometimes those extra breaks in between can make a team kind of just get a little off sync.
Well, I think part of it is just keeping the culture competitive. In our practices, we try to do more things related to situations now, and rather than break down work. I mean, I'm a fundamental coach, so we do a lot of fundamental breakdown. But at this point in the season, we're really setting up more competitive activities and doing a lot more with situations. So our kids can be confident if they get into a game and they need to execute on last-second plays.
You got 3 seniors on the squad, and one of them is leading the way in the stat column. Jamie Bickelhop, I hope I said that name right.
You did.
Nice, 11.7 points a game, hauling in 10.4 rebounds a game. I'd say she's pretty good. Heather Lewis, a junior, 10 points a game will round up. And then Emily Gins, a junior as well, 8.1 points a game, and a sophomore in Lexi Windwer, 7.3 points a game. So you have the senior leadership in points. You've got the senior leadership in that category. But then it's a bunch of underclassmen. It takes me a while before I get down to another senior on the stat column, at least in the points categories, where someone stands out. I've talked to a lot of coaches in the last few weeks, and even on this show. You've got that influence of a senior leadership, but it's not necessarily the team is being guided by seniors in the stat column. That's got to be a fun little combination there for you.
It is. I mean, we have 14 players on our team, and we're pretty actively playing between 10 and 11 almost every game. So statistically, when you're looking at 10 points per game, I tell our team a lot of times it's having 3 kids or 4 kids with 10 points a game instead of 1 kid with 25. So Jamie leads the way, Jamie Bickelhoff. In fact, she'll be close to getting her 1,000 points in the next couple games. And she's the leader when it comes to scoring and rebounding. But then there's a lot of different other athletes that can just step in and bring their skills to the court. Some are better penetrators, some are better shooters. So I think what's made us be more successful is that everyone has a piece of the pie and everyone knows their role. And when we are on, I think we can attack from many different angles.
Talking to Naomi Graves, a little bit of a breakup in our program, and there it goes. It finally recovers for us. Talking to her about her squad, certainly playing good basketball up there. First and foremost, how much has the weather affected you guys? You got hit over the weekend, and not by a lot, and really that was more towards Boston. And then you get slammed. I don't know how much you guys got, but just east of you was getting up near 40 inches, at least in the Worcester and Auburn areas. There's another storm moving in tonight. There's another storm scheduled for the weekend. By the way, if it keeps the Patriots from coming back, I'm totally happy with that. Just kidding. This is that time of year where you do get those storms, but you guys have taken a couple of hits. Has the weather affected things? How much have you guys had to juggle? And maybe only having 5 games left is a good thing right now.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't faced a lot of changes in our schedule. We were able to play on last Saturday, and then we played yesterday at Clark. So right now it's been okay. Right now we haven't had a real problem with adjusting our schedule. The biggest adjustment has been our practices. Just the 2 days where we've had to just kind of, one day we didn't have practice, and then the other day it was a shortened practice. So it's been more the preparation phase that has been the biggest change or adjusted area. But, some people will say practice is overrated. I'm not one of those people, but some people might say that.
I don't know any coach who says practice is overrated, to say the least. When you look at winning this conference, or at least positioning yourself to have the home court advantage, what do you need to do, or what do you need to have happen, maybe is a better way of saying it, to stay on top when you do have the likes of Wheaton, Babson, and honestly, WPI and Coast Guard aren't that far behind.
No one's that far behind in my eyes, but I think what we have to do is be able to play the best basketball we can play every night. And consistency on possessions, defensively and offensively, is the key for us. I mean, you can't show up in a half or show up for 25 minutes of a game and expect to be winning at this point in our season with these kind of coaches and this type of competition. So it's just 40 minutes of basketball. And, I've stressed along the way with our team that the most important ingredients is that you got to just work hard. And you just got to work hard on both ends. And you can only control the things you can control. And one of the first things you need to control is your work ethic. And I think our women have bought into that culture and have done a nice job with that, and have really taken on that pledge to try to put us in a position to repeat for the new MAC tournament championship.
I love Charlie Brock. I love seeing him and running into him. He's had some fun over the years as well and put Springfield on the map. Obviously, you guys are doing so this season as well. What's it like to work with Charlie? Does he ever pop his head in on your practices? Because I could see him doing it.
Well, Charlie. I mean, he's always popping his head in somewhere.
Yes.
Mixing it up. So, yes, he is around. My office is not that far from him, and he's having a good year as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Coach, before we let you go, the Northeast in general, there is a lot of good basketball up there right now. The NESCAC is full of it in Tufts and Amherst and Williams and certainly others. And then the new MAC is full of it, even on the men's side too. It's fascinating. But there's other teams up there that are starting to make a name for themselves. If anything, getting out of that region and further on to the championship tournament is not going to be easy. What's it like to see the Northeast transition as much as it has over the course of the last decade?
Well, I've always believed, the Northeast Division III women's basketball programs are just outstanding, and we beat each other up. I mean, you've got the NESCAC conference, you've got the Little East conference, you've got the new MAC conference, and so, I'm excited that we have this kind of competition locally in the region. And to kind of beat each other up within the NCAA first round is hard. Sometimes in the past, when we've gone to the NCAAs in the early 2000s, when we went out of region, it was easier to kind of get beyond the first round than it was to stay in region because of the competition. So I look forward to kind of watching, and I look forward to trying to get back to what we want, which is getting the NCAA bid. But it'll be interesting to see what happens.
You've been there a long time at Springfield. You've certainly seen it all, as it were. How good is your team?
Our team is pretty good. I mean, I think there's some strength with our team. I'm looking forward to playing WPI on Saturday. Our culture is a positive culture. Our kids are working hard. We're putting together the best basketball at the right time, and I believe our kids are going to make a real strong run to get back to that championship round.
Well, I wish you luck just getting to WPI. A friend of mine who works for a cable network posted a picture of how much snow was in Worcester yesterday. I was a little jealous, but at the same time, I don't envy you guys too much. Good luck the rest of the season. I certainly appreciate you coming on and diving into Skype with us as well. As always, we give the coach the final word. Any final thoughts you'd like to share with those who may be watching?
Well, just Dave, thanks for highlighting Division III women's basketball. I really appreciate all the work you've done to get basketball out there in general, and in particular the Division III student athletes. You've just done a great job, and I really appreciate and feel honored that you asked me to be a part of your program.
Well, thank you, Coach. I appreciate you taking the time as well. Give Charlie a hard time for me. Tell him I'll get him on the show someday down the road, but I wanted a prettier face.
I'll tell him.
On Skype.
I'll tell him.
I figure you will. Take care of yourselves and stay safe up there, and good luck the rest of the season.
All right. Thank you.
Absolutely. Naomi Graves joining us here on Hoopsville on Skype. We certainly appreciate her taking the time. We're going to take a quick break. I can't remember who's coming up now. Let's see here. I got my schedule in front of me. We'll figure it out. Oh, that's right. We're jumping from northeast to west, all the way to the other coast. Matt Logie from Whitworth will join us. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com and the National Association of Basketball Coaches. Plenty more Hoopsville coming up here on the show. We'll be back right after this.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at D3Hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
I know sports is important, but having the academic part along with it is a big plus.
I've discovered in myself, a newfound ability to overcome adversity at all different angles.
At a Division III school is really shaped around you developing yourself as a complete individual. The end result in my mind is you just become a very well-rounded person.
Before I came into college, I didn't really think I'd be able to balance so much. It helps a lot that you have a family with your team that can guide you.
With a D3 school, there's a lot of time for other opportunities. The coaches expect a lot of you during soccer, but after soccer, that's your own personal time to really find out who you are and other opportunities that you can pursue.
By balancing all of my interests, basketball, my leadership skills, and academics, I'm able to better prioritize my life and to manage it.
College basketball lives in Kansas City at the College Basketball Experience at Sprint Center. The College Basketball Experience is the place to get your game on. It's not a museum, it's an experience you won't forget. Discover the history of the game in the National Collegiate Basketball Hall of Fame, featuring the Gallery of Honor, Mentor's Circle, and Honor Theater. Suit up in the latest CBE logoed Nike gear at the CBE Hoop Shop. Elevate your game today and visit the house that college basketball built.
And welcome back to the Hoopsville Marathon, everybody. We are in hour number 3.5 hours in to the 12-hour marathon here, all part of covering Division III the way we think Division III deserves to be covered, on top of the fact part of our Hoopsville fundraising project. For more information on the project, ask us questions, whatever the case might be. Follow us on Twitter at D3Hoopsville or use the hashtag Hoopsville. You can also join us on Facebook at facebook.com/Hoopsville or join us via email, or ask questions, I should say, via email, Hoopsville at D3Hoops.com. We're going to go from the East Coast all the way to the West Coast. We're going to go from women's basketball into men's basketball here next on the show, and talk about a team that in my opinion, has been a little sneaky. Not the greatest start, I would say, but they're now back into the top 25. I'm not going to take any credit for that, but I certainly made a big leap with them finally. And the Pirates of Whitworth are certainly playing good basketball. So joining us on the Hoopsville hotline is their head coach, Matt Logie. Coach, welcome to the show, first and foremost. Good to have you.
Thanks a lot. Excited to be here.
I appreciate it. Listen, start of the season, a little rough. You get a big win over Dewville, no surprise there. Then Rutgers Newark comes into your place, beats you. St. Thomas spanks you. I think at that point everyone went, maybe the Pirates aren't as good as we thought. I know I jumped ship. I'll freely admit it. I said it in my blog. Since then, you've done nothing but win 14 straight in a row, and done so in some cases in convincing fashion, and in some cases fighting it out, as it were, as well. So my question to you, honestly, how good are the Pirates?
Well, I think at this point in the year, we're right where we would expect to be. We had an aggressive schedule to start the year with St. Thomas and Rutgers Newark early on, and we played a good contest against the University of Montana in an exhibition game. But in all reality, when you lose an All-American point guard and you lose a first-team All-Conference shooting guard, it takes a little bit of time to get that rhythm back to your team and find that identity. And I think that weekend with Rutgers Newark and St. Thomas was really good for us, just in terms of I think in some ways humbling. Humbling. Some of our younger guys that hadn't necessarily played at the level we aspire to, and really seeing what that looked like, especially against a team as experienced and as solid as St. Thomas. So from that point forward, we really just started chipping away at the rock, getting better each week in practice and growing, especially on the defensive end of the floor. And we just I think pretty much found our identity as the time has gone on.
Listen, the conference also, I think, has been my kind of question mark too. It seems interesting. Maybe I'm just making assumptions. I thought the conference would be just slightly more competitive. You guys are sitting on top of the conference right now at 8-0. You got a 2-game lead on Whitman. You've got a 2-game lead on Lewis and Clark. You got a 4-game lead on Puget Sound and Willamette. And honestly, there's only 4 teams above 500. I'm not saying the teams aren't good. I thought maybe it'd be a little bit more of a fight at this point in the season.
Well, to be honest, we haven't looked at that too much. I think when you compare our team to the team we had last year, our 2 leading scorers this year are sophomores. Christian Jerlina is certainly a better player as a sophomore than he was last year. Kenny Love is having a really good sophomore campaign, and our front court guys all returned and they're better. And we've got more depth this year. So I think, from our standpoint, I think we have an opportunity to be better when it's all said and done than last year. As for the rest of the league, I think there was some turnover in certain programs due to graduation that has taken them time to figure out. But Whitman is always a really good team. They've competed extremely well, and UPS and Lewis and Clark have been kind of right in the mix the last few years as well. I don't think much has changed, but I think it's taken everybody, including ourselves, a little bit of time to kind of find their identity again.
I'm talking to Matt Logie here of Whitworth, number 21 ranked team in the country. I know the rankings don't mean anything, but what was the reaction when you guys jumped back into the top 25? You guys have been stalwarts there and pretty much seen you there for years, and this year you hadn't been in there.
Well, I think, we honestly don't talk about it, to be honest. The regional rankings obviously are the only ones that really matter. But when you look at our team this year and how we felt about our group, we felt this team had a chance to be every bit as good as the teams that we've had here in the past, 5, 6, 7, 8 years. So whether other people recognize that or not is not something we can control. We started the year ranked, and if we beat Rutgers Newark and lose to St. Thomas, we probably would have stayed ranked the whole year. And in all honesty, we're the same team now as we were then. But every team's going to improve as the year goes on, and I think we've seen that.
It's fascinating to see, you guys get out on that proverbial island and you guys have had to really test yourselves in the NCAA tournament, and you guys keep knocking on the door and almost get to where you want to be, almost get the opportunity. Of course, Mary Hardin-Baylor ruined everybody's lives a couple of years ago when maybe you had that team that could have gotten to Salem. And while I know it's the rankings are what they are, and you're on that island, does it get tough at some point to sit there knowing you got the same fight, you're going to have to go through the same routine of travel to get it accomplished? Is it frustrating to some extent?
Not really. We look at it as an opportunity, to be honest. I mean, we have to travel even within our conference, by air a lot. We play Friday, Saturday, and so we feel like when we have to do that in the NCAA tournament, we're experienced and ready for those circumstances. We know to get to Salem, we're going to have to win games on the road. That's just the way it is. As luck would have it, a couple years ago, we had a chance to play 3 home games and won a couple of them. But, in all honesty, that group of guys were real overachievers and probably wasn't, our best team on paper that we've had. I think if you put some of the teams that have played here, in a 4-team pod at home, Whitworth would have been in Salem a couple of times. But we don't control those logistics, and that's the way it is. So we don't worry too much about it. It just, doesn't make much sense to get frustrated by it. We just got to figure out how to go on the road and win.
Talking to Matt Logie here of the Whitworth Tigers. Jeez, and we're not even halfway through this show. Of the Whitworth Pirates, number 21 team in the country. Coach, let's talk a little bit about your squad. Certainly, we know you guys have had good teams over the years. You seem to have a penance for reloading pretty nicely every year, though I know it's not as easy as it may sound. But when you look at this squad and you look at this roster, there isn't a lot of top. There's two seniors. There's a whole wealth of juniors and a whole wealth of sophomores. Is this a team that good this year, but could be really good next year?
Well, we hope so. We're really excited about the guys we have in our program now. This is our 4th year as a staff, and we've tried to reload along the way, but this group, has really kind of, bought into the program, from day one. Taylor Farnsworth and Adam Wilkes have been terrific seniors for us this year. We'll miss them a great deal next year, but, we only have 2 juniors that play significant minutes as well. So, we feel like we've got a lot of pieces that we can build around for the next 2 to 3 years. We're excited about the recruiting class that we're building, and who knows what the future holds. But we're going to shoot for the stars every year, and then when we turn the page to next year, we'll start from scratch again and go from there.
Let's talk about the specifics of this team. Kristen Dowling.
Yep,
I said the name right. 16.1 points a game, nearly 6 rebounds. Kenny Love, gotta love Kenny Love. I love the name. I loved it last year at the D3 Hoops Classic. 11 points a game. Matt Staudacher. It's easier than I thought it was. 9 points a game, along with George Vale. You got a lot of weapons. You got a lot of guys who crash the boards. Certainly a lot of guys who get steals. And 3 guys who have more than 40 assists on the season, and really 4 guys who are averaging more than 2 assists a game. Seems like a very well-rounded team, unselfish, and certainly willing to help each other out.
Yeah, I think we've been fortunate to bring guys into the program that really enjoy playing together and playing a certain style, which I think has really helped us be balanced this year. Even though CJ, or Kristen Dowling, we call him CJ, leads us in scoring, he does it very unselfishly, and I think if last I checked, he was top 10 in the Northwest Conference in almost every statistical category that there was. So he's a very well-rounded player. Kenny Love has really come into his own here in the last 5 or 6 weeks and is playing at an all-conference level. And those guys are just sophomores, and George Valley has started every game here for 3 years. Taylor Farnsworth is a 3-year starter. So guys kind of know who they are within our system and enjoy playing together. So they don't really care who gets the credit. We don't really go into games knowing necessarily who will be our leading scorer. It's been different guys taking their turn and taking advantage of the opportunities that they're given.
I'm kind of curious when you look. I mean, when you guys schedule, I know you try and find the biggest challenges possible. You get a lot of teams that come up. You got St. Thomas to come up. You got Rutgers, Newark to come up. You headed down south probably just to see what the sun looked like to play Redlands and Caltech. You then headed to Texas. Is that mentality there for when you do hit the NCAA tournament, or is it happenstance?
Well, we're certainly trying to build an NCAA tournament resume. We want to prepare ourselves for those experiences. When we scheduled the game against Redlands, they were, coming off a year away from an NCAA tournament appearance against us. Trinity, when we scheduled them last year for, I think, the third year in a row, they're coming off consecutive conference championships and NCAA tournament appearances. So, we felt like those would be really, really good tests. Trinity obviously is going through kind of a rebuilding year, and it's hard to predict those things. But Marian University was in the NCAA tournament last year, so we just, we do the best we can with the circumstances that we're given to schedule, as many, preferably all Division III non-conference games. Certainly, we want to give our guys a chance to play top competition, and whether that's home or away, doesn't matter too much. But we're fortunate to be able to have that type of support from our administration and program to do that.
You came from the Patriot League. You came from Lehigh. You made that trip west. I know we've talked about it before. You took over a program that was certainly very successful, and you've been able to keep that bar raised, as it were, and met that bar for a while now. Has the experience been everything you expected it to be? Have you found any surprises?
Really, it's been a dream come true. I couldn't have asked for anything more from the opportunity here at Whitworth. Coach Hayford and Coach Fredericks before him had built a really strong foundation, both internally within the administration, but also with the success on the court, and so that provided a great opportunity. But the people here have been tremendous. I'm from the Northwest, and being able to get back to my roots a little bit and just experience, a really neat university and community and athletic department alongside my family has been an amazing experience. And I think the biggest takeaways or surprises just come from changing circumstances, going from only Division I experiences prior to that to really learning the landscape of Division III and what the different challenges are and how you face those and take those on.
You got some alternating weekends ahead. You will be on the road, or at home, I should say, against Lewis and Clark and Willamette, on the road against Whitman and Linfield, back home against George Fox and Pacific, on the road for Pacific Lutheran and Puget Sound. I've been asking this of coaches throughout the show. What's the message to the team as we round out here of January and dive into February? What are you telling your squad as you get ready for basically an even mix, I should say, of home and away?
Well, one of the things that we've kind of prided ourselves on this year with this group of guys is taking pride in the tradition of our program here and understanding that they represent and they're playing for all the guys that have come before them. And I think our guys have done a great job this year of playing together, of really embracing, our system and executing and getting better as the year goes on. But really, we've just kind of challenged them to take that next step forward in playing for one another, and really strengthening those bonds and those family ties, because this is a group that has a chance to grow together, not only throughout the course of the rest of this season, but in years moving forward. So We're really trying to take it one step at a time, and I know that's coach speak, but with a young group, I think that's really what we have to do, and it's been paying dividends this far.
Did I see you on the list of teams that are coming to the Classic next year in Vegas again?
That's the plan, yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, we're excited. So it was a great experience for us last year. Playing, Stevens Point, Wisconsin Platteville was a great prep for us, and in conference play, I thought that really, gave us a nice boost going into conference play in terms of kind of where we were at as a team. So we're excited about that next year, and the coverage that you guys take part in, as part of that is terrific for not only Division III, but for all the programs involved.
Well, hey, listen, I appreciate you coming on the show. Would love to see your team in Salem someday, but if not, would love to see you in Salem, where all the coaches hang out, if you can make the trip. But worst case, I'll at least look forward to seeing you next December in Las Vegas for the D3Hoops.com Classic. As you know, as always, we give the coach the final word. Any final thoughts you'd like to share with those who may be watching?
Well, I just appreciate you having us on and continuing to provide exposure for Division III. I'm really excited about where our program is at and where this team is at, and I look forward to big things in the future.
Well, great. Thank you so much. Enjoy the lovely weather of Washington. Just consider yourself lucky you aren't in the Patriot League right now and dealing with the weather in New England. Good luck the rest of the season. Looking forward to watching the Pirates of the West the rest of the way. And we'll talk to you soon, I'm sure.
Thanks a lot. Go Bucks.
Thank you. Take care. Matt Logie joining us here on Hoopsville. Appreciate him taking the time to join us on the show here on the Marathon. We're catching up a little bit on time. We're going to try and continue to do our best in that capacity. Coming up next, if you haven't gotten jet lagged already from our jump from the East Coast to the West Coast, we're heading back to the East Coast and back to the Northeast in men's basketball. We'll talk to the number 9 ranked Albertus Magnus men's basketball team and coach Mitch Oliver. That's all coming up here on the show. Don't forget, you can follow us on Twitter at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. You can join us on Facebook at facebook.com/Hoopsville. Don't forget, you can also email us, hoopsville at D3Hoops.com. Don't forget about the Hoopsville fundraising campaign. I checked in on it a little while ago. Let's see here. 38% of the way towards our goal. The goal is significant only because it lowers or raises our fees that we pay for the service of Indiegogo. We don't have to stick to that goal. We can go well past that goal, and we hope you'll consider doing so. We've had some wonderful contributions so far, and we thank everybody for those. There are perks along the way. You can get a T-shirt, get on the show. We can get your guest on the show even. Lots of ways to do it along the way. I think that's going to, we're going to take a break. When we come back, like we said, Mitch Oliver will join us here on Hoopsville. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com and the National Association of Basketball Coaches. More Hoopsville right after this.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at D3Hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
I know sports is important, but having the academic part along with it is a big plus.
I've discovered in myself, a newfound ability to overcome adversity at all different angles.
At a Division III school is really shaped around you developing yourself as a complete individual. The end result in my mind is you just become a very well-rounded person.
Before I came into college, I didn't really think I'd be able to balance so much. It helps a lot that you have a family with your team that can guide you.
With a D3 school, there's a lot of time for other opportunities. The coaches expect a lot of you during soccer, but after soccer, that's your own personal time to really find out who you are and other opportunities that you can pursue.
By balancing all of my interests, basketball, my leadership skills, and academics, I'm able to better prioritize my life and to manage it.
College basketball lives in Kansas City at the College Basketball Experience at Sprint Center. The College Basketball Experience is the place to get your game on. It's not a museum, it's an experience you won't forget. Discover the history of the game in the National Collegiate Basketball Hall of Fame, featuring the Gallery of Honor, Mentor Circle, and Honor Theater. Suit up in the latest CBE logoed Nike gear at the CBE Hoop Shop. Elevate your game today and visit the house that college basketball built.
And welcome back to Hoopsville, everybody. We're closing out hour number, what hour is this? 4, I think. The Hoopsville Marathon. We will be on the air until 10 p.m. tonight at least. Last year we won an extra 38 minutes. Who knows? Might do it again. If you have any questions for us, email us, hoopsville@d3hoops.com. You can message us on Facebook at facebook.com/hoopsville. And you can join us on Twitter at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. Don't forget the Hoopsville fundraising page as well. Significant note, just saw this on Twitter. Hampden-Sydney College is being shut down through the weekend. The games against Emory and Henry on Saturday have been postponed. There is a major stomach illness going through that campus. I think I read 8 players on the men's basketball squad were too sick to play last night. We saw this with Maryville when the flu went through there a couple weeks ago. Don't know if this is the flu or just literally a stomach bug, but that is significant news. Hampden-Sydney shutting down through the weekend. This is Thursday. They've already made this decision for the weekend. The games against Emory and Henry, excuse me, postponed. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on that. Significant, to say the least. Let's get, so we made our quick trip to the West Coast, and so we'll make our quick trip back to the East Coast and continue our chat about men's basketball and talk to one of those teams that always fascinates people in the East, and that is the Albertus Magnus Falcons, and Mitch Oliver, their head coach, joins us on the Hoopsville hotline. Coach, welcome to Hoopsville.
How you doing, Dave?
I'm doing pretty well. First and foremost, have you ever had to deal with something like Maryville faced a couple weeks ago and now Hampden-Sydney is facing now, where your team is decimated by an illness that is rampant throughout the campus and affects everything?
No, not. I just heard it. That's. I got to tell you. I mean, that's too bad. I mean, I wouldn't want to deal with that situation. That's too bad for those guys. And hopefully everything will be all right. Hopefully everyone will stay safe and healthy.
Absolutely. It's certainly not how you draw it up when you put your season together.
Without a doubt.
Listen, you guys sitting number 9 in the country, 15-1 in overall, undefeated in conference action. You and I have had this conversation before at about this time in the season before, where you guys are clicking along. And the question always is, how good is Albertus Magnus really? So I'll let you give me the spin. How good are the Falcons?
Well, it's I would say it's my best team I've had here. We're a very unselfish team. We share the ball. I have 5 teams. I mean, five players in double figures. It's the fastest team I've ever had, and we've always been fast. You know how we play. We're always in the 90s. We're actually 95 this year. And it's our most athletic team. So we have a chance to do some special things, but like anyone else, everything has to be right. You got to be healthy. Everything's got to be clicking. You got to be playing your best basketball, and I think we're getting to that point right now. At the beginning of the year, we were winning some games, but we weren't really playing at a high level. And I think we're slowly getting to where we want to be, and hopefully we can peak at exactly the right time.
The challenge you always face is that the GNAC is the GNAC.
Right.
And I know it's hurt you guys SOS numbers, and sometimes it's hurt you guys kind of prepping for the rest of the season. This year, Johnson & Wales is at least in the conversation, has certainly put up some good numbers. And literally that happens every couple of years, I would argue, that Johnson & Wales kind of spools up and becomes a bit of a pain in some cases.
Jamie does a great job. They're very athletic. The thing that they've always been consistent with over the years is they always kind of put 5 guys out there that are in that 6'1", the 6'3" range, and they switch everything, and they really defend. and they get after it. And they're always a great challenge, and they're one of the a lot of teams won't try to run with us. They welcome it, so it's always a fun game. It's always a high scoring game, and they got a roll, and they're playing great right now.
Yeah, they're a game behind you guys. They're 14-3 overall, 9-1 in conference play. Anna Maria is the interesting one. 7-2, 2.5 games back in conference, though 9-7. And then there's St. Joe of Maine, who certainly has been a thorn in your side, and then everybody else. Is this one of those deals where you're going to have to deal with the Johnson and Wales and make sure you don't forget about everybody else, even the Anna Marias? Looking at your schedule the rest of the way, you've still got that rematch with Johnson and Wales, and Anna Maria is your final game of the season. Or is everybody a potential tripping stone for you?
I think the position where everybody is, only because I think we've been at the top of the league for so long that we're going to get everybody's best effort. And to be honest with you, I think it's helped us prepare even more. I don't have to convince these guys that a team is going to be competitive and come after you. They know ahead of time, right off the bat. We respect everyone we play. There's some great coaches in this league and everywhere, and coaches work very hard and players work hard. So we're always going to be prepared. Anyone can beat anybody in league play. Of course, I mean, it's always a different game. I've always said that. But those are definitely, without a doubt, they have the top teams. Johnson and Wales, St. Joe's, and Anna Maria. And St. Joe's kind of gives you like a different element because they want to play the game in the 50s or 60s. Coach Sanicola does a great job. They run the Princeton offense. They play matchup zone. So you got kind of like, different teams and different strategies and styles of play. And, that can lead to a win for anyone. So we take it one game at a time. Our slogan is the most important game on the schedule is the next one. And that's the way we approach everything. So anything can happen along the way. We just want to be playing our best basketball at the end of the year. And obviously the ultimate goal is to get home court advantage. Our league has higher seed home court advantage. And that's always our immediate goal.
I know you guys try and schedule tough opponents if you can. And we've had that conversation in the past about who you have been able to schedule and who you can't. I would argue this year you've been a victim of happenstance. You lost to Richard Stockton, who right now is, I wouldn't say struggling, but certainly isn't the same team they were at the beginning of the season. When you scheduled SUNY Purchase, and when I got him into the Hoopsville Classic, we all expected good things. 7 injuries at the beginning of the year will change that quickly, including
and missing Joel, 7 foot 3.
Yeah,
7'3".
That one being the key. That certainly hurts. Of course, you had a fight with them anyway, and I don't mean literally. Sorry, wrong turn of phrase. A battle with them. New Jersey City, I think, has been maybe dressed up a little bit more than they end up being. Western Connecticut at one point certainly looked pretty good. Has taken some hits recently. Is this one of those deals where you guys have tried to go out there and just this year it hasn't worked out the way you wanted it to?
Yeah, the problem is, like you mentioned with the GENE Act, it's not. We play 18 league games, so it only gives us 7 games, and that we don't have many opportunities to schedule games as far as like just the particular dates. And then we run into a problem where we're playing games over the break. We're not even on campus, so I can't even schedule games there because we can't practice. So we do have some issues there. But like you said, at the beginning of the year, we thought with our 7 out-of-league games, we had a solid schedule. Richard Stockton was coming off Sweet 16. Purchase was. We knew they'd both be good. Mitchell, we thought Mitchell had just about everybody back coming off the NCAA tournament year. And Jersey City was a return game. They're always pretty competitive, and I knew Western would be good. So we were happy with that. But we have to be. It's tough to fit 7 games. It's hard to explain the particular dates. There's not a lot of wiggle room there because we would play anyone. We would go anywhere that was obviously we can't fly anywhere within our budget, but it's definitely something that kind of out of our control. We try to do our best with it, and if we're able to, we got to win regardless. We understand the whole strength of schedule and everything, but we just want to put ourselves in a position where we're playing our best basketball at the end of the year.
Let's talk about your team just a little bit because we could talk about that topic forever. And it'll just be circling the drain. You have a lot of seniors on this squad. 6 of them are your 7. 6 of your 7 top scorers are seniors. led by Tavon Sledge at 20 points a game, and 3 rebounds, 6 assists a game, which I think is the biggest stat that jumps out at me. Not only is he pouring in 20 points a game, he's handing out at least 12 points a game, you could argue. Victor, and as much as I got to say his name correct last year, I'm not going to even try. All consonants last name. He's 19 points a game and hauling in 10 rebounds a game. James Jennings, your junior, 11.5 points a game. Lamar Larson, the senior, 11.5 points a game. Eon Davis, the senior, 10 points a game. Kyle Wiggins at 7.4 and Julian Sanders at 6.9, also seniors. Is this the type of year you got to take advantage of with this many seniors and that good a group of scoring threats? And I'm not saying that not every year you don't have an opportunity, but does it feel like this year is the year, especially after how last year finished?
Sure. I mean, because we have so many returning guys that experienced our run last year, and then, we added some new players, and obviously Tavon Sledge, and why he wasn't on the team last year, he's got a ton of experience. And he played at Iowa State as a freshman. Then he transferred to Iona, and at Iona, he was a starting guard on a team that won the MAC championship and went to the NCAA tournament. So he's played twice in the Division I NCAA tournament, so he understands, what it takes and, how you have to string together a number of games to be successful. So the biggest thing that we stress is ball moving the ball. We're always top 10 in the country. I think we might lead right now in assists, obviously because we score a lot of points, but we make the extra pass. And we really don't care who leads us in scoring. Like Matt, mentioned, at any given night, anybody could score, be our leading scorer, score 20, 25. But we're very athletic, and if you combine that with our senior leadership and veteran players, it definitely is our best chance talent-wise and our best chance, experience-wise. And that's extremely important, and we're excited about it. But I think, taken from last year, this team understands how hard it was just to get to that point, how hard you had to work just to win your league, just to get to the tournament, and then how hard you had to work just to win back-to-back nights on the road, and then playing the Sweet 16. So they understand how hard it is just to even get to that point. So we don't even talk about going further. Well, our goal, obviously, is this next game, but our short-term and long-term goals, our long-term goal right now is to win our league and get that automatic bid. That's our number one goal. And then we'll sit down and assess and figure out, what we need to do to advance in the tournament when we see the field. But it's definitely our best team and best chance to advance, I believe.
2 seasons ago, you guys lost in the first round to Alvernia almost unceremoniously. Yep. I think that was, listen, Alvernia had a good squad then, too. Yeah. It was just one of those circumstances. I don't think anybody really knew who was going to come out of that. Year before that, you had lost in the second round to Middlebury. Last year, you guys make that run. You have to travel down to Mary Washington, and you run into what turns out to be a buzzsaw in Williams. And something I noticed that I thought was kind of interesting. It seemed like you guys all of a sudden realized the look on some of your players' faces when Williams was just playing at will with whatever they wanted was one of frustration, certainly, but also one of realization of, okay, this is what we got to deal with. How much has that resonated to this year? How much has that?
We respect Williams greatly. We thought they were a great team, but I don't think we were looking at them like we're not as good as them. I don't think that was the case. They played very well. We did not play well. We didn't defend well. We got in foul trouble, and Victor fouled out in 16 minutes. And that really, really hurt us. So I just think our approach. What would I change from last year? Maybe I wouldn't start Victor. I don't know. Like, you can't. You know what I mean? Like, there's nothing you could really.
That's a great idea.
You know what I mean? Nothing you could really do. Like, he was unfortunate that he picked up 5 fouls, and we really didn't have anyone. He's such a factor. Like, as good as my guards are and how athletic and quick we are, he's such a factor on both ends. Yeah. Because he can clean up defensively, blocking shots. He leads the country now. And, anytime you have a post threat, and they had a great post threat in Mare, and they were making shots, and they got it going. But, yeah, like I said before, they understand how hard it was just to get to that point. but I think what they took out of that was that we're good enough to play with anyone. And I just think we just didn't show up that day. I'm going to say that we didn't give our best effort. We were out of sync.
Sure.
And they realized when that happens, that's it. You know, you go home. Now that could have happened in the first round.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought our region might have been the best opening region with us, WPI, and SUNY Purchase right in there. I mean, that was tough, and going with, to play them on the road as well too. So, but that was a lot of fun. I mean, those, WPI and SUNY Purchase, two great coaches and great programs. So that was a great atmosphere. But we just want to win our league. We want to win our league and get back to the tournament. And anything could happen. I mean, we can go out there. We could lose in the first round. We could win 6 games. Who knows? You just have to be. You got to be ready. You got to prepare. We'll always. I watch a ton of film. We'll always be prepared, without a doubt, and we'll work hard at it. And then you gotta have. There's a luck factor. Ball's got to bounce the right way.
Sure.
You gotta stay out of foul trouble. And and that's on the players. That's on us. It's on the coaches. We gotta put our guys in good positions. We gotta take guys out when we need to. So there's a lot of factors that factor into that, and we just gotta be ready for it. But it's hard for me to talk about that when I got a game tonight.
Oh, sure. No, absolutely.
You know what I mean? Because like any coach would tell you. But but obviously we were very happy with our team. And I got great guys. They're great kids. They're easy. They're so easy to coach. And any coach would tell you anytime, guys. When coaches talk, hey, you like your team? That's like usually the first. I love my team.
Yeah.
It's usually you like your team, because we've all been there when you got a tough team. But I love these guys. They're great guys. They play extremely hard, and they play for each other, and that's the key. So the next obstacle is going to be we got to win. We got to win games. So that's where we're at.
Quickly before I let you go, how hard is it
Sure.
to know that you can't take advantage of home court?
Well, I don't know. We've had some conversations. We actually do have a seating capacity, so we're going to put a bid in for it.
You're at 600. Is that changed?
Well, I don't know. That's by the book. I don't know who printed that.
That's why I'm asking. Yeah, that's why I'm asking.
So we brought in bleachers. We have additional bleachers and seating. So we could fit in here 1,000. And we put the bid in last year, and they told us to, because we called ahead of time just to make sure it wasn't a waste of time. They said, no, you can put it in, you do have the requirements. So, obviously we have, I don't talk about it too much, but we do have the nation's longest winning streak at home.
Yep.
And we could lose tonight for all I know. But my point is, it's obviously we would love to play at home. And
Sure.
we get great crowds. New Haven is a great area, so sure we are going to put a bid in, and I'm not sure where that's going to go, but I'm also not going to harp. I'm not going to be disappointed if we don't. I can't.
It's out of your control.
Right, it's out of my control. Everyone's almost half the field is to play on the road, so it's something that we're ready for, and I think that's a bit. I have a couple of seniors that have been here for 4 years to understand. You got to win back-to-back nights. You got to go on the road. So I don't have to go through all that kind of stuff with them. It's kind of been the norm. But for us to get there, we got a lot more work to do. We got 9 regular season games left. We got Johnson and Wales, Anna Marie, LaSalle, and St. Joe's, and Norwich. All these good teams in our league, and anything could happen. So hopefully we can get the job done and put ourselves in a position to try and take a crack at it again.
Well, Coach, I appreciate you coming on the show. It's fascinating to watch you guys, just because you just don't know what to make of it sometimes. You got to fight, obviously, with Johnson and Wales. They're fun to watch how that transitions the rest of the season. Good luck the rest of the way. As always, we give the coach the final word. Any final thoughts you can share with us that you might want to share with us, just to say, and those who may be watching?
Well, I mean, I just want to thank you, Dave, for having us on, and it's always great to get exposure for the school, and we're always for our fans and students and parents and the people that follow us. I think they know that people are close to the program. We're gonna play as hard as we can. We're gonna play together, and we're gonna try to do everything we can to make everyone proud. And whether that brings home the championship or not, and for the GNAC or farther, it doesn't really matter. As long as we give our best effort and we're happy at the end of the day, all that matters to us. So again, I just want to thank you for having me on. We follow the show, and we appreciate it.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, Coach. Good luck the rest of the way, and we'll talk to you soon, I'm sure.
Okay. Thanks, Dave. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Mitch Oliver joining us here on the Hoopsville Hotline. Again, Albertus Magnus, number 9 in the country, 15-1 overall, 10-0 in conference play. Home games to round out the month against Newbury and Norwich, hit the road against LaSalle, and then we'll be home against Suffolk in the next 4 games. Johnson and Wales on the 14th of February, on the road at Johnson and Wales in Rhode Island, and the 21st to finish out the regular season on the road at Anna Maria. Those are 2 of the games that jump out at me that you want to keep an eye on for the rest of the way. Behind schedule, we got to catch up. Next couple of segments, we're going to try and do a little bit quicker. No, again, nothing against our guests. We just got to get it back on schedule a little bit here. So we're going to take a break. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com and the National Association of Basketball Coaches. When we come back, we'll talk women's basketball action, talk about one of those teams that is certainly making the headlines in Division III, and that's the Transylvania women's team. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com and the National Association of Basketball Coaches. More Hoopsville right after this.
College basketball lives in Kansas City at the College Basketball Experience at Sprint Center. The College Basketball Experience is the place to get your game on. It's not a museum, it's an experience you won't forget. Discover the history of the game in the National Collegiate Basketball Hall of Fame, featuring the Gallery of Honor, Mentor's Circle, and Honor Theater. Suit up in the latest CBE logoed Nike gear at the CBE Hoop Shop. Elevate your game today and visit the house that college basketball built.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at D3Hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
I know sports is important, but having the academic part along with it is a big plus.
I've discovered in myself, a newfound ability to overcome adversity at all different angles.
At a Division III school is really shaped around you developing yourself as a complete individual. The end result in my mind is you just become a very well-rounded person.
Before I came into college, I didn't really think I'd be able to balance so much. It helps a lot that you have a family with your team that can guide you.
With a D3 school, there's a lot of time for other opportunities. The coaches expect a lot of you during soccer, but after soccer, that's your own personal time to really find out who you are and other opportunities that you can pursue.
By balancing all of my interests, basketball, my leadership skills, and academics, I'm able to better prioritize my life and to manage it.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at D3Hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
I know sports is important, but having the academic part along with it is a big plus.
I've discovered in myself, a newfound ability to overcome adversity at all different angles.
At a Division III school is really shaped around you developing yourself as a complete individual. The end result in my mind is you just become a very well-rounded person.
Before I came into college, I didn't really think I'd be able to balance so much. It helps a lot that you have a family with your team that can guide you.
With a D3 school, there's a lot of time for other opportunities. The coaches expect a lot of you during soccer, but after soccer, that's your own personal time to really find out who you are and other opportunities that you can pursue.
By balancing all of my interests, basketball, my leadership skills, and academics, I'm able to better prioritize my life and to manage it.
College basketball lives in Kansas City at the College Basketball Experience at Sprint Center. The College Basketball Experience is the place to get your game on. It's not a museum, it's an experience you won't forget. Discover the history of the game in the National Collegiate Basketball Hall of Fame, featuring the Gallery of Honor, Mentor Circle, and Honor Theater. Suit up in the latest CBE logoed Nike gear at the CBE Hoop Shop. Elevate your game today and visit the house that college basketball built.
And welcome back to Hoopsville, everybody. Hope you're enjoying the show. We are in the middle. We've now started. We're started hour number 5 of the Hoopsville Marathon here. I'm your host, Dave McHugh. You can follow us on Twitter at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. You can follow us on Facebook at facebook.com/Hoopsville or join us or email us at hoopsville@d3hoops.com. Guilford just sent out a Throwback Thursdays tweet going back to 2007 when Ben Strong, an 08 grad, set an NCAA Division III and tournament record and Guilford record of 59 points against Lincoln. I was there, called that game triple overtime. It was nuts. Little inside story, Tyler Sanborn, who was a freshman on the team, now assistant coach in Hampden Sydney. Hampden Sydney's has been shut down, by the way, for the weekend due to an illness. He says it was 57 and they didn't give him 2 points. That's Tyler's story. Not sure if it's truthful or not. Going to keep going here with the show. We got lots to cover and we got to catch up on some things. So we're going to talk Transylvania basketball. And no, we're not talking to our good friend Brian Lane. We're talking women's basketball. And joining us on Skype is Julie Fulks of the 15th ranked Pioneers coach. First and foremost, congratulations on the ranking. Thank you for joining me on the show. In your first year, quite a bang.
Well, thanks, Dave. We are certainly excited about the season and happy to be here. It's been quite a ride since our staff has arrived in July and trying to get things rolling and keep the tradition alive here, where they certainly are used to winning games and expect to win games.
Yeah, absolutely. I would argue that last coach left you a pretty good wealth of talent.
I would agree. We're very fortunate. We have 3 incredibly good scorers. We have pretty good size in the post. We have speed where we need it. And a team that really, they love to compete, and that's probably their biggest strength right now.
What's interesting is I kind of been watching you guys throughout the season. I kind of keep going, okay, so when's the bubble hit? When does that knock come? Oh no, they're still winning. They're still clicking along. What's been the secret this season?
I think it's been a work in progress in the sense that they're learning a new system. And Coach Todd and I do a few things differently. And we've been in some close games. The last week, we had a team, they were 9 of 11 from a three-point line on Saturday and shot 60% from the floor. And, I really think we come back to we're a team that's rebounding the ball really well right now. I pulled up the stats this morning, and right now we're getting 47% of our misses. And I think that's helped us overcome a lot of good shooting teams, sometimes when our offense isn't quite clicking, getting the right shots. And so right now, we're just trying to get the boards on both ends and keep shooting the ball well.
You're also undefeated in the conference, 11-0 in the HCAC. And listen, the HCAC isn't world beaters, certainly, but it's got some good teams in it. To be undefeated at this point in time, whether you can truly appreciate it in your first year or not, is pretty significant.
Yeah, I think, we really, enjoyed it. And I thought, last year, every game I went into, I probably could have written up half of George Fox and Whitman's plays. Well, actually, probably all of them. And so, as we've been breaking down film, it's been invigorating to go against some new teams and some different styles. And, we had big wins at Franklin and at Bluffton. I thought getting those 2 on the road earlier when we were still trying to get the pieces together, those were really big wins. And we, I think that's probably been the piece I've been the proudest of. When we've had to travel, it seems we've shown up and played some of our best basketball. And, there's a lot of talented teams in this league. There's some teams that really get out and press and put some pressure on you full court. And we've been, we've struggled through that. We got our second point guard back. She's been out with a knee injury about a week and a half ago. And so that's certainly helped get us deeper at that position, which I thought, that'll help us make a tournament run now that I really think we have 3 point guards and really strong at that position.
I got to ask, because you were at Lewis and Clark for 10 years as head coach. Not that Lewis and Clark didn't have some success there. Certainly not that the Northwest Conference is not one heck of a women's basketball conference then and now. What in the world drove you to Lexington, Kentucky?
Well, I'm originally from Northwest Ohio.
Yeah, that's not good enough. Come on.
Yeah, so there was the big family piece, and there are
Okay.
very few jobs that I was willing to look at. I'm an academic at heart, and when we were at Defiance, I remember we came down and played Transy in the first year that they opened this new facility, and my first thought was, well, that's a place that you can win a national championship. And so to be in Lexington, that obviously loves basketball, and they really value Transylvania. We had a media event this morning at 6:15 a.m., which I was pretty thankful it was Coach Lane who was coming off the road last night, and we were at home.
I don't want to
So
see
there's
him at
TV and
6:15.
airtime, but it's been great, and we have great leadership. Dr. Shealy and Dr. Carrie, really want the teams to be successful here, and I can appreciate that.
I don't want to see Brian Lane at 6:15 in the morning. But well, I mean, that's what's significant is you leave. Obviously, you played at Capitol. It's not like you're not familiar with the area, and certainly, I joke about coming back to the area. But when you do look at what you have for a team, it had to be attractive because this is certainly an experienced squad with 4 seniors on it and a whole mess of juniors who have had success in the last few years, 26-3 last year, for example, 21-6 the year before that. There had to have been a lot of positives that were going for you in this case.
Oh, absolutely. And, when I looked at this job and I knew they'd returned everybody, and we ended up, we lost one player in the transition, which I think is normal. I mean, you looked at this roster and you knew that you could make an impact. And we were pretty excited to start the year with the target on our back. When I was looking at job changes, I didn't really want to do another rebuild, and would have if we needed to, but I thought the whole package was incredibly attractive, and we knew we could hit the ground running. We were pretty fortunate that we had the ability to go to Canada and gain another 3 weeks at the beginning of the year to really just start implementing a different system and work through the changes that we were going to have to get through just with a new staff and a new style.
Talking to Transylvania women's head coach Julie Folks, number 15th ranked team in the country. Talk about your team a little bit here. You're led by the junior and Caitlin Smith, nearly 20 points a game, pulling down 4.5 rebounds a game. Nicole Kaufman, a senior, 15.5 points a game. The sophomore in Jordan Fender, nearly 12 points a game. Those are your big three, at least in the stat column. It's a drop off of about half the point total when you go to senior Alex McKenzie.
Yeah.
What does that trio bring to the floor that makes your team so dangerous?
Well, I think the biggest piece is that there is all three. They are incredible scorers. They knock down shots on a nightly basis that I'm just amazed. And sometimes I'm not even sure they saw the rim. And, right now both Caitlin and Nicole are shooting above 50% from the floor, which I think is really impressive because they're not getting to the rim very often. Teams are really dialing in on them, and they're not getting easy looks. So to put up those numbers with the defense that people are working at with them, I think is really a compliment to their ability to score. It's pretty crazy. I wonder every day what I'm doing because we don't run anything for those three. It's basically a motion offense, and they've really learned to make reads. And I think the biggest piece is we have, everybody else is able to supplement scoring. And so if teams do kind of dial in, we're able to get, 2 to 3 possessions right in a row where somebody else scores and try to make them be a little bit more honest. But, they're really different in themselves. Nicole really can kind of score for all over and has the ability to go inside. Jordan's speed is off the charts. She's a top hurdler in the country as well. And so she can get up and down the floor. And then you have Caitlin, who is just a pure jump shooter. And so, I think the difference has been that they can score in different ways. We're fortunate. Caitlin right now is 4th in the country in free throws. And so when we have had some close games, all 3 of them have had, ice in their veins. I don't think any of them have missed down the stretch right now, which might be the biggest key to us not having our, bubble pop so far is that we've just been able to hit free throws and do enough and, win the close games when they keep getting presented to us.
What's also interesting is, again, you have the senior leadership, but again, you have underclassmen stepping up. It's certainly been a pretty common, but you go deep on this bench. I'm just going to do quick math. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 players have played 15 games of your 18 at least.
Yeah. And I'm a big believer in that. And, for a lot of different reasons. One, I think they all like playing. Two, we have a lot of talent, and so it's hard some nights to differentiate who deserves what minutes and who's outplayed who. And so, that's a piece. I think they've all earned the time. They work incredibly hard in practice. And then the other piece, just philosophically, I think, we always try to prepare for this season and a little bit for the next as well. And, next year when we do graduate 5 seniors, we want that group to be able to step on the floor and have confidence that they've played in big games and had minutes. And so, I think it helps us in recruiting that, players know that when they come in, they're going to get a chance to play. They know that we don't keep our roster so big that everybody can't get on the floor, which I think takes some extra work in recruiting, but it's paid off for us this year, and I think over all the years of our staff.
We'll talk about the conference real quick. HCAC, you guys are on top, obviously 11-0. Bluffton, Hanover, Franklin, all tied at 8-3. You got a 3-game lead, which at this time of the year is pretty significant. Then there's the rest, Rose-Hulman, Manchester, and everybody else. A 3-game lead with 7 to play. Obviously, you want to take care of business, but it's a nice position to be in, isn't it?
Oh, it's absolutely the best position. From day one, our goal has been to find a way to win the championship and hopefully host. I think that has such a big piece to us. Taking that next step to the NCAA tournament, which is what they want to do and what they are working to do. And so, to be 3 games up right now and to have both Bluffton and Franklin out of the way on the road, I think is really big for us. Hanover, without a doubt, will be a really tough challenge going up there. They're going to press and trap the whole way. But I think at least, we've set ourselves up as well as you could possibly hope for this time of year.
Your one loss of the season, Maryville, obviously a very good squad in Maryville, also nationally ranked. What did you guys take from a lesson there? Because, it was a 15-point loss, and it was at home.
Yeah, I think Maryville is incredibly good, and all the teams that we've played over the years, I think they have potential to make a really deep run in the tournament. And, we never want to make excuses. Jordan picked up her second foul at the 19-minute mark, and, they made a run on us late in the first half, and we just honestly, we couldn't recover. We'd, make a run in the second half, and they'd come up and hit a huge shot. They have a couple players that can score the ball. So I thought Maryville played really well that day. I thought they had a good game plan, and they deserved that win. They hit enough shots and, got enough stops. So, we'd love to see them again in the postseason and see if we could have another shot at them and what we might be able to do. But, at that point in the year, they were better than us.
You have had national championships just elude you, both as a player at Capital, now at Lewis, and then at Lewis and Clark. I'm sure it's frustrating to some extent, but at the same time, you've been in this in the mix, as it were.
Yeah.
This year, it would probably take going through some really good teams in that Great Lakes region. I know you know it well. What's your take on the region and your area?
Yeah, I think you're right. We've been right there. I thought 3 years ago we had a really talented team, and we got in that 1 second shot with George Fox, and they went on to the national championship. I look at the region, and obviously it's a powerhouse right around us. If you just go in the direct area, you have Thomas More, DePaul, and Maryville, who would all certainly pose a really big challenge. And then the OAC obviously always puts out a good team, and you never know when you could get shipped down to WashU or up to Michigan. And so, I think there is a lot of talent. I certainly used to the first round. I don't think we've ever been handed an easy game. And so I think wherever we get sent, if we were fortunate enough to go, it's going to be a big challenge. And hopefully all the work we've done in 3 months can prepare us to have a good shot at it.
Well, I appreciate you coming on the show and talking about the Pioneers. As always, we give the coach the final word. Any final thoughts you want to share with those who may be watching?
Yeah, well, I think, Alan, we just really appreciate everything D3 Sports and you do for all of the country. And I think this is such a great thing for our athletes to get recognized for all the work that they do, and we really appreciate it.
Well, thank you. Do me a favor, though. Don't listen to Brian Lane.
We try. We have one wall separating us, and so every day.
He might be able to hear me?
That's all we have, and so, we talk golf a lot.
If Brian can hear me, notice I'm talking to her and not you.
I'll walk around the corner and point that out if you missed it.
Remind him for me.
Yes, absolutely.
Thanks so much, Coach. Take care of yourself, and good luck the rest of the season.
Thanks, Dave. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Julie Folks joining us from Transylvania. The team, again, having a terrific season. Just one loss to Maryville. They have plenty more ahead of them, obviously, in conference, but fun to watch the 15th ranked team. We'll see how they do the rest of the way. Going to take another quick break. When we come back, I can't remember. It's another women's team. Where are we going? Oh, that's right. We're going to go up to the Northeast and talk East. Nope, that's not it. Oh, we're going to go to the South, talk Washington and Lee basketball in the ODAC. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com and the National Association of Basketball Coaches. Hoopsville, coming up here shortly. Or not. Coach, I can see you. Thank you very much. Sorry, my computer froze a little bit here. Absolutely. Take care of yourself and good luck. Thank you. Bye. Hey, Coach Dave McHugh. Nice to see you. Well, my computer system just crapped itself. Give me a minute. I'm trying to see if I can get it back. We're going to get you on. I think I just took a hit with the software. So we'll do. We are live now. Sorry about that delay, everybody. Computer crash. So the answer to the trivia question today: who would collapse first, the computer or me? It's the computer. Sorry about that. We are back on the air, and let's not waste any time. We're going to get right to our next guest. Going to stay with women's basketball and talk about one of those other teams that is certainly impressing so far this season. That'd be Washington and Lee. And joining us on the Hoopsville Hotline is their head coach. Coach, welcome to Hoopsville, and thanks for bearing with us there.
No problem. Thanks for having me.
First and foremost, you got to be thrilled with how this team is playing this year. You're right in the thick of it in the conference, in the Old Dominion Athletic Conference, and you guys have taken great strides this season.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, last year we finished the year at 6-19, and right now we're sitting at 14-3. So the improvement in the win-loss category is obviously huge. So much to be proud of. And I've been so impressed if people have seen our team play. You know, we play hard and we fight till the end. I mean, we've picked up 3 overtime wins so far this season. So we have a way of making some magic happen to get us to those 14 wins.
14 wins is certainly what stood out to me when I saw this team. When I was looking around for teams I wanted to talk to. Now 14-3, 7-2 in the ODAC conference as I get parts of my broadcast back up and running here. You're just a game behind Randolph-Macon and Eastern Mennonite in conference action, tied with Lynchburg, a game ahead of a pretty good Virginia Wesleyan squad. All of you with more than 12 wins on the season. Coming off of last year when you were 6-19, 4-12 in conference play. Already you're playing with what we would call house money.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the turnaround from last year to this year has been really incredible, and it's a lot of credit to both our new players that came in and all of our returners. We didn't graduate anyone from our squad last year, so we had a lot of experience, and they got a lot of playing time because it was a very small roster. And that's been a huge part of why we've been able to be successful. Those returners worked on their games really hard over the summer and fall, and they brought those new players along very quickly.
Yeah, to say the least. When you look at what you guys have been able to accomplish, what has stood out the most? You talk about the practice in the offseason, but what else has stood out about this team?
What's really stood out is just our ability to win close games, to come back from big deficits. We played Roanoke just on Tuesday, and we got down, 12, 14 points and found a way to come back. We hit a shot at the buzzer to send it to overtime, and, once we got to overtime, we took control of the game. And we've had a number of games where we've been in the hole at halftime or fighting back from a big deficit in the second half, and we've just found a way to keep fighting and just continue with our game plan until we can finally break through, which I think is really impressive with a team that relies a lot on sophomores and freshmen.
What do we make of the ODAC? We'll talk a little bit about your team in a minute, but more about the ODAC. Last year, maybe a little ho-hum finish to the season. I think maybe people had higher expectations with how ODAC teams would do in the NCAA tournament. Even in the conference tournament, it was a little rough. But now we've got 5 teams above 12 wins on the season. You got Lynchburg and Virginia Wesleyan 12-6. You guys in Eastern Mennonite 14-3. Randolph-Macon 15-2. Is this starting to take a turn, kind of like into the men's side of things, where it's turning really good, or maybe is it a little bit early to make that judgment?
I think it's always early to tell how you're going to do when it comes to postseason play. But I think the conference overall has gotten stronger from top to bottom. The middle teams and the top tier teams are all competing every single night. It's nothing comes easy. So I think that's made the top teams in league a little bit stronger and ready to face some of those national opponents. I think Randolph-Macon, they had a very strong season last year, and they came back and they've won some big games already this year. And so I think them and Eastern Mennonite as well definitely have a chance to make some noise on the national scene. When it comes to NCAA time, it's all about matchups. It's where you're being sent. Those all play a big factor. But I think the ODAC is definitely up and coming, and we're trying to match up to what the men's side has done for sure.
You're in your third season, 9-16, then 6-19. Now, as we pointed out, 14-3. This is a team that is somewhat young. You have 2 seniors on this squad, and none of them are really at the top end of your stat sheet in terms of scoring. Jackie Clifford, the sophomore, leading the way at 12.5 points a game. Emily Perzik, the freshman, 10 points a game. Shelby Hendricks, the junior, 10 points a game essentially. 8 points a game from Paige Corvino, the junior, another freshman. I haven't even gotten to the senior yet. Freshman and Emma Redding at 7.2, and then the senior Annie Goff at 5.3. The future looks pretty good for the Generals.
Yeah, I think it's very bright. We do have 2 seniors on the squad, and we'll definitely miss them when they graduate, but we have a lot of young players that are stepping up for us already. Like I said, we do rely a lot on sophomores and first years, and we have some juniors that have that experience to help us through the end of tough games. So I think that we have the potential to finish really strong this year and come back even stronger next year and maybe make some noise on the national level.
Conference action, you got Guilford on the road coming up here Saturday, then home against Eastern Mennonite, on the road against Lynchburg, home against Randolph-Macon. Tell me if you sense a pattern here. Excuse me, on the road against Bridgewater, at home against Randolph, on the road against Shenandoah. So you got this great alternating schedule. Yeah. If you like, I'll have a talk with Brad and JJ about it. But you also have some key games coming up. Guilford is going to be at least a challenge. Eastern Mennonite, in a battle. You're going to have Randolph-Macon still ahead, and you've got Bridgewater still ahead. Pretty much everybody, Randolph-Macon, Eastern Mennonite especially, and Lynchburg, I should point out there in this group. You've got a real good test coming up here to position yourselves for the conference tournament and position yourself as best as possible for the ODAC in Salem part of it.
Yeah, absolutely. We probably have the toughest part of our schedule coming up right now. Guilford's always a tough team, especially on the road, playing down at their place. And then we play those other top teams in league back to back to back. So this is going to be the time where we can really test where we are in league and if we're ready to, compete and win the ODAC championship, because we haven't even faced Randolph-Macon or Lynchburg yet at all. So they're going to be new to us, and that's going to be a good test to see where we stand.
I know this is a short interview. I apologize. Technical difficulties getting the best of our time, but I had to ask. You got a plethora of representation around the country, and certainly the education that you can get at W&L precedes a lot of this. Tennessee, Virginia, Wisconsin, Illinois, Michigan, shockingly Virginia, Colorado, North Carolina, Kentucky, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Connecticut, if I haven't mentioned it, Florida, New York, PA. You got a wide range. Is that really what is being driven by the fact that W&L has a certain educational standard, or have you guys made the effort to look outside the normal areas for recruits?
Yeah, it's a little bit of both. W&L has such a great reputation nationally, and we have such a great education that we're providing our students here. So the name brand definitely helps us as we recruit around the country, and we've made an effort to reach outside of sort of the normal areas to try to find some special kids that will stand out to our admissions department and can get through that rigorous process and make an impact for our program right away. So you got to be a little creative at a school of this academic caliber, and we've just tried to work as hard as we can to find those special student athletes that can really take our program to the next level.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say you're kind of happy right now you're not up at Colby, where you served as assistant coach and interim head coach for a couple of years. After the bashing they just took weather-wise, I'm pretty sure you don't mind being in southwestern Virginia.
No, absolutely not. And I grew up in Maine too, so I'm well aware of what those hard winters and hard storms can be like. So I feel their pain, but gosh, it's pretty nice to look out the window and see some sunshine.
Yeah, and the snow usually isn't nearly as bad. You grew up in Maine. I missed that on the bio. Considering you don't have much of a Maine accent, that surprises me. Where in Maine?
I grew up outside of Portland, Maine.
Oh, that's northern Massachusetts.
Well, that's what those northern Mainers would say for sure. But
yeah. I grew up down east after living 11 years in Chicago, so I can make that joke. Of course, that area got hammered with snow, so I'm sure you're happy. Hey, listen, I got to get going. I know I wanted to have a longer conversation with you. I really apologize. Maybe we'll get you on the show later in the season to talk about the Generals, but congratulations on the terrific season that you guys have had. As always, though, I give the coach the final word. Any final thoughts you'd like to share with those who may be tuning in?
Yeah, I just want to thank you so much for having me on and for everything that you do to support and promote Division III basketball and Division III women's basketball in particular. I think it's a great level of play, and all the exposure that we can get for these incredible student athletes is much appreciated.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Again, I apologize for the short interview, but we'll make it up to you, I promise, especially if you keep continuing to play basketball the way you guys are playing basketball right now. Good luck the rest of the conference season, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thanks. Take care.
Take care. Christine Clancy joining us here on the Hoopsville Hotline. We're going to get right to a commercial break. We got to get to our next guest before we run out more time. If you have any questions for us, tweet us at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. You can also join us on Facebook at facebook.com/Hoopsville. You can also email us hoopsville@d3hoops.com. More Hoopsville. We'll talk to NYU sophomore guard Caitlin Reed coming up here on the show. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com and the National Association of Basketball Coaches. More Hoopsville right after this.
College basketball lives in Kansas City at the College Basketball Experience at Sprint Center. The College Basketball Experience is the place to get your game on. It's not a museum, it's an experience you won't forget. Discover the history of the game in the National Collegiate Basketball Hall of Fame, featuring the Gallery of Honor, Mentor Circle, and Honor Theater. Suit up in the latest CBE logoed Nike gear at the CBE Hoop Shop. Elevate your game today and visit the house that college basketball built.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From eastern to occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're D3Hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
Challenges on the show today, so
I know
I'm trying to catch up on
but
time.
having the academic part,
you ready to join me?
It is a big plus.
Wonderful.
I've discovered in
basically,
myself
we're gonna,
a newfound ability to overcome adversity at all
about
different
45
angles.
seconds, and then you'll hear me as we come back from our commercial break.
At a Division III school,
we're just going to talk
really
about the
shaped
team. We're
around
talk
you
about being a
developing
student
yourself as a
athlete.
complete
Talk about
individual.
being an
The end
NYU.
result in my mind is
and so on and
just
so
become a
forth.
very
Really
well-rounded
easy.
person.
I'm not going to ask you any
Before I
complicated
came
questions.
into college, I didn't really think I'd
I'm
be
on for
able
12
to
hours. I don't
balance
have
so
time to
much.
think that
It helps a lot that you have
All right, great.
a family
and,
with
I
your
think
team
that's
that
it.
can guide you.
So
With
just
the
sit on hold.
D3
I'll
school,
be back
there's
in about
a lot
30
of time
seconds.
for other opportunities. The coaches expect a lot of you during soccer, but after soccer, that's your own personal time to really find out who you are and other opportunities that you can pursue.
By balancing all of my interests, basketball, my leadership skills, and academics, I'm able to better prioritize my life and to manage it.
And welcome back to Hoopsville, everybody. Hope you're enjoying the show. Sorry for the technical difficulties there just a little while ago. Hopefully we got it out of our system and we can continue on as we are wrapping up hour number 5 of 12, closing in on 3 o'clock Eastern time. A little bit behind schedule, so we'll waste little time. Well, part of our Hoopsville fundraising project, you can sign up and get, an opportunity to select a guest. If you donate a certain amount and select the perk to be on the show, you can even be on the show yourself. And one of our awfully kind contributors in the last week who signed up, or a little over a week ago signed up, asked us to talk to one of the NYU women's basketball players. It seemed apropos that I was heading up to New York City to see the team in action myself against Wash U, and so we decided to make that happen. And so joining us on the Hoopsville hotline, gracious enough to do so, is sophomore guard Caitlin Reed from the NYU Violets. Caitlin, thanks so much for joining me on the show.
Thank you so much for having me.
First and foremost, I've seen you in action now in person. And seeing somebody in video and seeing somebody in person are two different things. You don't seem to have anything but a high gear. You love to go at it the entire time you're on the floor. And I say that because the beginning of the second half against Wash U, you were exhausted, and I think we were a minute in. Has anybody talked about pace?
Coach Hall's whole motto during our games is just to push the ball. We might get a little tired, but because we have such a deep bench, we're able to do that, and it's really awesome.
Oh, absolutely. You guys certainly made a big statement in that game over Wash U. I know you guys were thrilled. I found it interesting. You guys had a bigger reaction being your top 10 team. You beat the number 3 Wash U, both teams undefeated. You sent, you guys had a bigger reaction to that win than the men did, knocking off Wash U a couple hours later. What did that win mean to your team?
Well, the men's game was awesome, but the win for us was just incredible. I think this whole program for a while has been dying to beat Wash U, and it was great to do it on our home opener, and we were just so thrilled to do it, and we've been preparing all week, and it felt great.
Yeah, we should say home opener in conference play. It was a terrific game. I hate to ask you the follow-up, though. What happened against Chicago?
I hate to hear that question, Phil, but I don't know what really happened. I think our legs, I don't think we were tired. They just shot, like 60%, and we didn't really have a way to push back against that. But we'll be better prepared next time.
Oh, sure. I'm sure you're going to love visiting Chicagoland
Exciting,
up here in a few weeks. Listen, you're 15-1 as a team, 4-1 in conference play. As a sophomore, you're certainly on a pretty darn good squad. Coach Hall Gregory has really turned this program around. When you got there last year, you were part of that turnaround in the sense that you don't know what a losing record is at NYU. But what do the upperclassmen talk about when they talk about the last couple of seasons?
They talk about how much they like winning, and no, but they're really happy that the program has made the right turns that it has. And, we all just get along so well that they're just so happy for everyone. And I think everyone is just really thankful for what Coach Hall and what we've all been able to do for NYU women's basketball.
Certainly doing well, to say the least. But you come from
Yes.
Texas, so I got to ask,
do.
what drives a player like yourself to go from the heart of Texas, Highland, was it University Park, I believe?
Yes, University Park.
By the way, where is University Park?
Well, University Park and Highland Park are part of the Park Cities, and they're just about like 5 minutes outside of downtown Dallas,
Okay.
right around SMU area.
Gotcha.
Southern
I drove
SMU.
through the Dallas area this summer about 5 in the morning. It was a
Sorry.
nice quick hello, wave, goodbye, got some gas, and we kept on moving. Drove all the way across the state. That's a big, big state.
It is a big state.
But what drives a person like you to go, hey, Texas is nice, but really I'm dying to be in New York City and to deal with all that weather?
Yeah, the weather has been probably the biggest adjustment.
Yeah.
But I visited New York City, and like everyone else, I just fell in love with the city. I miss the hot, warm Texas and Mexican food, but other than that, I'm just so happy here.
Well, you can get decent Mexican food in New York City, but I'm sure it's
Decent.
not nearly as good as you can get in the Dallas region. Of course, I'm sure when you saw the outcome or the blizzard warnings coming towards you, you probably had serious second thoughts about being in New York City.
I definitely stocked up on food and batteries for my flashlights. But, it wasn't that bad, actually. We got a day off of school, which was probably the best part.
You're part of the SAC there. You also have been honored for your education, but I can't find out what you're doing. I'm kind of curious. What is your major, if you've decided it? What attracted you to NYU?
Oh, I'm a double major in politics and Spanish, actually.
Stop it.
Yeah, I know. I love Spanish. I always have, and that was just more of like, I just am really interested in politics. I don't know. I want to become a lawyer, but my parents, who are both lawyers, tell me not to. So I don't know.
Wow. Well, you can always change your mind if you want to, but isn't it a little unfair to be coming out of Texas and trying to learn Spanish? Wouldn't you have already have it bilingual by now?
Yeah, I get that a lot, but no.
No.
I just didn't really pay attention in high school in my Spanish classes.
Are you a Cowboys fan?
I am a diehard Cowboys
Yeah,
fan.
that's got to go over well in the big city.
Hey, the Giants, probably had a worse season this year, so
Oh, they did.
I've been wearing my Cowboys jersey.
Yeah, that's why I'm surprised you've made it this far in your season. Listen, you also volunteer for Genesis Women's Outreach Shelter in Dallas. I'm dying to know what that is about and why that attracted you.
Well, that was like a club I joined, and that my cousin, who's actually graduated my year and goes to the University of Texas, she was the president of that club, and that was just obviously something to just help out women, and it's anonymous, so they don't know who exactly is helping them, just that they're being helped in southern, like South Dallas and stuff. So it was really nice, and it's a great extracurricular back home. We just provide them with like toys for their children. Like, these are women who have been abused, and like we help set up hotlines that they are able to reach, and like places that they're able to go spend the night if they need a place to stay, like last minute notice.
Wow.
Yeah.
And what is Violet Nation Committee?
Violet Nation, that's like within like the athletics program at NYU, and we help because sometimes the athletics, like all the athlete groups, like they try and we all try and get together and get to know each other because it's so many people. So we just set up fun little events. Like tomorrow for our Rochester game at home, it's our Cheer It Up night. So you get things for coming to this game and that stuff the Violet Committee helps set up.
Let's talk a little bit about your playing. You've started every game so far this season. You shoot 44% from the floor, 37% from beyond the arc. Those are pretty stellar numbers. I'm sure Coach Hall Gregory would love to have you work a little in the free throw line. But you're pulling down more than 10 points a game, 5.5 rebounds a game. As I said, you're all over the floor, fouled out against Wash U, unfortunately. But what do you think is the strength of your game?
For me, my favorite part about basketball is playing defense. I think that's where I get the most energy, is getting stops on defense and hopefully transferring that energy onto the other side of the court for offense. But yeah, I love playing defense. I think the whole team we really get our momentum from how well we can stop teams.
What do you think is your weakness?
Me specifically, besides probably what you said at free throws, I guess, I don't know, my dad would tell you that I get in foul trouble too often, so
Yeah.
I need to stop that.
Yeah, I think the
Coach
5
Hall would
fouls
agree.
against WashU might have been a testament of that, too.
I fouled out against Chicago, too. for
Oh,
what it's worth.
geez, a foul-out weekend. That's not good.
I
That's not
know,
good.
I know. It'll be different this
Your
weekend.
D3Hoops.com East Region player, Rookie of the Year. What does an honor like that mean to you when you come in your freshman year and have made that kind of impact?
Honestly, the honor is just like, extremely incredible. Like, I felt like so grateful, just not only for my team, but also to receive that kind of recognition. But I just hope that, like after last year and this year and the upcoming 2 years that I have with NYU can be just as great, if not better.
The other thing I got to ask you about is the Cole Sports Center going bye-bye.
I know.
Yeah. They're tearing that baby down. You're not going to have a home the rest of your career. What are your thoughts about that?
We're not certain on all the details exactly. We know that we'll be playing games probably at Baruch, and we'll have people who come in before we play and try and make it feel a little bit more like an NYU court. But honestly, it's just we're just going to make the best of it, and we know that it's worth it to tear Coles down because the future generations will have a great gym. So we'll just bear through it.
Yeah,
Make
that's
the
the
best of
truth.
it.
Are you? It's a little bittersweet. I know. I got a chance to see the gym. As I mentioned, it's one of those unique places, and you're going to try and make sure, or the team going to try and make sure to at least give it a good honor this season.
Of course we are. Of course we
Yeah, that
are.
was
We're
an easy
going
question.
to. Yeah, no, but yes, we really do. And I think it's a little bit more sentimental for, the older veterans, like seniors who have, been at Coles for their whole career. And for the freshmen this year, they'll only have known it for 1 year. So it's not, I don't think, as big of a deal for them.
Quickly before we let you go, tough road trip this weekend. You go to Rochester and then all the way down to Atlanta. Then you're at home against Case Western and Carnegie. Then you got that Chicago-St. Louis trip before finishing off the season at home against Brandeis. I'm sure Coach is telling you one thing, but what do you think the message is? What are you telling yourself about the rest of this season?
Just to take it one game at a time. Of course, we all, as of right now, are just looking forward to, going back to WashU and Chicago. But every single team in the UAA has just the same potential to be any other team in the UAA. So, we're just handling Rochester tomorrow and then taking it from there all the way to postseason.
Well, Caitlin, I appreciate you taking the time to join us. Good luck with your studies, really. I mean, you're overkilling on the double major. You don't have to be that smart at NYU. Come on. And be careful with the Cowboys outfits. You don't want to risk it. I'm just saying, just be careful. As always, we give our guests the final word. Any final thoughts you want to share with those who may be watching?
Well, just because I just want to say this, but if my dad and my sister are listening, hi, I love you guys, and thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. Thanks for coming on the show, Caitlin. I appreciate it. Enjoyed watching you and your team last weekend, and good luck the rest of the season.
All right. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Caitlin Reed joining us here on Hoopsville. We appreciate her taking the time to do so. We're going to keep things going along, see if we can get back on track here. We're going to slide a little bit northeast of New York City in the next segment. We're going to go back into men's basketball, talk Eastern Connecticut with head coach Bill Geithner. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com and the National Association of Basketball Coaches. If you have any questions for us, tweet us at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. Email us, hoopsville at D3Hoops.com, or, there's 100 other ways you can join us as well. You're listening to Hoopsville, and we'll be back with more right after this.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at D3Hoops.com at www.D3Hoops.com.
I know sports is important, but having the academic part along with it is a big plus.
I've discovered in myself, a newfound ability to overcome adversity at all different angles.
at a Division III school. School is really shaped around you developing yourself as a complete individual. The end result in my mind is you just become a very well-rounded person.
Before I came into college, I didn't really think I'd be able to balance so much. It helps a lot that you have a family with your team that can guide you.
With a D3 school, there's a lot of time for other opportunities. The coaches expect a lot of you during soccer, but after soccer, that's your own personal time to really find out who you are and other opportunities that you can pursue.
By balancing all of my interests, basketball, my leadership skills, and academics, I'm able to better prioritize my life and to manage it.
College basketball lives in Kansas City at the College Basketball Experience at Sprint Center. The College Basketball Experience is the place to get your game on. It's not a museum, it's an experience you won't forget. Discover the history of the game in the National Collegiate Basketball Hall of Fame, featuring the Gallery of Honor, Mentor's Circle, and Honor Theater. Suit up in the latest CBE logoed Nike gear at the CBE Hoop Shop. Elevate your game today and visit the house that college basketball built.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at d3hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
And welcome back to Hoopsville, everybody. Hope you're enjoying the Hoopsville Marathon. We are in hour number 6. We got a little under 7 more hours to go here on the show. Appreciate you taking the time to join us. Don't forget the Hoopsville Marathon is also part of the Hoopsville fundraiser. More information on our Twitter page. Follow us at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. Follow us on Facebook, facebook.com/Hoopsville. And, of course, join us. Well, I should say, if you have any questions, email us, Hoopsville at D3Hoops.com. Got plenty more. If you want to know the exact guests coming up, we have them on our show page. Just scroll down. You'll see an update. There are some empty spots you'll notice on there. They will be filled in momentarily. We've gotten some confirmations. We also have a couple pre-taped segments that we have to slot into the show, and we haven't done so yet. So we will get to those as soon as we can. Let's jump back to the Northeast region and talk about one of those other teams that is certainly garnering attention, been in and out of the top 25, and has had a fascinating season. That's Eastern Connecticut, and the Warriors are 15-3 overall, 7-0 in Little East play. And joining us on the Hoopsville hotline, their head coach, Bill Geithner. Coach, welcome to Hoopsville, sir.
Well, thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Appreciate you taking the time. Listen, you guys have had a fascinating season. You start the season strong, then you have an interesting loss to Hartwick, and I only say that because Hartwick is struggling this season, by their definition.
Right.
You then get back on your winning ways, and then you run into Marietta, who is beating everybody, and barely lose to them down in sunny Miami. I can't feel bad for you being down in sunny Miami, just for the record. You get back going again, then Amherst comes into town, and Amherst beats you in what some described as not the prettiest of basketball games. And then Amherst is now struggling, and now you're on a roll. Once again, your game against Western Connecticut postponed until tonight. I know we're taking time out of your preps, so we appreciate you taking the time to join us. What do we make of the season? How do we read into the losses? How do we read into the wins, do you think?
That's a good question. I mean, I think it's been a good year for us. You mentioned the 3 games that we lost. Clearly, Hartwick early, like you mentioned, they've traditionally been very, very strong, having a little bit of a down year for them in, a game that, we just didn't defend the 3-point line. They came in and made 12 threes, and, when they do that against us, it's going to be a tough night for us. The Marietta game was a great game, just a great college basketball game down in Miami. 2 good teams went back and forth. We took a lead with a 1-point lead with 10 seconds to go, and then just didn't defend. They kind of Edneyed us. They scored a basket coast to coast in about 4 seconds, and our lead was no longer. But a great game. And then Amherst is still a pretty good team. they're young. And, I think some of their losses have been due to how young they are, especially in the backcourt. But quality team in a game where we just didn't play real well. And, I guess I'll have to give them credit for that. But, we've responded and, to each one of those losses and come back and gotten better. We're still a young team, kind of still trying to figure it out, I think.
The figuring out part, I think, is what catches my attention. This is a good team. In years past, you guys have been in the conversation quite a bit. You've had 20-win seasons ever since 2010, and have been at the top of the conference most of the way, including last year where you swept through the conference at 14-0. Of course, last season you win the conference champion. Or I should say you lost the conference championship, allowing Rhode Island College in. You then beat Husson at Plattsburgh, and then Plattsburgh beat you guys. How much is the end of last season still resonating with you guys? How much have you guys moved on, or is it completely different?
I think that's carried over to a lot of our guys. We had 4 seniors graduate last year, 2 starters, Mike Garrow, who was, an All-American and, player of the year in our conference, and then Brian Salzillo, who was another first-team All-League player. So, we graduated 2, main cogs kind of in our offense. So that's been a big adjustment for us. And to be honest, I wasn't sure how that was going to work with this year's group. But guys have, stepped in and really, filled that void. And offensively, we're, shooting it at a higher percentage this year, scoring as many points, and then kind of doing what we've done the last 5 or 6 years. And that's, really defend and able to win the battle on the boards.
When you look at this squad, you only have 1 senior. And I think that may be a sign for the future for anybody who's trying to figure out if they got a chance against you guys. You're loaded with underclassmen and not that many juniors either, I should point out. And your 1 senior, Brandon Yarborough's averaging 6.9 points a game while you got 4 guys in double figures. Preston's 18 points a game, Brown at 14 points a game. And 2 other guys in double figures. You may have hinted at it a little bit there. Are you guys maybe peaking, not peaking, that's not the word, showing your cards a little early, that this is a team that certainly is going to be a force to reckon with really in the next year or 2?
I mean, I certainly think, the future is bright for us. As you mentioned, we have 1 senior, and, Brandon is only averaging 6.9, but he really is the glue for us. A couple of the games that we've mentioned that we lost, he wasn't playing or was injured. So he's going to be a big piece to replace next season. But, going forward, I like it. Tarchie Brown is a freshman getting 14 points and 5 rebounds a game for us and has had some huge games. Colin Jordan is another freshman coming off the bench for us and playing many more minutes than he did early in the season. So I think, individually and collectively, we're continuing to grow, and I think that's good.
When you look at this Little East, you guys, Rhode Island College having a good season considering how much they lost, including their head coach last year, but you've got a 2-game lead on them. Mass Dartmouth's kind of lurking at 5-2, 9-8 overall. Keene State and Western Connecticut. I think a lot of people thought Western Connecticut would be better this year. They've struggled as of late. How do you make this conference? What do you make of it, I should say?
I think it's a dangerous league. I mean, you mentioned, those 5 teams, including us, and then UMass Boston, although they've struggled recently, they just had a big win against Keene. They beat MIT, who was nationally ranked earlier in the season. So, I think there's some teams that on any given night can compete and beat anybody. So I think the league has had a good year so far. Our non-conference schedule, I think, was competitive, around the league, and there's teams in the league that had some nice non-conference wins. So I think when you look at the league this year, I think it's a little different than last year. I think we're more balanced, and I think there's 5 to 6 teams that could win it at the end of February.
There's Rhode Island College, team that you have beaten twice, I believe, if
Yes.
Yes, there we go. I was trying to find the other game.
Way back in December.
Yeah, exactly. And the December game was 53-47. This time around it was 83-59. What do we make of them? What do we make of Western Connecticut? You've got Western Connecticut obviously ahead tonight. I'm not asking for a game plan, but what do you make of them, considering they may be your biggest threats? Considering the rest of the schedule, you do have Western Connecticut twice, and you still have to take on Dartmouth and Keene.
Right. No, we're happy where we are. We understand we've got a long road ahead of us, and conference play is only at the halfway point.
Yeah.
Rhode Island, I think, is very talented. Still feeling their way, I think, with a new coach. But they play extremely hard. They defend, and come tournament time, they are going to be a difficult out. Western is very, very athletic. They really get up and down the floor. They average 85 points a game. So tonight I think will be, our defense against their offense. Are we able to, slow them down a little bit and make them go against our, court-to-court defense? I think, we feel if we can get, teams out of transition and make them, go against our court-to-court defense, that we've got a good shot. But, I agree. Those two teams are very talented.
Let's talk about you for a minute. You are now the winningest coach in the 74-year history of Eastern Connecticut. You also have now coached in more games than anybody in men's basketball at Eastern Connecticut. You've had a storied career there, and obviously, as we mentioned earlier on, 20-win seasons are now synonymous with the squad since you've now done it. And assuming you'll do it this year, let's just make that grand assumption, 6 seasons in a row. What's it like to have been coaching there in Willimantic, Connecticut? Sorry, couldn't get it out of my mouth.
That's okay. That's okay.
And being there for so long and having the success that you now are having.
Every day I enjoy coming to work. It's a great place to be. The faculty, staff, administration is unbelievably supportive of what we do, and we've had quality student athletes come through the program, continue to be in our program. And then I think, I've been fortunate to have, great assistant coaches. We've had some stability on our staff, and I think, especially at our level, that's something, that's a rarity. You don't see that very often, and I think, the successful programs, if you look at it, not only do they, have head coaches that are there for a while, but the assistant coaches who, let's face it, they do all the work anyway.
Yeah.
There's some stability. So it's just been it's been a good situation. I look forward to the future. And we, like I said, we're happy where we are, but we know we can get a lot better.
So when's the next breakthrough come through? And I mean that in the sense that you went from a 500 or just above 500 squad to a 20-win season squad. When's the breakthrough in the NCAA tournament come? And I don't want to put you on the spot for this year, but the way we talked earlier about how this squad is set up for the future, is this a team in the next year or two that might make that really deep run that gets some heads turned?
I mean, certainly that sounds good to me. I mean, let's do that.
Sure.
I think it's like anything. You get into the tournament, it's about matchups. It's about those 40 minutes.
Yeah.
3 years ago we made it to the Sweet 16 and then got knocked off by a very, very good team in Cabrini. That was a pretty special group we had here. I think we've kept it going. But I do feel that this group, if they continue to work and individually and collectively continue to get better, that we're gonna, that we have an opportunity to be pretty good.
Wrapping things up here with Bill Geithner of Eastern Connecticut. Coach, let me talk quickly outside of the conference and talk about the region. It's a beast of a region, as it always is, but it also seems to be changing a little bit. The NESCAC, certainly good teams, but not having the dominant success they normally have. They're beating each other up a little bit. Maybe the tops come down a little bit. The NEWMAC certainly has a lot of good teams in it now. And you're not that far away from teams that are improving in the Atlantic region as well. The landscape around you has altered a little bit. How has that affected recruiting? How has that affected the success of even your Warriors squad?
I think it gives an opportunity to go out and play quality teams. I mean, and I think that's what competitors want to do. They want to go out and challenge themselves against good teams, and certainly in the Northeast. And then you mentioned the Atlantic. You can, not travel too far and play some really, really good teams. Recruiting is always competitive, and we welcome those challenges. So I agree. I mean, I think the landscape of the Northeast has changed this year a little bit, and there certainly are no shortage of quality teams.
Well, Coach, I appreciate you taking time out of a day that obviously got busy with the rescheduling of the Western Connecticut game onto your docket. I appreciate you taking the time to join us nonetheless and find a time slot there. As always, we give our coach the final word. Any final thoughts you'd like to share with those who may be watching?
No, I just want to say thank you to you and your staff and all the people that put together Hoopsville and all the work that goes into D3Hoops.com. I mean, I think it's a great resource for people to follow, a great brand of basketball. So to you, I say, thank you, and I understand you have 7 more hours, so
yeah, that's
make sure you get some coffee today.
Yeah, I got one in front of me. I think I'm going to have to reheat it and then make another cup as well. But thanks so much, Coach. I appreciate it. Good luck the rest of the season. We'll enjoy watching what the Warriors do.
All right. Thanks, Dave. Take care.
Take care. Bill Geithner joining us here on the Hoopsville Hotline. Appreciate him taking the time. Again, they play Western Connecticut tonight. They are then, on the road to Plymouth State, then home against Mass, Boston, and Keene State. Those are the next 4 on the docket for the Warriors. Going to take another break. When we come back, we'll where are we going? We will go out to St. Louis and talk to Webster men's basketball coach Chris Bunch here on the show. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com and the National Association of Basketball Coaches. If you've got questions for us, tweet us at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. Email us, hoopsville at D3Hoops.com, or join us on Facebook at Facebook.com/Hoopsville. We'll be back with more Hoopsville Marathon right after this.
College basketball lives in Kansas City at the College Basketball Experience at Sprint Center. The College Basketball Experience is the place to get your game on. It's not a museum, it's an experience you won't forget. Discover the history of the game in the National Collegiate Basketball Hall of Fame, featuring the Gallery of Honor, Mentor Circle, and Honor Theater. Suit up in the latest CBE logoed Nike gear at the CBE Hoop Shop. Elevate your game today and visit the house that college basketball built.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at D3Hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
I know sports is important, but having the academic part along with it is a big plus.
I've discovered in myself, a newfound ability to overcome adversity at all different angles.
At a Division III school is really shaped around you developing yourself as a complete individual. The end result in my mind is you just become a very well-rounded person.
Before I came into college, I didn't really think I'd be able to balance so much. It helps a lot that you have a family with your team that can guide you.
With a D3 school, there's a lot of time for other opportunities. The coaches expect a lot of you during soccer, but after soccer, that's your own personal time to really find out who you are and other opportunities that you can pursue.
By balancing all of my interests, basketball, my leadership skills, and academics, I'm able to better prioritize my life and to manage it.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Hoopsville. The Hoopsville Marathon underway. Not underway, what am I talking about? We've been on the air since 10 a.m. Eastern Time. It is nearly 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll be on the air till 10 p.m. Eastern Time, all part of covering Division III basketball the way we want to, giving as many opportunities for those teams and coaches out there to talk about themselves. Of course, it's also part of the Hoopsville fundraising project. If you get the opportunity, please go to our Twitter page or Facebook page for more information on how you can donate to the show to help us do this, essentially. That's the long and the short of it. We'll talk more about it as we progressively go on. We have a small goal this year. The goal is really in place to determine whether we get X amount of fees or Y amount of fees. We want the less amount of fees, so we go past that goal. That will do that. And, of course, at the same time, any additional money helps us travel more and helps us upgrade our facilities and studios, as you can see behind us, and the ability to bring you Skype. We are able to upgrade our computers, and Skype has been throughout the show here today, and it's going to be a nice added bonus here for our next segment. Though, looking at the docket, this might be our last Skype interview scheduled for the day. That does not mean we don't have some partners in crime down the road that we will add via Skype. So we want to thank our next guest. We jump out from East Coast to St. Louis. Being a Chicagoan that I am, this stings a little bit. And joining us on the Hoopsville Skype, we haven't come up with a witty name for this just yet, is Chris Bunch, head coach at Webster. Coach, welcome to Hoopsville, sir.
Dave, I appreciate it. Glad to be here.
Absolutely. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate it as well. First and foremost, we don't talk a lot of SLIAC basketball, to be honest. It sometimes slides under the radar just a little bit, but this is the type of opportunity we got to take advantage of. And so we wanted to talk SLIAC, but I wanted to talk to you guys because of how last season has progressed into this season. But first and foremost, let's point out that you guys are 11-6 overall, 7-3 in conference action. And you guys are sitting behind right now Spalding and McMurray, both teams who've gotten some attention this year for some of the games that they've won. How's the season gone from your point of view?
Well, obviously it's been a little bit of a disappointment. I know there was a lot of expectations going into this year with the way we finished the season last year and then the close loss at Illinois Wesleyan in the first round of the national tournament and returning most of those guys this year. The expectations from the people on the D3 boards and whatnot was pretty big. And then obviously, we get in 1 week of practice and Kevin Miller, our 6'8", first team all conference center, goes down with knee problems. And he's been out the whole year. So he's not played a game. Aaron Griffin, our 4-man, separates his shoulder the second day of practice and is out for a month. So he misses the first weekend of games. Ahmad Smith, who's been our leading scorer the last 2 years, currently out with an ankle injury, although we've happened to win the last couple of games without him. So, people in and out with injuries and some other people having to step in and fill the roles and do new roles. It's been a little bit of a challenge. And at the same time, we feel pretty good about how we came through it all, and we're still in a position. We're in the top 3 in the conference, and we're still there in the mix. So, there's a lot of basketball left to be played. Let's see how we can do.
Yeah, you touch on last year, and certainly that was the tough part. You guys had such a terrific finish last year, just barely losing to Wash U. And I think a lot of people took note of that. I think people saw that and went, wow, this is a squad that could be pretty darn good next season. And you talk about the challenges that has faced. Obviously you got to go through Wash U because when the geographics, they look at each other and go, wow, they're right across the street. Let's just have them play each other. But you at least made the NCAA tournament and put up a stand by losing by a point. How much confidence did that at least give the team? How much did that maybe change some things on campus?
Well, I think it showed our guys that they can play with some of the better teams in the country. And obviously, you alluded to it at the beginning, the SLIAC sometimes doesn't get a lot of attention regionally and nationwide. And that's been our own fault, just with maybe sometimes when we play some games against some of the higher ranked teams in the region and in the country, we sometimes don't do so well. But obviously gave our guys a lot of confidence going in, and we were very excited about the season. And, for that part, we still are excited about, what we've got, opportunities we have left and things we can achieve. So, but it was a confidence builder and something that we had hoped to build on. Obviously, the loss of Kevin was huge. Although there is a chance that he may get back before the season's over. He's been working out and trying to get his knees in better condition, and he's feeling better. And you may have a Kevin Miller hiding here in the next couple of weeks at some point. So getting him back, we'll see what he can do, what that means to us. But it was a confidence builder. But that that's so far in the past now that, we have to move on and just, worry about where we are right now.
Forgive everybody who saw you disappear on the screen there several times, as our Twitter was on the exact same monitor you were, and so thus we got a little too complicated for our own rights. Yeah, I mean, obviously the injuries hurt, but you also have started to look like you've taken on the challenge of maybe even upgrading your schedule just a little bit. Obviously, you have a lot of games in conference, but you played Texas, Dallas, you played Millikan, who certainly is improving this year. You played WashU and only lost by 10. I think that was a sign that you guys are here to play, as it were. Central, who's been in the conversation quite a bit this year, certainly became a factor. Are you purposely trying to now go out of conference and schedule even more? I think maybe sometimes people knock the SLIAC, or is it the SLIAC, a little bit for that element of the scheduling.
Well, since I've been here, I know my first year I came here and I inherited the team from Dave Kaneshiro. And I think that first year, I think we had 11 non-conference games, and we had 5 ranked teams or NCAA tournament teams from the year before on the non-conference schedule. And I thought, what in the world is this guy trying to do? And it just seems like year in and year out, we've generally tried to play a tough schedule, sometimes a little too tough. I know 4 years ago, we won the league and won the conference tournament and went to Augustana. And the next year I had a whole new team, graduated 5 seniors and lost one of my other good players. And we had a murderous schedule, and we went 0-9 non-conference and then won the conference regular season title and finished 13-13. So, and I said then, man, I can't do that every year. Everybody can't be WashU or Illinois Wesleyan. I got to try and find somebody else out there to play. But still, it just seems like year in and year out with 7 games to schedule, it generally ends up, obviously we play WashU every year because of the close proximity. And then it just seems like, we'll have a tournament and Texas, Dallas will want to come up and we'll have them up. And obviously we've played Millikan quite a bit in the past, not every year, but other teams, Central, we've played a lot of different people over the years. And so it just always seems like the schedule is pretty tough. And I think it helps. I think it gets your kids ready for conference. I've often told our guys, you play good teams early. They kind of show you where what your warts are and where you need to improve. And if you play kind of a softer schedule, you might be a little bit misled. And then you get in conference and things change with the pressure and the intensity of the matchups. And then you're trying to figure out, then you see what you need to work on. So I think it's a good thing. At the same time, it's sometimes kind of tough for the kids when you play 3 or 4 really tough teams and they take a couple on the chin, and you just have to kind of keep preaching to them that it's a process and you're trying to get better and just every day. And so that's kind of what we try to do. But we're definitely year in and year out trying to play some tough people non-conference.
And by the way, Coach, I find it fascinating that you've been in the St. Louis area for 12 years and you haven't lost that wonderful Southern accent that you got out of the Tennessee area. But I got to ask the question just because I'm thinking about it. We'll get back to your team in a minute. Kansas City, St. Louis barbecue, Tennessee, Kentucky. Where's your favorite barbecue?
Oh, I'm converted. I'm a St. Louis barbecue guy.
Wow! So you didn't lose the accent, but you changed your mind on the food.
Oh yeah, just a little bit.
Very nice. I got to start doing that a little bit more often when I make my travels around. Go check out the good barbecue. Let's talk about your team, if you don't mind. Sorry for the slight slide there. This is a team. You talk about the injuries. You have a huge roster, by the way. Obviously, not everybody numbered, as it were. So you're certainly willing to have the depth. And what I should point out is you're also willing to have underclassmen. You don't have a lot of upperclassmen that jump out at me, especially when you talk about the seniors. A lot of sophomores on this squad. They're getting that experience. Ahmad Smith is leading the way. He is your senior out of the St. Louis area at 16 points a game and 6 rebounds. You got 2 guys in Hunter Ward and Aaron Griffin who battle for the boards, both averaging 7.5 each, both averaging 12 points a game each. Are they twins? Because their stats are almost identical. though Ward has taken far more shots than Griffin. Those are the big three. Actually, I should mention C.J. Moore as well, 10 points a game. And this is all without the main guy that you guys have. So, in some ways, this might be a blessing in disguise for you guys. You're finding other options for when he comes back, you get even deeper.
Absolutely. And Aaron Griffin's had a really good stretch recently. I know he's had double-doubles in 5 of the last 7 games. He's our only real big post player to speak of. He's about 6'7". And he was the D3 Hoops Team of the Week selection for this past week for his 2 games last week. So, he's had some good games this year. Hunter's had some really good games this year as well as last year. Obviously, Ahmad's he will probably finish this year if he gets back before the season's over and is healthy and can play at the usual level. He's going to end up being the second all-time leading scorer here at Webster. And so, those 3 have carried us for the most part. But I think it's interesting that you mentioned C.J. Moore just because, a lot of times when you lose a player and you think another player of that size is going to be the most affected by it, but probably losing Kevin at the 5 position made us have to play a little bit smaller, and it enabled CJ to be able to step in this year. And he's done a fantastic job for us. He's leading us in steals. In fact, I think at one time he was ranked pretty high in the nation in Division III in steals per game and total steals. He shoots, he's shooting a high percentage. He's very efficient. And he's done a tremendous job for us. And so, it kind of worked out that losing a 5-man made a 2-guard more prominent in your rotation. But that sometimes happens more than people realize. But we've had some other people step up as well and do a good job. And you did allude to the fact that we've got several sophomores that we're playing. It's still kind of a young team. Aaron and Ahmad are the only seniors, and everybody else will return. So, I think, if we can get some post players in here to add to the players that we've got, I think the future's still going to be pretty good here for a while.
Cross the street, walk behind Mark Edwards' back, talk to a couple of guys there. Say, hey, listen, maybe you want to change venues. I got there's some post players over there you could steal from them.
I wish. They have about 10 every year.
I know. Exactly. That's my point. Mark Edwards would never notice them missing.
You think he could share a couple?
Exactly. I mean, come on. Just because he recruited them doesn't mean he needs to keep them.
Right.
Hey, quickly about this conference. How does this end? Spalding's 11-1. You guys are 4 games behind them, but I would argue they're attainable considering Spalding's right behind. You got another game still with them. McMurray is a game ahead of you, so at least try and vie for a conference home court as much as you can possibly get, and they are coming up on the road in the next game. Can you guys make a run here, especially if you can get some of the some of the bodies back healthy?
Well, I hope so. Obviously, this game's on Saturday, and McMurray is huge. It's going to be crucial to whether or not we still have a chance of winning the conference. Obviously, we're 2 games back in the loss column of Spalding. To lose in McMurray would make it really tough to win the conference regular season. Yeah. Spalding's done a good job. Kevin's got a good program going there. Ever since they switched over, and as soon as they lost the provisional status and became a full-fledged Division III member, they've been as good as anybody in our league, and really tough the last couple of years especially. And so he's done another good job this year. I know people thought that maybe they'd lose some guys and they might drop off a little bit, but I didn't really think so. I figured they'd be as good as they usually are, and they have been. McMurray's got a nice team. Todd's done a great job there. The pickup of Davis Johnson from Milliken at the break has obviously made them. They've won 8 conference games in a row since he's came in.
And nothing against him. Milliken has been playing pretty good since then too.
Absolutely, that was kind of a win-win. Looks like for both places, but they're definitely going to be formidable, especially at home on Saturday. So we're going to have to go play really well, and then, but even beyond that, it's just at this point, you want to make sure you're, like I say, you're still in the hunt or still in the talk or however you want to phrase it, but. There's the top 4 teams make the conference tournament, and last year we were fortunate enough we went to Spalding and were fortunate enough to win the conference tournament. And I kind of know what that feels like, because when we first reinstated the conference tournament 10 or 11 years ago, I won the league 4 times and never won the conference tournament, and didn't get to go to the national tournament.
That works nice.
So, you just want to be there at the end with a chance to go wherever, whether it's home or to another school, and play the 2 games, hopefully play the 2 games and get a chance to make the national tournament. So we're just trying to get better game by game still, even with 8 games left. And we'll go to McMurray, and, if we win, man, we're there in the hunt. And if we lose, maybe we can't win it'll be really tough to win the league regular season, but that's still, we're still definitely in the mix for the conference tournament, and, still achieving the goals we're trying to get to at the beginning of the year.
I find it interesting, by the way, that McMurray has 0-7 outside of conference action.
He played a brutal non-conference.
Yeah, he did, and almost got a couple of wins. How much has Iowa Wesleyan changed things? You guys have now lost to him once. He got a rematch coming. How much have they changed the equation in this conference?
Made it them, along with Spalding, made it a little more regional. When I first came to Webster 13 years ago, there were 8 schools in the league, and the farthest away from us was McMurray at a little over 2 hours.
Yeah.
So the guy at Maryville College that I used to coach for used to laugh. He called me my second year and said, I was looking at your schedule, and 21 of your 25 games are within 2 hours of St. Louis. He goes, that's ridiculous.
That's nice.
Because he has terrible travel there in the South region.
He does.
And but it's kind of spread it out a little more. Now we have to go, Spalding's an overnight trip for us, and Iowa Wesleyan's an overnight trip for us. So it's changed the dynamic of it a little bit, but it's not, still it's, I think they're a good addition, and still they're close enough that it's not too terribly far away.
Well, hey, I appreciate you coming on the show, especially via Skype. It's great to chat with you guys, especially when there's a mascot named the Gorlocks. You got to get them on the show in some capacity.
Absolutely.
Got to wish you luck the rest of the season. Again, 11-6 overall and 7-3 in conference action. Whether you're aware of it or not, we always give the guests the final word. Any final thoughts you'd like to share with those who may be tuning in?
No, I just appreciate you guys and D3 Hoops in general, all the work that you guys do to, promote Division III basketball. I think this is a great site. Even the Division II level doesn't really have anything as prominent as this that people can go to. It's great not only for us, it's great informationally for our fans and family members, and recruiting as well. Recruits can go there and learn a lot of different things, not only about your team, but just about Division III basketball as well. And I think it's a great service you do all of our schools, and I appreciate it.
Well, thank you, Coach. It's easier to do the show, too, when guests like yourself are willing to come on. Thank you so much. Good luck the rest of the season, and we'll look forward to watching how the Gorlocks do the rest of the way.
All right. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Chris Bunch joining us out of the Central Region and the SLIAC Webster basketball team on a 3-game winning streak. And again, travel to McMurray here coming up on the weekend. When we come back, our long-awaited interview with the men's basketball committee chair, Jeff Burns. That's all coming up here on Hoopsville. If you got questions for us, tweet us at D3Hoops or hashtag Hoopsville. Facebook us, facebook.com/Hoopsville. Email us, Hoopsville@D3Hoops.com. Coming up, as we mentioned, the men's basketball committee chair, Jeff Burns. You're listening to Hoopsville, and we'll be back with more right after this.
Division III schools offer academic scholarships instead of athletic scholarships. This really puts the focus that the student athlete needs to maintain that GPA.
I did receive a non-athletic scholarship upon entering school.
I got the presidential scholarship, which was huge for me.
I think there's more opportunities for academic scholarships in Division III. A lot of people pick schools just based on the sport and don't get that experience.
Being a Division III athlete and developing my leadership skills has definitely put my name out there and helped me get more recognition on campus, but more recognition nationwide. I did win the Jostens Trophy, which is based on leadership, academics, and then how well you do on the court.
I'm also the Schwartz Scholar of my class. Schwartz Scholarship is basically a scholarship that is given to a student who's identified as a likely leader.
And the end of the day, it won't matter how they play on the field, it will matter how they do in the classroom.
College basketball lives in Kansas City at the College Basketball Experience at Sprint Center. The college basketball experience is the place to get your game on. It's not a museum, it's an experience you won't forget. Discover the history of the game in the National Collegiate Basketball Hall of Fame, featuring the Gallery of Honor, Mentor Circle, and Honor Theater. Suit up in the latest CBE logoed Nike gear at the CBE Hoop Shop. Elevate your game today and visit the house that college basketball built.
And welcome back to the Hoopsville Marathon Show. I'm Dave McHugh. Obviously, this is not part of the live element. This is pre-recorded. I am here at the Gaylord Hotel and Convention Center here outside Washington, D.C. for the NCAA Convention. I'm joined by Jeff Burns, Athletics Director at Randolph-Macon and first-year Men's Basketball Committee Chair. And first and foremost, thanks for taking the time.
Yeah, it's important for me. Having been on this committee now for 3 years, I wanted to help out as best I could. I wanted to be a part of D3 Hoops, and it's good to be here. I'm glad we got it together.
Absolutely. I mean, you just hinted at it. Been on the committee a few years. This is your first year as committee chair, and I know you weren't necessarily lobbying for the position, but you certainly seem to be interested in being the chair.
Yeah, it's, we're all competitive people, and I really wanted to get in early when I got on the first year and find out what was going on, and I really like the committee so much. I like what they do and how we produce what we produce, and all of us have a little bit of a leadership role in this, and I really wanted to have this opportunity, and I appreciated Steve, did a great job last year, kind of letting me have my shot at it for this year.
You kind of hit the ground running, as it were. Certainly you're eager to tackle some of the issues that you guys wanted to fix, and I say that because every committee wants to fix something from the previous year. Was there anything specifically that you looked at that you said, that's kind of my baby, I really want to work on that?
Yeah, I'm not sure fix is the right word, and I appreciate what you're saying. We want to get it right. And for me, my charge with the committee and moving forward is not everybody out there is going to agree with what we say in the end. You know that, doing all the polls that you do. But they need to understand how we got to where we got to. So this committee that I have has got 7 guys returning. We've got 1 new member. We've been around a little bit together. We understand how each other works. I think for us, this consistency, being able to get the message out there, we are about transparency. I think you'll find that in our conversations we'll talk pretty freely about what's going on. My hope is that my committee is just what I think it will be, which is just very, very transparent, very building each week. People will understand. Again, they may not agree, but they're going to understand how we got to where we got to.
You seem like a tight group. As you point out, 7 of you coming back. So in the last few years, we have had a bit of turnover, and certainly members who haven't been able to stay around and been replaced, et cetera. But you do have a core group that certainly seems to get along, at least what I see when you guys are together. Does that make for an easier time of it, or sometimes does that make it a little bit harder sometimes?
It's a great question because this committee is a lot of fun, and I encourage anybody out there that has an opportunity to get on a committee like this to do so. I wasn't sure what I'd be getting into, and the first group that I had, I really enjoyed that group of people. This is 2 years later. This is a very different group, and these committees are made up by human beings, and although we've got the data, and although we've got all this information and all these rules and stuff that we follow, each group of 8 different people really could come up with different answers. So it's a breathing animal every time, and you're right, we get along really well. New people coming in, it's important for them to speak their minds, because sometimes when you get into a room of people that maybe you're just not seeing what everybody else is seeing. So one of the things we have to fight is to make sure that even though we've been together, that we're looking at everything, and we're not missing something because we've been together so long.
I was going to say, how hard is it to not keep the habits of last year or the year before, not necessarily that they were bad or good, but that you do kind of break the cycle a little bit and come in with a fresh mind?
Each of us have tendencies that we belong, that we believe in. And sometimes the strength of schedule people are a little louder voice than the people who talk about wins and losses, and you got to balance that. This year's committee, having been together through the wars of last year, we make decisions. Sometimes it's a 5-3. Sometimes we got to make a vote, and it's one guy going one way or the other decides on which way we're going to go. So, I hear people when I go to the D3 National Championships, and I try to talk to the coaches who may have had an issue with what we've done, and I try to explain to them, hey, this is how we got to where we got. And I can tell you, even in our committee, we will be fighting the same arguments that each person brings to me. We've had that fight before. We understand it, and at some point in time, human beings, you got to make a decision. We'll make a vote. There are times we get 5-3 votes and we move on.
You've had an interesting few years of being on the committee. You had the Atlanta year where we're playing 1-round games on a weekend, which certainly hamstrung a lot of the travel involved and the creativeness you could do with the bracket. You had last year where you kind of got back into things, but then you still had your own challenges with that and bracketing, but trying to get back to the old, as it were. Now you go into more of a normal year this year. Are you guys feeling a little more comfortable?
The Atlanta year was an awesome time.
Yeah.
We haven't given up the idea as a basketball committee to try to get the NCAA to give us that opportunity back again. I thought that they treated Division III basketball as well as you could expect, and I know the women are doing it as well, and we'll see how that goes. So there may be a future there. So yeah, my first year was there. Then all of a sudden we go back to the old style and the tradition and having it down in Salem. I thought we did a really good job with it. And this year we've talked to Carrie Harvey. We're going to try to make some changes at that tournament. The thing I like most about that D3 tournament is the coaches who come back. Those who take the time and come to the D3 and then spend time sitting around talking about whether it's our committee, whether it's the other teams. I think that's an invaluable thing, and I know myself, I'll be out at the Division I Final Four this year to meet with the NABC, to talk to the committees, and talk a little bit more about what we're doing, because I told you earlier, transparency. You get into a room with 8 people, there's a lot that goes on. It's hard to remember absolutely everything that goes on, but we believe that you can figure out how we got to where we got, and that's our most important thing.
Last year, I saw you have lots of conversations with coaches. You've had conversations with anybody who will talk to you, or you reach out and try and talk to people. You talk about that transparency, but what did you gather from last year, having been one of the more senior members, that you're using now? And I don't mean just last year. I should even reference the year before that. What are you using from those experiences, conversations, et cetera, that you're using moving forward as a chair?
Like in anything, it's communication. I'm trying to get to my committee and say how important certain things are, and I'm sure the consistency message is going to be a part of it. And it's tough in the South region, which I was in charge of. It's hard to rank with the Texas teams and the Virginia schools, and great records and strong strength of schedule. The West is a difficult place to do too. So, one of the things in our committee, I think we're going to start with those regions when we start doing our rankings, so that we set our precedent, so that we try to carry that through from week to week. And there are times, I will say, that in week 1 we're leaning one way, and in week 2, some people said, "Oh, you're sending a separate message." In our minds, it's not a separate message. Well, we see what the other part of that argument is. So for us, we talk early, often about being consistent. How do we build that consistency? And I'll tell you, when you get down to those last 2 or 3 teams getting in, it's an unbelievable argument, and it can go any which way. It could go any which way it can go. I mean, it's that close. So it's tough. We talk about it. We painstakingly talk about it. The other thing is maybe the bracketing part of the world. I've had a lot of discussions with people out there, whether this is a national tournament, whether it's a regional national tournament. I have my own personal opinions. The NCAA, with the restrictions they put on us, in my mind, makes it a regional national tournament. Sure. I'd like to think in the bracketing world that we are going to do the best we can within the rules that we have to not let guys who play each other always play each other. The Texas schools, they're not happy with always playing each other because of the flights and whatnot. We can't get out of that. If we can, we're going to try to do it this year. And one of the changes that we'll make, not officially seeding teams, but in our weeks leading up to the last call, we're going to kind of seed people in our mind bracket-wise on who we should be paying attention to, maybe 2 weeks out, then a week out. So then we get into that time when we spend all those hours on the phone trying to see who we get in, and we also spend all that time on the bracketing to make it as good an event as we can. When you look at your relationship with the NABC, from my point of view, not knowing all the sports out there, but certainly knowing a few, it seems like the committee and the NABC do have a great working relationship. You guys reach out to them for input. They certainly are willing to provide input for you. Some committees don't necessarily have that with their coaching administrations, and as a result, sometimes that can be really contentious. Yeah, I appreciate you saying that. Well, Paige Moyer at Roanoke and myself being at Randolph-Macon, it's a nice relationship. To me, being on this committee, I'm serving those people in their profession. It's not about me. It's not about my ego. It's not about our committee. It's about getting it right. And the NABC wants to get it right. We want to get it right. So I think we'll be doing a lot more. I know at the tournament this year coming up that there's going to be a collaboration as far as fans and trying to get a tournament set up around the D3 tournament. So there's a lot going on in that area. Yeah. And then before we get back into the nitty-gritty of things, you're an athletics director. You're the second administrator, per se, to run the committee. Steve was commissioner of the Centennial. Of course, Steve's still on the committee, just took a step aside to let you be chair. Before that was Dave, or Mike DeWitt, and we've had other coaches. Do you sense that makes things a little bit different, or maybe that the point of view from others is going to be swayed a little? That's interesting. I probably would tell you that I think maybe a coach ought to be in charge of the committee. And I say that as an athletic administrator. I don't have a giant ego with this. I want to get it right. I know Mike DeWitt did a tremendous job. Part of the reason I think I enjoyed this committee so much is his leadership and what he did. And a lot of it comes down to the makeup of the committee and who comes in on what year and who comes off. Yeah. And it just kind of worked or came about that I was going to be the person to be able to take over. I think the basketball guys, they work their tails off. The coaches, you invest so much time and energy, and even at our Division III level, I mean, winning and losing is so important to what their jobs are and what their personal successes are. So I think when they have one of their own speaking, they may feel a little bit better about it. One of the reasons I try to, you said it nicely, that I'll talk to anybody. I mean, I do seek out people. Some of it's confrontational in the sense that they're not happy with you. But I feel like it's such an important thing for them that they know that the person who has got a lot to do with who goes on and who doesn't is somebody who's willing to sit there and spend time with them and pretty much answer every question that you have. It's not easy, but I think when I walk away from those conversations, people feel like, all right, this guy's he's telling me the truth. I don't necessarily maybe agree with their decision, but yes, I see how they got there, and I think it's going really well for me in that regard.
Let's get into some of the nitty-gritty of this year. You hinted at one thing that I know you've talked about in the past, the quote-unquote seeding of teams. Now, obviously not officially seeding, because we'll never see a number next to a name in the Division III brackets. But what do you mean by seeding? Is it taking the top 8, the top 16? Is it taking X amount from each region or outside of regional rankings? How do you mean that process, in your mind, might go to help you guys out?
Yeah, in the conversation that I brought it up, we're looking more at the hosting of the first or second round games. We are trying to make sure that we don't miss somebody who deserves a chance to host. And it's been brought up in the years past that maybe somebody in this area should have had a host and they didn't. You know, we're bound by the rules. When we have flights, we've got to have certain people have a chance to host that maybe haven't been in that top 1 or 2 seeds in their region. So what we're really going to try to do is make sure that the 1 or 2 seed in each region, if there's a chance that they can get a home game, then we're going to make sure they get the home game. So we'll kind of cross that off our list. And it doesn't always happen. I think last year it was maybe in the Mid-Atlantic. We had a 2 seed that was really deserving to have a home game. They didn't get it, and I think we ended up with Emory maybe hosting. Yep. A lot of people talked about that, and you got to be in that room. You got to know what the rules are. Emory was a great team. Went on and won. I think it was 2 games and advanced. But that Mid-Atlantic team, they deserved it. And I know at Randolph-Macon we've had instances too where we thought we did, and it didn't happen. And you feel bad about it. And sometimes you may feel bad, but there's no other way to go. We want to make sure that we exhaust every possibility of getting those who deserve the host shot to host.
And obviously this would come down to 1 and 2 ranked teams in the regions, but furthermore, there are criteria in place. You could run into a scenario where either a team deserves a host, but maybe they don't have the facilities to do it, and you have to deal with that. And you also might run into a geography issue.
Well, there's no doubt the geography piece, and we also keep records on hosts, and there's rules for when you host. And as an administrator, I'm probably more a stickler about if a facility isn't up to standards, why would we take an NCAA event there? Conversely, you've got the student athlete and that play. It's a tough thing. I mean, you hate to, if you earned a chance to host it and you think you could do a good job, we want to be able to give it to you. But if it's not going to be a good opportunity or a good experience for the student athlete, we have decided that we're going to start keeping a little bit better records of places that have done well. And let's be honest, we're in a time where finances is starting to become more and more important.
Yes.
And I don't know that people want to talk about it, but if you're at a location that is costing the NCAA money, that may have to come into play at some point down the line.
Sure. And we'll talk more about the financial side too. And another thing too is the women have priority in that first weekend, so that could also put things on their heads. You know, if a school's, and I'm guessing, but the Amherst has always been a conversation. You guys at Randolph-Macon a few years ago were part of that equation. That's going to throw things a curveball for yourselves.
Yeah, it does, except, they've defined who has priority over it. The big thing is if there's that 62-team tournament and there's a break where you got a team with a bye, can you have the bye team play when the women are hosting and have three events going on up there as opposed to the 4 games? We talk about it. Our 2 committees should get together, talk about who's going to be hosting. Before we announce anything, you'd like to think that we've gone through and vetted all that stuff out. And you're really trying to get the people who have earned the right to have the right to host that game. And if they do a great job, there's no reason not to do it.
And obviously being ranked high in the regional rankings is per the criteria, so let's dive into that. First and foremost, every person has, as you pointed out, a different opinion on whether strength of schedule is important, win-loss is important, or any of the other litany of criteria, but it usually comes down to win-loss and SOS as the driving force. Have you guys had I know that there isn't technically a priority list. We don't have a 1 is this, 2 is this. It's here is the list, and there is no order. However, is there an idea or a message in your guys' head of going, okay, this is how we're going to lean? Granted, it's case by case.
That's a great question. It's the one that everybody wants to talk about.
Yeah.
You know, when I was,
It's amazing I went this long without asking.
Yeah, I appreciate it. You've warmed me up well. I went out to the NCAA this year where they've got all the championship directors out there, and they asked the same question. And they actually asked the question to each of us on the committee, is there a criteria that you guys have that's more dominant than the other? They talk about there's nothing's, it's not in any order, but as human beings, if you decide that one criteria in your committee is more important, the NCAA says that's okay. And I would tell you, of all the people that met out there, 75% of them felt that strength of schedule was the one that they leaned towards more than anything else. From a basketball standpoint, we've been arguing about this. You know, I mean, you guys know in Texas they struggle with the 22 league games and not a lot of ability to affect their SOS. You know, in the ODAC in my conference, you know, my number 8 seed team is going to knock off our number 1 seed team more times than we care to think about.
Yeah, sure.
You know, we end up adding up losses. So our committee's really, over the last 3 years that I've been on it, and maybe a little before even then, have really tried to come up with a statistical equation for how to make wins and losses and strength of schedule on par with each other. And we really come up with kind of a two game difference equal to a 0.03 on the strength of schedule.
We heard about that last year, but didn't quite understand that.
Yeah, and it's you got to be in the meeting. It's not that difficult, and it's really not the thing that carries the weight. But when you've got a team that's, let's say, 16-4 and a team that's 14-6, you know, 2 game difference in the win-loss column. If the strength of schedule is a 0.03 difference favoring the 14-6 team, we kind of call that equal, and then we start looking towards the other criteria. So, you know, when I'm in the South and I've got Mary Hardin-Baylor who's coming off a national championship, or I got UTD last year with a great season and a great record, and I've got a Randolph-Macon with a couple more losses, and how my South region tries to, you know, we don't play anybody similarly. We don't have any common opponents. How do you decide, you know, who's the number 1? Mm-hmm. And we've kind of used that formula. We vetted it out with the NCAA from a statistical standpoint. They feel like it's a pretty good way of doing it. So for us, we use that as not necessarily a criteria, but we use it pretty strongly that we're trying to balance between stuff that we just don't have much better information.
So for people to understand, if a team is 16-4, better record than the 14-6, but the 14-6 has a better SOS that makes it comparable, you'll basically wash those 2 criteria aside and move on, so you don't have an automatic there necessarily.
I think that's a fair way of saying it. You know, it's not a complete wash, you know, and then if you get to 0.6, you know, what does that mean? Is that 2 times the 0.3?
Yeah, well, I was going to say.
Well, we debate those things.
Yeah.
So we spend time, and what we try to do is off of that theory, we try to be consistent throughout the year, from week 1 when we have our official all the way to our last week where, although we're not allowed to publicize it, we would like to publicize it. We keep working as a basketball committee to make sure that we get that maybe changed at some point in time, but we try to be consistent with that. And that, you know, again, we got the West, we got the Northeast. You're trying to compare, you know, the 19th team in. They don't have any common opponents. You know, strength of schedules are different. So what do you do? And we look at all kinds of stuff. I know, you know, we've got the criteria, but we look at, you know, wins against teams that are in the top half of the rankings. Wins against teams with 15 wins. We try to peel back as many layers as we can, and even though they're not part of the main criteria, we want to be able to talk about it because there are times that it could be a coin toss based on the criteria that we have.
So that seems like an appropriate spot to take a break, as we will here. We're talking with Jeff Burns, who's athletics director at Randolph-Macon. He's also this year's men's basketball committee chair. There's plenty more interview ahead. We conducted this interview 2 weeks ago at the NCAA convention outside of Washington, D.C. After the break, when we come back, we'll talk to him about some of the other items that are important for this national committee, including making sure the RACs understand what is expected from the national committee and really why they want the RACs to serve as advisors. Plenty more ahead with our interview with Jeff Burns. You're watching the Hoopsville Marathon, presented by D3Hoops.com and the National Association of Basketball Coaches. More Hoopsville right after this.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at d3hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
I used to never really talk. Ever. I was scared and shy. It was hard to look at people's faces. I was afraid if I said something wrong, everyone would laugh at me. But then I started to play golf with Special Olympics. I made friends and won lots of gold medals. But I learned more than just playing golf. Special Olympics helped me to find my voice. And now everyone else is speechless.
Welcome back to the Hoopsville Marathon as we are in the middle of our chat with Jeff Burns, who's Athletics Director at Randolph-Macon and Men's Basketball Committee Chair for this year. If you have any questions for us, this interview was pre-taped, but we can try and answer your questions. Join us on Twitter at D3Hoopsville or use the hashtag Hoopsville. You can also join us on Facebook at facebook.com/Hoopsville. Email us, hoopsville@d3hoops.com. There's also chat rooms on both the YouTube page and, of course, on the show page as well. Coming up in the second half of our interview with Jeff Burns, he's going to discuss about what the criteria, or at least the message is to the regional advisory committees, and why they really do want those RACs to act like advisors, and what the relationship is between the RACs and the National Committee, and why the committee may or may not make changes. He also discusses a little bit about what you can expect as a fan to understand the process and understand their motivations, and a little bit about how the finances of Division III could affect the future of the Division III men's basketball tournament, not only in size, but when it might actually officially start and when brackets may be announced in the future. Not for this year, but down the road. Here's more of my interview with Jeff Burns outside Washington, D.C. at the NCAA convention.
When you then talk to your committee that you're in charge of, I mean, every single one of that national committee is in charge of their regional committee. Yep. And obviously you're all going to come out of your national meeting with the same message per se. So what's the message then to the regional committees? I've got to follow up on that because I've heard some interesting things, but what are you trying to then say to your regional committees?
Well, there's no doubt. I'm in the South.
Yeah, you've got a tough one.
We do. And my committee is often very upset with me because what will happen is my regional committee, they're an advisory committee, and they are supposed to give us what they believe the top 8 are going to be in the South. And there are times that the national committee will overrule or make a change and switch a 1 to a 2 and vice versa. So my committee is like, well, why are we doing all this work if the national committee? And the reason, the reason it is we got 8 regions, and we don't want 2 regions treated one way and 6 treated a different way. So there are times that we will make a change so that we have consistency across the board. So the message really is strength of schedule is pretty important. You've got to win games. Winning games is not easy. I'm the administrator. I've got 4 coaches on my committee. They're always talking about how hard it is to win games. And I think that it is. No matter who you're playing, winning and putting streaks together are difficult. But you got to play. And when you have an opportunity, if you only have 3 games outside of your league schedule, you better schedule the right 3 games. And you better get some results off of those 3 games.
Another interesting follow-up on that, and I've heard this from a couple committees, and it's an interesting point of view. Some people on these committees have said sometimes the conversations in their RACs have come down to not necessarily who do we want to be 1, 2, 3, etc., but who does the national committee want us to have 1, 2, 3? And the correlation there is they're not necessarily making an argument for why they think 1, 2, 3. They're trying to figure out what you guys aren't going to change versus making an argument to you as to why you think it's 1, 2, 3, and then let the chips lay. Literally, they're trying to cater to you guys, which in some ways sounds like they're following what you want to do, but at the same time, it seems like they're hamstringing themselves for making maybe a valid argument that you might accept.
Well, it's a tough line to follow there because you don't want them to do that. I don't mind if my South committee argues with me on the national committee. For me, that's their job. Their job is to say, look, you're wrong. This is why you're wrong. And they need to make an argument that I can take to the national committee and say, listen, I know that we're talking about consistency, and I know we're building it across, but for these reasons. And then the committee will sit around and talk, and eventually that comes down to that 5-3 vote. And when you've got 4 administrators and 4 coaches, sometimes it's a 4-4 vote, and it comes down to the committee chair. I mean, I've seen it happen before. Mike DeWitt, great guy. He did a really nice job in those situations of letting people vet the conversation. But at some point, the decision has to be made. I don't want my South Region Committee or any of the regional committees to feel like their work's not important. I see why they say it. I'm working this hard, and I'm coming up with this, and we're doing our jobs, but you're making a change. My job as the lead guy is to tell them why we're making the change and try to convince them this is the reason we're doing it. Show them examples from other areas across that aren't as personal to them, and then they've got to make a decision. So I don't hang up the phone call of my regional committee with a definite, this is how we're voting in the South 1 through 8. I sit there and say, all right, this is what we've talked about, this is what we've gone, you guys hang up, go make your votes, and that'll tell me a lot where you are.
But furthermore, let them make an argument for 1, 2, and 3 to the National Committee versus make no argument at all and just try and make it spin the right way for you guys.
Yeah, I think most of the coaches who make up the RAC, they're not necessarily interested in what the National Committee is trying to say to them. They're dug in on their South because they know their business. They know what they think they know. We as a committee have to work a little bit differently. We've got to try to be consistent across all 8, and sometimes when you get that consistency, it's tough. It's tough for the committee, and I feel bad for some of the committee members. One of the things that I'll try to do this year as the chair is I'm going to try to be on the other regions' RAC calls of the ones that I know going in are going to be interesting. Some of them are pretty easy. Some of the regions fall together early and easy, and some of them really don't. So at least, like I said to you before at the Division III National Championship, I'm willing to have every conversation. So I may have to get on a couple of racks and just say, hey, this is why the National Committee. Don't beat up your guy on the National Committee thinking he's not helping you. He is. He's putting your word out there. This is the reason where we went, why we went, and hopefully they'll understand that.
We won't see regional rankings until February 11th this year. It's just a wacky season this way. Obviously, we had very few regional rankings. It was a once ranked, always ranked. We didn't want so many results. We're now back to only once ranked, which makes that last regional ranking not being seen even more frustrating. Has there ever been talk about maybe adding one more regional ranking, at least so everyone understands where everything is sitting, instead of waiting till Feb 11 or Feb 4 at the earliest? Something maybe a week earlier, because since it won't really matter in the grand scheme?
The fact that it doesn't matter is interesting. Everything matters. Everything we do really matters. And
it just doesn't come back on that once ranked, always ranked scenario.
No, but you set up precedents when you start. So the less weeks you have, maybe the less precedents you're setting. Here's what I would tell you. Having been in it for 3 years, that first week is tough. And it's tough to have enough information in week 1 to be able to do what we think is a really, really credible job. And we also know sometimes on the regional side, when we rank 7, 8 in the South, 6, 7, and 8, I know it's going to flip-flop the next week. And so for us, from the committee standpoint, no, having that extra week doesn't help us. From the fans and the people who want to talk and people who want to argue with you and argue with us, they probably like to have that extra week.
Or me argue with you.
Which is good, because I know where you're coming from. But I found when we were doing the once ranked, always ranked, and you did it earlier, it was tough, because that last place team, or that second to last place team, seemed to keep rotating out. And they're good teams, but they're playing part of their conference schedule where they're playing teams ranked up a little bit higher, and they drop off. It got a little bit difficult. And there's debate on whether the once ranked, always ranked is the right way to go or not go. Right now, we're not doing that, and that's what we're living with. But we debate it all the time. At the national level, not just in basketball. Good conversations. And again, human beings are going to change their mind. 5 years from now, you could be talking to somebody else. He may be giving you the exact opposite of everything I've told you, just based on the makeup of that committee.
How hard is it to be consistent week in and week out?
I'd like to tell you it's not hard, because that's our goal. And if we are not consistent, then we're not living up to our goal. There are times, head-to-head is the one that is probably the most difficult, because if I beat you and I'm a coach, I beat you and I'm ahead of you. On the national committee, it's tough to just have that. We've debated whether the head-to-head should be a primary criteria or a secondary criteria, because what happens is you go across 8 regions, and when you go in 8 regions, the head-to-head doesn't show up. So it shows up in the regional ranking, and it shows up when those coaches are talking, But when you get out of the regional into the national, that head-to-head result really doesn't show up because you've got a rank order.
Yeah.
It does disappear. So how much weight do you give that?
You might get lucky to get a head-to-head to make a decision.
You might, and if you do, it makes your life a lot easier, and you move on to bracketing, and you go on from there. I would tell you, we've got 19 teams this year that'll get Pool C berths. You and I talked a little bit about the NCAA and what to go to. We would like to go to 64 teams and have no buys and make everything.
Yeah, make it easy for everything.
We live in a world right now in the NCAA of finances, and
yeah,
we're making tough choices, and they're keeping it to 62 this year, and there was talk whether we get it to 63, and 62 tournament is what we have right now, and we'll work towards that. But the first, I don't want to put a number on it, but the first 14 or 15 slots to get in from the Pool C are pretty easy. The committees who have been consistent, and you talked about the consistency, if you're consistent, it really is pretty easy. It's where you feel bad is on the last 2 or 3 people getting in, because there are good arguments for a lot of people who don't get in. And I make this argument to the committee, and I will as a chairman. In 1977, Randolph-Macon was Division II. We were the last team in the tournament in Division II, and we got beat in the national championship game. So I know how important it is for that last team to have a shot to get in. And as the person in charge this year, I want to make sure that whomever that last team is has a chance to do what we did and make that run.
Results versus regionally ranked opponents has been a fascinating category for a number of years. I remember a few years ago, I don't remember when, had an eye-opening conversation with someone where it said, hey, the word is results versus regionally ranked opponents, which immediately went, oh, it's not a percentage necessarily. It's not. It's how did a team do. And I was good with that until last year when I had a RAC member say to me, well, 2-1 is a winning is better than a 5-5. And we're rewarding a conference or somebody who has a conference that has a number of teams regionally ranked, whereas my team doesn't. My personal opinion is, well, you ranked them. So, yeah, you don't take it away from them after you give it to them. Sure. But how do we understand results versus regionally ranked? How do we understand that category from your point of view?
How do you understand it so that you're happy with it?
No, understand it from how do we read that number and go, okay, I understand what the committee's thinking when they look at that number.
Well, it's one small piece of the criteria.
Absolutely.
So, if a committee member under my leadership tells you that, I want to know who it is so I can talk to them. The 2-1 and the 5-5. I mean, you got 5 wins against 5 regionally ranked teams. That's going to show up in your wins and losses. It's going to show up in your strength of schedule. You can't double count criteria. It's important. It is not the be-all and end-all for me, for my committee. I delineate a little bit between which part of the ranked opponent did you play. That's not part of the criteria. That's me who looks at if you've played the top 5 teams out of 10 ranked and you have results against those. That's different than if you played the bottom 5 teams and you have results against those. So it's one layer of the onion. It's part of what we do. Wins and losses, the strength of schedule, who you play, who you're beating. The other thing that my first year on the committee, I got a little worried that who people were losing to was bolstering their strength of schedule so much that it was overcoming the fact that they lost. I'm a little bit of a stickler personally about that. You've got to win. You've got to be beating some people. So it's not who you play if you lost. I can't just inflate you and get you equal to somebody else. It's who you're winning. So, we've got Steve, who was the chair last year. Steve is a stats guy. He would not believe some of the stuff he's sending us, breaking down. Has nothing to do with the criteria. But a guy who loves to get involved with the numbers and really get into what the numbers are saying above and beyond what the average fan is looking at. And we get more information and try to sort through it. So it's part of the layers, but it's not the only piece.
Anything about the process, the rankings, the selections, the bracketing, whatever the case may be, any part of that you'd love to see improved upon, that you have ideas that you think could be better?
I don't know about improved upon. I do know that it's a 7-8 hour evening, and to be honest, when you're in hour 7, and for me, I'm in Salem for the ODAC Men's Championships. We're one of those conferences who plays late. We get a game that ends at 5 o'clock, and I'm on a 6 o'clock phone call. I'm exhausted. There are ways to speed it up a little bit. One of the things that we're going to try to do is in our minds seed teams bracketing-wise so that we know going in where we think people are going to fall, and when the upsets happen on that last weekend, we can make some changes. We vote each team one at a time. Now, I can tell you 10 teams off the bat, and you know it, doing what you do. 10 are in easily.
Without the vote.
Yeah, but we go one vote at a time so that if a precedent is set in that voting, we carry that precedent, even in the voting, down to 17, 18, and 19.
Sure.
So there's some minutia there. Bracketing is you're picking the teams. It's really important. But the bracketing and making that environment and that experience, I think Steve and I have talked, and a couple of the other people on the committee, about how can we make sure that we nail this bracket so that people look at it and go, you know what, that's really well done. That's going to be a good tournament. And it's not about getting certain teams in. It's not about playing local people. Springfield College last year came around with me.
Yeah.
Charlie.
Within the 500
For those
miles.
of you that know Charlie,
Yeah.
Charlie will tell you how he feels. And from my perspective, it's great because at least I know what he's thinking. And I think at first he was a little miffed that he was going to do what Randall Macon did the year before. We drove 499.6 miles.
Yes. Up to play WPI at Assumption.
Yeah, after going up to Brooklyn the week before. And it was but Charlie came down, he said, you know what, this is what the NCAA tournament is. It's not playing somebody in my backyard. It's not playing somebody I'm familiar with. If I can make this trip with this team and experience this is what it's about. So I kind of tend to lean with him. If we can make some matchups that are different, if we can get some people to travel, not crazy far, but if we can get them to travel inside that 500-mile radius, make it a win or lose experience for them, I feel pretty good when it's all said and done.
When you talked about expanding to 63, which the numbers indicate we could have this year, this gets into that financial conversation. It's on hold at 62. From everything you've heard, this is basically a financial decision. It's not a snub necessarily. Is this a thing they're going to have to solve the finances, or we're going to be forced into 64 when it finally happens?
You're asking a question
I
I can't answer.
know. I don't know if you had the answer. But.
Well, I mean, as from an athletic director, I'm spending a lot of time talking about finances. We're at the convention right now, and we're looking at some proposals that are going to come up that deal a little bit with financing as well. We've just basically been told by the NCAA we're at 62. We as a committee will talk about trying to get to 64. It's kind of what you do. 64 is that number you want to get to. And I would tell you, the teams that are at 20 right now and 21, they could win. They could make a run to win. There's no doubt about it. A couple teams we left out last year, I thought had as good a chance as anybody. We made a tough decision and move on. But right now, from the NCAA standpoint, we're at 62. Waiting to see if that changes.
When you look at what you potentially have, that means 2 first-round buys. A lot of people will assume that goes to the top 2 teams. A lot of people will say, well, that's only going to go to the island teams. I'm assuming that decision literally will not be made until you have all 62 teams in place and you find out where teams are coming from.
I'd like to think that you're right. Now, we know going into a tournament who's automatically in. There are certain places that you just can't get out of. The Texas schools, depending on who gets in.
Northwestern California.
You're just kind of stuck in that. The assumption that it goes to the top 2 seeds to get the bye, that's incorrect. It's really has nothing to do with the top 2. If there's only going to be one set of flights, then probably the 1 seed will get a bye if we can make that happen. We're not really concerned about the 1 and 2 getting it because we can't be. The NCAA is going to come in and say, look, limit the number of flights that you can do. So we're going to spend more time pre-tournament trying to figure out where do we want our flights to come from. Do we want them to come in the early rounds? Or prefer maybe some flights in the latter rounds? Maybe take a look at that way and see whether we can make some changes there.
When you talk finances too, one of the challenges, and we talk about flights, we talk about all of that stuff, but one of the challenges that we're facing is a number of reductions, and certainly some tightening of purse strings, as it were. Are you seeing any of that going into this year that's going to have a major effect, or is it all kind of just nickel and dime to try and make sure that it doesn't go too crazy?
Well, we're about championships. The NCAA, I mean, that's what we do, and it's what we try to do the best. So I don't see it being a major thing. I know there are certain areas that we've been asked to be a little bit more conscientious of. They've talked about, moving forward, a 3-day notice for the flights and how much money that spends. And it's funny, we don't all feel the pinch. I know my baseball team with the reduced rosters, we spent $10,000 just trying to get our baseball team, other players that we feel are a part of the team, to the event. So there are some cuts. Some teams, I think some colleges are going to have to pick up a little bit more of the expense. I haven't seen a team that has gone into the tournament who wasn't willing, knowing what the rules were, to pick up a little bit to make sure they had a shot at a good experience.
Do you see us getting more restrictions on flights, even more geographic tightening, if it were, that you're not going to have as much? I mean, granted, you have a lot of leeway with 500 miles in a lot of parts of the country. There's certain parts you're going to have a flight. We all know that. but are you almost going to have maybe more of a restriction that's going to keep you, or have you heard yet?
I've heard nothing. Could you take the miles from 500 to 600? You could do that. Look, the flights are expensive. I've seen some of the costs on them, and it's amazing what, in this day and age, with the limited number of flights that there are, chartering a flight to some of these places is astronomical. So we'll see after the convention. We'll see where the budget people are leaning. They've made some statements that we need to start watching certain things, and we will do it. And I briefly mentioned about hosting an event. We've been fortunate to host recently. Part of it, we're going to lose that honorarium, it looks like, to be able to host. And teams that are costing the NCAA money, that are hosting, they have to do a better job of financing and figure it out. I'd like to think that we're going to stay at those levels as opposed to anything that's going to affect the actual championship and that experience. And I said it, the NCAA is about championships, about giving people the opportunity. And I'd like to think that we won't go anything that's going to really hurt our product.
You mentioned that one about the 3 days between a bracket announcement and when a team travels. Probably won't have an effect on this year's tournament unless something drastic changes. This would be for the future. Granted, you may not be on the committee yet, but you and I have had this conversation. Let's say the bracket announcement stays on Monday. That means that Friday game of a team that's got a bye, well, that might not fit in the window because technically a team would have to leave on Wednesday to be able to practice on Thursday to play on Friday. So now we're talking about moving the bracket to maybe a Sunday. Well, now we're into conference tournaments like the ODAC, Centennial, and other teams that are playing conference tournaments on Sunday. Have you thought about how that's going to have a ripple effect across everything from conference championships to when we're actually playing NCAA tournament games?
No doubt. We've spent a lot of time talking about whether you change the date on the front end as opposed to the back end. You have some issues with Sunday games. You have some teams that may not be able to play it, so what do? I think the big thing for our committee will be, will we move the announcement day up? And can we do a good job and get it all done so that we can get it to the NCAA in time to have the 3 days to keep the tournament where it is. We'd like to keep it, that Friday, Saturday. You got that Thursday game as well.
Well, I was going to say,
the Thursday game.
Could that conceivably push that Thursday game to Friday and be at the place that's got the bye?
Everything's up for discussion right
now.
That could definitely happen, and in some ways, why wouldn't it happen? We've talked about that. I think from a committee standpoint, you tell us what we got to get done, and we'll get it done in time. Maybe it's a longer night, maybe it's a little bit earlier, maybe it's asking the conferences, why are you playing your championships on Sunday? Can you look at having it done? I mean, the NCAA is mandated when certain places, certain sports are done. Maybe it's a mandate that, hey, you need to have your conference championship done by Saturday at such and such time.
You're one of those conferences.
We are, and the ODAC conference does it right. We've got every team in the tournament. We may be one of the few conferences, and we would argue that it's one of the greatest things that we have going. Is having that tournament. We have 8 teams down the Salem for men, 8 teams for women that advance. We have alumni that come out. It makes basketball an amazing showcase for that weekend. And we think from a recruiting standpoint, it does a lot to show the student athlete what the ODAC basketball is about. However, if the NCAA is going to make the rule, we do what we all do. We adjust, we adapt. They're going to make us change the financial piece of it. We'll adapt to it. And that might be the answer moving forward.
Well, I appreciate you taking all the time. I know we'll talk to you down the road as well. Obviously, we always talk to the committee chair after everything's said and done, but we'll probably sneak in one more if we can. But any other thoughts you want to give to the fans? It's not necessarily the last word. I'll give you that one too. But anything the fans or anybody out there who's going to be watching this process who isn't neck deep in it, anything you want them to understand moving forward in the last half of the season?
Well, like any committee, you want people to believe in what you're doing. And I can promise you that we don't hang up the phone until we feel like we've answered every question. This is important to us. Coaches, administrators, from a personal standpoint, I kind of grew up in a basketball college with Hal Nunley, and he used to always say to me, you need to get on the phone, and you need to call those people and let them know about Randolph Macon. I said, Coach, I don't think you need to be calling the committee members. And I can tell you, you really don't, because we spend so much time trying to go through all the numbers, watching games. We're constantly watching games. Your tournament at the beginning of the year, it's the beginning of the year and teams change a lot. It's nice to be out there and be able to see those teams. Just trust that this committee is working real hard to make sure we get the right answers.
Well, I appreciate it, like I said, the time, and good luck the rest of the year. We'll look forward to seeing the first regional rankings again February 11th and where it goes from there. Jeff Burns, Athletics Director, Randolph-Macon Men's Basketball Committee Chair for this year. As always, we give the final word. Any final thoughts you want to share?
No, I just appreciate what you try to do. My goal here is to not only with the people watching with you is to let you know the information that we have, make sure that you got a good feel for what's going on. The service that you provide for the NABC, for the coaches, for the fans is really important, and we just want to be a part of it.
I appreciate it. Thanks so much. We'll play more Hoopsville on his marathon show coming up after this.
I used to never really talk. Ever. I was scared and shy. It was hard to look at people's faces. I was afraid if I said something wrong, everyone would laugh at me. But then I started to play golf with Special Olympics. I made friends and won lots of gold medals. But I learned more than just playing golf. Special Olympics helped me to find my voice. And now everyone else is speechless.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at D3Hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
Division III allows you to be able to give yourself to other things. Not even just participate in them, but really get involved with them if you want to.
There's a lot of interaction. It's not just sitting back, taking notes. You're actually doing hands-on things and better preparing yourself for your major.
Choosing a Division III school, I've had the opportunity to develop my leadership skills and to be more involved on campus.
Division III in athletics, affords students the opportunity not only to participate in intercollegiate athletics at a competitive level, but also gives them the opportunity to, engage in the other interests in their campus and in their lives outside of that sport and outside of the academics on the campus.
And to have opportunity to have time to join clubs and being able to play basketball, it allows you to just be able to do everything you want to do. I wouldn't change it for the world.
And welcome back to Hoopsville, everybody. Hope you're enjoying the show. I want to thank Jeff Burns for joining me. Obviously, a pre-taped segment there out in the Gaylord Center during the NCAA convention. Certainly loved that. Hold on a quick second. We got to close our door during the break. It took a break there, and we kind of forgot a few things. If you got any questions for us, you can join us on Twitter at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. Follow us on Facebook at facebook.com/Hoopsville. You can also email us Hoopsville at D3Hoops.com. We updated our schedule on the page, show page, so check that out to see who's up next. We've also restocked up on the coffee and got some extra fluids as well. Got a little food in here. We're going strong here, ladies and gentlemen, as we are 6.5 hours in, 5.5 hours left to go. Now let's jump back into some of our coach interviews. We're going to now jump into some women's basketball action. Talk to a team that is certainly impressing out of the East region right now, mainly because they've already exceeded their win totals in conference action and overall from last year. Having a terrific season, to say the least, and we're talking about the Skidmore women's basketball team. And so joining us on the Hoopsville hotline is their head coach, Darren Bennett. Coach, welcome to Hoopsville, sir.
Hey, Dave, thanks so much, man. Really appreciate you having me on today.
Absolutely. I appreciate you taking the time to join us as well. Listen, it jumped out at me when I looked at the record. 11-5 overall, 7-0 in conference play. This is a team that was 10-15 last year, 5-11 in Liberty League action. Have had 3 winning seasons in the last 8 or 9. Guys are having a terrific year so far. What's in the water up there in Saratoga Springs?
We've got a lot of great veteran players. We've got 4 players on our team that are seniors, our captains. They've been, through some ups and downs. Last year we had a lot of players, I think, that were playing a little bit before their time, if you will, in a very strong Liberty League conference. Last year we had some graduation within conference, and our kids matured. We only lost 1 player from last year, an all-conference player, Jordan Wart. The players that were playing last year, like I said, gained some very, very valuable experience. And coming in this year, if you look at what's going on, you see our upper-class players, primarily our seniors and juniors, leading the way for us, along with 1 freshman.
That's certainly experience usually bodes well, no matter how you do it. On this season, you guys got off to a rough stretch, which could take experience and throw it right out the window. A team can get down on themselves and say, forget it, this isn't happening this year. You lose 4 or 5. Trinity, Connecticut, Coast Guard, you beat Hamilton, then lost to Williams and Middlebury. And I would say maybe 1-2 of those losses, not shocking, and they were close. A couple of those losses, I know as a head coach, you probably wanted back. But then you guys righted the ship, and you ran off 5 straight before taking your next loss, and you've won another 5 since then. So you are 5 since then. So you've won 10 of the last 11. What was a turning point?
Our players, if you look at those losses, Dave, out of those 5 losses, 17 points total. So it's not like we were, way out of the water, if you will. Our players always played hard. They gave everything they had. It was 1 or 2 different situations. It was time and score, and what have you. So we've always thought that we've got exactly what it takes, especially from a work ethic standpoint. We certainly believe we have the talent on our team, and I think our kids continued to fight and continue to play. And if you do those things and you do it the right way at a certain level and play that way all the time, you're going to get the results. And now we're able to see the results.
We'll talk about the conference in just a little bit. We talk about the fact you've already met the win total from last year, and that's certainly significant in many shapes, forms, however you want to call it. It's a nice step in the right direction, is what I'm trying to get at. You talked about your roster and how important it is, the makeup of it. Has there been, certainly upperclassmen experience is key, and getting underclassmen the experience is key. Is there a feeling that this is I hate to use the term magical season, but it might be that far into the show that I'm starting to come up with bad analogies. But is it just feel like it's that important a year, that good a year, that you got to – this is one to take advantage of?
Absolutely. It's a special year is what I would call it. They don't come along, all the time. And to be able to take advantage of this with the way that we're playing, it's really fun. It's great for the players. It's great for Skidmore College. It's great for women's basketball and all of our sports here at the same time. That something like this happens. And like I said, if you look at our roster, our point guard is, one of the top 3-point shooters in the country. And she's so unselfish. I wish she shot another 10 times a game. We've got a tremendous post player in Angela Botiba. She's one of the top players in our conference on the offensive end and defensive end. And then we have a lot of players that are chipping in and doing what they have to do to get things done. They can score buckets, and they certainly defend as well.
I'm talking to Darren Bennett, head coach for Skidmore, team 11-5. Again, as we mentioned, 7-0. You talk about your 4 seniors. I'll try that again, and other factors in play with this team. You've been there at Skidmore since 2004, so you've kind of helped this team kind of through some great times and some rough times. What's been the common factor, I guess, when you have a 21-5 season in 2009-10, then followed by a 500 season, then back above 500, then below 500? Has it just come down to, I don't want to say recruiting like you guys are having trouble recruiting, but in the sense that you get surges of recruits, which sometimes happens with programs?
Absolutely. There's no doubt about it that we've had some luck, if you will, in getting some great players. All of our players we think are great, but everyone doesn't always pan out when you talk about the level of competition when you get to college basketball. And then putting a team together on a consistent basis isn't always easy. When you talk about a great academic institution, costs, so on and so forth, it can be challenging. And it's had it, but this is the year that we're really taking advantage of everything that's come together for us.
Yeah, it's certainly coming together. I'm trying to call up the stats. I clicked on the wrong link. I apologize. It's always dumbfounding when I do that. And actually, I'm not going to see it, unfortunately. But you're led by Angela Botiba. Amber Holgate, second on your team. Kelly Donnelly, third on your team. Molly McLaughlin, fourth on your team. Then Lindsay Davis, fifth on the team. Unfortunately, the thing runs out of room before I can see the rest of them. But what's the dynamic on offense for this team? Is this a couple-pronged attack? Is it multiple-pronged attack? Is it inside-outside? Give everybody a sense of what these players' makeup gives you.
Absolutely. If you look at our stats, none of our players have taken over 200 shots. There's a bunch of players that are right around that 10, 12, couple 9s, couple 8s as far as points per game. So we have an opportunity to score from every position. All of our players can put the ball in the basket. I think we're pretty athletic. We're fairly long at the guard position. We've got 3 kids that are 6 foot or above that are all talented around the rim. They can step away a little bit, and we've got some pretty good depth in that as well. So we're able to wear teams out over the course of 40 minutes. We really like to push the ball and spread the ball out.
When you look at this Liberty League, are you guys playing a different style than everybody else? Are you playing similar styles?
I think everybody's got their own style, depending on your personnel. As Division III is going to have it, you're constantly trying to maneuver your style to the level of play or talent that you have on your team. And we've got a pretty solid inside-out game, like I said. We can shoot the three, we assist the ball, and we rebound the ball on both ends, so that's huge.
Talking to Darren Bennett here, head coach for Skidmore women's basketball. Again, the team is 11-5 overall, 7-0 in Liberty play. In this conference is interesting. I say that because when I was looking at the differences between the 2 years, I was kind of taken aback. This is a conference that St. Lawrence has certainly, I wouldn't say dominated, but had a pretty good season. Vassar last year kind of popped up into the equation. William Smith was pretty good last year. Rochester Tech was good. You guys were kind of near the bottom. This year, St. Lawrence is still in the equation, but it's RPI who's now up there, and Clarkson who's up there. Vassar is struggling. William Smith is struggling. Rochester Tech is struggling. It almost seems like a flip this year.
Yeah, it can certainly be up and down. I mean, Vassar had an All-American point guard last year. And Cindy Matsuzuko, she's gone. She's going to make a big difference for any team that she leaves. And then other teams were able to, like I said, reload. We were young last year, and I think that experience along with the talent will take you a long way regardless of what conference you're in, men or women's basketball, at what level you're at.
This conference, the way it's shaked out, you guys have the lead in one of those rare occasions where you got less wins than the team behind you, but less losses as well.
Yeah.
You're 7-0. St. Lawrence is 8-1. Then it's RPI at 6-3. It's obviously going to be a dogfight the rest of the way. And in your conference, in your schedule, you start with Vassar and Bard this weekend on the road before traveling to William Smith and Rochester Tech the following weekend. And by the way, if anyone's curious about William Smith, that's Hobart William Smith. Never sure if anybody appreciates that information. Then you're home for the last 5. So you got to get through a 4-game road stretch before you can get back to taking advantage of the home court. Traveling through New York is always interesting. How do you get this? How are you getting this team prepared for the slate ahead, as it were, and especially in what is now going to be a dogfight right to the end to get home court advantage?
Yeah, absolutely. Playing on the road is tough. We just came off about a 10-day stretch before we played this past weekend at Union and then at home, and we got a double overtime win versus Hobart William Smith or William Smith on the women's side anyways. But it's really just trying to maximize our practice time, get film in, stay healthy, be sure not to over-practice our players too much from a physicality standpoint, and just give them as much information as possible, knowing that we are constantly getting better. We've always been a great second half of the season team, and I expect that to continue. But like you said, the road games are going to be tough. They always are. Every one of these teams has gotten better, and they all scare me, whether they're home or away.
Yeah, well, I can imagine they'd scare you. It's not easy, certainly, as you go along through this conference. But what's the secret? St. Lawrence has certainly carried the mantle and carried it well. Is it to compete with St. Lawrence and be better than them? Is it to take advantage of maybe their opportunities when they've slipped? Or anybody else? I mean, Vassar, again, has shown that they can compete. Union is technically up there in the conversation. Is it just, or is it a matter of just taking care of your own business?
It's really taking care of our own business. We prepare for each team the way we want to play the game, but we certainly make sure that we take notice of their special situations they've got, whether it's special players, special sets, a different kind of defense that we haven't seen before that we've got to sharpen up against, and all those things. But it's really doing what we do. That's been our biggest focus this year, is make sure that we focus on what we do regardless of who we play. We play a certain way. We play a certain style, space the floor, up and down, man-to-man defense, heavy help and those kind of things. And in the end, whatever's going to happen is going to happen. Because like I said, I think we've got strong talent, potentially the deepest team that we've had since I've been here at every position. And our kids are excited. They're a great team. They're a great team to be around, and they're really, really hungry.
What's maybe, not to give I don't want a strategy from your team. I was going to say, what's the secret of your team, but I have a feeling you ducked that, so that's not the term I want to use. What's maybe the underlying theme or something about this team that makes them special and is in allowing this season to be as successful as it is?
Yeah, I think it's the leadership of the seniors. It's the fact that each of these players genuinely cares about each other, more than just a basketball teammate off the court. They're very, very close, and that's carrying over. And like I said, player for player, I think we're as talented as anyone in the conference. And then we have some bench players that I know can start for us, but have players that are a little bit better, maybe more experience in front of them, and could also play for other teams in the conference. So when you've got that amount of ability, that amount of coachability and teamsmanship, it's going to take you a long ways. I'm just trying to stay out of the way, to be honest with you.
Well, come on. As a head coach, you can't stay out of the way. You've got to coach them.
That's all right. I can sit like on the second or third seat of the bench. That changes things sometimes.
All right, so that's pretty good. I like the mentality there. But I can't imagine you're giving them free rein.
No, we don't give them too much. I mean, you got to stay on top of them. You want to keep them sharp. You don't want them thinking they're too good. But it's a special group. We're really excited about what we got going on right now. And I'm just looking forward to playing one game at a time and, kind of letting it all shake out and see what happens, with our ultimate goal of, winning the conference championship and making our first NCAA tournament.
I was going to say, how can you kind of see that at the end here? Can you sense that this could be just that magical a year that you could make the NCAA tournament and really kind of put Skidmore back on the map, as it were?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I certainly think we can. We still have some bullets to dodge, if you will, whether it's road games. We haven't even played St. Lawrence twice. That's how crazy our conference schedule is. We will have played almost half the conference twice before we play St. Lawrence once. So we got to get through those kinds of things first, and then we'll see what happens when it comes to playoff time.
Well, I appreciate you taking the time to join us, Coach. I am certainly interested in how the Thoroughbreds are doing this year. It jumped out at me as I was looking at this show. And especially the fact you've won 10 of the last 11. That 5-game stretch is long in the history for you guys. Granted, tough stretch ahead. 4 on the road before 4 or 5 at home. So good luck. The rest of. Well, I was going to say, I always give the coach the final word. Any final thoughts, sir?
No, I think I just want to thank you for having us on again, kind of putting Skidmore women's basketball on the marathon, the Hoopsville Nation Network. And you guys do an absolutely tremendous job for the spirit and love of the game of Division III basketball. We really appreciate everything you guys do.
Well, thank you, Coach. Appreciate the kind words. Good luck the rest of the way, and we'll look forward to chatting with you and watching at least the Thoroughbreds make a run for history here the rest of the season.
Thank you.
Take care. Darren Bennett joining us from Skidmore up there in beautiful Saratoga Springs, New York. Thoroughbreds, well, appropriately named, if you know Saratoga Springs, by the way. Again, 11-5 overall, 7-0 in conference play. They'll take on Vassar and Bard this weekend. Vassar struggling this year. Bard at the bottom of the conference winless. They'll take on William Smith and Rochester Tech next weekend in conference action. When we come back, who do we have up next? We'll jump into men's basketball action. We'll talk to the team who's on top of the MIAA, at least tied, and that is Trine. Brooks Miller will join us, talk about his men's basketball team, certainly having another standout season. You talk about Skidmore's standout season, Trine is doing that as well. That's all coming up here on the show. We'll also talk, head out west to beautiful Southern California, talk with Claremont Mudd Scripps women's basketball, and then we'll head back to the East Coast. Getting tired yet? Dave Macedo from Virginia Wesleyan coming up. We also have an interview with St. John Fisher, and we have an interview with Trinity, Texas. That's all coming up before in the next hour and a half or so. If you got questions for us, tweet us at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. Email us, hoopsville@d3hoops.com, and join us on Facebook at facebook.com/Hoopsville. Take another break. When we come back, as we mentioned, we'll jump out to the Great Lakes region, talk Trine basketball. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com and the National Association of Basketball Coaches. More Hoopsville right after this.
College basketball lives in Kansas City at the College Basketball Experience at Sprint Center. The College Basketball Experience is the place to get your game on. It's not a museum, it's an experience you won't forget. Discover the history of the game in the National Collegiate Basketball Hall of Fame, featuring the Gallery of Honor, Mentor Circle, and Honor Theater. Suit up in the latest CBE logoed Nike gear at the CBE Hoop Shop. Elevate your game today and visit the house that college basketball built.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at D3Hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
I know sports is important, but having the academic part along with it is a big plus.
I've discovered in myself, a newfound ability to overcome adversity at all different angles.
At a Division III school is really shaped around you developing yourself as a complete individual. The end result in my mind is you just become a very well-rounded person.
Before I came into college, I didn't really think I'd be able to balance so much. It helps a lot that you have a family with your team that can guide you.
With a D3 school, there's a lot of time for other opportunities. The coaches expect a lot of you during soccer, but after soccer, that's your own personal time to really find out who you are and other opportunities that you can pursue.
By balancing all of my interests, basketball, my leadership skills, and academics, I'm able to better prioritize my life and to manage it.
And welcome back to Hoopsville, everybody. Hoopsville Marathon. We are closing in at the end of 6 hours. 6 hours, 7 hours? What is it? We got 5 hours left, so we're closing out the 7th hour. I'll get it. Plenty to talk about here on the show. I want to thank everybody who's tuned in. If you got questions for us, tweet us at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. You can email us, hoopsville@d3hoops.com. Join us on Facebook at facebook.com/Hoopsville. I'm going to jump now into some men's basketball action and talk to another team that is certainly, I wouldn't say surprising, that's not a fair assessment, but certainly standing out. And that is the Trine men's basketball team. This is a squad who's in the conference that usually gets all the headlines by Calvin and Hope. But they are 13-5 overall, 6-1 in the conference, and I say that with significance because they are tied with Calvin and a game ahead of Hope. Trine, of course, had a 15-11 season last year, and 8-6 in conference action. So we figured we better talk about Trine and get them here on the show. The Thunder certainly having a good year. So joining us on the Hoopsville hotline is their head coach, Brooks Miller. Coach, welcome to Hoopsville.
Oh, thanks for having us, Dave.
Absolutely. Thank you for taking the time. Again, you guys are having a terrific season. Started the season with a tough start with Heidelberg loss, but now an Elmhurst loss, which doesn't look too bad on paper anymore. North Park tripped you up in the middle of December, and then Case Western Reserve, who also was having a pretty good season, got you at the end of December, and Adrian decided to do its best to derail you in conference play. But since then, 5 straight wins, including a win over Calvin in rather emphatic fashion, 62-47. Of course, you got Hope coming up on Saturday. What are your thoughts on the season from your point of view?
Well, I think we've played a very challenging schedule in the non-conference, which has helped prepare us for some of the things we've had to overcome here when it comes to conference season, as far as going on the road and trying to find a way to get a win and competing really hard at home. You mentioned the Elmhurst game, and I thought we played an excellent game that night. I just thought they were better than we were, as was a couple other games we played. I think Case Western, is definitely worthy of the top 25 ranking that they got a couple weeks ago. And we've also got some good wins in there. We had Ohio Wesleyan at home, and it was fortunate to beat them. It was a good club. I think they're tied for first with Worcester in the NCAC, and we had a chance to, at the Case tournament, we played St. Vincent's, who I think is leading their conference as well, and got a win there. So we were tested quite a bit, and going on the road to North Park, and was a real test for us. It was very similar to going to a place like Albion or Adrian, and they were able to outplay us that day as well. So lots of different things have happened to help the growth of our basketball team. But I think with our 3 seniors and our strong junior class, we've had some great leadership, and they just continue to try to get better each day.
I don't know where they predicted you to finish in the conference off the top of my head. But, again, everybody had their eyes on Hope and Calvin. This year looked like Calvin had a good team coming back. Hope had a coaching change, but also got off to a nice start, or at least in the middle of the season was playing pretty good basketball. Almost feels like the Thunder were kind of flying under the radar just a little bit. Is this what the conference expected? Or are you guys maybe even surprising them?
Well, I think, anytime in our conference, if you look over the past 35 years or so, everybody, if you're not named Hope or Calvin, is flying under the radar. So they've set the bar very high. They have great coaching over there and really great talent. So which is always an incredible combination for success. And I think our program, Albion, Adrian, and the likes of the others have really tried to do what we can to match their level of success in lots of different ways. We were fortunate to get both Hope and Calvin this year at home. The home schedule for us, we had 4 home games and 3 road games. So we did what we had to do to win our home games. Now we're going to have to go on the road and play 4 on the road and 3 at home the second time around. And we're going to have our shoes laced up pretty tight if we want to come out with the same success we had the first time.
Yeah, I was going to say, the second time around is always the most difficult because now you've said hi to the teams and the teams have said hi to you, and they now know what you can do, and they may not be happy about an earlier outcome, case in point, Calvin. And so you do have to go back around, as it were. Granted, you got your Hope game coming up. You beat them earlier in the season by 3, so you've got them. You're going to want to return the favor with Calvin. With Adrian, and Calvin comes up on Valentine's Day. I think what's tricky is you got to still go to Hope. You still have to go to Calvin. And 4 of your last 7 are on the road, including Albion, as well. How do you get ready to go into some of the more interesting and certainly challenging gyms, at least in the Great Lakes region?
I think we just stay as consistent as we can be, that we have been throughout the year, and just focus on the next game, regardless of who the opponent is, and focus on, tomorrow at practice. What do we have to do to get ourselves mentally prepared to execute what we need to execute in order to have success, and what do we need to improve on to continue to grow as a team so we're playing our best basketball at the end of the season, regardless of whether we're at Hope or Alma or Kalamazoo at home. It really makes no difference to a group like us. We run true motion offense, and we have a fully schemed man defense where if one guy's not on the right page, we're going to break down, and we can't afford that. So we got to just continue to work as a group so we stay meshed together, and the little things that we can control, regardless of who we play or where we play them at.
Again, going to Hope and to Calvin, two of the greater places to play. But you talk about your three seniors. It's not the seniors necessarily leading the way. Sophomore Will Dixon, 20 points a game, also hauling in 3 rebounds a game, 2 steals a game, 2.5 assists a game. Jared Holmquist, 15.2 points a game, 6.5 rebounds a game. He's a junior. Then you get to your senior and Tyler Good, 13.8 points a game. And then there's a steep drop-off. Your next guy in Ben Siroka, I hope I said his name right, the junior at 5.6 points a game. So you got a three-headed monster, essentially, though everyone's certainly contributing.
Yeah, well, like you said, if you consider scoring a drop off, then yeah, that would be so. But in terms of production, we've gotten great production from about 7 or 8 guys this year on our basketball team, and really down through the lineup when it comes to what we accomplish at practice with that group. But I think Ben, the last 3 games, has had 22 assists and 0 turnovers. Jake Bagley hit 6 threes against Kalamazoo on the road. He had 2 or 3 again last night on the road at Olivet that helped us get a win, and he had 14 rebounds against Calvin. Tarvis Malone, Dustin Hall. I think Dustin Hall is in the top 3 in the league in steals. Tarvis Malone comes off the bench and really spells our guards, and we have 2 freshman bigs that have been able to come in and really contribute with post defense and doing things like that. So, we have guys that score the basketball. I think Will may be the most dynamic player in the league, and Jared is certainly anchoring our defense in the middle, and Tyler may be the most productive all-around player we have, contributing in many different ways. But everybody that touches the floor for us or wears a uniform for us really does a great job of bringing something to the table and accepting that role, and I think that's why we've had some of the early success that we've had.
What is it about Division III that has you kind of interested to take over a program like Trine? Your roots are all over the place, but especially in Division I. Granted, you have roots in Michigan too, so it's not like this area is unfamiliar. But what was it about the Trine job that attracted you to it and seemingly helping turn it around?
The fishing in the area, but no, I'm just kidding. But no, I think this is really a unique place to represent. I think we have excellent leadership here from the top down with our president, our board of trustees, and our athletic director, Matt Land, who provides us with the resources we need to find the type of guys that we need to be successful. But what I enjoy most about this job is the type of people that we deal with. I do think in Division III, you can get away with a little bit more with a tough, hard-nosed kid that's willing to accept his role. That might not be the best shooter, the greatest ball handler, the quickest guy on the floor. And I think we've kind of embraced that with some of our role definition, that we just want to get hard-nosed kids and do things a certain way. And, we'll live with the results as long as we do those things as well as we can do them. And this is a heck of a place to do that. We draw a really blue-collar type of kid that's willing to do whatever he needs to do to be successful. And I think this place kind of breeds that. From the leadership in the classroom, all the different things that we need to do outside of basketball. I think we get a lot of high achievers here at Trine, and whether it's on the floor or off the floor, they're just great people to represent what we're trying to do.
Before I let you go, I gotta ask what it's like to be a graduate assistant under Bob Knight at Texas Tech. That one wasn't going to sneak past me. I'm assuming you didn't take some things from him, but I'm assuming you learned a few other things from him. What was it like to be under the great head coach?
What an unbelievable teacher. Every day was an experience that you'd never forget. There was just so many little things that you learned. There's so many things you cannot do that he does. His presence is one of a kind. There's nobody that can walk into a room or walk onto the floor and bring the type of energy, the type of focus, the type of detail that he brings just from his presence. And to be around that, you're kind of in awe, not out of shell shock or anything, but just the fact that, everybody raises their level of everything they're doing, whether it's a coach passing the guys in line, making sure they hit them in the chest, or coaching harder and making sure guys are in the right spot, or guys cutting harder, setting up their screens, shot faking, foot faking, whatever it may be. He just raised the level of the group with his presence and his ability to teach the little things that matter. Whether it was coach night or, I've had a chance to be around some other great coaches, a guy named Bob Nichols, who was a legend at the University of Toledo. I had lunch with him one day, and they all say the same thing. It's about accountability and it's about development. None of these young men are finished products when they get here, and you have to make sure you hold yourself and them and your staff accountable for the things they can do, and everything else will take care of itself. And I think when it comes to that, what I learned from Coach Knight the most, and some of the other great coaches that I've been fortunate enough to work for and play under, it was all about accountability. And I think we got a group of guys here that understand their roles and understand what's expected of them and perform at a high level.
Well, Coach, I appreciate you coming on to talk about your team. Trying, again, as we mentioned, having a pretty good season so far, 13-5 overall. As always, we give the coach the final word. Any final thoughts you want to share with those who may be tuning in?
I just appreciate you guys, what you do for Division III basketball, and giving us a chance to get a little bit of attention. I think we got some fine young men that have worked really hard and that represent an excellent university.
Well put. You certainly are having a great year, and it's fun to watch the Thunder play. Good basketball out of Indiana, and good luck the rest of the season, especially with the game coming up on Saturday against Hope.
Thanks a lot, Dave. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Brooks Miller joining us here on the Hoopsville Hotline. Again, team 13-5 overall, 6-1 in conference play on the road against Hope this weekend. They'll then home against Adrian before then being home against Kalamazoo. Those are the next three. Then 3 of their last 4 will be on the road. Going to take another break. When we come back, we'll jump out to the West Coast and talk Claremont Mud Scripps basketball with a player who certainly or a coach who certainly knows a lot about that brand of basketball out in the SCIAC. You listen to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com and the National Association of Basketball Coaches. If you got questions for us, tweet us at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. Email us, hoopsville at D3Hoops.com, or join us on Facebook at Facebook.com/Hoopsville. When we come back, West Coast trip. One more time here on the show. We'll be back after this.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at D3Hoops.com at www.D3Hoops.com.
I know sports is important, but having the academic part along with it is a big plus.
I've discovered in myself, a newfound ability to overcome adversity at all different angles.
At a Division III school is really shaped around you developing yourself as a complete individual. The end result in my mind is you just become a very well-rounded person.
Before I came into college, I didn't really think I'd be able to balance so much. It helps a lot that you have a family with your team that can guide you.
With a D3 school, there's a lot of time for other opportunities. The coaches expect a lot of you during soccer, but after soccer, that's your own personal time to really find out who you are and other opportunities that you can pursue.
By balancing all of my interests, basketball, my leadership skills, and academics, I'm able to better prioritize my life and to manage it.
College basketball lives in Kansas City at the College Basketball Experience at Sprint Center. The College Basketball Experience is the place to get your game on. It's not a museum, it's an experience you won't forget. Discover the history of the game in the National Collegiate Basketball Hall of Fame, featuring the Gallery of Honor, Mentor's Circle, and Honor Theater. Suit up in the latest CBE logoed Nike gear at the CBE Hoop Shop. Elevate your game today and visit the house that college basketball built.
And welcome back to Hoopsville, everybody. Plugging along as we have crossed into our... I'm seriously losing track here. I was doing a good job of this. Let's see. We got less than 5 hours left to go. We're over halfway. Lots of coffee. Got some Gatorade. Product placement, people. If you're smart enough and want to sign on to Hoopsville, we'll get you some product placement on this show, as clearly our background set will attribute to. We're going to jump from one place to another. We're going to jump out to the West Coast and talk to a team that we certainly had fun talking to last year around this time. And that's a team that is on top of the SCIAC. Claremont Mud Scripts, located in, of course, Claremont, California. 16-3 overall, undefeated in SCIAC play, and that's certainly significant. So we decided we'll talk to Kristen Dowling again, and joining us on the Hoopsville hotline is Kristen Dowling. Coach, welcome to Hoopsville.
Hi, Dave. Thanks for having me. Excited to be on.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for being a part of the show. I appreciate it. Hey, 16-3 overall. This is, we were talking to you, I was going to say a couple of years ago, but hold on a second. I lost my schedule from last year, so forgive me. I'm calling it up quickly here because I can do that on the fly. Talked to you last year because you guys had such a good year, 24-4 overall, 14-2 in conference action. Unfortunately, you ran into the defending national champs in DePaul in the first round at their place, but at least you got into the game, as it were, and you were within 11 games. I think that certainly turned some heads for a lot of people. Now you continued that role, though you had a tough start to the season. You've been rolling along almost ever since, and you've certainly taken on some tough teams. From your vantage point, how's the season going?
We're just really excited where we're at right now. We have some great, our young women are just incredible young women. They play hard, and playing those really top teams in the beginning was just an incredible experience for us, and I think made us better. And we feel like our team is just getting better day by day. We still have a long way to go, but we got great young women who play hard, buy in, and are doing a great job. So we're really excited about where we're at and where we're going.
I love, by the way, my favorite mascot name, the Athena. Certainly works for me, the Athenas. One of those, you got to think about it, but it's something about Southern California. I mean, we got the Trojans of Southern Cal. We got the Athenas here. I swear it's just one of those things. But we talk about the SCIAC right now, and you guys are walking away with this one right now. You're 10-0. Cal Lou and Chapman are the closest behind you, and they're technically 3 games back, 4 in the win column, 2 in the loss column. And then Laverne and Redlands are 5-4 each. And really what's, I think, jumping out at me that's most surprising is just you and Cal Lou with above 500 winning percentages right now. Is it just a tough year in the SCIAC?
I think we have, first off, we graduated, a lot of the coaches, we were pretty fortunate, but a lot of teams graduated, a lot of strong players last year. Chapman and Redlands both graduated their best players and had really good teams last year. And so there is a little bit of rebuilding in terms of that sense, but I think our conference has some really great coaches, some really good young coaches too, and they're building their programs and doing a great job, and those teams will continue to get better. I mean, you look at Chapman. They started out not so strong, and Carol, she's a great coach. She's got them playing hard and getting better. So, we just worry about ourselves really and do one game at a time, and it's kind of always been about us. And I don't mean that externally, I mean internally. We worry about ourselves, but I think our conference is full of great coaches, and I think we will quickly get back to where we were last year when we had 2 teams in the tournament and everybody was fighting to be in a conference tournament.
Hopefully that will work out. I mean, it's tough, as you point out, to get a read on this conference. Certainly some building, as it were, but at the same time some struggles. But you guys taking advantage of that. There's nothing wrong with taking advantage of that, certainly. And you've been rolling around. Granted, the loss to Pomona Pitzer jumped out at me. Nothing against them, but they're 3-14, and you lost by 30.
No.
Oh, no,
hey,
wrong
we didn't
season.
lose to Pomona.
Yeah, no, wrong season. I clicked on the wrong link. I do that often. It's that time of year.
It's all good.
You lost by 30. Didn't you see that? You lost by 30. You won by 30. I can't read. It's okay. You beat them by 30. It was a typo. But it was back to the George Fox game. Listen, tough team there, tough opponent. You win that one 63-48. You lost to Wheaton 84-66. You lost to Wittenberg 74-71. But it was that, it's the fact that you played George Fox. It's the fact that you went and took on some tougher opponents. That you played Johns Hopkins and beat them by 4, granted at Caltech, but you at least got to play them. That's a significant step for a lot of SCIAC teams, to be honest.
Yeah, Absolutely, and I think you're right, and we have to continue to do it. You know, we want to play the best. You know, I think last year playing at DePaul really opened our eyes up to what that level of basketball looks like, and that's why we wanted to build a preseason where we have that opportunity. And it was tough. You know, we were a little disappointed in our start in the beginning, but it was the absolute best thing for us to go to Wheaton and to play George Fox. And I'll tell you, both of those teams are really good teams that are going to just have great seasons. And, you know, George Fox has yet to lose, and I think they're only getting better. But that made us better, and that will prepare us, that prepared us for our conference and will continue to prepare us for whatever is put before us.
Well, yeah, and that's certainly what the design is. It also helps SOS, by the way, which isn't bad. Certainly will help there. But here's the other thing. You know you're on this proverbial island. Your advantage is you got to get flown out of there no matter what. So that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to go back up to George Fox. As last year pointed out, you could end up at DePaul. Have you kind of gotten ready for the fact that should you win this conference, you got to be road warriors, and you're going to have to do it the hard way?
Yeah, I mean, first off, we're not there yet.
I know, but I'm there.
I know you're there, but, our program, we take things one day at a time. In fact, we have a game on Saturday, and we're just trying to get through today's film session. So we really take things day by day and want to get better. We got a lot of teams in front of us, and we just want to get better and play game by game. But at the same time, we expect that. We know what's going to happen, if we make it that far, and that's fine, and we're ready for it, and that's why we went out and played those teams. That's why we went on the road. It's a great experience for us. But we got a lot of business to take care of before that, but we're just really excited about where we're going, and we relish the opportunity to play anybody, anywhere, and we want to play good teams.
Talk about your team just a little bit. This is a squad that certainly has experience. There's no surprise there. And should, because of the way you guys have had, the last couple of seasons. But what I noticed is, by the way, one of the rare rosters that has graduate on it. I'm not used to that. But you only have, the graduate and one senior, right? So this is a team that's got all this experience with one other junior and a whole mess of sophomores. That's rare to be doing this well.
Yeah, no, I mean, so we have three upperclassmen on our team. They're incredible leaders. We're led by Kim Scamming. Kim was a preseason All-American this year. She's a phenomenal player, leads us in scoring, leads us in rebounding, leads us in assists per game. I think she's got to be one of the best players in the country. She's a senior. That said, we have a great supporting cast, and we have a great team. And I think if you look at our scores, we've had I think we've had 5 different leading scorers the last 5 games. And so we've got 3 upperclassmen and then 13 underclassmen. And so really young group, and our sophomore class is really strong, and, they're doing a great job. So we feel like and when you see the top-level teams in the country, you see the DePauls, you see the NYUs, right? They're not a one-player show. No. There's like 5 or 6 people scoring 10 points a game, and that's where we want to be, and that's what we're trying to do. And I think we're definitely headed that direction. If you look at our stats, we don't, for Kim being as good as she is, she's not the runaway player. She's got great teammates. And Chris Brackman is a sophomore. She's a really talented player, and she can go off for 25 a night. She can surprise people, and other people are stepping up. So I think when you look at the high level of D3 basketball, the teams that are, good across the board are the ones that are, really succeeding. So that's what we're striving to do. But we really like our team, and I think they're doing a great job defensively. I think we're ranked 20th in the country right now in points per game, or in conference, we're only giving up 45. That's a big focus for us, and we want to keep getting better at that.
Yeah, that jumped out at me. I mean, quickly, Kim's averaging 15.5 points a game, 7 rebounds a game. Chris is averaging 13 points a game and 4.5 rebounds a game, considering she's a guard Kim's a guard, considering she's hauling down 7 rebounds. Not too bad, but you're only allowing 51.1 points a game. And let me go quickly back to George Fox. You only allowed them to score, 63 points?
63.
Yeah, I mean, you're clearly, the point is to smother teams. And you were willing to go deep on the bench to keep that pressure up. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 players, 17 or more games this season. Is that the secret? Is it to smother teams as much as you can?
I don't know if there's a secret. I know for us, we think that we have a really good team and a really good bench. So we want to play, and we want to play. We don't play full court press and run and trap. We just want to play really solid defense and not give up layups. We feel like we have a lot of depth, and so it's not just our 1, 2, and 3 players can do that. If you look at us, we have 7 people shooting over 40%. And so but we always tell our team it starts on the defensive end, and great defense leads to easy offense. And so that's what we just want to keep getting better at day by day, focusing on our defense. And I think we've improved drastically since the start of the season, and we want to continue to improve on that every day. The simple things, keeping our player in front of us, boxing out, just helping the helper, all the little things that great teams do. We want to get better at those every day and be consistent. We talk about being consistent in those.
There's one person up in the Northwest who says the SCIAC gets no respect. You should be ranked top 25. I'm not saying he's related to me or anything, but he does raise an interesting question. Does the SCIAC not get any respect?
Honestly, I don't worry about rankings. And maybe I shouldn't be the spokesperson for the SCIAC. I don't worry about rankings. I worry about our team and one day at a time. And we want to, where we want to be is where we want to be at the end of the season. We're just trying to take care of our business. All we can do is worry about ourselves. We don't look at that stuff, and we just want to get better every single day. I know that's a cliche answer. You hate it, but that's
Coach, speak again.
That is honestly, and we talk about that with our team, and that's what we're focused on, and that's what we're doing every day.
It's a really good thing I'm not doing drinks every time I hear Coach speak today. We wouldn't be getting through this.
We would not.
No, not very easily.
Well, you're having a show with a bunch of coaches, right?
Yeah, I know. Well, I'm totally done. Hey, some of them are good. Some of them are not. I think I asked you this last year, and I got to ask it again. You're coaching against your alma mater in Redlands. Is it kind of bittersweet when you go in there and you beat them?
It's awesome. It's
wow.
I would be lying. You didn't want to coach me. No, we treat every opponent the same. But of course, I really want to beat my alma mater. But again, it's not about, we've really talked about our team. It's not about beating people. It's about being our best, and doing the best and we can. And so last night we had a game, we won, but we didn't think we did as well as we could have. So but it's great. I love Redlands is a beautiful place. Obviously you've been there, and I got lots of friends there, and my professor still comes to the game, and so I love going there, love competing against them. They're a great program. He does a great job. So it's always a lot of fun. It's a great environment.
You said this off air before we got going. You were saying I'm the better looking of the brothers. Is that correct?
I was saying that, but Tom, don't be mad at me. No, actually, what I said is I was looking on mine. It's amazing how much he looks like you. I was going to say you look like him because I know him, but he looks like you because you were the first one. So.
Yeah, exactly. The best one, too. And I know he's listening because he's messaging me. He's distracting the hell out of me right now. He hasn't responded to that yet. He was talking about your answer to the SCIAC. He's just a little bit behind.
Well, shout out to Tom. Hi, Tom. I hope you're well.
Yeah. Oh, now he's hearing it. now he's reacting, and I'm not allowed to repeat what he's saying. Coach, she loves you. Tom, she loves you. Coach, obviously moving forward, it's important. He still disagrees. To keep plugging along. You got Whittier coming up on the road, then you're home against Chapman, back on the road against Redlands and Occidental, then home against Pomona and Kowloon. I've asked this on a number of coaches. What's the message to the team when you're in the locker room, when you're in practice, about plugging through and getting these next 6 taken care of?
Yeah, it's the same thing. In fact, I had our senior lead our halftime speech yesterday because it was the exact same thing we say every time, It's about us. It's about getting better every possession, playing every possession as hard as we can, giving our absolute effort. We want to start holding teams to under 40 points a game and just be our absolute best. And I think that when we talk about Athena basketball, I think the one thing, win or lose, we say we play hard. We give 110% all the time. And that's what we expect of our young women and playing team basketball. So, it's about us giving 110% effort, playing hard, and being a great team and great teammates on and off the court. And that's what we preach, and that's what we talk about, and that's what we want to continue to get better at. And I think, if we do that, the other stuff just takes care of itself. So we're thankful for the games that we have left, and we'll hope to get better and take care of that in each and every one.
His reaction is that is so messed up. It's either per the comment about my good looks or per you loving the fact that you're beating your alma mater. I'm not sure which. But nonetheless, well done. Well done.
Well, I love playing at my alma mater. It's actually a very special game because it's a great place. It's beautiful, and I'm sorry, Tom. I just was trying to. I didn't want to insult the person that's asking me the question.
Oh, stop it. I can. It's a good thing I don't vote in the women's top 25. I might have to take it out on you. Hey, Coach, thanks so much. What?
I just want to say thank you, and thank you for all the work you do for D3 Hoops. And we really appreciate it. You guys have a great product, and we're always looking at it and really appreciate it. So thank you for all the work you do.
Well, thank you. I was going to give you the final word. You want to end on that, or any other thoughts?
No, just thank you, Dave, and keep fighting through. You're almost done, and go get them.
Almost done, Coach. I got 4.5 hours at least still to go here.
Hey, glass half full or glass half empty? That's
Touche.
how we like to take it.
Touche. Enjoy the beautiful drought-filled weather down there in Southern California, and we'll look forward to chatting with you down the road and seeing how the team does the rest of the season.
All right, sounds good. Thanks for your time. Take care.
Absolutely. Take care of yourself.
Bye-bye.
Kristen Dowling joining us from Claremont Mud Scripts. Gotta love coaches like her. Mix in a little bit of coach speaking with some honesty as well. And sorry, Tom, truth hurts. Truth hurts. We're going to take a break. When we come back, who do we have up next? I think we're switching back into some men's basketball. We do. We'll go out to the East Coast and talk to Dave Macedo, men's basketball coach, and then the 11th ranked Virginia Wesleyan Marlins. So, we're going from the West Coast to some deep sea fishing on the other coast. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com and the National Association of Basketball Coaches. More Hoopsville coming up right after this.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at D3Hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
I know sports is important, but having the academic part along with it is a big plus.
I've discovered in myself, a newfound ability to overcome adversity at all different angles.
At a Division III school is really shaped around you developing yourself as a complete individual. The end result in my mind is you just become a very well-rounded person.
Before I came into college, I didn't really think I'd be able to balance so much. It helps a lot that you have a family with your team that can guide you.
With a D3 school, there's a lot of time for other opportunities. The coaches expect a lot of you during soccer, but after soccer, that's your own personal time to really find out who you are and other opportunities that you can pursue.
By balancing all of my interests, basketball, my leadership skills, and academics, I'm able to better prioritize my life and to manage it.
College basketball lives in Kansas City at the College Basketball Experience at Sprint Center. The College Basketball Experience is the place to get your game on. It's not a museum, it's an experience you won't forget. Discover the history of the game in the National Collegiate Basketball Hall of Fame, featuring the Gallery of Honor, Mentor Circle, and Honor Theater. Suit up in the latest CBE logoed Nike gear at the CBE Hoop Shop. Elevate your game today and visit the house that college basketball built.
And welcome back to Hoopsville. Hope you're enjoying the marathon craziness that is our show today. We are in, we are 6.5 hours in, 4.5 hours to go, but who's counting? We haven't gotten completely to delirious, but I think we're getting darn close. We still got a long way to go, as it were. If you got any questions for us, tweet us at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. Email us, hoopsville@d3hoops.com. You can also join us on Facebook at facebook.com/Hoopsville. We're on the West Coast. talking women's basketball. Now we're going to go to the East Coast and talk men's basketball coach. We've been doing a lot of jumping around, if you haven't noticed so far today. If you want to see a full schedule of our guests, you can go ahead and do that on the schedule page, schedule information right below the show page, or the show information, whatever I'm trying to say. I'm completely losing my mind, clearly. But let's get to Virginia Marlins, number 11 team in the country. They certainly are playing pretty darn good basketball, as they always do. Coach Dave Macedo never has a year where I can count him out. It's just the way it is. They reload and retool every single year. So joining us on the Hoopsville Hotline is the aforementioned Dave Macedo. Coach, welcome to Hoopsville, sir.
Thank you, Dave. Thanks for having me. I appreciate everything.
Absolutely. I can't believe we waited this long, considering all the other factors in play. The fact that you're, top 25 ranked, once again at the top of the ODAC conference, in the sense of battling for first place and going along, it seems to be almost standard operating procedure.
Well, I appreciate the kind words, but we certainly don't take any of that for granted. And hopefully we can keep being consistent. It's what we need to do, certainly in our league.
Yeah, I was going to say the consistency is certainly key. I think we saw a little bit of that out of Randolph-Macon last year, the way that season ended for them. Got out of sorts a little bit, got a little inconsistent, and then bowed out in the first round of the NCAA tournament. You guys held home court and at least were able to you got to the second weekend. See, that's what happens when you're on the air for too long. Before you ran into a really good Mary Washington squad. Has anything that you guys experienced from last year, especially falling short against Mary Wash in front of an incredible atmosphere, I should say, translated into this season?
Well, I think so. I think we've gained some valuable experience. That was a difficult matchup, the way they play, and certainly kind of playing five guards and the way they shot the ball last year. And, it just told us how much better we need to be to advance in the half-court set. I think, anytime we've advanced deep into the tournament, it's because we've been really good in the half-court on both ends of the court. And that's something that I think you usually try to really hit your stride with later in the year. And obviously, we need to have our best players step up and make shots and make plays to move forward.
You had a pretty good senior on your squad last year. Sorry, blanking on the name, and it's not coming up.
DJ.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Not coming up on the website fast enough. He certainly was not only a second coach on the floor, maybe much to your chagrin at sometimes, but he was also the heart and soul of the team, and he certainly was the brains of the team in some senses, and on top of being the offensive weapon of that team. And I think sometimes even I will look at your squad and see you lose a guy like him and go, what can they do next year if they've lost that such a key part? Granted, you bring back a lot of talent. I'm not trying to say otherwise, but how much or who has replaced him, if anybody, or how has the team changed in the difference in seasons?
Well, that's a good question. I think DJ was obviously our heart and soul. He was our most consistent player. The stats that he put up night in, night out. I mean, he was just somebody you could count on and never really had an off night. I think he probably had his worst game of the year, obviously, in the last game of the year, and sometimes that happens. But, he was just a tremendous player, great asset, great anchor of our program, and, we'd like to get a couple of those kids every year. In the sense that who's replacing this year, I think, we've really had a next man up approach, and some of the guys that have had to be patient in the program because they've been playing behind really other good players, have really made the most of their opportunity this year. I mean, Greg Montgomery has really been, spark for us off the bench in the past, but never really a scorer this year. He's really asserted himself as an athletic wing who can score, who's a fantastic rebounder, and really, I think, hopefully saving his best for last. Brevin Lyons, who was our backup point guard, really for his first 3 years didn't play much.
Yeah.
And now he's kind of been someone who I would consider almost our MVP this year. He's night in, night out, provided a big spark for us off the bench. And, you go with a couple of guys like that and then some guys developing in the off season and expanding their roles. And then hopefully a couple of talented guys you can, bring it right in. And we've had a few of those guys, a couple of transfers this year that have joined us, that have played minutes for us. and you get, hopefully 9, maybe 10 deep at times, and just kind of work with that chemistry. But I can tell you it's been a work in progress, but the kids have been a lot of fun to work with.
I'm used to seeing maybe a couple underclassmen being up in the leaders in the stat column, at least in the points totals. I think this is the first time I've looked at one of your stat sheets and been surprised that it's all seniors, or at least in one case, grad assistant in Corey Moore, or grad assistant. Yeah, let me try that again. Graduate student Corey Moore, who returned. He leads the team, 18.4 points a game. Greg Montgomery, the senior, 14.5. Cameron Owens, the senior, 11.3. Brevin Lyons, a senior, 8.8. And then you get to a freshman in Tim Jones. By the way, with all the great names like Tonton Belenga, you get a guy named Tim Jones on your squad?
Yeah, well, yeah, I know. Let me correct you there for 1 second. Corey Moore is a sophomore for us. So he was the Rookie of the Year in our league last year, and he in the South region. So he's really coming into his own. I mean,
that adds up more. I'm sorry. It's weird. It's got him on the stats.
Yeah, I know what kind of day it's been. Yeah.
Well, no, in the stats, it's actually listed year as G, so I just assumed that meant graduate. And then I go back to the roster, and it's clearly listed sophomore. It's whatever. But right, I'm sorry. So that defrays that just a little bit.
And I think we have a really talented sophomore class. Timmy Jones is a sophomore transfer we got as well. He and Corey are kind of our starting backcourt right now. Kalen Poe is a sophomore, our starting, I guess you would say, forward. We really don't play with a center.
Right.
I think our teams were more of a 6'5" athletic team.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, we're counting heavily on those guys to mix in with some seniors. And I think our 4 seniors, we need their best, this time of year. We need them now. And the other guys, I think, are hopefully playing for them.
When you look at this, at your season so far, I mean, you've had, a good year. You played some good teams. Randolph-Macon clearly has your number, as they've beaten you twice this year, both at their place and then by 3 at your place. But Emory got you, and Emory's certainly a good team this season as well. But outside of that, really, you guys have been clicking along, almost blue-collar, workman-like. In many ways. What has been maybe the secret this year? And I'm not saying you're flying under the radar, because you're not, but this seems like maybe more of a ho-hum type of season than I'm used to.
Well, I think we've made plays a lot of games that we've had to, or made shots, I think at times, and we've put in spurts together that have been pretty good. On a whole, I think we can be, a lot more consistent. I think we have to be moving forward, especially on the defensive end. But we forced some teams to turn it over. We shot the ball fairly well from the three-point line. It's been a big weapon of ours. We've created and scored off our defense at times. We're shooting free throws better than a year ago. Our assist-to-turnover ratio is solid. But I still think there's a lot we can improve on. I don't think we've hit our stride yet. But I do think, some of the pieces are there, and some of the guys are more aware of how we need to play. And against teams like Randolph-Macon and Emory, I think the margin for error is very small. I don't think we made shots in those games like we needed to. I don't think we executed well. And, obviously they had something to do with it. They're good teams. But we need to put ourselves in a better position against those type of teams moving forward.
Quickly, it's hard to get a gauge on this conference besides you and Randolph-Macon. Macon's got a 2-game lead at 9-0. You're 7-2. You're tied with Guilford, who had a tough stretch at one point in the middle of the season. Eastern Mennonite is lurking at 6-3. Hampden-Sydney, who had gotten off to an undefeated season, I think a lot of people thought were going to have a good year, are now 4-5. Granted, last night's loss, thanks to basically illness, they're closed down through the weekend.
Right.
Lynchburg, who was off to a terrific start, now just can't seem to win the game they need to win. What? And by the way, it's like 6 teams at 4-5. What is the makeup of this conference this year? Is it that the middle is just all kind of come together and just a clog in there, and it's you and Randolph-Macon and then everybody else, or is there someone that's going to surprise us by the end of this season?
Well, I think there's a surprise every night, Dave. I really do. I look at some of the scores around the league. I think Guilford went double overtime last night. Lynchburg beat Roanoke, at the buzzer. I think WNL upset Ham City. I mean, I think it's night in, night out, the travel, the distance, where you have to play, and then everybody runs such a different style. Everybody has, I think, good players. Coaches prepare. They do a good job. So I'm not really surprised when, other teams play really well or it's tough to get that road win. So I think it's going to be, down the stretch here, the last 7 games is going to be interesting. I know everybody's playing to see what seed they're going to get, but you still got to go to Salem. You still got to put it together and take it one game at a time and really play your best basketball. If you don't play your best basketball heading into Salem, you're going to end up, I think, leaving early. And hopefully the Marlins have learned from that and can just keep getting better and hit our stride, in the next month.
And what's interesting about the ODAC is really top 6 is about all you really want to be positioned for, because the only home court advantage is that early round stuff that some of the top teams are even buyed from and go right into the ODAC tournament. Really the trick is you want to just get the right matchups for yourself. It's not a matter of home court advantage, especially for top teams like yourself.
Well, it is. And, early in my career, I probably didn't like the format and going to Salem and the trip, because there was really no reward for being a home court advantage or having that top seed. But they do such a great job putting on the event. It is something of a first-class tournament. I really think our kids look forward to it, and I think you have to really grind it out for 3 days. But I don't know about matchups, who I really like at this point. We still have 3 teams we have not even seen this year.
Yeah.
It's kind of a different schedule, and we'll find out. We play Roanoke for the first time Saturday, Bridgewater for the first time Wednesday, and then Sam Sidney later, second to last game of the year.
Yeah, I should point out, if no one knows, ODAC plays a non-double round robin set, kind of a different setup. And what is also interesting is you're home against Roanoke and Bridgewater, then you're on the road, and if memory serves from the map, you got a tough stretch of 3 here. Emory and Henry, Eastern Mennonite, and Washington Lee, not exactly like you're just going down the street.
No, it's not.
Especially that haul over to Washington Lee and Eastern Mennonite. Then you're home against Hamden Sydney, and then home against Guilford. At least the Guilford trip comes back. You already got that one out of the way. And I noticed you threw in Ferrum just for good measure while you were down there playing Guilford.
Absolutely, yeah.
Smart coaching right there. So what's the key for this team? What are you telling them as you go into 2 home games, then 3 on the road, then back home for 2? Obviously, you're in second place. You want to hold on to that. You got to beat Guilford and stay ahead of Guilford to hold on to second. Maybe even get a last-minute attempt at Randolph-Macon if they stumble. So what's the message to the team in the locker room? What's the message to the team in practice?
Well, I know it sounds cliche, but it's just get better. It's a one game at a time approach. I mean, I think our kids, we need to make plays on both ends of the court. But really, it's going to come down to, I think, the best teams who win championships execute in the half court. We got a ways to go defensively in the half court. Offensively, I think we're seeing things. We're improving. But defensively, we've challenged our guys, and we need consistent play from our top 9 guys. We just need to get positives from them night in and night out. I think last night we had a good win on the road, but we had 4 or 5 guys that really didn't contribute like we need them to, and we're going to need that moving forward. So I think the leadership from that standpoint, our seniors, and just our best players, really kind of leading the way and setting the tone for us.
Quickly, you're a Wilkes grad, and I know there were tons of rumors spread around last year when the head coach of Wilkes stepped aside, and everyone's like, "Oh, we're losing Dave Macedo. He's gonna go. There's no way he's staying." I think it was hard to convince people that that wasn't necessarily the move you wanted to make. That being said, your alma mater is 10-8 right now, 4-3 in conference action under Hobart grad Izzy Menz. Your thought as you look at your alma mater up there and the job that apparently everyone thought you were taking.
Well, that wasn't the case at all. And I know Izzy, and I really like Izzy, and we've had a chance to spend some time together this fall. I was up there for a function, and he's just a first-class coach. I think he's got a great vision. I think he's going to relate to the players, and it's a tough following a guy like Coach Ritbro because he's had so much success, and anytime you follow a coach that's done a lot of good things and been there and been an anchor of that program for 20 years, it's really tough to follow some of those footsteps. I think he's creating his own identity. And it's just going to take time to get the right kind of players that he wants. But, you know, I'm a big supporter of their program, and I want to see them do great.
Well, Coach, thanks so much for coming on the show. I certainly appreciate you taking the time out of your busy schedule. I know Joanne Wren probably wouldn't have let you go to Wilkes anyway if she couldn't have helped it. She wanted you around at the Batten Center as long as she could possibly keep you. Good luck the rest of the way. Looking forward to seeing how the Marlins do. As always, we give you the final word. Any final thoughts you want to share with those who may be tuning in?
Well, yeah, I really appreciate it. And, you know, I always say that for you, Dave, and the job that you guys do to bring notoriety to Division III basketball and how good it is. Try to get some sleep after tonight's show. I know it's been a long, grueling day, but I can tell you we all appreciate it, all the coaches and student athletes, and, you know, you make us very proud. So thanks so much.
Well, thank you, Coach. Appreciate the kind words yourself. Enjoy the rest of the season, and we'll look forward to chatting with you somewhere down the road.
Thanks, Dave. Take care.
You too. Take care. Dave Macedo joining us here on the Hoopsville Hotline. Appreciate him taking the time out of his busy day to do that. Again, ODAC play, they will continue on at home against Paige Moyer and his Roanoke squad, and then Bridgewater on the next Wednesday. And as he points out, he hasn't even seen those two teams this season. Then they hit the road, Emory and Henry, Eastern Mennonite, Washington and Lee, before returning home for the final two games of the regular season, Hampden, Sydney, and Guilford. We're going to take another break. When we come back, St. John Fisher men's basketball coach Ron Cornicker joins me here on the show. Want to point out also, don't forget about the Hoopsville fundraising campaign. We'll start pushing that here for the last 4 hours of the show. Reminder that we certainly want to hear from you. If you are so inclined to contribute, we will post some more information on our Twitter and Facebook pages about that. We're about 40%, a little under 40% of the way to the goal, though the goal is just really a mark to determine whether we keep X amount of money or keep Y, because there's a certain amount of fees in place. We can certainly keep far more money than that if necessary, and we appreciate anything that you're willing to donate to us. It's kind of like NPR. If there are certain benefits, if you want, you can get a Hoopsville t-shirt should you donate a certain amount. You might even get one of your favorite coaches on the show as well. You might even be able to appear on the show yourself if you're interested. Through Indiegogo, we'll put some links on our Twitter page at D3Hoopsville, and using the hashtag Hoopsville, we'll also put it on our Facebook account, facebook.com/Hoopsville. And you can also email us at hoopsville@d3hoops.com if you want some more information. When we come back, as we mentioned, St. John Fisher men's basketball coach Ron Cornicker will join us, and then we'll also talk. Let's see, what else we got we got a ton else on the schedule here. Cameron Hill from Trinity, Texas, women's basketball will join us. We'll talk to Jeff Ross from Calvin. Also talk to Bradley Fisher, and plenty more. And actually, now that I look at that schedule, I might be a little bit off timed. We'll have to figure it out. Cameron Hill, it says on the schedule, coming up at 6:30. It's more like coming up at about 6:10. We'll make that change on the schedule. Jeff Ross from Calvin still to come. Bradley Fisher from UW Oshkosh. John Tower from St. Thomas. Steve Moore from Worcester. Philip Ponder from Oglethorpe. Jonathan Forbush from Bates. Gordon Mann from D3Hoops.com will join us. Also hear from Carrie Harvey Cutter coming up from the city of Salem, and plenty more. You're all listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com, the National Association of Basketball Coaches. St. John Fisher men's basketball coach coming up here on the show. And we'll be back after this.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at D3Hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
I used to never really talk. Ever. I was scared and shy. It was hard to look at people's faces. I was afraid if I said something wrong, everyone would laugh at me. But then I started to play golf with Special Olympics. I made friends and won lots of gold medals. But I learned more than just playing golf. Special Olympics helped me to find my voice. And now everyone else is speechless.
And welcome back to the Hoopsville Marathon. I am your host, Dave McHugh. Of course, if you have questions for us or our guests, you can tweet us at D3Hoopsville or use the hashtag Hoopsville. You can also join us on Facebook at facebook.com/Hoopsville. You can also join us or ask us questions via email, hoopsville@d3hoops.com. We will do our best to answer questions. Of course, this is the Hoopsville Marathon, as we did last year, part of the Hoopsville fundraising efforts. We've been tweeting out throughout the show information on that. You can also find it on our Facebook page. You can also find it on our website, d3hoopsville.com. Plenty of information there to coincide. We hope you'll take advantage of that if you can to learn more about the Hoopsville fundraising. Throughout the show, on occasions, we may have mentioned it already, depending on the schedule. We have pre-taped some of our interviews just for logistics of talking to other coaches. This is going to be one of those occasions. We hope you don't mind taking a moment to talk to a coach that we certainly want to talk to and out of the East region. And so joining us on the Hoopsville hotline is Coach Ron Cornicker from St. John Fisher. Coach, welcome to Hoopsville, sir.
Hey, Dave, thanks very much for having me. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. We'll talk about it in a little bit, but a nice, clean-shaven picture of you up on our page. We'll talk about why that's a little bit of a funny ha-ha in a minute. But let's start with the fact you guys are 15-2, playing pretty darn good basketball right now, 8-0 in conference play. Your last loss back on December 5th against Geneseo State in the game at RIT, I believe, was part of the Wendy's Classic. Your previous loss was to Medaille, and I think maybe those two games alone have a lot of people wondering who exactly are the Cardinals squad this season. You're not nationally ranked as of right now. You are getting votes, I should know, because I think I've got you in my top 25 if my memory serves, and it should serve better than that. What is the story with the Cardinals squad this season?
Well, I think in the beginning of the year, like every team, you're trying to find yourself a little bit, and we were trying to find ourselves. We were basically trying to figure out who was going to be our leader. We have 6 seniors, which you think you might be able to find that, but if you look at our statistics, only really one of those seniors is statistically in our scoring column for our team. So it's kind of unique that our leadership it comes from our older players, but statistically, we have a sophomore and a couple of juniors that are kind of leading us as well. So I think it took us a little while to figure that stuff out, and once we did figure that out, we started playing a lot better.
What's interesting is this is Fisher has always been a squad that has been on people's radars in the East region. But when you look at the fact that the last time you guys had a significant 20-game winning season was back in 2010. You guys had a tough year in 2012 at 10-15. You've been around that 16-17 win mark the last couple of years, so you've already kind of met the last couple of years. You talk about that rough start, and now you're rolling along. Is this team as good as that 13-game winning streak is indicating? Or you guys maybe playing above yourselves a little bit?
Yeah, I hope so. Honestly, I thought coming into the year, we would be pretty good. Like I said, we haven't had 6 seniors in a long time.
Yeah.
So, and you know as well as I do, you're as good as your older players. Even though we have some younger talent and everything, it's those older guys that make big shots. And this group of seniors, they were the first group. And you know what? I should know this, but about 28 years, it was our first losing season back in when these guys were freshmen. That 10 and 15 year that you talked about. So it's kind of stuck in their heads a little bit that, hey, they were the first group in 28 years as freshman class. Now, obviously, it's not their fault. They're freshmen. But, we struggled. And I think, and my hope is that they want to leave here with some kind of legacy. And, unfortunately or fortunately, winning kind of helps that kind of stuff. It's really a good group. I really enjoy them. They work hard. They're fun to be around at practice. But, their transformation the last few years has really gotten us where we are today, right now.
Of course, we talked about that 10 and 15 season. That's when this group were freshmen. What's interesting, thanks to notes we got from your SID Norm, 10 of 13 games, you've had 4 or more players in double figures. That's part and parcel with the fact that you guys have been destroying teams, as I put it. It hasn't been close since really about midway through this run. Old Westbury you beat by 30. You beat Washington and Jefferson by nearly 30. It was a 20-point win over Utica. It was a 30-point win over Ithaca back on November 6th. Ithaca then came to your place, and you beat them by 26 points. You beat Houghton by 22. You beat Alfred by a huge margin. Hartwick, I mean, there's the score that jumped out at me back on the 10th of January. Beat Hartwick 102-65. And we know Hartwick's not that bad a squad.
No, not
this
at all.
season. Coach McGinnis certainly has a good team on his hands, but even he probably, I think, walked away from that going, oh, wow.
Yeah, I think we all did. It was one of those games, though, that they're coming off, they're on the road. They had a tougher game. Actually, they played at Nazareth the night before. Nazareth really makes you play and guard, and they run their stuff. So we just got on a roll. It was kind of a little bit surreal because it's one of those things where I've kept saying to our guys, they've done some things that I haven't expected. Winning on the road is not easy. I don't care how good or how bad the other team is. It's going on the road and it's getting on a bus and beating good teams at home by wide margins. It's not things that are real easy. So, back to your last question about are we for real? I keep saying you guys keep surprising me. We went on the road to Houghton the other night, and they play really hard, and they're well coached. And at one point, we got up on them a few, and I'm just sitting here saying, there wasn't a lot of fans in the place, and they've surprised me. They really have surprised me. And they're really unselfish, and like you said it, Steph Bach the other night, he led us in scoring this past weekend for the first 2 times that he's done it all year. He was someone who was averaging about 7 points a game, and he went for 22 and 24. So I don't know. I think we're just kind of gelling. I think we like playing with each other, and I think we share the ball, and we defend. So I think those are really good things to happen.
What's interesting is we talk about the offense there. We talked about 10 of 13 games. You've had 4 players or more in double figures, the 102-65 win over Hartwick and dominating teams. But I think what's maybe more important is what you're doing defensively. You're only allowing 60 points a game. And while certainly scoring is down necessarily in the NCAA in some capacities, that's still, I think, top 20 in the country in scoring defense. That's significant. Is that just been a byproduct, or has that been the focus?
No, you know what? That's been absolutely 100% the focus. Sean Coffey, who's our assistant over here, is an unbelievable assistant, and he's brought in a ton of concepts for us offensively, and we can score the ball, and we have. Even when we were 16, 17 wins, we didn't have a ton of problems scoring the ball. He and I got together, and it's funny you bring about Hartwick. The one game against Hartwick last year, we were a game away from hosting the conference tournament. We finished, 10-6 in the conference, and the first place team was 11-5, and we were the odd team out with the tiebreak. We lost to Hartwick 82-80. We lost to Alfred last year 97-95 at the buzzer. Mm-hmm. I mean, in those teams, in those good teams that we had years ago, you score 80 points and 95 points, you expect to win the game.
Sure.
So we got together and in the off season and said, what are we going to do conceptually? We don't really have we've got some size and we're long and a little bit athletic, but we don't have that rim protector. And we were funneling things to the sideline and using that as a philosophy. And like all these teams, we looked at Xavier, we looked at Virginia, and we talked about the pack line, and we really went in there and said, what kind of principles can we start putting on our guys to make us better defensively? And that really is what we said. I think we have talent, and I think we have guys who can shoot and who can score, but we weren't defending as well as we should have. And that has been the major change and the major focus this year.
You talk about the 6 seniors on the squad, but they're not necessarily the guys who jump out at you at the stat sheet. Ryan Keegan, who's a sophomore, is leading the team at 16.2 points a game, 9.6 rebounds a game, shooting 62% from the floor, though I notice you won't let him shoot from outside. I'm going to screw up Kennard's last name, so Optimistic.
Well, his first, Optimistic is his first name, Optimistic.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Kennard.
right, Optimistic
That's
Kennard. Backwards, forwards, however you want to do it. He is your senior, who's second on the team with 11.4 points a game, 5 rebounds a game, 21 blocks to lead the team. And then I think it's a junior in Tyler Hart and a junior in Chaz Lott, if memory serves, as I click back and forth, are your next 2 guys on the stat sheet at 9.8 points a game each. You got to get to Adam Ambielli at 9.4 before you get another senior. So you've got seniors, you've got leadership from those seniors. They've been through a lot, but they're not necessarily the guys who are the threats on the floor offensively.
You're absolutely right. And you know what? That's what I thought. I thought our one problem, bringing this all together is how would those seniors react to maybe these younger guys being a little bit more shot ready and maybe have a little bit more offensive talent. And Opti has been unbelievable, Optimistic Kennard. If you would see his transformation, from this year to from last year, it just is. And I'm not even talking about his scoring. We had Chaz and Tyler missed a couple games earlier in the year, and we moved Opti to the point. So he went from being maybe our starting 4 to all of a sudden being our starting point guard for 3 games. And, he's shooting the ball, he's defending, all those things. But I think it goes to the unselfishness of those older guys that, hey, they know where they came from. We had a losing season, the first one in 30 years. In order for us to accomplish what we want to accomplish, we're going to have to take a step back and maybe let our talent, Keegan, you mentioned, he changes us. He's a post player that has to be, you got to double him. If you go one-on-one at him in the post, he makes it really hard. He's going to at least get his shot off. He's going to get to the free throw line. He's going to make it hard. And so teams then have to scout us and say, how do we take him away? So it's just been a big combination, but it really sacrifices and defending better and all that kind of stuff.
Talking to Ron Cornicker here, the head coach for St. John Fisher, 15-2 overall, 13-game winning streak. 8-0 in the conference. You're walking away with the Empire 8 right now, and I realize I say that with plenty of games left, but you've got a 3-game edge on Ithaca, who you've now beaten twice. You got a 3.5-game lead on Stevens. You got a 4-game lead on Alfred and Hartwick. Nobody's having stellar seasons in this conference. The only other team with a winning record, 2 other teams with winning records are Alfred at 10-6 and Hartwick at 9-8, and that's saying something. I wouldn't say the Empire 8 has ever had the cream of the crop in the sense of a ton of good teams, but there's always a battle, it would seem, at the top. Nazareth has been there in the past. Elmira has certainly been in the conversation. Utica has popped their head up every once in a while. Of course, a couple of years ago, it was Stevens who was leading the way. How strange is it this year that you guys seem to be head and shoulders above everybody else, and everybody else seems to be struggling? And I do want to use the word seems. It's not like I've gone and seen this conference in person every night.
Well, yeah, and you know what? I don't even know what the words I would use. Cautiously optimistic. I mean, I think what's really important for us is to know that if we don't come and play every night, we're going to get beat. We got to go play at Nazareth on Friday night. The place will be packed, and it'll be a great atmosphere. And they've got some talent over there, and they're good. And if we don't play well, we're going to get beat. It's just the way it is in conference play. So, and I think our conference is down a little bit, top to bottom. There's no doubt. But I think it's a testament to where it's been the last couple of years. Maybe it's not down as much. If you look around the country in the microcosm, people are saying that about the NESCAC. But I don't want to go to Amherst or Williams on any given night and have to play those games.
Sure.
But
I noticed you didn't include Hamilton in that conversation, sir.
Yeah, well, you know what? They're good too. Believe me, I know how good they are. And they're right down the road.
I
Yeah,
know.
so it'd be an easier drive, that's for sure.
That's for sure.
But it just is. It's crazy to think that we can just show up and win games.
Sure.
You know, we got to continue doing the things that we've done, and now teams, you know, again, they're going to be coming for us. I know Naz will play hard, and I know they're going to. And then we got to turn around and play Utica at home the next day. So, you know, I think teams, especially, you know, maybe there's a little mediocrity. I don't want to say that we're down. I want to say that maybe there's a little mediocrity, and maybe that teams are just beating each other a little bit. But that also means that all of a sudden you get yourself into the top four, and you know. I mean, you win a game here or there, and that's always been our goal. We didn't get to the Empire 8 tournament, so our goal has been get to the Empire 8 tournament, and then of course we want to host it, and then we want to get back to the NCAAs.
You mentioned getting back to the NCAAs. You've got the fact that you haven't gone to the NCAA since 2010. The longest stretch in program history where you haven't made an NCAA tournament appearance. We should point out 14 appearances since '92. You have to be careful, though, because the way this conference is playing out, there's probably no at-large bid coming necessarily. Granted, you guys are in the best position to get that at-large bid, but is there a risk, especially when in the East region, we'll talk about in a little bit, where you feel like you got to get the job done and win this automatic qualifier and not put yourself at the table?
Yeah, well, you know what? We've talked about that with our guys, and that's why every game's important, and that's why in the beginning of the year, you know, when you stumble at home,
yeah,
you know, we lose a game, and Medaille, by any stretch, they're pretty good. I just looked at they're 7 or 8-2 in their conference right now, and they've got a really good player. We lose that game at the buzzer. You know, I keep telling those guys that, you know, those games are relevant, especially if our region's down, especially exactly like you said. We've been a two-bid league for the last few years, but you're looking at it right now, our strength of schedule is not going to be great. There's no way that it's going to be great. So now when you're absolutely right, you know, and believe me, I'm getting ahead of myself, to be perfectly honest with you. You know, we still have 8 games in conference to go.
Exactly.
So, you know, I'm not taking anything for granted. So, you know, the fact that we're relevant today means a lot to me. But if we don't come out ready to play on Friday and Saturday, waking up Sunday morning, we go back to obscurity and we go back to fighting and trying to, you know, just get into the Empire 8 tournament. So I just got to keep reminding these guys that, you know, we want to get to a place where our basketball program has done, you know, where we have been. And in order to do that, you got to play one game at a time. You know, all those kind of cliche things that you keep saying, I understand, but I do believe in them. Because as soon as you start thinking ahead of yourselves and you start thinking NCAA tournament, well, that's when you lose to somebody at home or you do something that is not going to help your resume. So we just got to keep playing hard, keep defending, keep doing the things that have made us successful, and hopefully come February 21st, when that's the other thing, is we got to go on the road to wrap up our season at Alfred, at Stevens, and at Hartwick. Which are no easy tasks at all. We've never swept. As good as we were 26-4 going to the Elite 8, and some of the years that we've had, we have never swept the Stevens Hartwick trip. I mean, it's just too hard to do. They're both always too good, and you're getting on a bus, and they're just hard games to win.
Before we let you go, the East region, you know, the last few years seemingly down. Rochester had been kind of carrying the mantle. They're certainly not as good as they used to be. You've had some good teams come out of there, don't get me wrong. The Hobarts, when, you know, McNear was there for a few years. You guys held the mantle for a little while. But when you guys were holding the mantle, there were a lot of good East teams. Seems that that's not the case. Now, NYU has popped its head up down in New York City. The SUNYAC certainly seems to have some decent teams in there, and last year had 3 teams and certainly have made deep runs. But where's the depth that we're so used to? And maybe I'm showing my age a little here. Where's the depth we're used to in the East region of 3, 4, 5 legitimate teams?
Yeah, and you know what? I've talked about that with a lot of people and with a lot of other coaches, and I mean, we are down. There's no doubt. I've looked at the records, and unfortunately, with how regional play has come into, having to play regional teams, it's forced us to not maybe travel a whole heck of a lot. We're trying to play each other. But that's probably the same with all the other regions. But honestly, I mean, I look at the way our regions are, and the East region pretty much stretches from Albany to Buffalo, which is about a 4.5-hour drive. And I think high school basketball in general isn't as good as it has been. So it's kind of got to rear its head somewhere. We're fighting for the same 30, 40, 50 good high school players, and we've got some really good schools. And you mentioned U of R. Yeah. I mean, academically, the Liberty League and some of the good academic schools that are there. So now all of a sudden you're fighting these, and I say fighting, because recruiting is really probably the most important thing. So now all of a sudden we're fighting, Clarkson and Union College and St. Lawrence College, and then maybe you go over and Hamilton, who's now in the NESCAC, for a really good player. It's hard. It's hard. I talk about like the ODAC, and we've gone down there to play some of those teams before, but how many of those teams have to recruit in an area where there's 8 or 9 good Division III schools within 20 minutes of each other? And there's probably not a lot. So no one's going to feel sorry for us. I get that. We've got to, we've tried to branch out our recruiting and attract kids, student athletes from all over the country and those kinds of things. But at the end of the day, you got to get those kids that are within 2 or 3 hours from you. Those are the ones who are going to be your lifeblood. And we're struggling. I do think as a region we aren't, and I'm not trying to make excuses because I do believe it's cyclical. And there will be a point where, we get back. When we were at the Sweet 16, we went down there with the U of R, with Potsdam, and us going to Amherst. And I want to say U of R actually came out that year. We lost to Potsdam, and Amherst lost to U of R. And that was when, like you said, that was like, wow. And I remember how good those teams were. We had a really nice team, and Potsdam pretty much smacked us. And we've got to, we just got to keep working hard and getting back there. And it's tough. It's tough. But again, nobody's going to feel sorry for us.
One more question, and it's kind of curiosity. You play almost every single one of your games in New York State. Washington and Jefferson being an exception, Bethany being an exception, but really they're not that far from you. Obviously, the Wendy's Classic is a tremendous tradition in the Rochester area, but you lose, 3 games on your schedule with the Wendy's Classic?
Yep.
And the way the East region is nowadays, I'm going to be contrarian just to get an answer, and not that I'm ever for getting rid of a great classic like the Wendy's Classic, but is that maybe hurting a little bit too? Because your SOS takes a hit there if everybody else is struggling in that region.
Yeah, and you know what? We have a Division II school in that tournament that actually won the tournament this year. Roberts Wesleyan's a full member, so if you get locked up to play them, that game's not going to count. You know what? 50-year anniversary is coming up.
It's amazing.
It's so difficult because I honestly believe this. If you polled all the coaches in that league and they said to you, and you said, hey, can we get rid of that tournament? I'm guessing most of them would not want to publicly say it, but they wouldn't feel sorry because you're playing, that's why we don't play Brockport really anymore, or that we don't play U of R. Because if I play the U of R in late November, I might turn around and play them 2 weeks later.
Sure.
And it's tough. So it probably does because it doesn't give us as much flexibility. The SUNYACs are even worse. I think they're playing 18 SUNYAC games, and then you add those to 21.
Sure.
Now you got 4 games to schedule. What if you want to have we have our own home tournament? We try and bring some good teams in, and now you don't have a lot of flexibility.
Yep.
And the other thing is we want to go down. We're trying to attract student athletes down from your area, Dave, and the school wants us. They want us down in Baltimore area. They want us down in D.C.
I know a guy who's looking at you, actually.
All right.
I don't know a guy. I mean, I heard of a guy, I should say.
We, like if we could, I'd love to schedule games. And you know what? I'm past the point. I've been doing it too long where, I think sometimes the scheduling gets a little bit like, I don't want to go down there. He's too good or that kind of stuff. We went down and played Randolph-Macon a couple years ago. Yeah. I know that's a really that they're always very good, and it's going to be a really hard place. We went to Christopher Newport a couple years ago, so it just gives your guys opportunities to travel a little bit, and it kind of gives you a chance to gauge, how good you really are. The reasons we went down there was because we wanted to play really good teams we thought would help us at the end of the year. So hopefully we'll get our program back to the point where we can look at those things and say, hey, let's maybe if we got to take a loss every now and then, or not take a loss, but play a really, really good game where it's going to really challenge our guys.
Well, I appreciate you coming on the show, sir. Thank you so much. We though always give our guests the final word. Any final thoughts you want to share with those who may be tuning into this marathon?
No, I really appreciate it. I think you guys do an absolutely wonderful job, and the whole D3 Hoops, the D3Hoops.com in general is just unbelievable for us. And anytime anyone asks, family or anything like that, I'm always like, hey, if you want any information on what we're doing or what anyone's doing, this is the place to go. So I really thank you for at least making us relevant for another weekend, and I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, sir. Appreciate it as always. Take care of yourselves. Good luck the rest of the season in those 8 conference games.
Thanks, Dave.
Ron Koeniger joining us here on the Hoopsville Hotline team again. 15-2 overall, are receiving votes in the top 25. Just not in the top 25. They got a 3-game winning lead in the Empire 8 at 8-0 in conference play. This weekend, as he mentioned, at Nazareth before home against Utica. The rest of the schedule is then 3 more home games, so 4 straight home games. Utica, Elmira, Houghton, and Nazareth before hitting the road. Alfred, Hartwick, Stevens to wrap up the season. We'll keep an eye on how St. John Fisher does the rest of the way. When we come back, plenty more of the Hoopsville Marathon from the Hoopsville studios in the greater Baltimore area. Don't forget, you can follow us on Twitter at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. Follow us on Facebook at facebook.com/Hoopsville. Email us, hoopsville@d3hoops.com. And don't forget about the fundraising campaign through Indiegogo as well. We're going to take another break. When we come back, more Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com and the National Association of Basketball Coaches. We'll be right back after this.
College basketball lives in Kansas City at the College Basketball Experience at Sprint Center. The College Basketball Experience is the place to get your game on. It's not a museum, it's an experience you won't forget. Discover the history of the game in the National Collegiate Basketball Hall of Fame, featuring the Gallery of Honor, Mentor's Circle, and Honor Theater. Suit up in the latest CBE logoed Nike gear at the CBE Hoop Shop. Elevate your game today and visit the house that college basketball built.
I know sports is important, but having the academic part along with it is a big plus.
I've discovered in myself, a newfound ability to overcome adversity at all different angles.
At a Division III school is really shaped around you developing yourself as a complete individual. The end result in my mind is you just become a very well-rounded person.
Before I came into college, I didn't really think I'd be able to balance so much. It helps a lot that you have a family with your team that can guide you.
With a D3 school, there's a lot of time for other opportunities. The coaches expect a lot of you during soccer, but after soccer, that's your own personal time to really find out who you are and other opportunities that you can pursue.
By balancing all of my interests, basketball, my leadership skills, and academics, I'm able to better prioritize my life and to manage it.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at D3Hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com. We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at d3hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
I used to never really talk. Ever. I was scared and shy. It was hard to look at people's faces. I was afraid if I said something wrong, everyone would laugh at me. But then I started to play golf with Special Olympics. I made friends and won lots of gold medals. But I learned more than just playing golf. Special Olympics helped me to find my voice. And now everyone else is speechless.
And welcome back to the Hoopsville Marathon. I am your host, Dave McHugh. I appreciate you taking the time to enjoy the show, whether you've been watching and listening the entire time or just catching bits and pieces of particular interviews. We still appreciate your patronage. A few of the interviews, like this one, are a little bit pre-taped for varying reasons, getting coaches on the show, for example, and giving myself some small breaks. I know not technically a marathon, but hey, we do what we can. So I hope you don't mind. We're going to talk Southern women's basketball at this time. And one of those teams that has got a single first place vote in the D3Hoops.com top 25, which means some voter has them 25th, is a team that is 15-3 overall, 6-1 in their conference. They are on a 4-game winning streak. However, they have won 15 of their last 16. And joining us on the Hoopsville hotline is their head coach, Cameron Hill of Trinity, Texas. Coach, welcome to Hoopsville, sir.
Nice to be here, Dave. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Appreciate you taking the time. First and foremost, rough start to the season. Let's just get that out of our way, if you don't mind. You head out to the Great Northwest, which a lot of teams seem to have done this year. You played George Fox and you played Linfield in Oregon, and it didn't go your way. You lost to George Fox, of course, a top 5 team, 63-40, and you lost to Linfield, probably not how you wanted to bounce back, 66-52. Curious, what was the idea behind the trip in the first place?
You know, it was kind of a baptism by fire type of situation for us, and it may not be the most popular thing to say, but I'm kind of glad it went the way that it did. Obviously, we have a ton of respect for that entire league. Both George Fox and Linfield are tough programs, and it was a great way for us to kind of introduce our girls to the level of play that we want to achieve throughout this season. So, you know, for me, I knew what we were getting involved in. I think the girls had an idea, but getting up there and seeing it in person and going through the process and having to battle and make adjustments and kind of learn on the fly, I mean, as you can see, kind of set us up to make the type of progress that we've wanted to make throughout the season. So it was a really good way to get going. It was difficult, but it was well worth it.
I was going to say, clearly some short-term memory, as it were, as you came right back to Texas and got rolling with wins over Hardin-Simmons, Concordia, Texas, Chapman, and Redlands. But what I want to point out there is your first 6 games were not at Sam's Gym. You guys were on the road for those first 6. You didn't see Sam's Gym outside of practice until December 19th, and that was after your break of 13 days. Whoever put this schedule together, Coach, should probably have his head examined. You even headed out west second time to play Chapman and Redmonds in that first week of December. Listen, I know Pat Cunningham likes to travel. We got him out to the Hoopsville Classic after he'd already had a crazy trip to start that. That was last year. Please stop taking tips out of him.
I'm telling you, man, he's a great mentor. I've said it before, I'll say it again.
No, not if you're scheduling a trip to the Northwest, coming back to Texas, then heading to California. Come on. You guys are crazy.
You know, we're lucky at Trinity that we have resources to do those types of things, and our administration encourages us getting out west because it helps with all kinds of different things for the school, for our program. I have a lot of respect for those teams as well. So, when I have a chance to put trips like that together, I think second about where the games are going to be played, and first about the experience for the girls and how we can, help the school. So it was good. It was difficult, but it was definitely a great way to get off to a good start.
I was gonna, you got to convince the players that this is a crazy but fun thing to do. The opening weekend at least is out in Oregon. You then had some time. Obviously, you had 6 days before your next game in Texas. You then had another week before you played Concordia, Texas. Then you jumped out for a weekend of games in California, and as we pointed out, another 13 days off before you took it on. So in reality, you really did give yourself some time to recover from those trips and even prep yourself for those trips.
Without a doubt. I mean, that's one thing. I know a lot of us have to deal with the final schedule and the reading days, and it's so difficult to come up with games during that period of time because most of our schools are academically motivated. So knowing that the girls were going to have that time to focus on their studies, but also allow us to make some adjustments based on where we think we need to be, it was absolutely the way to go. And I was really proud of them because they really did a good job managing their time over that long layoff.
The only other thing I would give a bone of contention with about your schedule is what you did next. All 4 games at home. That is certainly nice. The players got to enjoy the fact that they could sleep in their own beds, per se. But I'm going to have a gut feeling here nobody was at the games, at least student-wise. 19th and 20th, you play North Park and Manchester. Then 28th and 30th, all around December, all around Christmas. You play McMurray and UW-Eau Claire. So at least you came home, but I'm not sure anybody showed up. How hard is it to play a key 4 games, your first 4 at home, against basically no crowd? And again, I'm making assumptions.
No, it's funny. All 4 of those teams brought pretty good crowds with them. Those were big trips for them, so it helped us a lot just to have bodies at the gym.
Sure.
And, I will say we've got phenomenal parent support on our team, and we have, at least a pocket of fans every time we play, and that means a lot. It may not be a Duke, Carolina environment by any means, but we know the people that are there to support us, and we really appreciate their time. And it's all good. Being at home is always a good thing.
Well, you certainly took advantage of that. You kept that winning streak going closed out 2014 on, I think, if I do quick math, 8-game winning streak after that 2 bumps in the road to start the season. You then took on Texas, Dallas on the start of the new year before getting into conference play. And you kept that streak alive, as we pointed out. You went 11 straight before Southwestern tripped you up by a single point. Of course, that one was at home. What happened there? That's, you look at the SCAC standings. Southwestern is sitting a game behind, certainly having a good year in conference, but they're 7-11 overall. Is this just a matchup issue? Was it just one of those games?
I have a lot of respect for Carrie and how hard she works to maximize the talent on her team. And they had a really good game plan for us and really kind of put us in uncomfortable space in the first half. I mean, might have been the worst first half we played out of all the seasons that I've been here as a team. So, it was a wake-up call type of situation at halftime, and I thought our girls really responded in the second half. But to their credit, if you'd have seen the game, they literally made every play they had to make to get a 1-point win. We did a great job in the second half. We moved the ball better, scored the ball better, got stops, and it was like every little glimmer of hope that they had, they maximized. And, it was impressive to see, and certainly good for our girls. It's a different type of pressure to carry a winning streak like that. I mean, I know there's great teams out there that do it every season. And, for us, I think it was the right thing at the right time because TLU is arguably as good or better than Southwestern, and we had them the very next day. And our girls were really able to respond in a big way against a very good team, which, you don't really have that experience if you beat Southwestern. You just kind of go in there thinking that we got to keep this streak alive and we got to keep winning games. But I was really, really as disappointed as I was to lose that game. I was that proud of our girls for the way they responded the next day.
I was going to say, you at least bounced back. You had a hard-fought game. You only beat Texas Lutheran by 3 points, a game again at home. But then you kind of responded after that. You've had some blowouts since then. At Shriner, you won by more than 30. At Centenary of Louisiana, you won that game by nearly 50. Colorado College, you won that game by by over 30. Centenary now comes up this weekend, as well does Colorado College. Basically, we flipped the script, as it were, in conference action to some extent. There are some wrinkles near the end, but you'll see these two teams again, and, of course, on the road. Of course, this is the toughest part. We're talking to you taped because you'll be on the bus heading to Shreveport, Louisiana, and nobody wants to hear that background noise. Before then, you got to fly to Denver, Colorado before coming home. So you're really this is kind of your tough road trip, but I have a gut feeling the trip to Oregon and the trip to California was semi-ready to prep for this kind of thing.
Without a doubt. I mean, we talk a lot about no excuses no matter what. There's always going to be circumstances that come up that you could crutch, if you really wanted to. And our girls understand that no matter what the circumstances are, the lead up to tip-off, once the ball goes up, we need to be ready to play. And over the course of the season, we've done a good job at being ready to play at a high level. You're not always going to put two halves together. You're not always going to be perfect possession to possession. But I think that our girls have really done a good job adopting the mentality that when it's time to play, we're ready to go. So I'm not worried about it this weekend, but it'll still be difficult.
Of course, you've got Southwestern on the road and Texas Lutheran on the road to follow that. So 4 games on the road here before you'll come home and at least finish the season at home against Austin, Dallas, and Shriner. By the way, another good reason not to have you live on the air on the bus is I don't know if we want Pat Cunningham in the background chiming in. Let me talk about the conference here before we talk about your team just a little bit. You guys are on top of the conference by a game. You're one of only 3 teams, though, interestingly enough, with winning records. Shriner, who's behind you at 5-2, is 7-10. Southwestern, as we mentioned, 5-2, 7-11. Dallas is 4-3, 10-6. Texas Lutheran 4-3, 9-8. Okay, so on paper, I'm going to argue this conference doesn't look that strong. You guys certainly are in a good position, though only a game up. I suspect SOS numbers, when I look at them, and I don't have them in front of me, are going to reveal to me that you kind of have a struggle with the SOS. Is there pressure to make sure you win this conference so that you can get in the NCAA tournament that way?
No question. I mean, I think everybody in our conference understands that from a strength of schedule standpoint, we're not going to put ourselves in a position to get in that large bid. By no fault of anyone's, it's just the way it is right now in the SCAC. So I think that's why you see some of the better teams with lopsided records, because we all go out and try to do the best we can to play as competitive a schedule as possible in the hopes that, provided things go well, you might get some consideration. But really, it's a one-bullet opportunity, and you have to be playing well at the right time. And it's tricky, man. I mean, you can be the number 1 seed, you can be the number 6 seed, and you can still win the tournament and get to postseason play. So, that's why, we kind of take the attitude towards the season that we do, which is, it's one game at a time. It's one opportunity to play, improve, make sure that we're putting ourselves in a position to have a chance to make it to postseason play. That's the way I kind of see our league. And it's a fun league to play in. It's a fun league to compete in. We've got really good coaches. And, this is my 3rd year now, and I'm getting to know them better. And, no complaints out of me. But the truth of the matter is you're going to have to win the conference title to get to postseason play.
Talking to Cameron Hill here, head coach for the Trinity, Texas Tigers. Team, as we mentioned, is off to a terrific start. Really not a start at this point. We're 2/3 of the way through the season. 15-3 overall, 6-1 in conference play. Won 15 of their last 16. As you point out, Coach, in your 3rd season. So, you look at this squad that's got 3 seniors on it. Certainly that's the group that you know well, along with the 4, make that 5 juniors. You got a pretty nice balance there. You're led by Anisha Richardson. Richardson being one of those juniors at 14.2 points a game. Hannah Coley comes in second on the team in scoring. She's your senior at 11.1 points a game. The two combine for an average of about 9 rebounds a game. Those two clearly are your go-tos. Richardson shooting over 54% from the floor. Both of them very good free throw shooters on top of that. Richardson also a block threat at about 2 blocks a game. Tell us a little bit about their game with each other in the sense that Richardson's your center and Coley's kind of your guard, and how that translates for the rest of the squad.
Anybody that has a post presence has an advantage, and it's really boils down to how you utilize that. Our guards, Hannah, obviously has bought into the idea that if we can play inside and out and force the defense to make decisions at the basket, there's going to be ample opportunities for everybody on the perimeter. Nisi's been a very, very strong player since her freshman season, and it's funny because now she's a name and people understand that they've got to double team her. So she's seeing a lot of different looks defensively this year, which has created opportunities for girls like Hannah, in Lauren Splawn and Caitlin Barrett, to really, have some great looks from the perimeter. Hannah is someone that we can post up and isolate in her own right. She's a phenomenal basketball player. So for us, we can play small, we can play big, but we can get the ball below the foul line and force the defense to make some decisions. And over the course of the season, our entire team has gotten really, really good at reading rotations and making really good decisions outside of that. So, having two players as good as they are is absolutely an advantage, but they've done a great job blending their talents with the rest of our roster. And I think that's why we've been as successful as we've been thus far.
What's interesting is you're certainly guard-orientated because Lauren Splawn, your senior guard, 8.7 points a game, listed at 5'5". Caitlin Barrett also listed at 5'5", your junior guard, at 7.6 points a game. Those two certainly are contributing. They both shoot from pretty good outside. We should mention Coley even shoots well. All three of those have taken over 80 shots from outside, with Barrett leading the way with 102. So you get a lot of outside shots, and you kind of have Richardson inside. I'm assuming to clean up the ball a little bit and also play an inside-outside game. Is there anybody else on this squad that maybe surprises people if they're watching?
I mean, you know how it is when you coach a team that you really love. I could tell you about every single player on our roster.
Sure. Yeah.
I mean, I could. I think they've all surprised people at one point or another. It's tough to start naming names because I don't want to leave anybody out. But, Taylor Hollins has given us great minutes in the post off the bench this year. Bronny Harris is our starting power forward, she changes the game every time she plays, and she does it so quietly because she's not a big numbers girl, but she makes our team better. She knows how to play our defense. She understands how to get our better players offensive opportunities. She's been great. We've got a junior who has been hurt for 2 years named Elizabeth Bolito, who's given us huge minutes this season, 5'11", 2'3", who can really play, and a new girl this year, transfer sophomore named Monica Holguin, who's given us tremendous minutes as a starter and coming off the bench. I'm really pleased with the productivity of everyone on our team. And, you can kind of tell by looking at the stats. We play a lot of players. I mean, every time we get a chance, we get girls in games, sometimes to the dismay of the better players. But I want those girls to have game experience because you never know when you're going to need them. I'm very, very proud of everybody on our team. They've all done a great job keeping practice competitive every day, which for us is really, really important to make sure that we continue to play at a high level. So,
looking at your roster, no surprise, everybody's from Texas except for Maria Produk. I think you got lost. You went straight instead of hanging a left and ended up in Chicago and brought her in her freshman year. How in the world do you score a Chicagoan when you got a team full of Texans?
It's a team game, Dave. She made us aware of her, and we liked what we saw, and that's not uncommon at our level, man. Girls do such a great job promoting themselves these days, and if you're lucky and you represent a school like Trinity, the school itself is going to attract very high level people, and she certainly fits into that mold. She's been amazing, just fit in like she's been here the whole time, and she's done a wonderful job. All the girls love her. All of our freshmen, Molly Hughes, Kate Irvin, Rebecca Gordon, those girls are all really making an impact. And you know how it is when you got three seniors that are going to be going, you got to have people ready to step in and fill those spots. And I feel like those girls have done a good job getting themselves prepared to do that.
So what's the message to this team? You've got, 7 games left, 4 on the road, as we mentioned here to start things off. Centenary, Colorado College, Southwestern, Texas Lutheran, and the next 4 all on the road. What's the message to this team as you position yourself to lock up the regular season, position yourself to have home court advantage for the SCAC tournament, and position yourself for the NCAA tournament? How do you keep this team motivated? How do you keep them on task when they've only lost 1 game in the last 15?
I think that the culture of the program has taken care of that. The leaders, the girls, they've all developed a serious-mindedness about what we're trying to accomplish. And they all felt that first half against Southwestern. I I was disappointed, but they were just as disappointed. And I think the way they've responded is a good indication of what you'll see from us the rest of the season. No games will be taken for granted. There's opportunity to improve every time you step on the floor, no matter who you're playing. And, I think our whole team understands that. But for any team that's in a situation where you got to win your tournament to get to postseason play, I think it's going to boil down to how your players respond to pressure situations. We try to create them in practice every day. I haven't mentioned Grace Horn and Allison Staley, who are in our sophomore class. They've done as good a job as any player, when they've been called upon to play, and also keeping practice competitive because they can do so many different things. And, I think that's what it takes. It takes a total team effort to keep your better players, more minutes, the higher minute players ready to go. And I think that's our challenge, just to keep that type of environment every day in practice and make sure we maximize our opportunities during these next couple games.
And how much is the motivation from last year, losing to Texas Lutheran in the conference tournament by 2 games, essentially ending your season, missing on the NCAA tournament? How much does that drive this team as well?
You got to understand, and I'm only saying this because it's important. We had a 21-point lead against Texas Lutheran at their place and lose by 2. I thought we controlled the second half in the championship game, and last couple of seconds of the game, we make some mistakes that they capitalize on. We lose by 1. We haven't been very far away at all. And that's the beauty of the game. Those types of things happen every single season. They happen every day somewhere in the country, and you got to know that. You got to be prepared for that. And I think losing those games the way that we did last season has absolutely narrowed our focus with regards to how we want to handle this season. But at the end of the day, you have to stay healthy. You have to stay hungry. And you got to keep on going, which I think we've done a good job of so far this season, but it's certainly not over.
Wrapping things up here with Cameron Hill, head coach of the Trinity, Texas women's basketball team. Of course, he played at Trinity as himself. We should point out, no pressure on you. You come in after they only win 9 games. In 2012, you've done nothing but win 20 games, so no pressure. You got to keep that streak alive. Also, if you're looking for some excitement, I've seen you've been to Missouri. You've been to, obviously, the Northwest. You've been to California. I don't think you went anywhere. Well, I can't even tell where you were most recently or back in your first season. But if you want a fun thing, go to Vegas. There's the D3Hoops.com Classic. Go ahead, bring Pat Cunningham along. He can bring his men's team too. We'd love to see you there sometime.
We'd love to play, man. Scheduling is always such a challenge. Opportunities like that are always valuable, so I'll keep my eye out, and we will see what we can come up with.
Very good, sir. Well, I appreciate you taking the time to join us. As always, we give the coach, the guest, whoever, the final word. Any final thoughts you want to share with those who may be watching?
Hey, I just appreciate the opportunity to do what I do. We get to work with great kids every day and compete at a high level, and it's a lot of fun. I appreciate you taking the time to have us on the show.
Absolutely. Well, thanks so much for coming on the show. I do appreciate it. Good luck the rest of the season, especially this hard road trip of 4 games in the next 2 weekends, and we'll look forward to watching how the Tigers do the rest of the way.
Sounds good, Dave. Thank you, sir.
Absolutely. Cameron Hill joining us here on the Hoopsville Hotline. Appreciate him taking the time to join us here on the Hoopsville Marathon. Again, pre-taped as they are on the road to Shreveport is what I'm trying to say. Shreveport, Louisiana. They, again, are on the road for the last 4. We've mentioned their schedule quite a bit. Going to take another break. Plenty more Hoopsville ahead here on our 12-hour marathon. If you got any questions for us or anything, you want to follow us on Facebook and Twitter, etc. Our Twitter account is at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. Follow us on Facebook at facebook.com/Hoopsville. Of course, you can email us, hoopsville@d3hoops.com. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com and the National Association of Basketball Coaches. More Hoopsville right after this.
College basketball lives in Kansas City at the College Basketball Experience at Sprint Center. The College Basketball Experience is the place to get your game on. It's not a museum, it's an experience you won't forget. Discover the history of the game in the National Collegiate Basketball Hall of Fame, featuring the Gallery of Honor, Mentor Circle, and Honor Theater. Suit up in the latest CBE logoed Nike gear at the CBE Hoop Shop. Elevate your game today and visit the house that college basketball built.
I know sports is important, but having the academic part along with it is a big plus.
I've discovered in myself, a newfound ability to overcome adversity at all different angles.
at a Division III school. School is really shaped around you developing yourself as a complete individual. The end result in my mind is you just become a very well-rounded person.
Before I came into college, I didn't really think I'd be able to balance so much. It helps a lot that you have a family with your team that can guide you.
With a D3 school, there's a lot of time for other opportunities. The coaches expect a lot of you during soccer, but after soccer, that's your own personal time to really find out who you are and other opportunities that you can pursue.
By balancing all of my interests, basketball, my leadership skills, and academics, I'm able to better prioritize my life and to manage it.
We've got more schools than...
And welcome back to Hoopsville, everybody. Hope you're enjoying the show. If you got any questions for us, you can always tweet us at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. You can join us on Facebook at facebook.com/Hoopsville. You can also, email us, Hoopsville at D3Hoops.com. We are 3 hours and 15 plus minutes away from technically the end of the show. Doesn't mean we might not be crazy enough to keep on going, because we are just that crazy on the 12-hour marathon here. Back live here in Hoopsville Studios. Lots to cover, and we still will have more to cover. On our Hoopsville page, we have an updated schedule as to who's on the show and when and where and how. For example, head coach from Calvin coming up here shortly in women's basketball action. Of course, we'll also talk to some of the other top 25 teams in the country. We'll also hear from Carrie Harvey Cutter at the city of Salem. And we'll talk with Gordon Mann. And I think the last hour of the show, I'm basically going to make it a free-for-all. Stay tuned for that. You might want to figure out how you might be able to be a part of the show, but we're going to try something, maybe some fun in the last hour of the show. So let's get going here and get to our next guest, and that is from the Calvin Knights, number 7 team in the country in women's basketball on the D3Hoops.com top 25, and that is John Ross from Calvin. Coach, welcome to Hoopsville, sir.
Thanks for having me tonight.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you for being a part of the show. I certainly appreciate you taking the time. First and foremost, team is off to a good start, is an understatement. 18-0 on the season, 9-0 in MIAA play, including a big win over Hope not that long ago, though to some it may have seemed like a long time ago, 12 days. You got to be thrilled with how this team has been playing this season.
Yeah, I mean, we're, I think the biggest thing is that, we come to practice every day and work on something different to try to get better on. I think the team has a great attitude, and stays really positive with each other. We have great senior leadership this year, which is obviously, showing real well. And I think the biggest thing, too, is we have, as far as our coaching staff goes, too, which, makes a big difference, is that, it's a stable coach. I've had my assistant, Marissa Anderson, now with me for about 7 years, and she's done a great job, especially with, all the pressing that we're doing, and she's kind of the mastermind behind that. And then our two assistants, the student assistant that we have is Kristen Tripp, and, she was a point guard for us for 4 years. And so having that continuity in our JV coach with Heather Springer, who also played in our program, just kind of having, everyone who's been in the program since I've been here and for so long, just makes things a lot easier. And with 5 seniors and 5 juniors on the team, we're a pretty well seasoned program, which really makes life a lot easier.
Yeah, it certainly makes life a lot easier. When you look at this undefeated mark, did you have – listen, some coaches have a premonition just because they got a good squad. They know they can at least have a good season. Sometimes they're not really sure how good a season. Did you think you could have this good a mark at this point in the season to be one of a handful of undefeated teams left in the country?
We didn't really know what to expect. I mean, we're a second year into, our run and jump pressing and, on our dribble drive on offense. So we were still pretty uncertain how it would shake out. We knew we had talent, but we knew, the schedule would be pretty tough, with road games, and especially with our conference is extremely difficult. And, you're just trying to do your best to win, take one day at a time and win as many games as you can. But, to be where we are right now, I never would have thought it, especially, we hadn't won down at Hope since 2007, so to try to get out of there with a win and is almost unthinkable. And we've taken some pretty good teams down there that have been, have gotten killed by 20 points down there. So, I mean, that's almost an impossible place to win.
Yeah, I mean, you got the win by 2 in that game, and that was a thriller. Lived right up to the ideals, you could say, of the rivalry. And then you kept that momentum going. And listen, this starts all the way back at different points in the season, really. I mean, you got a big win over Lewis and Clark back in December. Granted, they're under a new head coach there, but you guys have kept it clicking along. But at the same time, what I find interesting is you've kind of mixed and matched and had a bunch of different kinds of teams, even non-Division III teams in different parts of the season. For example, on the 23rd and 24th of January, you're playing Rochester, Michigan, and then Illinois Tech. Not your prototypical way of scheduling. Has it just been one of those seasons? It just kind of came together. It had been a little odd that way, and so thus you've just been rolling along?
Yeah, I mean, it was real weird. Early on in the year, we had like a week off. We were able to have like a week to prepare for each game, and then all of a sudden we had 3 in a row.
Yeah.
And then after that, we had about a week to prepare for every game, and about a week to prepare for Albion and Trine and all of that, and that seemed really nice. And then all of a sudden you kind of come with back-to-back quick games, and now we're kind of in a routine where it's where we're just playing games every Wednesday, Saturday. So I know the players really like it, and the coaches would always love to have more time to prepare for games, but that's kind of where we are. We have to be ready to go every Wednesday, Saturday against a conference that is playing really well, and we have a lot of really good teams in the conference that have had really good showings out of conference this year. So every game on the road is really tough, and we had to go on in a hostile environment last night at Albion. Their student section was really loud, and we got off to a little shaky start, but really came on strong at the end. So that was really good to see.
Talking to John Ross here, Calvin Knights women's basketball coach, number 7 7th team in the country. You just can't say that without it making it sound like 17. This is a squad that obviously over the years you've had some pretty good teams and some pretty good players. What jumps out at me about this team is you don't have any necessarily one big target. Brianna Vercake, no surprise, leading the team at 13.5 points a game, but Kayla Engelhardt is at 12.6, so not that far behind. Anna Timmer, 10.3, 9.9 out of Anna Aker. I'm hoping I said her last name correct.
Yep, you got it right.
Vercake, 3 assists a game. Engelhardt, 3 assists a game. Try to find the rebounds there. Vercake at 5, Engelhardt at 4, Timmer at 5, Aker at 5.7. The other Vercake at 4.5. Kaylee Vercake, I should point out, 7.6 points a game. You seem to have a much more well-rounded team this year than you've had in years past.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting scoring from a lot of different people. My first years at Calvin, it was how many points is Lisa Winkle going to score? How many rebounds is she going to get? And then we had the Carissa Verkijk era where, Carissa was going to get about 20 points and 10 rebounds every night and about 5 or 6 blocks. And, with this team, if somebody's having a rough night, there's enough other players in there that can step up and score, 20 points. We've had close to 20 points by a lot of different players. And, every now and then, like Allie Spade, a freshman from Columbus, she'll come in and knock down a couple big threes. And we've gotten some really nice point guard play out of Mackenzie Shelton and Abby Springer, who really don't score a lot of points, but both of them last night each had 6 assists, and they're getting the job done on the defensive end. So I mean, it's good that we can hurt you with a lot of different people that they just can't key on some players. And like Callie Verkijk even had some games early on where she was consistently scoring in double figures. So it's good that you just can't take away one player and stop us. So that kind of helps.
Carissa Vercake, freshman of the year back in 2007. You've had, you talk about the talent that's come along. It seems like if it's got Vercake in the last name, it's going to be a Calvin Knight. As now Brianna is leading that way. But again, we talk about the well-roundedness, but you also talk about that change in offense, defense in offense. You're averaging 80 points a game. You're only giving up about 54 points a game. And granted, if anyone looks at your schedule, we wouldn't say you're playing a whole host of world beaters there, but that kind of confidence can get dangerous for a team that doesn't matter who you played. By the time we get in the NCAA tournament, they don't care who they're playing. What was the change, and what was the mentality that you guys, switched on, if that makes any sense?
Yeah, I mean, for my first 10 years at Calvin, we always had a phenomenal player in the low post.
Yeah.
And we kind of took a look at it, and we don't have that dominant low post player anymore, and we don't have any tall players anymore either. And we're a lot smaller, and we're like, all right, well, what are we going to do? And we went to full court pressing. We went to the dribble drive on offense, and we're just getting the ball up. Usually we shoot the ball within 10 seconds, and we're making teams push the ball off the floor a little bit. And we kind of had to take a look at, who are we right now, or what do we have left? And it became like a lot of small people who were pretty quick, pretty athletic, a little spunky in there. Hannah Aker, who's barely a 5'8" at the post, starts at the 5 spot for us. And so we're really small, and we can't play a half-court style anymore and jam it down in the post like we used to do. So, when you don't have scholarships to get in a certain amount of players, I mean, you have to get, at Calvin here, we have to get people in here, who want to get a quality Christian education and have some money to be able to afford it here. And, so the personnel that we have on our team really fits the style that we have. And it's been hard to get there. I mean, last year was a struggle, and we got blown out in some games because of our style, and we struggled in games because of our style. And, this year so far, it's worked out fairly well.
Yeah, it certainly has worked out nicely. But again, 19-8 last year. You were 23-4 the year before that, 28-2 the year before that. You've had some really good seasons. Last year, unfortunately, just ended in the regular season with a loss to hope in the conference championship, left you on the outside looking in. I'm sure that has left a bitter taste in the mouth, but this is a completely different team in many ways. You've got 7 games left of the regular season here. You're on top of the conference by a half game thanks to your win over Hope. They have the same win total. You just don't have the loss that they do. But it seems like it's a 2-horse race because you've left Trine, Kalamazoo, Olivet, and the rest kind of in your dust. And maybe this is what they were expecting on the men's side of the Hope Calvin race. It's definitely there on the women's side of things. How important is it to make sure to take care of business, as it were, especially with Hope coming up in the second to last game of the season at your place, to hold on to home court advantage and make sure that they're going through the Van Noord Arena and not the DeVos Center?
Yeah, I mean, every game is hard. I think our conference is really good this year. I mean, we are loaded with outstanding coaches, and it's really, really hard to win on the road. So I think, every game is important, for every team. And, I mean, every game is just been a battle in there, but we just have to come out and do our best every night. And that's just about all we can do is just control one day and one night at a time.
This is an opportunity. I mean, Calvin hosts the women's championship weekend this year. Not that I have to tell you that, but everybody else out there. Is there kind of you're at this point, you're 18-0, certainly positioning yourself nicely. Being able to play in the Final Four in your home gym, probably pretty darn tempting, especially since next year it'll be in Indianapolis. This is the only year you guys are hosting, correct?
I think we get it in 2017 as well.
Okay, I couldn't remember how they broke that up, but still, they got a pretty good opportunity here. I'm sure that's in the back of some people's minds, and now I've said it. Is there kind of that underlying, that would be fun, or are you guys trying to ignore that fact?
Well, it would be amazing if we could do that. Maybe it's a jinx because a lot of schools have hosted, been the host of that and not quite done it. I know Wisconsin Oshkosh did it, I think back in about 92 maybe, or somewhere in there where they were the host and they were able to win it at their own site. But, I mean, it's almost impossible to do. I mean, we've had some really, really good teams and haven't even been able to crack the Final Four. I mean, that's just way off, and it's something that we aren't even thinking about. I mean, we're just trying to figure out how to get better in practice on Friday, and that's about all we can do is really take it one day at a time. But if it were to come to that, it would be an unbelievable atmosphere because of the support that we get from from the college and from the community to be able to play in our hometown would be absolutely amazing.
It certainly would be nice in the sense of sleeping in your own bed. Of course, the interesting thing is sometimes they ship the team out, even if they deserve to be hosting in that second weekend. You might have to hit the road anyway. The way Hope is playing, you certainly don't want to go through them necessarily. This rivalry is always a big one. But the fact that both teams are playing really good basketball right now, and it's going to come down to you guys at the end, most likely for the conference, it adds that extra layer of edge that maybe it really didn't need.
Yeah, it's just Hope is good every year, and we know that. They have been for ever since Coach Morehouse has been there, and we know that if we're able to get in the NCAA tournament, that that they're going to be a big piece of it. And unfortunately, the way that NCAA tournament has worked out, we've never met in there, and for some reason one of us has always taken a tumble somewhere. And but I mean, in Division III, there are so many phenomenal programs out there across the country, and the Midwest is just loaded, just with so many great teams, great coaches. So it's very difficult to even get through. One of the pods that they have. To win a 4-team pod is really, really hard to get through.
Well, I was going to say, not just the Midwest. Have you looked in your region recently? You got Thomas More. Transylvania's playing good basketball. Of course, there's Hope and there's Calvin. I'm forgetting somebody else on the tip of my tongue. DePaul, obviously, who won a championship at Hope. There's a lot of good basketball within a nice, easy drive. Is there some sense that this year might be one of those rare years that whoever gets to the championship weekend will have survived?
It's yeah, for sure. If they keep all those teams in the same pod, and it happens that way. It's hard. They'll throw lots of good teams right in the same pod. I think one year, if memory serves me correct, I remember one year I think it was Hope, WashU, DePaul, and I think maybe Denison.
Yeah,
and that was right. Almost good enough to be a Final Four.
Yeah.
So there's so many great programs, and it's just a privilege to be part of Division III basketball with the great programs that there are out there.
It certainly has been fun to watch, and again, you got that return visit to your place against Hope on the 18th. Got a lot of basketball, obviously, between now and then. Target's big, spotlight is bright. When you're undefeated, you're now ranked in the top 10, and you've already beaten Hope, as you point out, for the first time in what feels like forever at their place. How do you get the players not composed, because I'm not going to say they're out of control in any way, shape, or form, but how do you keep them focused? How do you keep their eye on the prize, as it were, or at least got the blinders on, maybe is a better way of putting it?
Just watch some game tape, because it's pretty easy. Even last night we threw the ball all over the gym for a while, and we make a lot of mistakes, so it's not very difficult. We still have a long way to go to play a perfect game. Last night we had 10 fouls in the second half within about the first 6 minutes, so we need to do a lot of things better than that. And then like on Friday or Saturday, we only had like 5 fouls the whole game. So kind of getting the consistency up. We can do a lot better ball, taking care of the ball too, and knocking some threes down. So there's a lot for us to get better on every day. And when you're full court pressing, that takes a little bit away from your half court man to man. You don't get to spend as much time on that. So there's always something to keep getting better on every day. And that's all we do is just try to get better at one phase of our defense and our offense every day.
Watch game tape. Well put by somebody who's clearly got his ideas of getting his team grounded, as it were. I love how you put that. Coach, thanks so much for coming on the show. I really do appreciate it. It's fun to I've been watching the team from afar. The only thing I wish, and I know it's not that easy because the women's side of the MIA is a little off balance with an extra team, is it's too bad you guys can't have the women's and the men's games, Hope Calvin, as a doubleheader. Now, granted, maybe you don't want it because of crowd control. I can get it, but I'm waiting for that occasion where I can catch both games at the same time.
That actually happened about 12 years ago, but it was at 2 different sites.
Oh.
Back when Hope's men played in the old Civic Center, and we were at the Dow Center. We both played on the same day. And I think since then it has not happened, and they do nothing to with that schedule, it's a luck of the draw.
Oh,
so,
sure.
But it would be a lot of fun. And maybe sometimes it does happen too. With I don't know if it's happened with the conference championship recently. I'm sure somebody out there could.
Yeah.
Maybe it's happened, but they have the conference championship. Usually one team plays at 3, and the other at 7:30. But but that's a good idea. You could propose that to the new commissioner of the MIAA.
There you go. All I'm saying is help us rival those of us who want to catch the rivalry at its peak best. Put both games at the same place for both sets of games that year. It'd be epic. It'd be absolutely epic. Coach Ross, appreciate you coming on the show. I always give the coach the final word. Any final thoughts you'd like to share with those who may be watching?
Just thanks for having me on here tonight, and just appreciate all that you guys do at D3 Hoops. You guys do an amazing job, and I hear more and more great comments from a lot of people about the work that you guys do, and it's much appreciated.
Well, thank you, Coach. Appreciate the kind words. Good luck the rest of the season. Look forward to watching the Knights the rest of the way, and I have a feeling we may be talking to you before the year ends.
All right, thank you.
Take care.
All right, bye-bye.
John Ross joining us here on the Hoopsville Hotline. Appreciate him taking the time. I'm telling you, Hope versus Calvin, men's and women's basketball in the same night at the same place. Talk about how awesome that would be. I understand that the women have that extra game, so making a perfect double round robin setup, a schedule, isn't going to exactly work. But you all know that would be awesome. Let's do it. Come on, new MIA commissioner. Let's try and get that taken care of. No pressure. I'm just asking for the world. We're going to take another break. When we come back, who are we talking? Oh, we're going to stay in women's basketball. We're going to jump up to the Central Region and talk WIAC basketball with UW-Oshkosh's women's basketball coach, Brad Fisher. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com and the National Association of Basketball Coaches. If you have any questions for us, tweet us at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. Email us, hoopsville at D3Hoops.com. You can also join us on Facebook at Facebook.com/Hoopsville. As we said, coming up, WIAC basketball right here on Hoopsville.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at D3Hoops.com at www.D3Hoops.com.
I know sports is important, but having the academic part along with it is a big plus.
I've discovered in myself, a newfound ability to overcome adversity at all different angles.
At a Division III school is really shaped around you developing yourself as a complete individual. The end result in my mind is you just become a very well-rounded person.
Before I came into college, I didn't really think I'd be able to balance so much. It helps a lot that you have a family with your team that can guide you.
With a D3 school, there's a lot of time for other opportunities. The coaches expect a lot of you during soccer, but after soccer, that's your own personal time to really find out who you are and other opportunities that you can pursue.
By balancing all of my interests, basketball, my leadership skills, and academics, I'm able to better prioritize my life and to manage it.
College basketball lives in Kansas City at the College Basketball Experience at Sprint Center. The College Basketball Experience is the place to get your game on. It's not a museum, it's an experience you won't forget. Discover the history of the game in the National Collegiate Basketball Hall of Fame, featuring the Gallery of Honor, Mentor Circle, and Honor Theater. Suit up in the latest CBE logoed Nike gear at the CBE Hoop Shop. Elevate your game today and visit the house that college basketball built.
And welcome back to Hoopsville, everybody. Commercial caught me a little off guard there. Just getting in news on Twitter that Hope Calvin doubleheader I'd love to see is going to happen. The end of next season will finish at the Van Noord Arena. Hope Calvin men's and women's basketball combined on February 20th. May have to put that on my schedule for next year. That would be outstanding. Yeah, I'm going to have to put that definitely on the schedule. Thank you very much, Jim Timmer, for sharing that information with me. I certainly appreciate it, to say the least. You've got questions for us, tweet us at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. Email us, hoopsville at d3hoops.com, or join us on Facebook, facebook.com/Hoopsville. Let's see here. Hopefully can catch up at a UMW game in the future. Slow start this season, but there is some talent. John, I agree with you. It would be nice to get to a Mary Washington game in the near future. Right now, I'd say probably not going to happen this year. Just the way Mary Washington, tough start and kind of probably expected, but certainly good things for the future there for the men. The Mary Washington basketball team. We'll keep an eye on that for sure. Let's go back to the Hoopsville hotline. We're keeping the theme of women's basketball going. Talk to another top-ranked team. That's the number 23 Oshkosh Titans, and their head coach Brad Fisher joins us on the line. Coach, welcome to Hoopsville. Oh, hold on. Let's try that again. Now, welcome to Hoopsville.
Hi, Dave.
Hey, how you doing, Coach? Sorry.
Doing good. No problem. Thanks for having me.
Thanks. As we begin our number 8 of the show, we have less than 3 hours.
Day's work.
Yeah, less than 3 hours scheduled. I say less than 3 hours scheduled. Actually, that means we're starting hour number 10. Jeez, I can't even do any math. Clearly, the brain is shot as we are on the Hoopsville Marathon course. At this point in time, we normally start our show 7 o'clock Eastern time on a Thursday night, but instead we're clicking along here on the 12-hour marathon. And, Coach, thanks for joining me. I certainly appreciate it. Let's talk about your Oshkosh Titans, number 23 in the country on the D3Hoops.com top 25. You guys certainly playing pretty good basketball at 15-3, 7-2 in WIAC play. Though a little bit of a rough go out of it the last 5, having lost 2 of those 5. Shirley Egner got you at Stevens Point. Then Eau Claire decided to be even nicer to you on your home court. You certainly avenged the loss against Stevens Point just last night. What's going on right now? Is it something that's just a blip on the radar?
A lot of things. I think injuries have been our biggest factor this year. I blame you guys a little bit. The first day the rankings came out back in I think it was right start of November. We lost October. Our backup point guard. We had a conversation about the rankings, and an hour later we lost our backup point guard to an ACL, and we've kind of been a little uneven all year, and everyone deals with them. So it's not an excuse, but it's just the reality of kind of how our team has been this year. We feel like every time we've got things in place and are playing well that we have someone go down with an injury or we lose someone for a couple of games, and so it just kind of felt a little bit uneven. This stretch here we lost our best player, Caitlin Keel, to an ankle injury for what basically amounted to 2.5 games, and we happened to lose 2 of those 3, and but our league is so balanced this year, and matchups and where you play just don't seem to matter. It's been wide open, and that's kind of been, everyone's kind of gone through a little blip here where they've lost 2 out of 4, and we've been a little bit of a victim of our own success the last couple of years. People see us lose 2 out of 3 games and wonder what's wrong, and I have to remind them that we're 15-3, and we feel pretty good about the season we've had. So we're just trying to get ourselves ready for the stretch run, and we've got 7 games here in the next 7 slots, and we've got to play well starting on Saturday.
Clearly, you should be undefeated, Coach. I don't know why you didn't get that memo. But, listen, the season has been pretty good. You started the year with 5 straight wins before St. Norbert kind of reared its head, which is probably the surprise for many people. Then you got into conference play, and you beat the likes of Whitewater and Handley in Platteville. Then you took a break from the conference action, took a trip to Georgia. You got back up north and got back into conference play and clicking along until Stevens Point, as we pointed out, tripped you up, and then Eau Claire. And, of course, now you're flipping that back around and you're back on a roll with a 2-game winning streak here. Listen, all conferences are certainly competitive. Certainly the WIAC is this year, or in most years. Right now, Superior leads the way at 8-2. You guys are a half game back at 7-2, but with the better overall record. And then it's Eau Claire, Platteville, kind of lurking, and then Stevens Point surprisingly struggling this year at 9-10 and 4-6, and Stout 6-13, 4-6. So while it's a competitive conference, the top of it certainly seems to be the class of it right now. Are you surprised that you're in a battle with Superior and Eau Claire, or is that kind of how you saw this one kind of panning out a little bit? And are you surprised Stevens Point's not in the mix?
I thought 7 teams had a legitimate chance to win it when the year started, and Superior has probably the best player in the conference with Sally Linsmeyer. Platteville has 4 seniors that have a ton of experience that can really score, and Eau Claire's got size that not many D3 teams have. So everyone has kind of got their own unique reason why they're good. Stevens Point's had some injuries this year, too. One of their best players has missed the year, and they're young. Same with Whitewater. Whitewater's very talented, but they're just so young. They lost 8 seniors last year. So, I don't think our league is as top strong maybe as it's been, because I feel we've got our warts, and, I think everyone feels like they've got a weakness. But, Whitewater's 3-7, and they've got a win over Wheaton, who's a top 20 program. I mean, I think it's just kind of the nature of the way this season has gone. And last night Stout beat Eau Claire and knocked them out of first. And there's just been a lot of games where, like I said, it doesn't matter the record and where you go. And everyone says that every year. It's kind of a cliche, but this year it's actually played out that way in our league, where anyone can get anyone. And it hurts our overall records. And I think 4 losses could win the league this year, which has not really been the case here the last couple of years. And for us it comes down to matchups, and now we're going to go play a quick athletic Stout team, and then we're going to go play Platteville, who really scores, and it's just kind of been the nature of our conference. Everyone's a little bit different and has different levels of experience, and I think the experienced teams have kind of been the ones that have risen to the top this year and proven that having upperclassmen is a really big deal.
Yeah, certainly upperclassmen is beneficial. Not that you would ever pencil in a conference for at-large bids, but is taking 4 losses in conference the type of thing that could cost the WIAC those extra bids because it's such a fight every night, especially in the middle of the pack?
I think so. I think that we're definitely in danger of being a one-bid league this year. I think quality-wise, I think whoever the second-place team is going to have an argument and could go into the tournament and win games. But I just think that because of the balance, we've got a loss to Stevens Point, which no one here thinks is a bad loss. But if you look at their record at 500, people start to question that loss in your resume. And I just, knowing the teams and how they're set up and how well coached, I do think it's a danger for us this year, and we've put ourselves in that spot by just beating each other up, and I think we all kind of feel that every night that you're in danger if you don't play well, and when that plays out and it plays out in the numbers, it does get a little scary there.
I'm talking to Brad Fisher, head coach for the Wisconsin Oshkosh, number 23 ranked Titans, 15-3 overall, 7-2 in WIAC play. And Coach, we look at your team, and you certainly got the experience, but you've also got a lot of youth on this squad. Yeah. Kind of an interesting dichotomy. You only have 2 seniors, and you only have 2 juniors, and then there's everybody else, as it were. This is, you look at who's leading the way too. It's also that younger class. You're getting 11 points out of a sophomore in Taylor Schmidt. Eliza Campbell, a freshman's giving you 9.4 off the bench. A senior in Caitlin Kuhl, 9.4 points herself, and then it's back to an underclassman, and Alex Richard, 8.5, 8.1 at Ashley, is it Neustifter?
Neustifter, yeah.
Oh, okay. Neustifter. She's a junior, another sophomore. I mean, literally the only senior we're talking about is Kuhl, and she's at, technically second on the team in scoring, and she's one of your top rebounders, Richard being your other. So, it's interesting. You're having a successful season, but you're doing it with a lot of youth in a conference that you talked about how upperclassmen have been key. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, our experience from going to the Sweet 16 last year and playing in big games definitely helped us, and that's 50 games and a lot of pressure games already for those sophomores that have been important for us, and our upperclassmen with Caitlin and Alicia Tollefson, who's our other senior and our shooter off the bench, they've done a good job of making people comfortable, and it's kind of been what we've been built on the last couple of years. But to be honest with you, that's one of the things where I say we've been a victim of our own success, because we are still really young. This is only my 3rd year. Yeah. We've tried to rebuild this thing the right way and not bring in too many girls in each class and get some balance and things like that. So the balance that you talked about as class is exciting for me. The expectations, a lot of times have been really high here, and we're still trying to grow up. In year 3, we've had 2 recruiting classes that we've been able to bring in that kind of match how we want to play. So, from that standpoint, I still feel like we're really early in this process, but going to the Sweet 16 last year kind of sped up those expectations, and we've tried to get back here, especially over the last month, of controlling what we can control, and for us getting back to thinking about getting better every drill, and because sometimes I have forgotten that we're that young and we've still got a lot to learn, and when you start pushing those wrong buttons, you can send your team in the wrong direction. So it's been something we've had to remind ourselves that 15-3 is a pretty nice start to the year, and now if we can just get ourselves as good as we can get, and we feel like we can be a dangerous team down the stretch.
Well, hey, listen, high expectations are the bar that you set. The team was 7-18 before you walked in the door. Then they were 20-6, 26-4, and now this year 15-3. I hate to warn you, or I hate to tell it to you, but you set the bar yourself. You've put Oshkosh back on the map in women's basketball, and certainly I say that all tongue in cheek. But this has certainly changed the landscape of the conference as well.
Yeah, and I'm excited. I mean, obviously, none of that I say I'm complaining about. I'm excited. That was
sure.
That was the goal, and that's what when I was hired, I told them I felt like we could do if we had some time to do things the right way, and I'm really proud of our girls for kind of jumping the ship there and getting out ahead of what probably a normal timeline would have been. But, we feel like we are in a position now where if we keep doing things the right way and keep recruiting and working like we're working, that we can be a contender every year. And I think we said it last year on this show, my goal was to be a contender in our league, because I knew once you're a contender in the WIAC, you can be a contender on the national level. And Whitewater set the bar the last 2 years and showed us every time we played them how good you have to get if you want to go to Final Fours and things like that. So, the difference for us this year is the first 2 years we were kind of the young team that no one necessarily knew what to expect a lot of. This year we've had to carry the target a little bit, and I think that's been a burden at times. And I think the good part sometimes about losing a couple of games is you don't have to be the 5th-ranked team in the country the next time you go on the floor. And for a young team, maybe that helps to be able to relax. And like I said, we've tried to get back our focusing on real minute things, possessions and fundamentals and things that we felt like made us good, and when we start to struggle, we get away from. And I think, if we can keep that mindset here over the last 7 games, we're going to be in a really good position when the schedule runs out.
Wrapping things up here with Brad Fisher, women's basketball coach at UW Oshkosh team, again, 15-3 overall, 7-2. In conference action, coming up, you've got, I'm double-checking, on the road against Stout, on the road against Platteville, then home for 2 against River Falls and La Crosse, and then 2 of the last 3 on the road. Though you do have Whitewater at home, so certainly a number of road games ahead in as you crisscross the state of Wisconsin. Also, last chance to deal with Superior in that trip, as they will jump to another conference starting next year. How much will that change this conference too, in the sense that that long trip to Superior for most is gone, and on top of the fact it opens up a couple games in conference in non-conference action?
Yeah, first thing I'll say is I'm probably one of the few that's going to miss them. Not necessarily because of the trip, but on our side, I think Don Mulhern has done such a great job of building that program and making them not only relevant, but a legitimate threat to not only win the league, but on the national level if they can get in the NCAA tournament, and that's no small feat, especially up there on the border. So I'm going to miss them from that standpoint. Obviously, not having to make that overnight trip, which is the only one in our league for us, will be nice. But it creates a challenge on the scheduling side. Normally, we play a couple conference games before the first of the year, which kind of gets you into things. And now we've got 11 games to schedule, which is not easy to do, especially with with one of the leagues in our area only playing 23 games, and so there's some definite challenges there. I'm still trying to fill next year's, and I look 2-3 years down the road, and I'm trying to figure out where we're going to play, and so it definitely creates some challenges. And at the same time, as you build your program and have success, you're trying to schedule the right teams in the right places and things like that too. So that adds another layer that we haven't had to worry about the last couple of years. So we've got some challenges on that side, and just losing a good team at our side on the women's side is going to be a little bit of a hit for our league that the rest of us need to pick up.
I'm just saying, your colleagues have found a great little location in Las Vegas to play some games.
Yeah. I watched Point in Platteville this year, and I definitely, my first year 2 years ago, they already had scheduled us a trip. It wasn't you guys' tournament, so probably going to let these kids that had been there graduate and then bring a new group. But we'll definitely be out. We will definitely be out there in the near future, because I spent a lot of time watching it and figured I might as well come out there and be part of it. So,
well, it's a lot of fun.
We will definitely be there in the future.
It'll help you get 2 of the 11 games out of the way.
Yeah,
at least.
You got that right, and good teams too.
Yeah, exactly. Well, hey, thanks so much for coming on the show. I really do appreciate it. Good luck the rest of the season. We're looking forward to seeing how this WIAC all shakes out, as it were. We always give the coach the final word. Any final thoughts you'd like to share with those who may be tuning in?
Yeah, Dave, first of all, thanking you guys for the coverage you give us. I was at the Division II level, and we never had this type of coverage and people that cared as much about what we do, and in turn, obviously, gets fans and other people interested. And to what you said before, again, I don't want to sound like I'm complaining about where things are at. I'm proud of our kids and what our school has done. And, we've got a student section called the Golf Pack who has come out now the last 2 years and got behind us. And just this atmosphere for what Division III represents and what kind of we've been able to contribute to it, and it's just been an awesome experience for us. So, again, thank you guys and your coverage and everything you do for D3.
Well, thank you, Coach. Appreciate it. And like I said, good luck, and we'll look forward to talking to you down the road.
Thanks a lot, Dave.
Brad Fisher joining us here on the Hoopsville Hotline. Again, team 15-3 overall, 7-2 in a crazy WIAC. Yeah, how crazy would it be if Superior won the conference in their last year, heading out the door with the title. But a lot of the games on the road, but there's still 3 games at home in the last 7 at the Golf Sports Center. We'll see how things shake out. Appreciate him taking the time. Join us. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll talk to the number 2 team in the country on the men's side, St. Thomas. Check in with the Tommies and Coach John Tari. Listen to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com and the National Association of Basketball Coaches. When we come back, as I said, we'll talk to John Tari of St. Thomas. We'll be back after this.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at D3Hoops.com at www.D3Hoops.com.
I know sports is important, but having the academic part along with it is a big plus.
I've discovered in myself, a newfound ability to overcome adversity at all different angles.
At a Division III school is really shaped around you developing yourself as a complete individual. The end result in my mind is you just become a very well-rounded person.
Before I came into college, I didn't really think I'd be able to balance so much. It helps a lot that you have a family with your team that can guide you.
With a D3 school, there's a lot of time for other opportunities. The coaches expect a lot of you during soccer, but after soccer, that's your own personal time to really find out who you are and other opportunities that you can pursue.
By balancing all of my interests, basketball, my leadership skills, and academics, I'm able to better prioritize my life and to manage it.
College basketball lives in Kansas City at the College Basketball Experience at Sprint Center. The College Basketball Experience is the place to get your game on. It's not a museum, it's an experience you won't forget. Discover the history of the game in the National Collegiate Basketball Hall of Fame, featuring the Gallery of Honor, Mentor Circle, and Honor Theater. Suit up in the latest CBE logoed Nike gear at the CBE Hoop Shop. Elevate your game today and visit the house that college basketball built.
And welcome back to Hoopsville, everybody. Hope you're enjoying the show. We are in hour number 10 of the Hoopsville Marathon, 12 hours at least. I'll tell you now, we're probably going to open up the last hour to just a free-for-all. Stay tuned for how that means for you. But basically, you might open up the phone line and give people a chance to call in. I already got a couple people I know interested in doing that. Just to have some fun with it. Really, just to have some fun with it. Might as well. And last year, we went 12 hours and 38 minutes. We might go 12 hours and 38 minutes tonight, too. I mean, I got nothing better to do besides sleep at the end of this thing. Don't forget, this is also part of the Hoopsville fundraising project. We just tweeted out a little while ago, I think, a link to that. Let me double check if it's there. Yep. If you would consider doing that and helping us out, we certainly would appreciate it. All goes to helping us do a better job, as it were, here on Hoopsville. Let's jump and talk some men's basketball and talk about the second team in the country, according to D3Hoops.com top 25, and that is the Tommies of St. Thomas. And joining us on the Hoopsville hotline is their head coach, John Tarr. Coach, welcome to Hoopsville.
Hey, thanks very much, Dave. Appreciate you having me on the show.
Oh, absolutely. Thanks for taking the time to join us. I certainly appreciate it myself. 7 first-place votes out of the 25. I would argue that maybe everyone's trying to figure out exactly what's going on in the craziness of the men's side of things. We'll get to that in a minute. But just on par for you, 16-1 season, 11-1 in conference. You avenged your 3-point loss on the road to the Gustavus Adolphus back in December by beating them by 12 at home just last night. How do you? And by the way, that finished what was really a tough stretch there. You beat Bethel on the road and handily. You then beat St. Olaf on the road. I watched the end of that one. It came down to some good free throw shooting. You beat your rival in St. John's. Sorry I couldn't make it out to that. Man, I was tempted. And then you won at home against Gustavus Adolphus. You went through a 4-game stretch there, really, with what is the top of the conference right now, and came out unscathed. You got to be thrilled with that.
Yeah, we really are. I mean, that stretch, right now those are the 2, 3, 4, 5 teams in the MIC, and all of them have played very well all year. From St. Olaf beat Stevens Point earlier in the year. St. John's beat Division II St. Cloud State. Bethel and Gustavus are very, very good. And so, you look at our schedule this year, I'll tell you, I love coaching this group of guys. They're incredibly unselfish. We had a tough non-conference schedule with Whitman and Whitworth and Stevens Point and River Falls and Eau Claire. So to be 16-1 right now, we're thrilled. We also know there's a lot to get better at, and I love this group of guys because they're very committed to that.
Every coach will tell you there's got to be room for improvement. You guys, the loss to Gustavus back in the 5th game of the season certainly would, I think, raise some eyebrows. It was funny. I put you guys on my top 25 as in the number 1 slot a couple weeks ago, and I was the only one. By the way, for the record, that's never happened to me. And second of all, I was talking to Pat Coleman, and he said to me, and I've said this already on the air, he said, listen, I went and saw St. Thomas. I don't think they're the number 1 team. And then there was this pregnant pause. He goes, but then again, who is the number 1 team this year? He said, nobody's really stood up and been head and shoulders the number 1. And I think I got a sense out of some others who know you guys well and say, wow, I don't think they're the top team in the country. They're not that kind of squad. I'm not sure if you're going to be fair and answer whether you think you're the top team in the country or not. But do you feel like this is a year where there isn't a top team necessarily? There's just a lot of good teams.
You know what, Dave? I'm not smart enough to answer that question. I can tell you that.
Duck.
There's 460. It's a duck, but it's honest. There's 416 teams in the country. And as few interregional games as there are, I don't really know what is the top team in the country, right? You look at so many teams with 1 or 2 losses, and maybe they had a bad night, maybe they had injuries or illness. So what does a top team look like? Certainly the team's undefeated and they're beating people by 20-plus a game. That looks like a top team in the country. But one of the things that I really respect, there's so many really good teams around the country that don't duck people and play really, really good non-conference schedules. And as a result of that, we're going to have fewer teams with 0, 1, 2 losses at the end of the regular season. And I also think our conference is very tough. I mean, a lot of people ask, well, what happened against Gustavus? And I say, well, Gustavus is a perennial team that's really, really good. They're very well coached. They lost by 3 on the road. Now, we weren't happy after that loss, and we had a lot of things to clean up. But I also think it doesn't do them justice that they're a very good team year in and year out, and they beat us fair and square.
What I also find interesting too is I'm looking at your non-conference schedule. You decided to take the trip out west. You played Whitman and Whitworth. You unhinged Whitworth 90-69. You don't have a lot of games you can play out of conference, but you took on Stevens Point as well at home and got a 2-point win there. You guys have gone and taken the steps to make sure you got a competitive schedule. Certainly will help the SOS when you have a lot of games in conference as well. And I don't think it's any secret we'll be seeing you next year at the Hoopsville Classic. You guys are willing to go and take on who you need to take on. And I got it. You talk about no one's ducking anybody and a lot of people trying to go out there and challenge themselves. You guys are leading the way.
Yeah, I don't know that it's. I don't know if it's the smartest strategy or not, but I do know that our, and you never know until the end of the year. You have to win games, and sometimes you overschedule and you think, oh, great, we just went 1-4 against really, really good teams. What good is that? But Whitman is. I think they're exceptionally talented. Eric does a great job there. We were down 16 to them in the first half, and really the first several games of the year we dug ourselves a hole. We came back against Eau Claire and won a close game. We came back against Whitman. Whitworth, we played very well, and Matt has an excellent team. They're really rolling. And then River Falls, we came back against them before losing to Gustavus. So the first 5 games, we certainly hadn't hit our stride. We were playing well in stretches, but I don't think we were defending very well. And we also probably had a lot of guys who were trying to assimilate into different roles. And you look at the 2013 Final Four team we had. None of our top 6 guys right now were starters on that team. Some of them played a little bit, but some of them didn't play at all. And so this is really a different group than that team, and we're really proud with how they've come along. I think this stretch we've had of 11 or 12 straight wins, they've really come together and are playing at a high level.
Talking to John Tars, the second-ranked St. Thomas Tommies. Again, team is 16-1 overall, 11-1 in conference action. Let's talk a little bit about this team, Coach. And for starters, I've never seen guys with so many numbers on a squad. I joke on the roster online. It's one of those quirks. Obviously not playing everybody. But you've got a wide-ranging scenario here of contributions. Marcus Alapat, the senior, leading the way. But you've got, this is what stands out to me. He has 12.2 points a game. And he is one of 6 guys within 2 points on average every night. So you got 6 guys averaging 10 points or more. And there's sophomores, there's juniors, there's seniors in this group. After that, it's a steep drop-off at 5.4. But listen, even when you guys won national championships, you didn't have that many offensive threats playing that consistent in the scoring department. This is a much deeper team, especially considering that means there's a guy coming off the bench who's doing a lot of that scoring.
Yeah, that's a great point, Dave. I think if you look at our 2011 national championship team, Tyler Nikolai, who was our All-American point guard, he probably scored 13, 14 points a game, and then we had a lot of guys who were between 7 and 12. 2009, when we were 30-1, we had a lot of guys between 6 and 12, and in 2013, Will DeBerg led us in scoring at probably 12 or 13 a game, but we've never had 6 guys in double figures. In fact, I think we're the only team. Our sports information director, Gene McGivern, pulls up lots of obscure facts, and he said that we were the only, I think, team in Division III with 6 double-digit scores, and maybe one of only 2 in all of college basketball right now. So those 6 guys. It sounds cliche to say we have 6 starters, but we really do. Cortez Tillman comes off the bench, but he is like a starter. And none of them care who scores. You look at their shooting percentages, they're all very strong, and they all take good care of the ball. So it's, while we probably aren't as deep in terms of going 10, 11, 12 every game as some years, we are, I think, in terms of our scoring, so ridiculously balanced right now that all 6 of them had a 20-point game already this year, which is another, I think, statistical anomaly.
Well, and what's also scary is this team essentially all comes back. Yeah, you lose Alapat and you lose Nord, but again, it's not like you're losing 20 points a game. You're losing at 12.2, and I'm sure there's a guy like Remke or a guy like Koplik or Burrick, maybe saying these names incorrectly. If I am, I apologize to the families, who could step up and take over that mantle. Go ahead.
We certainly hope so. I mean, we like our young guys, and as you know, it's hard as freshmen and sophomores to break into a team, particularly one that's having as much success as we have this season. But Marcus Alapate and Connor Nord, along with Jimmy Ansius, are our three seniors, and they've really done just a wonderful job leading this group, both on the court but in the weight room. I think this team has probably been more committed to strength training than any team since I've been here. I've been coaching here 15 years. I played here 4 years. Steve Fritz would readily attest that I was not in the weight room as much when I played as these guys are, and it's really paid dividends. I'm proud because the work they've put in has made a difference. A guy like Cortez Tillman, who hadn't lifted weights much before this year, and he's shooting 60% on threes right now for the year, and I think a lot of that is a function of the time that he's put in the weight room.
Weight room. Even when I played, I didn't know what the weight room really looked like. I walked past it, but I never used it. Maybe I should have, certainly, to that extent. When you look at this rest of the season, forgive me, my schedule just disappeared. There it is. You've got a whole host of games. Talked to somebody earlier who's playing 10 games. You guys still have 8 to go. You're you're at home against Augsburg, then on the road, then at home, then on the road for 2, then at home for 3. Of course, what's interesting is that you're at home for 3, and 2 of them are going to be tough opponents in St. Olaf and Bethel, and the return matches there, and you know they'd love to knock off whatever rank you are at that point in time. How do you get this team to buckle down and keep focus on the task at hand, so that you can either lock up obviously lock up number 1 in the conference, but also lock up the chance of being at home, if you can be, in the NCAA tournament? We'll ask about that, a wrinkle in that in a minute, but how important is it to best position yourself in a year that is seemingly wide open?
Yeah, I mean, I think, the challenge of any conference season, and the beauty of college basketball is you get to play, in our conference, 10 teams twice each, 20 of our 25 games, and there isn't much rest for the weary. I mean, we're in a stretch of 9 games in 29 days during January, where, especially the first half of the conference season, Dave, we were on the road 7 out of the 10 games. So we have a little bit better this time around, where we're at home 7 of the last 10. We're hoping to earn some home playoff games as the MIAC playoffs, kick in, and I think this team has been very focused. They don't look ahead to the schedule. They're focused on Augsburg right now, who's a very solid team. And when you look at any team around the country that's had a lot of success, that they're bringing it every day in practice and every night out. And that's really all we ask of these guys. We don't ask them to look ahead. We don't ever talk about national rankings. We're going for our 10th straight MIAC championship, which has never been done before. But we don't talk about that. Everybody knows we're going for it, but the reality is all we're trying to do is get a little bit better in practice tomorrow.
The wrinkle to the whole thing in postseason is the women have priority in the first weekend, and your women's basketball team at St. Thomas is playing just as good as you guys are and could conceivably be hosting that weekend instead of forcing you guys on the road. I know that's out of your hands, and I'm not asking you whether you would change anything for sure. But is it one of those things where you got to keep that in mind and kind of get these guys also ready for the fact that they may have to hit the road to earn it in the first weekend before maybe getting a chance to be at home? And there's no guarantee about being home either in the second weekend.
Yeah, no. The short answer is no. We would never talk about that with these guys because that's antithetical to everything that we just, talked about going one day at a time. But, the reality is right now we're 16-1, and we're not anywhere close to earning an NCAA bid. If we keep playing the way we have, I would think we'd have a good shot at it. But 16 wins isn't going to get anybody in the national tournament, so we've got a lot of work in front of us. Our women, Ruth's team they're really fun to watch. She's got a great squad this year, and we're happy and proud for their success. And one of the wrinkles in Division III, it is unfortunate, I think, that if you have two programs that both could be situated for home games, that one of the bigger advantages you can get in Division III by playing a strong schedule and winning those games is to have home games in the national tournament. So I do think that's unfortunate. I don't think it's going to change. I listened to Jeff Burns earlier on your show, and they talked about potentially would a bye go to a team that is in that kind of a predicament. Who knows how they end up handling it? Who knows if we're in that situation? I hope we are. I would love it if our women's team and our team are both, in a situation where the committee says, how can we do this where they can both have home games or at least maximize those? But we have a lot of work to do between now and then.
Well, not to make it tougher, too, but last year Amherst was in that position, and the liaisons decided that wasn't going to happen. But doesn't mean it can't. You're absolutely right, especially on the men's side with two byes. You never know how they're going to divvy those up necessarily. Or what they're needed for. And I think it's probably a better way of saying it versus divvy them up. It's what they're needed for. Those Texas schools sometimes like to swallow them up themselves. Coach, I appreciate you taking the time to join us on the show. Again, fun to watch the Tommies, at least from afar. I know you said I should get out to the St. John's game this past weekend. Just couldn't pull that one off. But someday I will make the trip to Minneapolis, St. Paul, and get a game in at your place. In the meantime, we always give the coach the final word. Any final thoughts you'd like to share with those who may be tuning in?
Well, thank you, Dave, for having me on the show and supporting Division III basketball. This is a fun time of year. You see the conference races. We always say that really until you're halfway through the conference, you don't have a great idea of where everybody stands due to imbalanced schedules. And so this is sort of the stretch run of the conference and the conference playoffs. And you look at all the work our student athletes and every schools have put in for the last 3.5 months, and so much gets boiled down now into the next 4, 5, 6 weeks. So it's both an exhilarating time of the year for basketball players and coaches, can be an exhausting one at times, but what you do, what Pat does for Division III, your work is I think often unnoticed, but it certainly isn't by the people who spend our days and nights doing this work. So on behalf of all of us at St. Thomas, we're very grateful. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Coach. I appreciate the kind words. Good luck the rest of the season, and we'll look forward to seeing how everything shakes out with you guys and your women's team.
Thanks very much, Dave. Have a great night.
You too. Take care. John Tara joining us here on the Hoopsville Hotline. Again, team 16-1 overall, 11-1 in the MIAC. Again, they take on Augsburg at home coming up on Saturday, then on the road against St. Mary's of Minnesota, back at home against Carrollton on the 7th of February, and then they will finish up 3 straight to finish the season at home. Big target on the back of the Tommies, but they've certainly risen to the occasion this season so far. We'll look forward to seeing how it all plays out in the end. A reminder again, if you got questions for us, tweet us at D3Hoopsville or hashtag us Hoopsville on Twitter. You can email us, hoopsville at d3hoops.com, or join us on Facebook at facebook.com/Hoopsville. Also, don't forget about the Hoopsville fundraising information. We tweeted out just a little while ago on our Twitter account. If you'd be so kind to consider contributing to the show to help us continue our coverage and even get to travel a little bit more often, as we did last weekend up to New York City, we would certainly, and Eastern Pennsylvania, we would certainly appreciate it. Going to take another break. When we come back, we will dive down into Ohio and talk to the number 10 ranked Worcester Scots coming off a tough loss to Ohio Wesleyan. We'll talk to Steve Moore about that. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com and the National Association of Basketball Coaches. We'll have plenty more Hoopsville coming up right here on the Hoopsville Marathon.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at D3Hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
I know sports is important, but having the academic part along with it is a big plus.
I've discovered in myself, a newfound ability to overcome adversity at all different angles.
At a Division III school is really shaped around you developing yourself as a complete individual. The end result in my mind is you just become a very well-rounded person.
Before I came into college, I didn't really think I'd be able to balance so much. It helps a lot that you have a family with your team that can guide you.
With a D3 school, there's a lot of time for other opportunities. The coaches expect a lot of you during soccer, but after soccer, that's your own personal time to really find out who you are and other opportunities that you can pursue.
By balancing all of my interests, basketball, my leadership skills, and academics, I'm able to better prioritize my life and to manage it.
College basketball lives in Kansas City at the College Basketball Experience at Sprint Center. The College Basketball Experience is the place to get your game on. It's not a museum, it's an experience you won't forget. Discover the history of the game in the National Collegiate Basketball Hall of Fame, featuring the Gallery of Honor, Mentor's Circle, and Honor Theater. Suit up in the latest CBE logoed Nike gear at the CBE Hoop Shop. Elevate your game today and visit the house that college basketball built. College basketball lives in Kansas City at the College Basketball Experience at Sprint Center. The College Basketball Experience is the place to get your game on. It's not a museum, it's an experience you won't forget. Discover the history of the game in the National Collegiate Basketball Hall of Fame, featuring the Gallery of Honor, Mentor's Circle, and Honor Theater. Suit up in the latest CBE logoed Nike gear at the CBE Hoop Shop. Elevate your game today and visit the house that college basketball built.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at d3hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
I know sports is important, but having the academic part along with it is a big plus.
I've discovered in myself, a newfound ability to overcome adversity at all different angles.
At a Division III school is really shaped around you developing yourself as a complete individual. The end result in my mind is you just become a very well-rounded person.
Before I came into college, I didn't really think I'd be able to balance so much. It helps a lot that you have a family with your team that can guide you.
With a D3 school, there's a lot of time for other opportunities. The coaches expect a lot of you during soccer, but after soccer, that's your own personal time to really find out who you are and other opportunities that you can pursue.
By balancing all of my interests, basketball, my leadership skills, and academics, I'm able to better prioritize my life and to manage it.
And welcome back to the Hoopsville Marathon Show. Hope you're enjoying it. We certainly appreciate you taking the time to join us on this marathon show. We are closing in on the end of 10 hours and still have 2 more hours to go on this 12-hour beast of a program. If you've got questions for us, tweet us at D3Hoopsville or Facebook us, facebook.com/Hoopsville. You can use the hashtag Hoopsville on either of those. And of course, you can also join us, or email us, I should say, Hoopsville at d3hoops.com. There's already a question for our next guest, so we will get our next guest up and running here as soon as we can. Joining us on the Hoopsville Hotline, the number 10 team in the country, head coach Steve Moore from Worcester. Coach, welcome to Hoopsville, sir.
Thank you, Dave. Good to be talking with you.
Well, I appreciate you taking the time, to be sure. Tough loss last night to Ohio Wesleyan in what has just proven to be an absolutely wacky year. We'll dive into the loss in just a little bit, but all in all, the season so far, you guys having one of your prototypical good years, 15-3 overall, 9-2 in conference action. You lost to Hanover near the beginning of the year. Ohio Wesleyan has now tripped you up twice, nearly by the same score, I should point out, by the way. They won at your place 92-89. They won last night 92-85. From your vantage point, since Ohio Wesleyan brackets the rest of your wins, essentially, how's the season gone outside of that?
Well, Dave, I think we've made progress. I think we've improved as the season's gone along. We still have a ways to go. I think, at the defensive end of the court, we have to make some improvement. We're giving up a lot of points, not just the Ohio Wesleyan game, but some other games. I think overall, we've been a better offensive team than a defensive team, and that's not real typical of our program.
Well, I was going to say, you put up 104 points on back-to-back games against Wittenberg and Allegheny. I don't remember the last time I've seen you put up 100 points necessarily. You put up a lot of 80 and 90-point games this season, but you've also, as you point out, had some points put up against you guys. But the dichotomy is interesting in the last 4 games. Wittenberg a win 104-97, Allegheny a win 104-73, DePaul a win 63-62, Ohio Wesleyan a loss 92-85. If they say one thing doesn't look like the others, it'd be that DePaul game. Every once in a while, that defense certainly shows up.
Well, I think our defense was a little better that game, Dave, but DePaul tried to make it a half-court game, and they were successful with that. They play a very good man-to-man defense, and it was just more of a slug-it-out half-court game than some of our other games.
This season, you start off the year with 3 straight wins, including a win over Cabrini, which out on paper at the time certainly looked pretty good. Cabrini struggling as of late. You got a win over a much-improved Mount Union squad. You got a win over St. Vincent, holding them to 53 points. Then came that blip in the road, as it were, a loss to Hanover and a loss to Ohio Wesleyan. And then you turned about and ran through the rest of the season until you ran back into Ohio Wesleyan, including a big win over Hope and other games along the way. Is this, in a year that is wide open, let's be honest, it really is this a team that is positioning itself well, despite a couple losses here and there, to close out this conference and make sure you got home court advantage, then worst case scenario, at least be able to do something in the NCAA tournament?
Well, we hope so, Dave. There's just so many key conference games to be played still. 7 games left.
Yep.
We have some tough road games remaining, including at Wabash this coming Saturday. Wabash just recently beat Ohio Wesleyan, so we don't really need to say any more about that. Wabash is always tough on their home court. But, we're hoping to finish strong, Dave, if we can play more consistently on the defensive end. Offensively, we need to be a little more efficient, even though we're scoring a lot of points at times. We need to have a little better shot selection and take care of the ball on a more consistent basis. If we can do those things, then we think we can finish the season strong and see what happens.
Mike DeWitt's got to be loving the fact he sees Worcester on his schedule after getting 2 wins this season. Has there been something that Ohio Wesleyan just matches up better with you guys, or has just been one of those that's come down to the end and they've hit a couple more shots?
Well, I'll say this. Ohio Wesleyan is just a very good team. Coach DeWitt has always been an outstanding coach, and he does a great job implementing his offense to suit his personnel. He lost a really good center off last year's team, did not have the dominant postman that he has had recently, and so he's changed his offense, going to a wide-open, spread-out three-point attack, and it's worked extremely well. They have some very good shooters on that team, and they're very difficult to defend, and they played extremely well both times against us.
Talking about Ohio Wesleyan, this has been a crazy season in the NCAA. So you guys are now tied on top of the conference with Ohio Wesleyan at 9-2. Wabash and Allegheny are 3 games back at 6-5. DePaul, who I think a lot of people thought would have a better season, is 5-6 in conference with all 6 of their losses coming in conference on a 12-6 record. Wittenberg, who start off really struggling this year, has seemed to find their stride. They're 7-11, 5-6 now in conference action. Denison is struggling this year. What do we make? Beth asks this question too. I believe she's related to you. What do we make of the NCAC this year and the competition? We've gotten used to it being a bit of a dogfight. I mean, heck, last year it came right down to the end. But what do we make of it this year with such just kind of wild and crazy results and teams all over the place essentially?
Well, we have just a lot of teams that are very capable. Dave, you mentioned Denison struggling at times, but having some really good wins.
Yeah.
Beating Ohio Wesleyan, beating DePaul.
Yeah.
And Denison has veterans. We played them down at Denison this year already, and we were really concerned going into that game, and it was a battle. Everybody in the league is capable. Oberlin has beaten Wittenberg, DePaul, and Wabash, and I don't think there's an easy game on the schedule for anybody. So just got to be ready night in and night out, and hopefully you are.
Well, even Hiram's 9-9 overall and 3-8 in conference play. Kenyon 6-12 overall, 4-7 in conference action. Everybody has been a battle this year. I know you want to lock up home court for as much of an advantage as you guys can get. You've got, as you point out, Wabash coming up on the road, Kenyon then on the road before returning home for 2 at home against Denison and Hiram. Then you got to go to Wittenberg, and the way they're playing now and how high-scoring affair that other game was, that one will be interesting. And then home against Allegheny and away at Oberlin. After a tough loss to Ohio Wesleyan, it probably doesn't take much to get your team to refocus. They want to get back on track. But what do you got to tell this squad, or what is the mentality for you guys the rest of the way here with the 7 games left with a good chunk of them on the road?
Well, the first order of business, Dave, is to respond after last night's loss, not feel sorry for ourselves. We can't be despondent and down and discouraged. We've got to come out fighting on Saturday because we know Wabash will be ready. So that's the first order of business. And then we just go one at a time, get ready for each opponent, prepare the best we can. Like I said, establish more consistency with our defensive play and as well as our offensive play. Just hopefully we can keep improving.
We should point out Xavier Brown scored his 1,500th point last night against Ohio Wesleyan. He's one of 2 seniors leading the way here in the stats column, at least. Evan Pennell leading the way, 15.2 points a game and 6.5 rebounds. He's a senior. Sophomore, Dan, is it Fanelli or Fanelli?
Yes, Fanelli. You had it right first time, Dave.
Nearly 15 points a game, hauling in 7.5 rebounds a game. Then you get to Brown, who's pulling down 14.7 points a game. Spencer Williams, a freshman, at 10.5 points a game. You got a good core there at the top, led by 2 pretty good seniors who have been kind of the headline grabbers for the Scots for a number of years now.
Yes, Dave. Xavier Brown has had an excellent career. He was first team All-League all 3 years for us heading into his senior year. And he's helped us big time win a lot of games. He came in as a fine player and has improved each year, especially improved his defense as he's gone along, and having a very good senior year. And Evan Fennell, I think, is a guy who's stepped his game up. He's been a contributor all his career, started all the games as a sophomore, and then last year, when Scott Purcell, our senior wing, became healthy, Evan came off the bench and handled that role real well and did a nice job. And this year, I think he's playing his best basketball of his career.
That says a lot right there, for sure. Steve Moore here, the number 10th ranked Worcester Scots. Coach, I don't know how much you're looking across the country, but what you're dealing with in a couple losses here and there, especially to Ohio Wesleyan, and what the rest of the conference is dealing with, is certainly something that everybody's been dealing with. There isn't, it seems, a clear-cut top level of Division III men's basketball. There's a lot of good teams. A lot of conferences have teams that are capable of beating anybody on any given night. From your vantage point, how, in my terms, crazy has this year been? And is it one of those that's fun, or is it one that you lose a little bit of extra hair, or it turns a little bit more gray on you during the season?
Well, I think it's probably exciting for all the fans of the teams. You see that parity in Division I, of course. Everybody sees the games on TV. There's so many good teams out there. And I think it's filtered down at our level, and a lot of good basketball players, a lot of good basketball teams, and every night's competitive, and that's fun for everybody, I guess.
Yeah, the Great Lakes region, you've got the usual suspects, as it were. The HCAC now enters officially as a regional member. I don't know how much that changes things up, but how do you see this region shaking out this year? Can you guys take advantage of anything down the road, especially in tournament play if you get there? Or is this going to be, like everywhere else, it's going to be a matter of matchups?
Yeah, who knows, Dave? We never know if we get in, where we go. You might play regional teams right off the bat. You may not.
we're just hoping to be involved. That's the main thing right now. We know there's good teams in our region. We know there's good teams close by and regions next to us. Like I said, we just hope we're playing. It's going to be a dogfight, but we'll just keep working.
Appreciate you coming on the show, Coach Moore. It's fascinating to watch what's going on in the NCAC over the last few years, and just seems to be escalating this year in some capacity. Again, tough schedule ahead. Obviously, in conference action, we'll look forward to seeing how the Scots do the rest of the way. As always, we give the coach the final word. Any final thoughts you want to share with those who may be watching?
Not really, Dave. Just want to thank you for having us on, and thank you for all you do for Division III basketball. It's a remarkable thing for all of us, and we really appreciate it.
Well, thank you, Coach. Appreciate it. Good luck the rest of the way. At least stay out of the snow. I know you don't get a ton where you are, but you get just enough. And safe travels as well as you trek around the NCAC.
Thank you very much, Dave.
Yep, take care. Coach Steve Moore joining us here on the Hoopsville Hotline. Again, team is 15-3 overall, 9-2 in conference action. On the road against Wabash and Kenyon in the next two before returning home for two against Denison and Hiram. That Wittenberg game looming, and I say that only because Wittenberg's clearly playing better than they did at the beginning of the season, and it was a pretty high-scoring affair in Worcester last time around. Going to take another break. When we come back, we got 2 hours of this show left to go. We got plenty on tap. If you don't believe me, you can always check the schedule at the bottom of the page. Coming up, we'll jump a little further south, go to Oglethorpe, talk to the head coach, Philip Ponder. Then we'll jump up to Maine, see if Jonathan Forbush and his Bobcats have dug out at Bates before hearing from Carrie Harvey, Gordon Mann, and then plenty more, all coming up here in the final 2 hours of the show. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com and the National Association of Basketball Coaches. If you have questions for us, tweet us at D3Hoopsville or on the hashtag Hoopsville. You can also join us on Facebook at Facebook.com/Hoopsville or email us Hoopsville at D3Hoops.com. We'll also keep track of some of the games going on tonight and make sure there's no major upsets because there's been plenty of upsets so far. We'll be back with more Hoopsville right after this.
I used to never really talk. Ever. I was scared and shy. It was hard to look at people's faces. I was afraid if I said something wrong, everyone would laugh at me. But then I started to play golf with Special Olympics. I made friends and won lots of gold medals. But I learned more than just playing golf. Special Olympics helped me to find my voice. And now everyone else is speechless.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at D3Hoops.com at www.D3Hoops.com.
Division III allows you to be able to give yourself to other things. Not even just participate in them, but really get involved with them if you want to.
There's a lot of interaction. It's not just sitting back, taking notes. You're actually doing hands-on things and better preparing yourself for your major.
Choosing a Division III school, I've had the opportunity to develop my leadership skills and to be more involved on campus.
Division III in athletics, affords students the opportunity not only to participate in intercollegiate athletics at a competitive level, but also gives them the opportunity to, engage in the other interests in their campus and in their lives outside of that sport and outside of the academics on the campus.
And to have opportunity to have time to join clubs and being able to play basketball, it allows you to just be able to do everything you want to do. I wouldn't change it for the world.
And welcome back to the Hoopsville Marathon here as we are ticked into hour number 11 as we are over 10 hours into this show of a 12-hour show. Don't forget, this is also part of the Hoopsville fundraising. If you check out our main page or on our Twitter, we have tweeted out some links to that. Please consider, it's also on the show page, a link to that. Please consider helping us out. If you can, we certainly appreciate it and will allow us to do more shows like this and do more options like Skype, like we did quite a bit earlier today, so on and so forth. So we look forward to seeing how that turns out. Going to jump a little bit south of, just a wee bit south of Worcester, Ohio, down to an area that hasn't had as crazy a winter as they have in the past, but certainly doesn't mean there isn't the potential, but it feels appropriate that we talk to a team named the Stormy Petrels. See, there it goes. Went and screwed it up, even though I know it better than that. But nonetheless, let's go to the Hoopsville hotline, and joining us there from Oglethorpe, their men's basketball coach, Philip Ponder. Coach, welcome to Hoopsville, sir.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Absolutely. See, I went and screwed it up after all. Yeah, even though I know it well.
You got it right the second time.
I know, and at least I knew it to know I did it wrong. Hey, team is 14-3 overall, 5-1 in the SAA. Your losses this year are in surprising fashion, not by the result, because Emory's a good team, but by the spread, 104-77. LaGrange then tripped you up. Was that at your place?
No, that was at
Emory. Right.
Yeah.
You just love Emory. 76-70 there. In conference action, Rhodes tripped you up 66-60 5 games ago. You're on a 4-game winning streak. When the wins over Hendricks, Berry, Millsaps, Birmingham Southern, with the good old Swanee squad, who has had some moments this year as well, coming up on the radar. From your vantage point, though, how has this season gone? Has it been good? Has it been frustrating? Has it been a little both?
I'd say a little of both. We kind of had a breakthrough year last year. Went 21-7, and we were going to have 8 of our top 9 players returning, but we had 2 guys in the preseason. We had one of our returning starters, from an injury from the previous season. We thought he was going to be over it, but about the 4th day of practice, he just couldn't make it, so he's out for the year. Then a sophomore stepped into his starting spot, and in the LaGrange game, first 2 minutes of the game, it was really a catastrophic injury. It was, almost Kevin Ware-esque. Snapped his arm in half above the elbow. So we've lost 2 guys to season-ending injury. So, we've had to kind of shuffle the lineup a little bit and, have some guys play different roles, things like that. But I think, since then we're 8-1, so we feel like we're still got a good squad, and we think we can compete with anybody.
That's where a coach looks like a genius. Clearly, after all those shakeups, you're 8-1 on the season. This is, clearly a team that you guys have been developing over the years. It's been a slightly above 500 type of squad for a long time. Had your breakthrough season last year, 21-7, though just missed out on the NCAA tournament, if memory serves. I could be dead wrong on that now that I speak out loud. Something I shouldn't do without checking it, right? No, you did make it. That's right. You guys, yeah, that's right. No, you guys, yeah.
We were on the bubble. I don't know exactly where we were, but we were probably one of the 5 or 6, last teams out.
Yeah, I think you were probably at the table, part of the conversation. How much did that missing out? And granted, you didn't have an automatic qualifying bid, even if you did. Center had won. You didn't have that option this year. You at least have that option,
right?
And something the football programs didn't, but that's a whole nother conversation. Sure. How important is it now to position yourself not for the at-large bid, but actually go for the AQ in this conference?
Well, that's the easy way to get, not the easy way, but that's the sure way to get in is win the tournament. If you win the tournament this year, you're in, no questions. So we last year we made it to the conference championship game, played center. on their home floor. We were up 3 with 20-something seconds left, and they hit about a 28-footer with 20 seconds left to tie it up. And we lost by 1 in overtime. Had we won that, we still would not have gotten the automatic bid, but I think we would have been really, really close, even closer than we were to getting in.
Yeah.
But, we know this year if we win 3 games in the tournament, we're going. So we've got that as the backup plan, but we want to play well enough in the regular season to position ourselves where we have 2 ways of getting in.
This conference is a little head-scratcher this year. Rhodes is on top right now, undefeated at 6-0. You guys are 5-1 thanks to the loss to Rhodes. Sewanee, as I said, has picked up some wins this year that has got some heads turning. They're 4-2 in conference action. And Center, who had gotten a lot of top 25 attention at points during the year, they're 3-3 in conference. Now everybody is above 500 in that group, and Birmingham Southern's also at 3-3. I don't think this is how everybody saw this conference shaking out at this point in the season. I don't think they had Rhodes on top. I don't think they had Sewanee in the equation.
Probably not. I mean, we don't do a preseason poll, but I think, the common refrain from people that I heard was, Center's the team to beat. They've won, so many championships in a row. But, on paper, we felt like we were in there. Center's up there, Birmingham. Sewanee's had a couple of good wins. They beat Center and Birmingham at home, and we have to go there tomorrow. So, that certainly has our attention. But really, I just think our league has gotten better. I don't know how much you pay attention to the Massey rankings, but this year our league has moved up about 10 or 11 spots in the conference rankings. And I think we've got 5 teams that are good enough to win the league. So there's still a lot of basketball to be played, and a lot of things to play out. But it's just a really competitive league.
Let's talk about your team just a wee bit. This is a squad certainly that's seasoned from last year's experience. You've got 3 seniors on this team. And you've got contributions from everybody, which has been a theme of the show today. Drew Patrick, your junior, is leading the team at nearly 14 points a game. Connor Smith, your sophomore, 13 points a game. Alex Davis, 12.5, your senior there. Your other senior, Jordan Kinney, 10.5 points a game. Of course, I would say everybody's hauling in rebounds, but Patrick leading the way at 5.5 per game, but there's a whole host at 4 or better. And you have a freshman contributing at 8.5 points a game, and Chris Lawrence and Romello Bates, your sophomore, 8 points a game. I can go down a long list of a lot of contributors on this team. Is it as well-rounded as the stats indicate?
Yeah, I really think it is. This is one of our most well-rounded teams we've had, and even with the two guys that are out for the season, I feel like we've got 7 guys that can lead the team in scoring on any given night. We've had 5 different guys. Basically, the 5 guys that have been starting the last several games for us have all led the team in scoring at some point this year. And then our first 2 guys off the bench have both had games where they've scored 15 or more points. So, I mean, we've got 7 guys that can score. We've got an 8th guy, our backup post that is not a big-time scorer, but he comes in and just plays his role great, brings energy, defense, rebounding, things like that. So it's kind of fun where, some teams have one guy they rely on, or maybe 1 or 2 guys they rely on. We are not like that. On any given night, it can be a different guy.
You're in your 12th season after being taken over in 2003. What is the biggest changes you've seen with your program? Obviously, biggest change in conference would be changing conferences, but for those you know so well, what is the biggest changes you've seen there?
The biggest change in the conference?
Well, what's the biggest change you've seen? Let's start here. What's the biggest change you've seen, not in Oglethorpe, but in the transition of where you guys have been to now? What's been the key maybe to that change?
We had, quite a few years where we were winning 15, 16 games. I mean, we had good squads. We felt like, we were top 4 or 5 in the SCAC every year. But, last year, like I said, was kind of the breakthrough year, and we just had a The year before we had won 17 games and we graduated a lot of guys, and so I think a lot of people really expected us to be down last year, but we just had an incredible recruiting class last year, and I think we were playing 5 freshmen last year on a team that went 21-7, and 5 freshmen were getting big minutes, and we had another freshman that was out for the season with a broken foot that he's playing for us now as a redshirt freshman. So, last year's recruiting class, just was really good, really talented, and we had some returning players that we built around those guys, and we've got a good mix. We got a couple seniors starting. We've got a junior, but the rest of the guys that are getting regular minutes are freshmen and sophomores for us right now. But we've got some other guys, some juniors and seniors that are capable of coming in and give us some minutes if we ask them to.
Not that the SCAC was the reason you guys weren't succeeding, that's for sure, but how much has moving to the SAA, because that certainly seems to be part of the catalyst here, moving into the SAA and changing how you guys have a season in some sense, how much has that helped you guys maybe as well?
Honestly, when we were in the SCAC, we were in the East, obviously, and the East was much tougher because we had, Center, we had Birmingham Southern, we had DePaul when DePaul was in the SCAC. We always had to play the Eastern schools twice, the Western schools only once, and we'd go, 5-1 against the West, and then we'd go, 5-5 against the East. So honestly, the competition I don't think is less difficult in the SAA. I think it's as difficult or more difficult. I just think we're more talented. Is the main reason we've kind of taken big steps forward the last couple of years.
Talking to Philip Ponder here, head coach of Oglethorpe. The Stormy Petrels are 14-3 overall, 5-1 in conference play. You talk about that trip this weekend. You got to go to Sewanee and then Center. The following weekend, you got a twin set at home against Millsaps and Birmingham Southern. Then on the road at Rhodes and Hendricks. I know you'd love to get into Memphis and exact some revenge there on Rhodes before finishing the season with Sewanee and Center. In other words, you've got a lot of key games still ahead. There isn't any real cupcake weekend here for you, and I mean that in the sense that even with injuries, you could maybe get through something. Obviously, that will keep the guys focused to some extent, but how do you also keep them from kind of wearing down a little bit as you go through a gauntlet here?
Just like you said, this is my 12th year, and I've kind of the last couple of years loosened up a little bit on how hard we're working in practice. So we play Friday, Saturday, or Friday, Sunday, and then Monday's our off day. And so what we've been doing the last couple of years, Tuesday we just do 30, 45 minutes of shooting, do some conditioning, and that's our Tuesday. And then Wednesday we have a regular practice, and then Thursday is shorter because it's more walkthroughs. So I've kind of learned to conserve legs, the last few years, and I think it has benefited our guys, where we have fresher legs on Fridays and Sundays now.
Well,
so that's one of my strategies.
Yeah, that certainly isn't a good one to have. It's not a bad one to have at all. It's been certainly fun to watch what you guys have been doing. I know last year kind of raised your heads, as it were, and, of course, this year right there at it. By the way, I did want to ask, trip out to Washington. I had a lot of coaches I've talked this year who either headed out to Washington or somewhere on the West Coast, and you guys played Pacific Lutheran and Puget Sound. What was the idea behind the trip, and especially off that tough Emory loss? It was perfectly timed, but how did the team react to it?
It was a good trip. I mean, we got a true Seattle experience. It didn't stop raining the entire time we were there. But, the teams we played were good. Pacific Lutheran was a solid team. I don't think they're one of the top teams, but Puget Sound was really good. I still think they're going to have a chance to have a good year. Their record isn't great, but a few of those losses are non-D3 losses. But Puget Sound, was big, athletic, talented. So I think that was a good win for us. We had just played Emory, and our starting center was actually out against Emory. And it was a game-time decision, and I decided not to play him because I felt like we needed him out in Washington, and he came back for those 2 games and played great. But it was a good trip. We try to, take some trips like that, just from a student-athlete experience, show the guys different parts of the country. Last year we went to Philadelphia. This year we went to Seattle. We also did a Costa Rica trip back in October. But, yeah, it was a great trip. And, the Puget Sound win, they're a good squad. So we were thrilled to get 2 wins out there.
Well, certainly fun to see teams make those trips. I'll agree, especially having fun doing it as well. Congratulations on the season so far. Appreciate you coming on the show. As always, we give the guests the final word. Any final thoughts you want to share with those who may be tuning in?
Just as always, thank you to you for doing what you do for Division III basketball, and to Pat for the everything that he does. NAIA Division II, they don't have anything like this. So I think this is a great thing for the teams, for the players. So we appreciate everything you guys do.
Well, thank you, Coach. Appreciate it. Good luck the rest of the way. Looking forward to seeing how the Stormy Petrels do the rest of the season.
All right, appreciate it.
Absolutely. Take care. Philip Ponder. Joining us here on the Hoopsville Hotline again, Oglethorpe 14-3 overall, 5-1 in conference action on the road at Sewanee Center this coming weekend. Fun to watch. And crazy conference. I'm telling you, I didn't see Sewanee being up there in the top 4. I didn't see Rhodes being undefeated. Thought about talking to Rhodes today, but we wanted to talk to Oglethorpe. Nonetheless, we'll probably get Rhodes on the show sometime in the near future. Oh, how about this? Riviera Raiders women's basketball player Deanna Purcell, 2,000th point in her career. Congratulations to her. That is a worthy sentiment. Let's see if we've got a picture here. See if we can call it up for you. There you go. Congratulations to her. We're getting her 2,000th point tonight. That is, doesn't matter where you play. To put up 2,000 points in a career is hats off. Pretty impressive, to say the least. And hats off to her on that mark. Tip of the hat. As it were. Going to take another break. When we come back, who do we have slotted? Oh, that's right. We'll jump up to the Northeast and talk men's basketball with one of those teams in the NESCAC that's certainly gotten plenty of attention in a conference that has just been all kinds of strange. We'll talk to the Bates Bobcats. That's all coming up here on Hoopsville. Don't forget, you can tweet us at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. Facebook us, facebook.com/Hoopsville. Email us, hoopsville@d3hoops.com. Of course, it's all been running on the bottom of your screen right there. Don't forget about the Hoopsville fundraiser as well. We appreciate any support that you're willing to give us to improve our show here and in the future. You've already seen a lot of those changes, as it were, throughout this show as well. We're about an hour and a half left of scheduled time. I have a feeling we'll go a little longer because, well, what's a Hoopsville show without going into overtime, even if it is a 12-hour marathon? By the way, another score of note that I popped out at me, 2 of them before we take the break. FDU Florham women's basketball continues their winning ways, well over 50. I think it's 52 straight games now. Got a win over Manhattanville, though probably a little more high scoring than I anticipated. I think it was 104-92 or something like that. I don't have it in front of me now. Also, in women's basketball action, the Centennial Conference, 16-1 in McDaniel has a 1-point lead at the half against Washington College, 35-34. We'll keep an eye on that one. That game taking place in Chestertown, Maryland. Like I said, taking a break. When we come back, we'll go up to Bates. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com and the National Association of Basketball Coaches. More Hoopsville when we return.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at D3Hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
I know sports is important, but having the academic part along with it is a big plus.
I've discovered in myself, a newfound ability to overcome adversity at all different angles.
at a Division III school. School is really shaped around you developing yourself as a complete individual. The end result in my mind is you just become a very well-rounded person.
Before I came into college, I didn't really think I'd be able to balance so much. It helps a lot that you have a family with your team that can guide you.
With a D3 school, there's a lot of time for other opportunities. The coaches expect a lot of you during soccer, but after soccer, that's your own personal time to really find out who you are and other opportunities that you can pursue.
By balancing all of my interests, basketball, my leadership skills, and academics, I'm able to better prioritize my life and to manage it.
College basketball lives in Kansas City at the College Basketball Experience at Sprint Center. The College Basketball Experience is the place to get your game on. It's not a museum, it's an experience you won't forget. Discover the history of the game in the National Collegiate Basketball Hall of Fame, featuring the Gallery of Honor, Mentor Circle, and Honor Theater. Suit up in the latest CBE logoed Nike gear at the CBE Hoop Shop. Elevate your game today and visit the house that college basketball built.
And welcome back to Hoopsville, everybody. 8:27 on the East Coast. Show that started at 10 a.m. Eastern is still going strong. We'll have a free-for-all segment basically in the last hour plus of the show. Already got a couple people interested in calling in and talking to us. We will tap that in and get that rolling here very soon. If you have questions for us or our guests, tweet us at D3Hoops or hashtag Hoopsville. Email us, hoopsville@d3hoops.com. Facebook us at facebook.com/Hoopsville. You know the tricks. You know the trades if you've been listening to this show for much of the day, and we hope you will take advantage of those opportunities. I'll admit, in the Northeast, it's always been about the NESCAC, and I've been saying all year it's also about the NUMAC this year. Yet the NESCAC has been absolutely wacky this season. And when I talked to Dave Hickson on this show, you'll remember at the beginning of the 2015 part of this, back on our first Sunday show of the season, in an interview I had when he was down here, he basically said, listen, four losses for the top team in the conference is not all that surprising. When I did that math and I realized what that meant, I don't think I truly understood just how crazy it is. There's no team in the top 25 right now in the NESCAC for 2 weeks in a row, and that hasn't happened in eons. And every time you think some team's got a position and making a run, somebody gets hit, and no longer is that team the favorite. I thought about talking to the NESCAC. I wanted to get somebody out of there, but I didn't want to talk to the usual suspects. I wanted to talk to some of those teams that are having one of those crazy seasons, both in a good and maybe in a tough way. And I targeted Bates because I just had to talk to their head coach because they have had one interesting season, to say the least. So joining us on the Hoopsville hotline is the Bates head coach, John Forbush. Coach, welcome to Hoopsville.
Hey, thanks, Dave. Appreciate you having me.
Oh, absolutely. I appreciate you joining us on the show. Listen, the reason I say you guys had one of those seasons is it has just been like that in all senses and forms and however you want to call it. It has been weird in Lewiston, maybe. 12-4 on the season, 2-2 in conference play. You guys got out to an incredible start with wins over Babson, who is certainly having a great season, a win over Husson, who's certainly been in and out of the top 25 and made a name for themselves. You got a win over Bowdoin. I think everyone started to take notice at that point. Then you lost to Emory, and you lost to Birmingham Southern on a trip to Atlanta, but that seemed to not phase you. You came back and beat Southern Vermont. You beat Brandeis. You beat Middlebury. You played Umpy. That's a whole other conversation. But I'm sorry, that's Maine Presque Isle. I'm sorry. Old habits that you don't remember when you've been on the air for 9.5 hours. Or 10.5 hours is Maine Presque Isle in Maine is known as Umpy. And then you took a hit with Trinity and Amherst before then responding with a win over Tufts. You at least lose in streaks, takes care of the problem, gets it out of your system. But what is going on in the NESCAC? What is going on with you guys? It's just wacky stuff.
Yeah, I think the NESCAC is definitely, in some ways, I guess, evening out and top to bottom. There's no game that you can circle on the calendar and say we're just going to show up and win tonight. And it's really never been that way. But I think this year especially, it's just a lot more competitive than it's been in the past. And it's always been really competitive, but it's definitely upside down.
Upside down, that's a good way of putting it, yes. And granted, maybe this is all the fault of Coach Maker for leaving Williams and going to Marist, which then sent Duncan Robinson out the door to Michigan. Otherwise, I think Williams is probably in control of this conference in some shapes and forms. But it's almost like all the rest of you went, oh, we can go for it. Did you expect to at least have this kind of season yourselves in Lewiston?
You know, I think we definitely returned a lot from last year, and I thought we gained a lot of experience with the adversity that we handled, and we have a mature group of senior captains this year that, you know, have been our glue to this point, and, you know, I think that they've just responded so well to any adversity we've had this year. I know you mentioned having a couple losses in bunches, but I think that speaks high volumes of the character of those guys to come back and grind out wins against very good teams after having a couple tough losses.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing is you've would lose 2 in a row and then you bounce back from that, and obviously have done that here in the stretch that you're in right now. You had a game, and quickly, I don't want to sidetrack with the conversation, but quickly, you had a game scheduled against St. Joseph's of Maine. I'm not really sure why you postponed it on Tuesday. You couldn't drive through a blizzard? Come on, you're all from Maine?
Hey, don't get me wrong. I was ready to go, but school policy, if campus closes, we cannot play. So, trust me, I'm just following the orders.
Oh, come on. What's 2 feet of snow?
It's more than that.
Yeah, I was going to ask that in a minute. Of course, Standish, you know, I actually don't know. How bad is this? Hold on. I'm going to have to do something while we're talking. Are you going to try and reschedule that game is what I'm trying to get at?
Yes, yeah. We are bouncing dates back and forth, and we're targeting the week of February 9th. And unfortunately, one of us is going to have to play back-to-back middle of the week and then probably back-to-back on that same weekend. But
oh, you guys aren't that far away from each other. Okay, I thought that was a further trip. You guys are about 45 minutes on a good day. If I didn't realize they were in Standish was that close to Portland. Okay, so now it makes a little bit more sense to me. That's why I had to stall time. But let me ask you this then: why is that game important?
Well, I think that they're an in-state game, and you know, it's an easy trip for us to take. But I also, in the NESCAC, I just feel like we're at a little bit of a, you know, I don't want to say disadvantage, but we only play 24 regular season contests. So, you know, losing one and making that 23, I think would be a, you know, significant disadvantage for us. And, you know, my seniors, like, it's a game that they don't get back. And I think it's important to play every game that we have on the schedule, even if that means playing it at a really inconvenient time.
No, that's the answer I was looking for. Thank you. That's well put. I like the senior angle on that. It's obviously not that far away by Maine standards. 45 minutes, even if they're in northern Massachusetts. But what's interesting here is they break up what is a long stretch of home games for you guys. You played at home against Tufts. You then had this away game with St. Joseph's. Who knows where that's going to slide in now. Home against Wesleyan and Connecticut College this weekend. Home against Maine Farmington. We'll talk about that in a minute, too. Home against Williams. Home against Hamilton. And then on the road to finish the season at Bolden and Colby. And to be honest with you, that's essentially being home. It's not like you've got to go play a Williams-Hamilton road trip, or you got to play a Middlebury-Williams, or whatever the case may be. You're essentially in your neck of the woods. The schedule really worked out in your benefit here to close the season.
Yeah, this drastically different from last year, you know, and so it's nice to have some home cooking down the stretch. You know, and the schedule, you know, just happened to work out great with our non-conference games. In the past, we've played, you know, St. Joe's and Maine Farmington in the first semester, and we've primarily focused on our conference opponents in the second semester. But, you know, as coaches, year to year, we change our philosophy on, you know, when you schedule your non-conference games, and, you know, this is just one of the years where I felt that we needed to have some midweeks to break up. You know, rather than have 4 straight days of practice and then 2 games, it was, you know, I just think it's been a nice mix to have a game on Tuesday and then play again Friday, Saturday.
You're right. It's literally an opposite of last year's schedule. I had to go double check. You had at Wesleyan, at Connecticut College, at Farmington, at Williams, at Hamilton, home against Bowdoin and Colby. You lost 6 of those 7. And I think the losses to Bowdoin and Colby basically because you guys were out of gas, probably, no pun intended. So you've got this interesting run here, maybe to get back on track in a NESCAC that is clearly wide open. Bowdoin and Trinity are on top of the conference at 4-1. Tufts is there at 3-1. Colby at 3-2, and then there's a pack of Middlebury, Bates, and Wesleyan at 2-2. 4-1 is very easily attainable. If you're playing all these home games, you guys can seriously make a run. Do you sense that you have a chance to get on top of this conference and maybe force the conference to come through Lewiston, Maine?
Well, I think that would be a great situation for us. I'm not sure that any other NESCAC team would feel the same way. But, yeah, I think we have a great, our schedule, because this year, I'm not sure if you're familiar with we have an odd number of teams in our conference. So there are 4 teams in our league that this year have either 6 home or 4 away, and 4 home or 6 away. And so next year that flips. So there are 7 of the 11 teams have 5 home, 5 away every year. So I think there's a little bit of an imbalance in the schedule. We're lucky because we have the 6 home, 4 away. So I think, getting through those first couple games, we had a tough weekend at Trinity and Amherst, but the bounce back with Tufts, and then we have 4 straight conference games at home. I think we do have a really good chance to make a run, but, we're so focused on Wesleyan tomorrow night and nobody else. And I think that's what's been great about these guys is that, this is the first real winning experience for this group, and they're totally handling it the right way. They just focus, one practice at a time and just take it for what's right in front of them.
Forgive me as your online roster uses years for class. And listen, I graduated from a liberal arts college, but I'm not going to tell you I'm the smartest guy in the tool shed when it comes to some of these things. I've got you down for 4 seniors.
Correct.
And certainly, it's you guys are taking advantage of that senior leadership as Graham Safford, the senior, 15.1 points a game, is leading the way. But then it's a junior and Mike, Bornasian. I had a 50-50 chance, 14.3 points a game. For him. By the way, love your website to the point that your stats look different than everybody else's, even though it's the same system as everybody else's. It's a random thing. By the way, both those guys hauling down more than 5 rebounds a game. Sophomore Marcus Delpeche.
Yep.
Ooh, good.
Well
9.2 points a game. He's hauling in 7.5 rebounds a game. And there's more guys to talk about here. You've got a plethora of guys who are contributing. You've gone deep on this bench, playing I want to say well over 10 players in 11 of your 16 games so far this season. What's the key? Is it that's Safford or Graham and Mike are kind of the 1-2 punch with Marcus contributing something else, and you still got guys like Billy and Malcolm and others, or is this a little bit maybe more complicated than that?
I think it is a little bit more complicated. I think both Graham and Mike certainly are our best scorers, and the statistics reflect that. But I think the balance of our team has really been a key to our success. And there's been a lot of games where some players haven't necessarily scored 15 points, but they've scored 6 really big points when we needed them. And so I think that any 5 I put on the floor are constant threats, and I don't think that if you decided as an opponent to try to take one guy out of the equation, I don't think that would really hurt us. And so I think the balance of our team and the guy, the chemistry is great. I think that if you were to watch one of our games, we share the ball. We really get up and down, and it's a fun style of play. And these guys are really connected on and off the court, which I think is been a lot different than years past. Not that we haven't had good chemistry, but this is as good as it's been.
No surprise that you collect guys from around the country in some capacity for a couple of reasons. I mean, I see Hartford, Connecticut, and Portland, Connecticut. Of course, you got your Mainers in there from Hamden and Auburn. You got Wilmington, Delaware, and a couple. The Pesci twins is Wilmington, Delaware. Chicago, Illinois. Rumford, Maine jumps out of me. That's not typical Bates locale. Chapel Hill, North Carolina. Atlanta, Georgia, no surprise. By the way, I find it interesting that Sean Strickland will basically go back to or will face his hometown team, as it were, when Wesleyan comes to town. He's from Middletown, Connecticut. I do take exception, though, Coach. I'm a Salisbury school grad up there in northwestern Connecticut. Parents live in down east Maine, but I went to school for a couple years in Connecticut. You have a Phillips Exeter guy and a Taft guy on this squad. I'm not sure I like that. I think you need some Sarum blood in there. Just me personally. I'm a little biased, clearly. But you clearly have a wide range. But I will admit, Lewiston is not exactly destination locale in Maine. What's the attraction if it's more than just the liberal arts education that clearly Bates brings to the table?
Well, I think, I think Lewiston has certainly made a lot of improvements, since I was a student at Bates.
Sure.
And, but I think, the reputation for people outside, isn't great. But I think once you get here, you realize it's actually a really nice community.
Mm-hmm.
But, I think the selling point to Bates is obviously, A, you're going to get a great education. And at the end of the day, that's what, is the most important for kids going to college, is that basketball will end at some point. And, putting these guys in a successful position at the end of their college careers is what's really important. So, but I think to piggyback on that, I think the experience you get from a basketball standpoint in the NESCAC, and I think really in any Division III conference, is that you have a chance to impact a program as a freshman. We're out there trying to recruit kids that can go to a higher level, but see the value of potentially playing right away.
Yeah.
In today's era, I just see so many guys playing AAU and going to showcases and camps. And, for kids that care so much about the game, we can offer them a chance to play sooner rather than later and get a great degree while doing that. And I think that's, an attractive sell. And, I like to think that I'm a pretty good recruiter too, Dave. So I think that certainly plays into account.
All right, to piggyback on that, next time you're at Williams, which will be next year, head about an hour south. Get into Connecticut. There's a school called Salisbury, beautiful little campus there. Get some guys from there, and I'll be all happy about this.
I'll get right on Coach Ruskin right now.
Yeah, I don't know who they've got for talent. It's been a long time. I know they got some good guys there, but who knows if they're interested in that kind of style of basketball. But, Coach, again, very impressed with what you guys have. Quickly before I let you go, you've got this nice stretch of home games. You obviously want to take advantage of that, especially teams like Wesleyan and Connecticut College. You're going to have to long drive up there. Williams and Hamilton, who clearly will have a long trip. There's no straight way to get to Lewiston from Williams and Hamilton before the quick jaunt to Bowdoin and Colby. How do you keep the team focused, though, on the fact that just because you're at home doesn't make it easy?
Well, that's the $1 million question. I think, I just believe in making practice, trying to simulate practice in a manner that it's harder than the games that they're going to play. So, we had a really difficult practice tonight, and some coaches preserve legs, and I think that is important, but I also want to play at a level that's, simulating NESCAC play every night. And there's going to be times where we may be tired, but I just don't want to have any mental slip-ups, so we try to just focus on, hard work every day, no matter what day of the week it is, so that's how we play regardless.
The coach on right before you was talking about resting legs, actually, ironically.
Oh, really?
Enough. Well, hey, quickly before I let you go, how much snow did you guys get?
I think the total was 28, 29 inches up here.
Pretty impressive. And there's another storm moving in tonight. Another storm coming after that.
It just keeps on coming.
Yeah.
So my southern kids that haven't seen snow
they're done.
Are a little taken back by this.
Yeah, they're done with you. They may transfer by the end of the season. Maybe by the end of the week they might be gone. Tomorrow you'll get some transfer notices from them. Hey, Coach, thanks so much for coming on the show. I really do appreciate it. Certainly a crazy season on the NESCAC. Nice to see Bates in the conversation, though, especially after so many tough seasons. Just kind of lingering around 500. It's nice to see you guys out and about at 12-4 so far in the season. As always, though, we give the coach the final word. Any final thoughts you want to share with those who may be tuning in?
Yeah, no, I appreciate what you guys do promoting Division III basketball. I think it's something that a lot of people don't know about, and certainly the last 10, 15 years, it's gotten out there a lot more, and you guys deserve a lot of that credit. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Coach. Good luck the rest of the season. Looking forward to seeing how the Bobcats do, and we'll talk to you, I'm sure, somewhere down the road.
That sounds great, Dave. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Take care.
You as well.
John Forbush joining us from Bates, located in Lewiston, Maine, if you're ever curious. I want to say about an hour from Portland. Obviously, it's 45 minutes from St. Joe's. Certainly is nice to see them in the conversation, the NESCAC. But then again, I would argue everybody's in the conversation. Even Connecticut College at 0-4 in conference isn't that far out of the conversation. We'll keep an eye on what's going on in the NESCAC. Sunday, we'll even talk to somebody who might have a better idea and a pulse of what's going on in the NESCAC as well. Again, they're at home against Wesleyan and Connecticut College this weekend. Next week against Maine Farmington and Williams and Hamilton, though they've still got that game against St. Joe's to sneak in. They don't leave basically an area of about an hour from their house the rest of the season, at least regular season. We'll see how that translates into wins and conference positioning as well for the Bobcats. We're going to take another break. The fun part of the show, just because I left it up to being a fun part of the show. Coming up next, we're going to talk to Carrie Harvey, Director of Tourism at the City of Salem in Virginia, host of the Division III Men's Basketball Championship Weekend. We're going to talk to him about what the changes are coming for the championship weekend. They've made some big improvements down there. They're adding some pomp and circumstance, some flash and some bling. Yeah, I said it. That's all coming up. He'll explain all of that. Also going to open up the last hour to some craziness. Gordon Mann's on tap. James Wagner out of Ursinus wants to chat. I think Rusty Eagan out of Worcester might want to chat, ironically, right over my shoulder is a WPI logo. Some others may want to chat. We're going to open it up and just take it where it goes and see how it plays out. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com and the National Association of Basketball Coaches. This is our Hoopsville Marathon as we close in on the end of hour number 11 and get ready for hour number 12 of this craziness. And don't forget the Hoopsville fundraiser. Please help us if you get the chance. We've tweeted out links. We'll do it so again. Of course, it's on the page you may be watching the show on as well. You'll be back with Carrie Harvey coming up next here on Hoopsville.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at D3Hoops.com at www.D3Hoops.com.
I used to never really talk. Ever. I was scared and shy. It was hard to look at people's faces. I was afraid if I said something wrong, everyone would laugh at me. But then I started to play golf with Special Olympics. I made friends and won lots of gold medals. But I learned more than just playing golf. Special Olympics helped me to find my voice. And now everyone else is speechless.
Welcome back to the Hoopsville Marathon Show. Clearly, we're not live in studio. I do deserve a break every once in a while. We're here at the Gaylord Hotel and Convention Center in outside Washington, D.C. for the NCAA Convention. I'm joined by the esteemed Carrie Harvey. We say that because, let's be honest, when it comes to Division III athletics and championships, the roads tend to go through Harvey in Salem, Virginia. Thanks for joining me. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Dave. It's good to be here.
We're going back to Salem for the umpteenth time. It'll be my 15th trip. I don't remember how many you guys are hosted. I know you probably have that off the top of your head.
I think it's 19.
19? Okay.
Give or take one.
Give or take a couple years, yeah. How many championships now have come through, NCAA championships?
76.
Total?
76.
Division III and everything else?
Divisions 2 and 3, yes.
Wow. Obviously, Stag Bowl is synonymous with Salem. Men's basketball championship synonymous with Salem.
color purple in some ways, synonymous
Got a lot of purple.
with Salem as well.
I bought a purple sweater this year.
Well, we better hope there's a purple team comes. But you guys are never satisfied with what you guys do there for a production. And I almost say the coming out party might have been the Elite Eight that came there. You guys decided to really revamp everything. And you're not letting the rock sit still and gather moss. You guys are still rolling with changes. What can we expect from Salem this year?
Well, you can't leave it the same. The student athletes, they want to be the best experience those kids have ever been involved in. And so you change it up, because a lot of times you have maybe a team that's been here before, a couple players from that team from 3 years ago and stuff like that. So we're trying to dress it up. You know, we changed our lighting a couple years ago in the Civic Center so they can be instant on, instant off. So we're gonna blacklight the facility, bring them in with spotlights and maybe some pyro for the championship night.
Nice.
We're actually going to do the championship banquet on the basketball court.
It takes some logistics.
It's got the operations people at the Civic Center a little bit concerned, because we can hear that pitcher of iced tea hitting that floor and making a mess.
Sure, I got to clean that up. But it will also necessitate, easy for me to say, a change in the practice schedule.
Yeah, we'll practice a little bit earlier, so they give us 3 hours between last practice and the first piece of chicken.
I've seen first piece of chicken. Well said. I've seen the guys turn that place around faster than that. What is the schedule off the top of your head for the games this year?
Okay, Friday night, first game's at 6, second game 20 minutes, a little bit after 8, and then the championship game is at 5 o'clock on Saturday with the NABC All-Star game preceding it.
When you guys talk about some of the changes, you were telling me some other things. You're going to dress up, as it were, the lobby a little bit more.
Yeah, we are. We're working with the NCAA to get some signage packages to cover the concourses leading into the main arena. We're looking at some things the student athletes will see when they head down towards their dressing room, and just trying to make it new and fresh. You know, it's hard to make a building that's over 40 years old look too new and fresh.
Sure.
But you can add signage, you can add searchlights out front. You can add a lot of things that can, make it fresh.
What does it mean that Salem has kind of been synonymous with Appleton in the baseball sense for Division III, or Omaha in the Division I World Series, that Salem is now synonymous with football championships, men's basketball championships, etc. The road is to go to Salem.
It is, and that's what we want to build upon. It was really wonderful yesterday to be in a meeting with Mark Lewis, and he's talking to the group about championships, and we're a lot of times going to places we have no experience. We made the decision a week ago to be at this gym, but when we go to Omaha for baseball, or when we go to Salem for the football championship, we know where we're going. The people are excited to have us. It's a known quantity, and we're very pleased with that. It means a lot to the community because it gives us something we can hang our hats on.
When you guys do take a look at how to improve things, do you go on feedback? Do you guys listen to what student athletes may have said to somebody or in some way?
We do. We talk to the student athletes and say, what can we do different, especially with football, where we've had, the same two teams so many times in the last 8 or 9 years. And so,
you have to raise your game for them.
You do, and they notice things. They notice when you change something. That's what makes it really exciting. Hey, Mr. Harvey, you didn't do that before. Why didn't you do that for me last year when I was a junior? Well, I waited for you to be a senior. That's why.
Exactly.
It's your gift.
When it comes to the basketball championship, sometimes the attendance ebbs and flows depending on the teams that are there. I know there was a meeting at the convention that was pertinent to how to get more people there. What did you learn from that? What are you guys trying to learn on your own to maybe try and boost the attendance a little bit?
Well, we're doing a lot of things. We're working right now to try to do an AAU-type basketball tournament during the weekend of the championship, and the teams would take a break for the championship game so they can come over and that part of their packet to the championship, they get a ticket to the game. They buy into that way. We're working with our food pantry, and we had a benefactor that came up and stepped up for basketball and for football, that if you bring in a can of food, 2 cans of food, you get a free ticket to the game. So, we had a couple, 300 of those at football. Hopefully we'll have 300 or 400 of those at basketball. So that's some more people in the stands. We're working very closely with our VA hospital, our VA nursing home. We have the state nursing home right there in Salem. So working with those groups, assisted livings, we can work with those people in basketball where you can't with football because you want to be outside during the weather. So we're just reaching out to different groups that might have a great experience and enjoy the game. you know, it's a good experience for the student athletes to come to Salem. It's a great experience to have a bigger crowd. And so that's what we're working on. And like you say, a lot of it's the teams. You know, we'll have some teams that will come in to bring 500-600 fans. We'll have some teams that come in and bring 20.
Yeah.
And it makes it tough.
Certainly all depends on how they travel.
That's why we changed last year from all reserve to a certain segment as general admission seats now, so people can move around and sit where their team is.
When you, one thing that you guys did last year is you changed up that championships dinner, had a little bit more fun, as it were. What I'm getting at is you're willing to steal ideas from others, too,
of course we are.
If it works for you.
Of course we are. Everywhere I go, I'm looking for something that we can do better in our facility. So far, the only thing we haven't been able to copy was the year we visited the Greensboro Coliseum for basketball.
Oh, boy.
And they had sold their urinal screens. They'd sold advertising on the urinal screens. That's the only thing I have not been able to get
But you're saying you're willing to look into it.
Of course we are. You've got money. In fact, Pat Coleman, D3.com, you can buy the urinal screens at the
I'm going
Salem
to
Civic
leave that
Center.
to you, Pat. I'm going to leave that all into the man's hands if he wants to tackle that. Another thing that's synonymous with Salem, and it's something that if I have the history right, and if I don't, why ruin a good story? That the Special Olympics, or really the community service, was something that you guys brought as part of the experience for the student athletes during their time there, and that has exploded around the division and now even outside Division III to other divisions. What's that mean to you, and why was that so important?
Well, you want to involve the student athletes in the community. We've gone to elementary schools, we've gone to daycares. Softball one time, they packed food at our food bank, and one of the teams went and played with the dogs at the pound, and one of the coaches adopted a dog and took it home. So you know that. But we've tied it now with Division III, especially with football and basketball, into the Special Olympics. Last year at football, in 2013, one team went to the Hope Tree Family Services, one went to a school. This year, both teams went to Hope Tree. They played bingo, they played games, interacted with the residents. Hope Tree is a residential community that used to be the Baptist Children's Home years ago when I was a kid. And they have a large house of Special Olympians there. They come out, they had a great time. Softball one time, the team that was participating was so pleased, they gave the Special Olympian team one of their team one of their player trophies to take with them. They interacted at our banquet this year at the Stag Bowl. The best address by a Special Olympian I've ever heard. Just brings tears to your eyes, and they work so hard, and they play for the love of the game. Just like a Division III athlete, they want to win, just like a Division III athlete, but it's an experience for them.
What does it mean to you, Carrie, though, that the NCAA goes, that needs to be done everywhere?
Makes you really happy that you did something right. We were the first groups when we started our first championship to give a student athlete memento. We worked out a deal with a Nike rep, and the kids got Nike bags and Coke products and all that stuff in it. And now the NCAA for all the championships gives a memento for the student athletes. It's about the kids, and as long as you keep it focused on the student athletes, you're going to be okay.
Well, as always, we love coming down there. I can't wait to be down there yet again. Coming up in March. The time is rushing on us.
It'll be here before we know it.
I know, which I can't really get my head around. Of course, I'm now making the trip annual for the Stag Bowl, too, so we see plenty of each other. Actually, I think we've seen more of each other in the last year than we normally see in a span of 5 years.
We've seen each other more this weekend.
Than we sometimes see in Salem.
And you came down to ODAC basketball.
I did. I got a chance to see the ODAC, so it's you guys do a great job. I don't mean that as just because you're standing next to me. I mean, you guys are talk of the town everywhere we go. So
we try hard. We enjoy it. We enjoy working with the student athletes. We love Division III, and it fits well with our community. Education first.
Well, you certainly do a great job. As always, we give the coach, but really it's the guest, the final word. Any final thoughts to those who are watching this show?
Final thoughts. You can call the Civic Center Monday morning. Get your tickets for the Division III National Championship. Great seats. Great experience, and you can get a good deal on the hotel at the same time.
Yeah, you're right, and they got some good hotels in the area. He is Carrie Harvey Cutter, the Salem Civic Center, once again the host of the Men's Basketball Championship Weekend. We look forward to being down there ourselves. We hope you'll maybe consider going, even if your team's not involved. It's well worth the experience. Good basketball, even the All-Star game is worth attending. You'll have a blast, and heck, So he's also the tourist guy for the city of Salem and the Roanoke Valley, not necessarily Roanoke, but Roanoke Valley is worth going down and seeing, especially in March.
It's a great
as well.
experience.
And sometimes the cherry blossoms are perfect. We have plenty more Hoopsville coming up here on this marathon show. We hope you'll tune in. Trust me, I'll get back in the chair in the studio and we'll do the rest of the show. You're watching Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com and the National Association of Basketball Coaches. More Hoopsville Marathon right after this.
College basketball lives in Kansas City at the College Basketball Experience at Sprint Center. The College Basketball Experience is the place to get your game on. It's not a museum, it's an experience you won't forget. Discover the history of the game in the National Collegiate Basketball Hall of Fame, featuring the Gallery of Honor, Mentor Circle, and Honor Theater. Suit up in the latest CBE logoed Nike gear at the CBE Hoop Shop. Elevate your game today and visit the house that college basketball built.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at D3Hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
I know sports is important, but having the academic part along with it is a big plus.
I've discovered in myself, a newfound ability to overcome adversity at all different angles.
At a Division III school is really shaped around you developing yourself as a complete individual. The end result in my mind is you just become a very well-rounded person.
Before I came into college, I didn't really think I'd be able to balance so much. It helps a lot that you have a family with your team that can guide you.
With a D3 school, there's a lot of time for other opportunities. The coaches expect a lot of you during soccer, but after soccer, that's your own personal time to really find out who you are and other opportunities that you can pursue.
By balancing all of my interests, basketball, my leadership skills, and academics, I'm able to better prioritize my life and to manage it.
Sorry for the delay, everybody. Welcome back to Hoopsville in the final hour scheduled of the craziness of our Hoopsville Marathon. Hope you're enjoying the show. If you got any questions for us or our guests in the last hour, we'll even open it up maybe to some calls. You can give us a tweet at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. You can join us on Facebook at facebook.com/Hoopsville. You can also join us or email us hoopsville at D3Hoops.com. Women's basketball. McDaniel leads Washington College 68-65 with 63 seconds left to go. Keep an eye on that one. Didn't see that result coming, though. Playing in Chestertown, always a challenge, as anybody will tell you. Certainly. And that one would probably stand to reason. That's a challenging one. Listen, final hour, we're just going to have some fun. Going to bring in some friends of the show, friends of us. We may even open up the phone line if we feel like it and just go for it. And so we figured we'd start it all off with some fun with our good friend Gordon Mann. He's now joining us on the Hoopsville hotline to talk about whatever we want to throw at him. Hi, Gordon. How you doing, bud?
I'm doing fine. I feel like I should come on the air with like a shot of espresso or something to give you that final energy to get through the last 56 minutes.
Yeah. Well, the sad part was last year we went 12 hours and 38 minutes, so I don't know if I'm supposed to go for that goal or not, but I appreciate you coming on here for the final part of it.
Sure.
First and foremost, got to get your take on things. On women's side, we'll get to, because certainly that's more of your focus as a top 25 voter. But just in the general sense of the men's side, first off, I think Wednesdays are dangerous nights for anybody to play. The last 3 or 4 Wednesdays have been crazy. You don't want to play, apparently, on a Wednesday night, especially if you're a ranked team. What's your take on things from your point of view? And your point of view is interesting because you're writing a lot of the stories sometimes, and so you're diving into some of the smaller intricacies on the site sometimes.
Yeah, I think if I had to summarize the season in a sentence, I would say it's the season where the big conferences are generally down. The NESCAC, I sort of think as there being 5 power conferences in Division III. There's 43 conferences. The ones year after year that are in the top 5 for winning percentage, NCAA tournament participation. So not just subjective stuff, but also things you can quantify. It's the NESCAC, the UAA, the Wisconsin Intercollegiate Athletic Conference, the ODAC, and the CCIW every year. And there are the tier below that changes. Sometimes it's the NCAC, sometimes it's the Commonwealth Conference. But those 5 conferences continually, year after year, class after class, almost decade after decade, are the ones that are going to produce the national front runners. And this year, while they continue to kind of dominate the top of the poll, it's a down year for those conferences. The NESCAC doesn't have anybody ranked. It doesn't really have anybody even worthy of top 25 votes. The UAA, their best team, Washington University, you saw them last Friday night. They certainly didn't look very good on the road, albeit in a tough place to play. The CCIW has had teams, Augustana might be their best team. Augustana came within a couple shots of losing to McMurray, which is going to be middle of the pack and one of the weakest conferences in the country. Wisconsin Intercollegiate Athletic Conference, Whitewater has a very good record, whereas in the past the second team has been kind of a bona fide top 10 team. I don't think you can say that as easily about Stevens Point this year. And there are just a lot of results. If you look through early in the year, losses to Northwestern of Minnesota, losses to schools in the IIAC, losses to good teams, but teams from conferences that don't usually beat members of these power conferences. So, and it's been a while since the Old Dominion Athletic Conference has had a team that make a run to Salem. But I think in a nutshell, those conferences are down, and so that if you're not in those conferences, that means this is as good a year as any to make a deep tournament run. If you're Richard Stockton and you're in the eastern part of the state or the country, or you're maybe one of the ASC schools down in Texas, or you're St. Thomas kind of has the pedigree there. So does Calvin. So does some of the other schools. But the conference that needs to really have a big NCAA tournament year this year is the NUMAC. They had it's the one with WPI and MIT and Babson, and for a while they've been kind of a close second to the NESCAC. Last year they had a better non-conference record than the NESCAC, which is very unusual, and then they went into the NCAA tournament and went 0-4 on Friday night. So this is none of the NESCAC teams should be hosting. Certainly in the second weekend, probably in the first weekend. I think some of those NUMAC schools probably, I don't know that all of them have the facilities to host all throughout, but, this is the year for one of those teams to get through, and if not them, and by get through, I mean get to the Final Four, if not them, an Albertus Magnus, somebody else who's in that part of the country and seemingly always hits the Amherst-Williams roadblock, the second week of March.
Yeah, it's you're right. NUMAC, especially this year in the Northeast, where it seems they may be the better conference. And I'm not trying to say the NESCAC is not a good conference. I just think the top of the NUMAC is maybe better than the top of the NESCAC this year. You're right. They got to take advantage of that opportunity. But I've said it on the air already several times. I'll probably say it a ton more. No one's going to be able to point to a bracket of death in one specific spot and go, geez, I wish they could have broken that up. Because the entire tournament, I think, could be a free-for-all this year, and it could be a wide-open survivor. Whoever gets there to some extent of that. Do you have the same read that it's wide open this year? There isn't a top tier of really great teams. It's just a lot of good teams.
Well, I don't think there's a team that is the dominant prohibitive favorite. Like maybe Stevens Point was last year, and of course Stevens Point didn't even get to Salem, right. But they and Whitewater and a couple other teams were, teams that you would look at. Amherst and Williams, you can throw them in there, and you can say, okay, that's a team that looks like it's positioned to go to Salem, and you don't have a dominant team in that regard. Whitewater, if I had to pick one team that I could stay away from throughout the whole tournament, and just would not want to play them, it would be them, just because they have the pedigree. They have a guy in Cordell Young who seems to never miss when in the final 30 seconds of games. And when Whitewater gets to Salem, they don't lose, whatever the sport is. So they're the team that I would want to stay away from. But that said, they nearly lost to Platteville last night.
Yeah.
So I think I don't think there's that one dominant team or those dominant teams at the top. I think you're right. I was trying to think what a bracket of death might look like. I guess if you had a first-round bracket of St. Thomas, WashU, Augustana, and Whitewater, that would be pretty disappointing. But, if those four teams ended up playing each other in the second round or in the second weekend, that would be, at that point, that would be fairly understandable.
Sure, absolutely. And like I said, this year I think there's a whole plethora of teams you could pick. I don't think picking the Final Four teams is going to be very easily. Listen, you've already rubbed it in the fact that a few times you've probably done your women's top 25 in about 10 minutes compared to us on the men's side who have taken, I think there have been times complete over the weekend thinking about it, working on it, processing it, probably taking me 6 hours. Am I maybe doing too much time? I'll admit. But I also, there's that much to think about. It must be nice to be on the women's side right now.
Oh, I've been on both sides in the past, not simultaneously, but the women's side is much, much easier. All you have to do is look at the records of the top 15 teams, and combined they maybe have 20 losses.
Yeah.
And really the big difference between men's and women's basketball is the disparity from the top of a conference to the bottom of a conference, and the disparity from the top teams to the teams within their own conference. The talent disparity is so stark that those teams, unless you're in if you're in a really good conference, there's probably 4 teams who will give you a hard time. If you're in a usual conference, there's probably 2 teams, and if you're in some of these conferences like the NCAC and your DePaul, there's no teams that will give you really a hard time. Or that's a bit of an overstatement. But what you see, the upsets you see on the men's side, where somebody who's 6th or 7th in the conference, 5 games below 500, and they beat somebody who's top 25 ranked, that almost never happens on the women's side. Heidelberg beat John Carroll. That was a situation last night where you had a team that was a little below 500 beating a team with a really good record. But generally speaking, all you have to do is look at the top 10 and you see, Thomas More wins by 40, Tufts wins by 30, FU Forum wins by 40, George Fox wins by 30. And it's those aren't unusual results. They're basically what you expect, again, with the exception of the nights where they're playing other teams that are in the rankings.
Yeah, it's to say the least, it's just been nuts on the men's side and almost status quo on the women. But that being said, it doesn't mean you don't get some results you shake your head at, as you pointed out, the Heidelberg result, NYU beating WashU at home on Friday night last week and then losing to Chicago at home on Sunday. The funny thing is I expected the men to have the letdown in that game against Chicago. I did not expect the women to have the letdown. Necessarily. Speaking of which, you're thinking about doing something I did this past weekend, and that's catch some games you don't normally get to. I know you don't have a set plan, but what's the drive? What's the interest? You may make a trip similar to mine as I did last weekend.
Yeah. So I normally I actually we've got a new baby here, so I actually haven't been out on the road hardly at all on Saturdays. I've done some weekend games or some week games, but not to get into the family schedule, which nobody cares about. But I've got some time this weekend, more than I normally would. So I think I'm going to head up to the New York City metro area. William Patterson plays Stockton. I think that's an area that was hit pretty hard by snow, so I think they're going to end up playing on Saturday. That's at Patterson. If it were at Stockton, I'm sure they would play. But Patterson's the part of the state that got hit harder.
Yeah,
but that'll be a real good game. Patterson needs it to get the split. Both teams are tied. There'll be regional rankings. There'll be hosting implications for both the NJAC tournament and all kinds of things. And those two teams, two coaches have been around for a long time. Two programs that know each other very well. Very athletic programs. That'll be a lot of fun. So that's the Saturday matinee. Saturday night, I may venture into Brooklyn to go see St. Joseph's of Brooklyn, which is about as far off the radar as you can get.
Yep.
The conference they're in isn't even a part of Division III. They're in the Hudson Valley Athletic Conference, but they do have two kids that have had really good careers, and they have a new gym. So for a while they were playing in the Brooklyn Technical High School. Now they've got their own little facility on campus. So may go check that out. And then Sunday afternoon, because my football team was eliminated from the playoffs the third week of the season, I have no reason to watch the Super Bowl now or probably the next 10 years. The Oakland Raiders aren't going there anytime soon. So I have no problem missing the Super Bowl or a part of it. I may go check out NYU and Emory. The women I have seen, and I've actually been able to watch a lot of the women's games online with the elevated quality of video. I've been able to follow them, lots of teams a lot more closely than I would have in the past. But the men's game in particular is interesting, particularly Emory, a school that, none of us live near Atlanta. There aren't a lot of reasons, NCAA Division I Final Four set aside to go down to Atlanta for us. So if I get a chance to take in the men's game, NYU and Emory on Sunday afternoon, I may do that one.
Well, and you'll get a chance to watch NYU women if you get the opportunity too. I don't know if you can stay there that long, and they're certainly worth watching as well. And furthermore, we touched on it, really haven't dove into it, but it's worth going to see. Have you been to the Kohl Center?
One of my favorite facilities in Division III.
Absolutely.
Been there many times. I hate the drive, but I once you get there and you park and you say, okay, whatever's going to happen to my car is going to happen to it, so I'm not going to worry about it. Once you get past that mental hurdle, the gym is wonderful. It looks like nothing from the outside.
No,
but it's built straight down into the ground. Great atmosphere, cool nod to the history of the university, which goes back to before there was a Division III. Just a great place to go and to watch a game. One of my favorites. I haven't been there in a bunch of years. Again, mostly because of the drive. But I've been to the Kohl Center a bunch of times.
I parked myself at the hotel. Took about a 5-6 block walk before I caught a cab. Took the cab on the way in. Parked myself there. You're right. You didn't. By the way, worth the $20 to do the cab. It was
no question.
Might as well do it. Walk in, you're right, the building doesn't. Now, imagine that building going much higher up in the future. But I knew coming in the door that I'd be looking down the floor, and that was the moment I was waiting for. And it was so cool to walk in and just see the floor down below. And then to get down there, it doesn't feel cramped. It feels nice and open. It's a cool experience. If anyone gets a chance to get to NYU before they raise that building, and they are raising it. Now, they're not talking a lot about what they're planning to do because it's clearly a contentious thing. Get a chance to go to the Kohl Center for sure before you lose a chance. And by the way, the NYU women may not be able to host the first weekend, even if they continue well, because they're hosting wrestling that weekend.
I did not know that.
Yeah, so there's all kinds of quirks going on in Violet's land right now at NYU. Gordon, appreciate you coming on the show. Wags is waiting in the wings, wanting to join into the craziness, and I know he'll take it to a whole nother level. Any final thoughts you have before we let you go?
No. I don't want to throw you off stride here. You've had a long day, so
come on.
Good work. 41 minutes left.
Hey, it's all about throwing me off the stride at this point in time. You might as well just have some fun and throw curveballs. But thanks for coming on the show. I really do appreciate it. Enjoy your gallivanting around this weekend, and I'll look forward to touching base with you soon.
Sounds good. Take care, bud.
All right, buddy. Take care. Gordon Mann joining us here on Hoopsville. Appreciate him taking the time to do so. Let's see here. There we go. I'm going to unceremoniously hang up on him. If you got questions for us, tweet us at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. Email us, hoopsville at D3Hoops.com. Wags, if you hear me, buddy, you can go ahead and call in. Don't know if you're listening or not. I'll message him as well. Let's see here. I'm trying to check out some scores that may jump out of us. WPI men beat Coast Guard. No surprise there. Albertus Magnus over Newbury. No surprise there either. This is men's, right? Yeah, okay, men's. Chapman and Kowloon will be tipping it off in about an hour and 20 minutes. Chapman undefeated, certainly playing good basketball there. New contribution, another contribution to our fundraiser. We certainly appreciate any of those who have done so. Wow, very nice contribution. Thank you very much to those who have done it. We tweeted out some information on it. We'll keep tweeting about that later. We don't have to hit our goal tonight. It'd be awesome if we did in the next 40 minutes, hit our goal. We're about 40% of the way there. Let's see, other scores from around Division III. Eastern Connecticut over Western Connecticut pretty handily, 82-68. Looking to see if there's anything else that jumps out at me. Springfield beat Emerson. Let's see. Johnson and Wales lost to Anna Maria. Big game there in the GNAC. We were talking about with Coach Mitch Oliver from Albertus Magnus how Anna Maria was kind of a scary team this year, just kind of lurking. They just beat Johnson and Wales. That changes things in the GNAC just a little bit. Let's see. Yeah, just nothing else jumping out right now on the men's side. I think on the Hoopsville hotline is our good friend James Wagner. Sir, are you there?
I am here, sir. Good evening. How are you?
I am well. I am well indeed. Thank you for joining us. Certainly good to see you.
Absolutely.
It's all about the fun at this point in time.
Yeah.
Nothing crazy about that as we flip your picture around. Yeah, you know what? It's a free-for-all, so you tell me what you want to talk about.
Well, I just got home from a barn burner of a game. We played Bryn Mawr tonight, women's basketball, won 84-19. So, it was a nice win for 84-19.
Wow. Good luck with that game story.
That was a quick one, and it's a big win for Coach Jim Buckley tonight. His 150th win. People may not know this, but Coach Buckley did coach at Bryn Mawr, and he did. I think in his 2 years there, he got like 10 wins when he was there. So it's like his 160th win overall. So a much needed win for the team because they were on a little bit of a losing streak, but an all-around effort. Everybody played about 20 minutes tonight. There were a couple of girls that played 18, a couple of girls that played 22 that kind of screwed up the balance. But, when you look at the box score, you see 20, 18, 20, 20, 22. It's kind of a neat thing to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, Bryn Mawr, that crazy story in the Centennial Conference. I'm going to be a good guy and not get into my thoughts on it because I'm just going to get somebody in trouble.
Right.
But I don't like it. Put it that way. I'll say briefly, I think maybe the time for Bryn Mawr in the Centennial Conference might be over. I know that not everybody agrees with me, at least on the Bryn Mawr side and elsewhere, but I think it's time to move on.
It's being revisited year after year, and Bryn Mawr, to their credit, I know the AD over there, I know the people in administration over there, they're trying. And their girls are trying, and, the mindset is they go to another conference, would they be more competitive? They would, but, when you talk about academics, you talk about Bryn Mawr, and it's nice to have them in our conference. So, as long as they keep out there, keep competing, keep trying, I'm sure eventually they'll get it all figured out, and then they'll be able to be competitive.
Well, I certainly hope, but I'm not talking necessarily about the competitive side of things. I think just, changing conferences would make them more competitive, but I'm also looking at the rest of the Centennial Conference. I think the rest of the Centennial Conference is being hurt by this. I think the women's teams in the Centennial Conference are being hurt by this. When they have to play a game and then it doesn't count, it hurts the SOS.
Yes.
It's a little crazy. I think the scheduling takes a hit as well for this, and they keep the developments that they claim are happening aren't happening as fast as they claim they would happen. Again, I know it's a crazy situation. I don't want to throw anybody under the bus necessarily. I just think it's a rough situation for a lot of people outside of Bryn Mawr. It's already rough at Bryn Mawr, but it's rough outside of Bryn Mawr. It's affecting a lot of student athletes and a lot of teams outside of Bryn Mawr. Listen, I don't understand why Notre Dame is in the CSAC. I don't understand why Trinity DC. Those are the types of teams that can join the GSAC. Bryn Mawr could join the GSAC. You only have a conference tournament at the end of the season. You play games wherever you want to play games. If Centennial teams want to pick up Bryn Mawr and play them, go right ahead. I mean, that doesn't mean Swarthmore and Haverford and others wouldn't want to do that. It gives Notre Dame a chance to play games as well a little bit more freely. Granted, conference games fill the schedule, but those are the types of teams that fit that GSAC very nicely. That's what the GSAC's for. But again, I'm just, I don't know all the inner workings. I just, it's a tough situation. By the way, quick conference score. We were talking about it earlier. McDaniel does beat Washington College 74-66 in a game that was probably far closer than it needed to be. But then again, it's in Chestertown, and if you're betting in Vegas, and I say that because I got a picture of you in Vegas on the monitor right now. Usually the home court advantage gets X amount of points. Like in football, it's 3 points goes towards the home team. Period. And if you were to do that, and not that we endorse betting in Division III, but if you were to do that, Chestertown, I think, would get, I don't know how many points a normal home court does in basketball, but I'm going to give 10 points when you have to go to Chestertown. It's just that kind of place to play.
I would agree.
What else is on your mind, sir?
Well, let's talk about the Centennial men's side of things. What a year.
Whoa.
What a year.
Wackiness.
I know.
Listen, F&M way above their heads. Even Glenn Robinson's going to tell you that. Going undefeated as long as they did is craziness. By the way, how have they done? Shoot. I say that not remembering how they did on Tuesday, or was it Tuesday, or hold on, I'm calling them up. Here we go. Okay. Yeah, they beat Gettysburg in an easy fashion. That's right. So I was worried that the loss to McDaniel followed by the, I'm calling it tub thumping to Dickinson. Would derail them. I thought they could win over Haverford. They at least won big. They at least have won big over Gettysburg. That's a good sign.
Yes.
Dickinson is playing tremendously well. Had Alan Seretti on the show earlier today. Wags, there are 3 teams ranked in the top 25 because Hopkins is playing well. McDaniel is lurking.
Yes.
This is not the conference race I expected this year.
No, and the funny thing about of those teams that you mentioned is Hopkins. I mean, we saw Hopkins early on at our place, right, beginning of the year, and of course we were going through our own struggles, and Hopkins just took us apart. And I was talking to Coach Small about Hopkins a couple of weeks before Christmas, and he said you should keep an eye on them because they're going to be a very good team. And lo and behold, Hopkins, comes down and they're beating teams left and right, and we played them down at their place a couple weeks ago, and they were up 30 on us, and we made a run on them on their backups. But I mean, they're just a very, very solid team, as is Dickinson, as is F&M. So when Hopkins won the conference last year, people were shocked, and I kind of figured Hopkins had a good team, and now they're going forward, they might be able to do it again. I mean, Dickinson's the lead horse in this race. Like you said, Coach Seretti's done a great job with that team, but I wouldn't count on F&M, and I certainly wouldn't count on Hopkins. I mean, they're a machine, and they play well against us, and they're playing well going down the stretch here. And when it comes to the tournament time, we're going to have a great conference tournament, coming up in a couple of weeks. If these teams keep going, I mean, we're going to have a great 5 teams in our conference tournament.
What's really wacky is the fact that who's going to get home court advantage. It's not necessarily set in stone. I don't see it possibly becoming set in stone anytime in the near future. But certainly the home court advantage doesn't necessarily play a major role, as obviously Dickinson was beaten by Hopkins last year in the conference championship game, and F&M has been beaten at their place a lot more recently than they normally are, or at least in their history. It's fascinating to watch. Certainly, I didn't expect that good a season coming out of Centennial. Can I call you out? Is it public knowledge? You're on a particular group of 25.
To some I am, but you can call me out. That's totally fine.
Okay, yeah.
That's totally fine.
I didn't know if you were okay with that. Top 25 voter yourself. I honestly, if no one's sure, I only know about half the top 25 voters in the country by name, and I certainly don't know them all by personally. But you and I have chatted over the weeks, and I've chatted with others as well. Just how many hours do you take on your top 25?
What I do is when we get the information, we usually get it Sunday night late, and then I take some time on Monday morning. Once I get my conference reporting all done, I go through through the week, and I read down the list, and it takes about 30 to 45 minutes, and I sit and I look through the teams that that may have gotten votes in the last couple of weeks, after the 25 to 26, 27 teams, look through them, and I don't penalize teams. If you have a really, if you lose close on the road, that's one of the things that I don't do, is I don't penalize you if you lose to a ranked team on the road. At least you're going to play in those teams on the road. I look at who you play. your record, your opponent's records and stuff like that. And I kind of, if you're going along and doing well, I reward you and, move you up here and there. And, the teams that are under the radar, I take a look and just kind of see what they've done. And then, it gets the top 5 for me are easy. Then the rest, the other 20 is tough because then you're trying to, okay, this team lost, but this team won. And you're just trying to kind of figure out which team goes where. So it takes about 45 minutes in my day. In the morning, I try to get it done before lunchtime just to go through and just kind of see who goes where. And, some weeks it's tricky. Some weeks it's pretty easy. If everybody just go along and winning, then that's easy. But when teams lose, and then ranked teams lose and lose 2, then you're thinking, okay, where does this team go? And how do you rank a loss to this team against a loss by this team and stuff like that? So, the first couple of weeks it gets tricky, but as you get closer into February, you kind of look and see how the conference races are playing out and the teams that are going along in the top 10, how they're doing, and then you go from there.
It definitely wackier this year.
I would agree.
Let's see. I voted for Whitewater. I voted for Augustana. Voted for WashU, and I guess St. Thomas. So I've had 4 number 1 votes so far this season. I half expect I'll have 4 more by the end of the season.
Yeah, the way it's going, we're going to have different ones, and you just keep going and just kind of I look at it when you get to those top 5. And they start moving around, and the number 1 team loses, and you're like, okay, is there a new number 1? Well, not necessarily. It depends who they lost to, and what the teams 2, 3, 4, and 5 did underneath them. So
have you held on to a number 1 even after a loss this season?
I think I did last year with Cabrini.
Okay.
I was kind of stuck on Cabrini last year.
I think I did that last year too.
Yeah, I stuck with Cabrini because one, I like what Marcus Kahn did with his team. They came within 10 minutes of winning the national championship, a strong Mid-Atlantic team.
1 minute, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
came down to the final shot.
Yeah, just the way the team's done, and I held with them, and they had a loss. I think they lost. I forget who they lost. They lost to somebody. I think I don't know if they lost at the Invitational, but I might have lost to somebody in conference. And I kind of went, okay, maybe I have to go away from Cabrini, but I was sold on what Cabrini was doing up until that point, and then they had that conference loss. By the way, speaking of the CSEC, what a job Bobby Hughes has done at Rosemont.
Yeah.
I mean, he has done a phenomenal job with that program. I mean, people, the Rosemont program hasn't been there very long. What Ryan Tozer started the program, and we're doing their broadcasts. Because I wasn't busy enough for the sign-ups. I needed other stuff to do, so I'd go down and do the Rosemont broadcast. and just seeing how that team was put together, then Ryan moved on, and Bobby stepped in, and Bobby's done a phenomenal job. I mean, you look at the conference standings, and Rosemont's in first place.
Yeah.
And that's a conference with, powerhouses like Gwinnett and Immaculata and teams like Baptist Bible and Keystone, and don't forget Cabrini, who's ruled the roost for the last couple of years. And,
yep.
And that's people talk about the conference schedule in Centennial being rough. That conference schedule is a bear, and the travel, with teams going to Baptist Bible, going to Keystone, going to, all over the place. I mean, you got, Rosemont and Immaculata and all them in the, Cairn, all them in the same area. And it's a tough schedule. But what he's done with that team, it's phenomenal. And he's one of the good coaches in the city. He's a great guy. He's a Philly guy. He's a St. Joe's guy. And what he's done with that team has been phenomenal. I really hope he keeps it going.
Yeah, I had him on the show earlier. It was fun chatting with him. He's clearly excited. By the way, because of his appearance earlier in the show, the question was asked as a Philly guy what he thought the best cheesesteak was. He went with D'Alessandro's. Since you are in the area, I'm going to put you on the spot because I might as well round out the show just a little bit here. Where's the best cheesesteak in Philly in your mind?
For me, I go to Pat's, man. Down in South Philly at 9th and Pat's. That's where I go. I mean, I go to Pat's every time I get a chance to go in South Philly. I'll never forget the first time I moved down here about 10 years ago. I took my mom down for a cheesesteak, and she couldn't believe we were driving down these small streets. If you're not in Philadelphia, Pat's and Geno's are next to each other, but they're at 9th and Pat's, which is
yep.
Down a very small street. Once you get off Broad Street, you're going down in residential areas, and people. It's a well-lit area. I've been down there many times at the Phillies games and sporting events. In fact, one of the great sporting events in Philadelphia is tomorrow morning at 6:00 with Wing Bowl. This is the 26th 26th incarnation or 27th incarnation of Wing Bowl.
That's unbelievable.
You know, now to think about it this way, the Sixers are playing the T-Wolves tomorrow night. They won't get in the Wells Fargo Center. They'll get about 7,000 people. Wing Bowl is sold out. They'll fill that place 19.5 strong tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock in the morning to watch people eat wings for 2 hours. I mean, it's a phenomenal event. I mean, the year the Eagles went to the Super Bowl, they had 45,000 people try to get into the Wells Fargo Center when it was free, and it was just it's a big Mardi Gras type party. And when the Eagles win the Super Bowl, I mean, it was 10 times worse. So. But for me, I go to Pat's, and the Tony Luke's places are around. There's one right outside the sports complex. There's actually one in the new entertainment area, Xfinity Live, which is where the Spectrum used to be, God rest its soul. And you know, but I'm a Pat's guy. That's where I go.
Yeah, I don't have a place in particular, but thank you. Pat's is certainly one that comes up in conversation more times than not. I'll freely admit. Trying to think if there was something else I was going to ask you, and I'm doing that darn drawing a blank thing again.
Well, you know, for you being down in Baltimore, I'm a Green Turtle guy, so I've been to the Green Turtle, Fells Point, and Hunts Valley, and Towson, and the one in Ocean City. There's 2 of them down there. You run to the original one.
Well, that's the original,
so, I mean,
yeah. There's one in Owings Mills if you ever get out there.
Okay. I know there's one in Westminster. I think my counterpart in McDaniel in a couple weeks when I'm down for wrestling, we're going to go to the one in Westminster.
There is one in Westminster. It's kind of off the beaten path, not necessarily, but you just don't expect to go, oh, there it is. There is one there. Yeah, you are a Green Turtle guy. I do remember that. What was it? I had something on the tip of my tongue, completely blank. I don't know why I would forget something 11 hours and 36 minutes into the show. Drawing a blank completely. I guess.
Well, may I ask you, because you're a Landmark guy, and I'm a Susquehanna grad, and I kind of follow Susquehanna Coach Frank Marcinick because I grew up in Shamokin, where he's from, and I went to his basketball camps, and you know, I'm kind of wanting to see what your impression is of the Crusaders. I don't know how many times you've seen Susquehanna, and I know that, you know, back in the heyday they were great in the MAC, and you know, now that they're in the Landmark, I kind of lose track because they play on the weekends. What's your impression of the Crusaders?
Well, for starters, the weekend schedule's kind of evaporated. They play a lot of weekday games. It's just a wacky schedule, to be honest with you. I don't like how they got rid of the weekend stuff. They complain about missing class time, and then they throw in these weekend stuff. Problem is, the weekend stuff, it used to be that you had travel partners, so Catholic and Goucher, let's say, would travel to Susquehanna and Juniata. I'm guessing. I don't remember if that's the exact matchup.
I think that was the matchup, yeah.
Okay, and then vice versa. For example, Drew and Merchant Marine were together, and they would travel together, and there were complaints, and coaches were like, oh, we don't want to play on the weekends because if a guy gets injured, he misses the next game, and then they're coming home late at night, and they're missing academic time. Of course, I thought that, to be honest with you, you get me on another mini rant, that's bogus. SUNYAC's doing it, NESCAC's doing it, UAA's doing it, Midwest Conference is doing it. I think I can get up to 10 conferences who do weekend schedule stuff. It actually makes you miss less class time. Now the long travels are on the weekend, so the Drews and the Merchant Marines are playing the Gouchers and the Catholics on the weekends, and the close travel stuff, the Susquehanna Juniatas, are on the weekdays. So Goucher Catholic is always on a weekday. They split the men and women, so some team is always traveling and this is only on the weekday. So if your game's at women's games at Juniata, then your men's games at Susquehanna. I don't like that. Granted, more and more are doing that. I get it. I just mean the whole idea that you're not going to miss class time, I think, is a little bogus. As far as Susquehanna, 14-5 this season, 7-3 in the conference. In a conference that I've said at the beginning, I'll say again, is disappointing. This is a conference that should be better. Scranton is struggling a little bit right now, 14-4, 8-1. They've been playing on a high wire for a while. Catholic, believe it or not, is undefeated in the conference. They've won 10 straight. They're 12 straight, 16-3. Susquehanna is quietly sitting there at 14-5, 7-3 in the third slot. Elizabethtown joined the conference. They're 8-10, but 6-4 in the conference. I have not seen Susquehanna. I'm double checking when they were at Goucher.
Trying to remember when they were there.
No, I know when they were there. I didn't realize I was missing that game. They were there on the 21st. Huh. Was I there and I forgot? Hold on.
I do that. I forget I'm events too. I'm there and I forget that I was there.
Where was I a week ago? Oh, you know what? I know what happened there. Okay. I couldn't have made that game. That was the day before games got postponed at another locale, and I didn't dawn on me I could get over to Goucher. Wow, that's just embarrassing. Anyway, so they beat Goucher only by 4 points, but that's because Goucher's a fickle team. That also means I'm going to miss seeing Frank and his squad this year. They lost to Catholic and got tub-thumped by him 82-65.
Right.
Listen, I think they're sneaky good, but they're going to have to win the conference. Frank gets these things. He goes through waves.
He does.
I mean, though he hasn't had a great season since 2009 when he was 18-8. That was in the Landmark Conference. They had a 9-16 season a couple years ago. I don't know why it's different. I think he'd be struggling if he was in the MAC.
Yeah.
I think the MAC's a tough conference too, and it's nothing. It's just the way it is nowadays. Susquehanna's good, but they're just not great. It's been a while since they've been great. He gets the guys. He competes. Listen, they've besides the loss to Catholic, before that they had won something like 8 of 9. The thing is, this conference again is flat. It's just flat. Scranton's the only team besides Catholic. Catholic did get to the second round the weird Atlanta year and then lost to Williams in a game they probably could have won. They should have won. Williams was good too. There was just some circumstances. Scranton's the only one who's gotten deep, but Scranton's also laid an egg in the first round every other year. The Landmark's been around now, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 years? Wow.
Yeah, it would be the year. I think it's the year.
8 years. This is the 8th season.
It was the year that the 3 schools left the MAC to join the Centennial for football. That all sports conference got formed.
Yep, and then the 2 teams from the CAC left for the Landmark. So this is the 8th season, and to be honest with you, you can't point to anything in the Landmark that's of substance on the men's side, and that's got to change. It's gotten old, and I've said that to coaches, and they've admitted they've agreed. Yeah, you go to coach, you go to Catholic's coach, you go to Scranton's coach, you even go to you go to anybody. They're agree that the Landmark has not lived up to its potential. No. Listen, is Catholic as good as their record right now? I was somewhat impressed when they played at Hoopsville. I was, not as impressed as 2 years prior, but I was somewhat impressed at the Classic. And then I wasn't impressed for several weeks. Now they're on a roll, and it's one of those you're like, oh, really? How are you on a roll here? They haven't lost since December 15th against St. Vincent. That's one of those games you go, really? You should have won that game. They lost to DeSales. DeSales isn't all that in a bag of chips.
Right.
But they've rolled off ever since then. Beat York, Guilford. By the way, spanked Guilford, 79-47. But barely beat Merchant Marine. Then they tub-thumped my alma mater 70 by 19, and it wasn't even that close. Right. Here's the thing. Look, Goucher, they beat 77-56. They beat a good Drew squad, 74-55. They beat Scranton 71-65. They beat Juniata 74-59. Close win again against Merchant Marine, but Merchant Marine will do that to you. And then they thump Susquehanna. So is Catholic that good? I don't know.
But they're winning games at the right. If you get hot in January and take it over to February, we're getting hot at the right time, and it's. My fear is with teams when I see good teams and they lead in our conference or lead in other conferences and they're peaking in January, you're like, okay, can you keep that going for 3 more weeks? Because as you get closer and closer to the conference tournament, you're going along, but then something happens the last week you play, someone gets hurt or you take a bad loss, and you go into the conference tournament, you're like, okay, we just lost. Let's get revved back up and play this team again, and then something else happens. So
Randolph-Macon last year.
Yep.
Absolutely.
You just hope the team doesn't peak at the wrong time.
Yeah, so I don't know how, listen, Susquehanna's a good team. They can maybe surprise. I think it still comes down to Catholic Scranton. Scranton's kind of got I don't understand why Scranton hasn't succeeded more, considering the talent they've had go through there. Boken inside is incredibly good. Ross Danzig's a good player. If he's hot early, he's hot all game. But he also makes some bonehead decisions as a senior. It's amazing. every team in this conference has not lived up to the expectations of every team in this conference. It's that simple. This conference and every team in it have not lived up to the expectations. And I think it's high time that somebody finally proved themselves. And listen, Catholic had a chance, and I understand that the Williams game in the second round of our year that we went to the Final Four in Atlanta was unfortunate. They probably shouldn't have faced each other. You could have argued it should have been a Catholic. They suspended their senior for that game. They had their center go down with an injury that pretty much cost them the game. I get that Catholic had its chances, but that's one example of 8 years. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And Scranton made a great run. Don't get me wrong. Scranton made a big run, but here's the thing. In Scranton's year, they made the Elite Eight. And what frustrated me about top 25 voters is they put them in the Elite Eight or in the top 8, and they didn't deserve it. And I was flat out honest about that, because here's the deal. Had an easy first-round game, did not play Ramapo in the second round because Ramapo got upset in the first round. Talk about another conference that is a little bit full of themselves. So then they get to the third round and play Middlebury. Excellent execution. Excellent execution against Middlebury on the road. They bled the shot clock left and right. They played full court press, bled the shot clock, took shots at the end, and made those shots. If you bleed the shot clock and can't make the shots, that doesn't work. Then they hit not a buzzer beater. They hit one late and avoided a buzzer beater to win that. And then Cabrini killed them the next night.
That's right.
And that was the year Cabrini was a shot away from a national championship. So, yeah, Scranton makes a nice run at Elite Eight, but they weren't an Elite Eight team.
No.
But that's the only thing in this conference you can point to of at least a run in the NCAA tournament.
Yep.
So I off on a tangent and a bit of a rant there. As a landmark guy, my team has disappointed in the conference, and I think the conference has disappointed. I hate to be blunt, but I'm also at 11 hours and 46 minutes, and I'm going to be more likely to be blunt now than ever before.
Right.
So, hey, folks, if you got questions you want to hear the truth from me about, fire them off at D3Hoopsville, hashtag Hoopsville. Email me, hoopsville@d3hoops.com. Follow me on Facebook, facebook.com.
And of course, I will answer the elephant in the room about the Bears.
Yes,
sir. We've not had a success, and I will put it this way. Coach Small has a plan, and coming into this year, we were down to 12 guys, and then our junior Mark Wonderling, who has played well, blew his ACL first practice 15 minutes in, so we're down to 11. And the first 7 games, like the first game we played against Arcadia, it was we're starting a few freshmen. We have 6 freshmen on the team, and we lose to Arcadia. And then we come home. We're hosting this Mac Centennial Challenge, or Centennial Mac Challenge, however you want to call it. And Albright just blows the doors off us. And, we play Hopkins, they blow us out. We play Swarthmore, we lose. We go down to Wagner, we lose. And it's, all of a sudden we're staring 0-7 in the face, and you look at it and it's like, man, these are young guys. But to Kevin's credit, he kept with the system, and these freshmen, are playing well. We just beat McDaniel. I mean, we gritted that win out. We had no business winning that game.
Yeah,
No business winning that game, and we did. And, we beat Rosemont before Christmas, and we beat Eastern. We went down. We beat RPI. We played LaBelle, who's got a very good team. The one kid that they have, his name is escaping me, and I'm sure Tim Flynn will remind me tomorrow. They compared him to Andy Panko, and when you compare it to Mr. Panko, I'm like, whoa, wait a second here. I mean, for those who remember, Andy Panko was one of the greatest players in Division III.
Yeah,
he was
still a good player.
Still a good player, still playing overseas, and come back and wins a couple games here and there. And we're 6-12, and we're coming into we beat Gettysburg at home, and now we've got to go out there on Saturday and Dickinson to come to Collegeville, and we haven't lost at home since December. And I mean, these kids are fighters, and they really are. I mean, they're freshmen, and they're starting to get better playing with each other. And we've got Malik Draper, the junior from Scranton, who's playing well, and a couple of years from now, maybe next year, we surprise some people. For 2 years from now, if they all stay in the plan, I think the 2-year plan that Kevin is on will turn us around, and we'll hopefully get back to our the heydays of the 05s, 06, 07 teams that were really great. But the kids are working hard, and that's the thing. I mean, they're not. The one kid on the team, Brian Rafferty, whose cousin Fran played for Cabrini, the stud for Cabrini. Brian's our point guard, and he's going to make a lot of mistakes, but he's leading the conference in assists. So, and there's a kid from France we have, Remy Yannico, who played at the Hun School, who big inside, and there's a kid, Joe Lestraco from nearby Archbishop Wood, who was 13 for 13 against Eastern, and there's some bright spots here and there. I mean, there's going to be some growing pains, but in the next couple of years, I think we're going to be back to normal. And Kevin is really staying the course. I mean, we've had some really, really rough years, and the good thing is Kevin has stuck with it, and they're starting to see his plan through. And I think in the next couple of years we'll be all right.
Wags, buddy, appreciate you tuning in and joining me on the show, bud. Good info. I had a good chance to call a game with your aforementioned Bears earlier this season. I want to thank you for all the tidbits of information while I'm calling. To be honest with you, I wasn't that impressed, but I've heard a lot of people talking about how this team is improving, and sometimes that is key. Get through a rough season by improving. It can mark some good things. I'd love to see her sign us back into the conversation, my friend.
I mean, I think right now we're 6-12. We were 6-19 last year. There's definitely some winnable games left. I mean, if you would have told me after we played Wagner if we would have had 10 wins, I would have looked at you funny. But there is a possibility out there. I mean, look, it's the same thing in Philadelphia with the Sixers. I mean, the Sixers, people joke about how they're terrible and they're going to tank. But if you look at the Sixers, you watch the Sixers game, those guys are working. I mean, they know that they're not built to win, but once in a while they win a game here and there, and at least they're not just phoning it in. They're going out and playing, and that's the same thing with our guys. I mean, they're going out, they're working hard. That game against McDaniel, we were down early, and I thought, okay, McDaniel's got a great team. We just fought back, and with 6 wins right now, with a few games left, I mean, we could get to 10, we could get to 8, but I think in the next couple of years we'll be back in the conversation.
I certainly, like I said, I certainly would love that. I think you've got a good squad there, or you've had a good squad there. I'd love to see you guys continue on and get back. I can remember many a good game, including the NCAA tournament. Calling them there at your place. Yep. I would love to see them re-enter the conversation, as it were, and certainly make it interesting once again. Hey, Bud, thanks so much for coming on. Any final thoughts to share with those who may be tuning in?
No, well, the last couple of weeks of the season, I wish all the teams the best of luck. I mean, this is the best time of the year. This is the part I love my job. I mean, honestly, man, it's February 1st on Sunday. How did it get to be February 1st already? I mean, it just seemed like we were just getting ready to start basketball, and now we're February 1st, and the next 8 weeks are going to be fun. So I'm looking forward to listening to you guys, and as we get into tournament time, and hopefully there'll be a lot of good games coming down the road.
Absolutely. Well, thanks, Bud. Appreciate it. Take care of yourself.
All right, Dave. Talk to you soon.
Yep, you too. Take care. James Wagner joining us here on Hoopsville. Going to unceremoniously drop him on there as well. Listen, got one more guest. We're going to go into overtime, and then I'm going to open up the phone line. Believe it or not, if you're tuning in and you want to ask us questions, I'm going to open up the phone line, see if any of you want to take advantage of it and have a little fun as we hit overtime on a 12-hour marathon day. In the meantime, we got one more guest who wanted to call in, and we'll get him on the line here shortly. If you got questions for us, you can also tweet us at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. Facebook us, facebook.com/Hoopsville, or email us, hoopsville@d3hoops.com. There's a couple of you still hanging on to the show. I appreciate it. Don't forget our Hoopsville fundraising project. We are 40% of the way to our goal. But here's the deal. The goal is literally just informational. It's a mark. We get to keep the money if we don't hit the goal, but we then lose more of the money due to fees. If we get past the goal, we get to keep more of the money because it's less fees. But more importantly, we can go well past our goal. We just set a goal this year. Nothing major. The goal is just a goal. It's not necessarily like we're going to stop it at that point. The fundraiser actually runs all the way through the end of the basketball season, so we can keep this going. It's a way of, as you can see behind us, the set that we now have, the background that we now have, bills that we paid. We've added lighting a little bit here. We added a new video camera. We've been able to travel. Travel's been our biggest expense. We were able to pay off some bills that this show has racked up. We got a new computer. This was all done with last year's money, and we didn't even get to spend what we really wanted to spend things on. We still have to make upgrades. I've had a couple things break down on me right before this season or in the middle of this season that we have to replace, and we just don't have the cash for that. Not that we can't make do with it necessarily, but we appreciate any help that you may be able to provide for us. I've been told by many a person that that this is the thing that they want to do. So I appreciate it. We've had some very nice donations today. Had some nice donations over the last couple of days as well. And if you donate at a certain level, you can get a T-shirt from us. I believe he's called in, so we're just going to go cold to the Hoopsville hotline. I believe our good friend has dug himself out of his home, at least, up in Worcester, Mass., where they got, I believe it was 42 inches officially. I had a buddy of mine who was up there, took a picture. I was both mixed of emotions of disappointed I wasn't there, because that's a storm I would love to have watched and covered myself. But at the same time, glad I didn't have to shovel it. Rusty Eagan joins us from WPI. Hello, sir.
Hey, don't give me any credit I don't deserve. I live in a condo for a reason, Dave.
Well, touche. But you still had to probably make your way to work in some capacity. By the way, the picture I have for you just does not do you justice. We do need to fix that at some point in time. Listen, bud, cray-cray up in New England with the weather, certainly. I'm definitely getting loopy, as I just said, cray-cray on the air.
Are you laughing at my picture?
No, I'm laughing at me. I'm going to do what I did with Wags. I'm going to do what I did with Gordon. You fire away. I don't have anything specific.
I love how you've gone from the A list to the B list all the way down to the C list again.
No, I don't think I've gotten down to the C list. But hey, I'm just I'm at this point we're toasting the show. I hope nobody minds. It is a Baltimore Ravens koozie, so enjoy that, Patriots fan.
And speaking of the Super Bowl, we will have it posted shortly. In fact, I got a rundown of a swimming meet here. I guess this would be the appropriate place to say it. Check our YouTube page. So let's just say head coach Chris Bartley went beast mode in his post-game press conference. He did exactly a 1-minute minimum, which he was asked, and it just might remind you of something you saw on Media Day.
Didn't you win?
Yes.
So really?
He went absolutely beast mode.
Oh, I'm going to have a long talk with him.
Yeah, perhaps over a burger, perhaps.
Yeah. Hey, listen, I will. You know this. I'll say this on the air now. Last year, and I talked about it earlier, last weekend I headed up to New York City. The goal was to then go on to Boston and see a game between Emerson and MIT, see a women's game at Tufts, and go to Bartley's Burgers for a burger. I was going to do it.
I know you were.
That was the plan, and I looked at the radar that morning at 8 in the morning. I had to be on the road by about 9, and I looked at it and I said, here's the deal. I can drive in that, but I don't want to get up there and find out one of the games is postponed. Emerson MIT was not going to get postponed. They can
They
walk.
could probably walk to each other, correct.
They're next to each other.
And actually, do you know the Emerson gym's actually 2 floors down, I believe?
Well, see, it would have been perfect. I was 3 stories down the game before. But
life, right?
I was worried that maybe Bates hadn't traveled in the night before.
Yeah.
And they were at Tufts, and I was going to get hosed by losing a game. And so I decided it wasn't worth it. Turns out.
Of course, the sponsors needed you back to do promotional things from Hoopsville, and plenty of it. Hey, people think you just wake up, go on the show. I mean, production meetings and things of that nature. I mean, you have to be back early on Sunday.
I'm sorry, what sponsors? Hey, listen, in all seriousness, though, you bring that up. If anybody wants to sponsor this show, we're not against it. And we've got product placement capabilities.
Oh, yes, you do. By the way, I would be remiss if I didn't compliment you on the Wheaton basketball rim sitting behind your back.
You like that?
I like that.
And then they got the monitor with the logo, so we got to update them and make it snazzy. I didn't get a chance to really make it sing back there, but we got a monitor with logos. We got the Wheaton basketball rim that they sent us. Of course, don't want to forget the Laurel Hill, Ohio Wesleyan Bishop's number 22 jersey that's over our shoulder now, and then paraphernalia that we have collected. Not all necessarily Division III, by the way. I got some bobbleheads up there from professional teams and some Ravens gear and all that stuff. But come on.
Any truth that you have Ray Lewis's white suit in your office?
I do not have his suit. Jeez.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
It's in the closet.
Hey, before I jump back to swimming and diving, though, I do want to take you to task on one thing, my friend.
Okay.
The upheaval, the frustration that you have when teams have the audacity to get upset and upset your top 25, and I just want to give you a hard time and say this is great for college basketball.
Listen, it's not that it upsets my top 25. I just want 1 week this year where I don't have to spend 4 to 6 hours on the damn thing.
I just think this is great for basketball. I think
listen,
we're going
it's awesome.
into a postseason where we don't know what to expect, and
Yes.
I think that's just going to make for just a really exciting 3 weeks. You know, I always say as a Philadelphia Eagles fan, Dave, what would life be if the Eagles just simply won every game? It would get boring after a while.
Well,
You know, I'm glad they've done their part to keep the NFL interesting.
Yeah, right. That's what we're looking at. No, listen, I think it's awesome that we have that many teams available. It's going to be a fascinating NCAA tournament this year. I've said it already. It's going to be whoever survives will get to Salem. I suspect we're going to have maybe up to 2 dark horses maybe get there. You might not have a champion you expected coming to win a national championship. Saying all that now, it could be the top 4 teams show up.
It's just going to come down to who plays best over 3
Crazy
2-week
weekends.
4-team tournaments.
Yeah,
I mean,
and
it's going to
yeah.
it's you know, and you need to be good, and you need to be lucky, and you need to create your own breaks.
But Rusty, I'm asking for 1 week. 1 week
gotta
where
earn
I
your
don't
money,
have
Dave.
to. 1 week where I'm not making massive moves in my damn top 25.
But you know, that's what you did this past week is healthy. You know, you look at your bracket. You know, I don't like to boast. You know, I'm also in the same boat that you are. I have to look at a top 25, and it's frustrating. But you know, if you did it in Sharpie every week, it wouldn't be fun either. And
I'm barely doing it in pencil. It was funny when I did it. I don't know if I have it handy. Usually what I do is I'll just use a random pad here. You won't be able to see my actual top 25 because it's too far away to get it.
Specifically trying not to look at the picture that's online right now.
No,
again, a few years ago you put a picture of I think of Brad Pitt or Tom Cruise or somebody.
I should do that.
Yeah, that would have been much more.
So I'll write down in this column what the previous top 25 was on my ballot, and I'll put wins and losses and all that. And then over on this side, I'll start writing who I think will go in there. It's all done in pencil, so I can scribble and all that stuff.
You know what I end up doing? Yeah, I write. I do everything on my laptop, and if I go to my last top 25, and you end up getting red if you lose, and if you lose twice, you get red, and then a little X2 next to you.
Yeah, and so what I do is, I go through it, and I write. Well, usually I write somewhat not hard, but I just mean normal pencil on that right-hand column. This week, I wrote in very light pencil because I knew I was going to be doing a lot of erasing and changing of mine. So there's this light pencil, and I never went back and put it in with any authority. That was the best part of it, is I never went back and said, okay, I'm good. I'm going to write this in a little bit harder. I looked at the ballot later and went, I just kind of scribbled that. I still hadn't set my top 25. Yeah, it's crazy, but you're right. It's fun. It's just give me 1 week. Give me 1 week.
That's all you're at. Well, you know what? I promise that week will occur. If you do get to New England, we have a standing offer. We will set up something in Harrington here, and you can take Hoopsville on the road. And by good karma, if you do that, I predict you will have a week where chalk will hold, so to speak.
Oh, great! So I'll do that in the NCAA tournament, and that will be the week we don't vote.
Well, let's just hope if you're here at Harrington, it means we had some good results for at least WPI or at least the NUMAC. And we're excited. We have the heck of a second half of a conference season still to go here. Babson, WPI, and MIT, all 6-1. Springfield lurking at 4-3, and we're very excited. I don't think anybody's left undefeated in the NESCAC. Conference-wise, I think everybody has at least one loss. Eastern's playing unbelievable over in their conference. The Little East, but Keene State's a good basketball team. Rhode Island College is always good, and UMass Dartmouth and Western Connecticut can score with anybody. I heard Johnson Wales got beat tonight. I'm not sure if that's true.
They did. Anna Maria came from behind to beat them.
Sean Conrad does a great job at Anna Maria. Of course, Albertus Magnus might be as talented as a team in New England. They are fun to watch. It's weird. We were on the bubble last year. Even so, we won our regular season. We had to sweat out getting in. We deserved to get in, but we got in, and you hold your breath, and you're excited that you get in, and you look up on the board, you see who you're playing.
Yeah.
And after a half hour of being excited, you're like, we got to get ready for Albertus Magnus. And,
wait.
and that was a very entertaining basketball game. Yeah. You had Coach Oliver on earlier. They are outstanding. We were fortunate enough to scrimmage them the last 2 years. I've just very good basketball to start the season, to start the preseason, and they're as good anybody. I hope I have his name right. The player I liked, I know you like the big kid that they have the Division I transfer that essentially replaces Watson, but their point guard, I think it's Eric Davis. Their point guard is just really, really good, he's one of my favorite players to watch. I'll try and catch an Albertus game online when I can. They usually play Tuesdays and Thursdays, so we're a Wednesday, Saturday conference. I do get to see them play every once in a while. Talent-wise, they're just a very good basketball team, and it's going to be fun here in New England. And I'm glad there's no clear-cut favorites. We're looking at a really wide-open tournament. And the other thing I wanted just to say is, thanks to the players that are out there, a lot of them. I think Wags just mentioned it's going to be February 1st here soon. You're going to have a lot of players playing their last games. So, we wouldn't be Division III basketball without them, and obviously the coaches. So, best of luck to everybody out there. And if you do have an opportunity to look at our YouTube page, Dave, Mark Therian and Shane Fagan were just able to post the beast moment of Chris Bartley up online. I think you'll get a chuckle out of that.
Yeah,
so.
I suspect I will. Hey, another score that'll make you scratch your head.
Okay,
Mass Dartmouth over Rhode Island College, 72-62.
Not surprised, not shocked. Brian Baptiste has probably more wins than I can count up to.